If you were to become a mere pawn in a story, what would you do? I have found myself transported into the realm of Do Pa Song Xiong, now bearing the name Nalan Ye, the cousin of Nalan Yanran. As I witness the impending dissolution of Nalan Yanran's engagement, I ponder my course of action. Chapter 1. The Emperor of Fighters is my brother-in-law. I have been thrust into the world of Do Pa Song Xiong, now known as Nalan Ye. You may ask, who is Nalan Ye? Does this character exist within a narrative? Alas, he does not even a mention of my name has graced the pages. Is that not a tragic fate? Am I not destined to be a mere supporting character? Indeed, my situation is dire, yet I discover that I am a young master of the Nalan family. In other words, Nalan Yanran is my older cousin. At this moment, a wave of applause resonates from the family's council hall. As the son of a family elder, I approach to eavesdrop, and the surrounding guards do not deter me. However, what I overhear sends a chill down my spine, compelling me to consider changing my surname. A group of fools within the hall fervently supports the idea of severing ties with the Shao family, claiming they are unworthy of our esteemed Nalan lineage. Do they not realize that the Shao family is one of the ancient 8 great families? They even dismiss Shao Yin as a mere waste, unworthy of my talented cousin Yanran. Little do they know, Shao Yin is destined to become an emperor of fighters. Unable to endure any further, I burst into the council hall. Instantly, the clan leader and the elders turn their disapproving gazes upon me. Startled, I am reminded of my own status. While I may not be as incompetent as Shao Yin, my own aptitude is mediocre at best. Fortunately, aside from Nalan Yanran, the rest of the clan members do not possess exceptional talents either. Thus, my standing within the clan is tolerable with diligent effort. I might one day succeed my father as an elder and perhaps even vie for the position of clan leader. However, that is a matter for the future for now. I am but a junior, and my intrusion into the council chamber is rather impetuous. For a moment, I freeze, scanning the faces of those seated in the hall, and hesitantly voice, "Clan leader, esteemed elders, I have just overheard a discussion outside, and I must say, your wisdom is truly commendable that we must indeed sever our engagement with the Shao family. I am not intimidated by these fools, rather, I genuinely believe this." My earlier thoughts were solely focused on forming an alliance with Shao Yin, and I momentarily overlooked a crucial detail. The true heroine is not my cousin Yanran, but rather Shao Suner. Shao Suner far surpasses my cousin in talent and possesses an illustrious background. Should my cousin refuse to dissolve her engagement, she may very well face dire consequences at the hands of Shao Suner. What if Shao Suner, in a fit of displeasure, summons a powerful fighter to annihilate the Nalan family? Why not also perish in the ensuing chaos? Yet, I cannot afford to sever ties with Shao Yin. I must still seek his favor, for the leg of the young emperor of fighters is one that ought to be embraced. After a moment of contemplation, I respectfully propose, clan leader, I have a modest suggestion that I hope the esteemed elders will consider. The clan leader and the other elders appear somewhat displeased, but my father, though not the brightest, had been the most vocal in support just moments ago, and he refrains from questioning my sudden intrusion. Though he may not grasp the intent behind my bold entrance, he rises to mediate the situation. After all, we are family, and the clan leader, along with the other elders, is reluctant to voice further objections. Nodding in agreement, I heaved a sigh of relief, casting a glance around the hall before addressing the assembly. Elders, esteemed clan leader, as a prominent family, it is imperative for the Nalan clan to uphold our dignity. I mean to say, if we were to sever our engagement with the Shao family directly, it would be somewhat embarrassing that my father, utterly oblivious to my intentions, chose to remain silent, opting instead to observe the unfolding situation. Clan leader Nalan Su maintained an austere expression, inquiring with a hint of ambiguity, "Year, do share your thoughts. Even if you err, your youth absolves you from punishment. Just refrain from intruding upon the council chamber unannounced in the future." Though Nalan Su's words were somewhat sharp, I paid them no mind, thumping my chest and declaring with resolve, "An alliance." Surveying the hall, I noticed my father smiling encouragingly at me. I felt an inexplicable surge of emotion I had not conferred with him beforehand, and this impulsive move was indeed reckless. I pursed my lips and continued, "While the engagement between Sister Yanran and Shao Yin must be annulled, we should not do so too forcefully. Such an action might portray the Nalan family as tyrannical and would tarnish our reputation. Therefore, I propose that I inherit the alliance with the Shao family. I shall take a woman from the Shao family as my wife. This would not only silence their criticisms, but also demonstrate to the world that the Nalan family, a prominent household, would never engage in tyrannical behavior." Upon concluding my statement, I glanced around the hall only to be met with silence. The clan leader and the elders were deep in contemplation. Their expressions varied, yet not a single voice spoke up. I swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Would they accept my proposal? Clan leader, I find your suggestion to be rather prudent. My father, Nalan too, finally rose after a prolonged pause, his demeanor solemn as he clasped his hands before Nalan Su. By this method, the Nalan family incurs no loss, yet we can avoid the disgrace of annulling the engagement. Preserving our reputation, it is indeed beneficial. Nalan Su offered no further remarks, merely nodding as he surveyed the elders. He then inquired in a measured tone, "What say you, elders? I support this. I concur." One by one, voices of agreement resonated throughout the hall, ultimately achieving unanimous consent. With not a single elder dissenting, I finally exhaled in relief, discreetly wiping the sweat from my brow. This matter merely shifted Nalan Yanran's engagement onto my shoulders, and the Shao family was but a minor clan. The elders had little to lose, offering them no grounds for opposition. With the council adjourned, I followed my father, head bowed, out of the chamber. Days passed, and preparations were complete, and my father and I, accompanied by a dozen guards, embarked on our journey, taking to the skies atop a flying beast destined for Wutan City. Standing on the back of the flying beast, the wind whipping around me, I gazed down at the swiftly passing mountains and rivers, my heart brimming with curiosity, excitement, and exhilaration. This flying beast is truly magnificent. I gripped the handrail tightly, reveling in the wind, throwing my head back in laughter, feeling an unparalleled sense of freedom, and I longed to shout to the heavens. Xiaoyan, brother-in-law, I, Nalan Ye, have arrived. After several days of anticipation and preparation, my efforts have not been in vain. After much deliberation, I have chosen to enter into a union with the enchanting Xiao Mei. This young lady is the cousin of Xiao Yan. In their childhood, they shared a close bond, but as Xiao Yan fell from grace, they grew distant. Subsequently, after Xiao Yan's resurgence, Xiao Mei found herself harboring secret affections for him. How exceedingly complicated. It is said that Xiao Mei embodies both allure and innocence. I pondered this paradox, unable to comprehend how one could simultaneously be both seductive and pure, as these terms are inherently contradictory. It is akin to a person being both dark and fair-skinned. However, I shall not dwell on such musings. What truly matters is my awareness of Xiao Mei's exquisite beauty, and soon she shall be my fiancée. In a state of silence, after numerous days, our flying beast finally alighted in Wutan City. Instead of proceeding directly to the Xiao family, we diverted to an inn to meet with my cousin, Nalan Yanran, along with two rather foolish individuals from the Yanran sect. Following our introduction, my father engaged in discussions regarding the annulment of the betrothal with the two representatives from the Yanran sect. My interest, however, was piqued by Nalan Yanran. As we sat across from one another, I scrutinized her closely and found her to be exceptionally beautiful. Clad in a flowing moon-white dress, her long, flowing hair cascaded down to her waist, and her visage was breathtaking, akin to a celestial being descended to earth. Yet, her demeanor was excessively aloof and detached, as if she were untouched by the mundane world. Perhaps having devoted much time to cultivation within the Yanran sect, upon encountering a clever and charming cousin like me, her spirits lifted considerably, and she even graced me with a smile. "Focus, focus," I silently chanted to steady my heart, while sharing a few light-hearted jokes I had heard from Earth, which elicited delightful laughter from Nalan Yanran, who covered her mouth with her hand. She graciously gifted me several bottles of medicinal elixirs for cultivation that I accepted them joyfully, aware that my innate talent was merely mediocre, and possessing these potions could significantly enhance my abilities. I nearly slapped myself for digressing. The priority now was to cleverly procure a him, to acquire these potions for my dear cousin. I shared my intentions with Yanran, to which she exhibited little reaction, perhaps deeming it inconsequential to her. Without further thought, she nodded in agreement, and the two minions from the Yanran sect fervently nodded in compliance, not daring to voice any objections. 30 years of fortune and 30 years of misfortune. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. I mused with interest as I observed the unfolding scene, the future scandal of Ado D providing ample fodder for conversation. I felt that this spectacle was rich enough to boast about for many years, recounting it to my children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. Of course, this presupposes the successful union with the Xiao family. Otherwise, should I dare to mention this affair, my fate would be sealed by a single strike from Xiao Yan. My father exchanged pleasantries with the head of the Xiao family and the elders before broaching the topic of my marriage. Reactions among the Xiao family varied. The head of the family son had just been jilted, his face a mask of silence and displeasure. An impassioned elder was visibly enraged, likely having never encountered such shamelessness. To act so brazenly in annulling a betrothal while simultaneously seeking another alliance, all for the sake of maintaining appearances, how delusional. Regrettably, our Nalan family is one of the three great families of the Gama Empire, bolstered by the influence of the Yanlan sect, and it seems they are determined to dream such grand dreams. Moreover, the remaining elders of the Shao family exhibited a considerable willingness, particularly Xiao Mei's grandfather, who was positively elated. What concern was it of Xiao Yan's that he was rejected in marriage? It was Xiao Mei's nuptials that truly mattered to him. The Nalan family is one of the three prominent families of the Jama Empire. Union with their granddaughter was indeed a significant elevation. What a splendid match. This old fellow, accompanied by two agreeable elders, paid no heed to the displeasure etched on the family head's face and engaged in hearty conversation with my father, ultimately solidifying the marriage arrangement. Upon returning to the inn, I reclined on the bed, a smile curving my lips, reveling in my delight, secretly acknowledging that the situation was now settled. I envisioned a future where I could simply await my brother-in-law Xiao Yan's ascension to the status of Dou Emperor, unifying the continent, while I, too, would rise to prominence alongside him. However, to my surprise, I had scarcely settled down when a cacophony erupted from downstairs: shouts, screams, wails, and the sounds of doors and furniture being shattered. My cousin, Nalan Yanran, the young master of the Yanlan sect, had only just departed a short distance when someone dared to intrude upon our door. Who could it be? Chapter 2. Xiao Yan and Suner. Unexpectedly, the guards proved utterly ineffectual. With a thunderous crash, the enemy had already struck, cornering me completely. Wood chips and dust filled the air, and a petite figure flickered into view, her garments billowing gracefully. I stood frozen in a state of trepidation, uncertain of who approached and how to respond. Should I kneel and plead for mercy? After all, Nalan Yanran is my cousin, and if I were to kneel before her, surely no one would dare to harm me, right? My mind raced with chaotic thoughts, but to my astonishment, as the dust settled, I was met with a youthful visage that blended allure and innocence, Xiao Mei. Though it was our first encounter, the moment I beheld her enchanting yet pure face, the name flashed through my mind. Nalan Ye. Xiao Mei's eyes fixated on me, once filled with charm and innocence, now brimming with boundless fury and indignation. A broken engagement. It dawned on me that Xiao Mei had come to express her dissatisfaction with the marriage arrangement. There was no way I would withdraw. I was counting on this union to fortify my ties with Xiao Yan, hoping to secure his favor. I smoothed my attire, regaining my usual composure. And after a moment of silence, I greeted her. Hello. Hello. I had no intention of annulling the engagement, and there was little to discuss with this irate young girl. I instructed my guards to apprehend her and sent word to the Xiao family. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Mei's grandfather arrived at the inn, offering a sincere apology and presenting a gift. A mere young girl could hardly stir up significant trouble. I did not require Xiao Mei's affection. All I sought was a name. I wanted Xiao Yan to recall me and think, this fellow resembles my brother-in-law, rather than merely this guy is Nalan Yanran's cousin. Upon opening the gift from Xiao Mei's grandfather, I discovered cultivation resources such as magic crystals. Though modest in size, their value was considerable. He certainly knew how to present gifts. Days later, in the marketplace of the Xiao family in Wu-Ten City, on the street, beside a girl clad in a flowing purple skirt, stood two young men. One, pale of complexion, yet lavishly generous, held a magic crystal necklace worth over 1,000 gold coins, presenting it to the purple-clad girl with a flattering demeanor. The other, a youth with a somewhat juvenile appearance, was far less affluent. His attitude was lackluster as he casually offered a trinket worth no more than 5 gold coins, exuding an air of indifference. Anyone witnessing this scene would likely assume the purple-skirted girl would accept the invaluable magic crystal necklace, save for me. For I knew that the girl was named Suner and the languid youth was Xiao Yan. True to form, Suner rejected the priceless magic crystal necklace, opting instead for Xiao Yan's shabby trinket. I couldn't help but smile wryly. It was truly splendid. I waved my hand, and a dozen elite guards from the Nalan family surged forth, encircling Galio and his entourage. Galio, infuriated, shouted, "Who are you? Which family dares to oppose me?" The crowd before me parted, and I advanced, ignoring Galio's rants, swiftly making my way to Xiao Yan and the others. I slightly bowed and smiled. Brother Xiao Yan. Sister Suner. After several days, Xiao Yan met me again, his gaze imbued with an indescribable complexity. Pausing for a moment, he nodded and said, I smiled, turned around, and addressed Gario with a scolding tone. Gario, do you dare to bully my brother-in-law and my sister-in-law? Do you wish to court death? I introduced myself as Nalan Ye. Before Gario could respond, I unsheathed my sword with a sharp clang, its cold light gleaming as the tip pointed directly at him. I proclaimed loudly, I, Nalan Ye, hereby declare in the name of the Nalan family that the Shao family in Wutan City shall henceforth be protected by me, Nalan Ye. Should you dare to provoke the Shao family again, you must first consider whether your head is harder than the blade in my hand. Accompanied by my declaration, a dozen Nalan guards let out a collective scoff, followed by raucous laughter, unabashedly exuding their presence as fighters. Such a show of strength from a group of fighters is indeed a rarity in a small place like Wutan City. The surrounding crowd could hardly withstand the overwhelming aura and retreated in awe, murmuring to one another, the Nalan family is truly fearsome. Nalan Ye is indeed formidable. Chapter 3, Departure from Wutan City. Under my imposing presence, Gario did not dare to utter a single harsh word and fled in disgrace, accompanied by his sycophants. The Shao family's guards arrived belatedly, and facing the guard captain whose spotlight I had stolen, I felt no guilt as I teased, Pain, how tardy you are. Pain, looking ashamed, first apologized to Shao Yin and Suner, then expressed his gratitude to me, acknowledging that my intervention had averted dire consequences. I laughed heartily, dismissing this secondary character, and stepped forward to clasp Shao Yan's shoulder, saying, Brother Shao Yan, you must have been startled. Come, let us drink to calm our nerves. Turning my gaze to Suner, dressed in a flowing purple gown, she stood apart with an ethereal grace, radiating a cool yet slightly innocent aura, reminiscent of a blossoming blue lotus. Sister Suner shall join us. Haha, let us all go. I found myself momentarily dazed, awkwardly chuckling to cover my embarrassment. Suner directed her gaze toward Shao Yan and softly remarked, I will follow Brother Shao Yan. Shao Yan's feelings toward me, or perhaps the Nalan family, were complex. He seemed reluctant to join. Yet, under my enthusiastic invitation, he ultimately nodded in agreement. The three of us, along with the guards, exited the marketplace and arrived at an inn within the city. As we settled in, food and wine were promptly served. I poured a drink for Shao Yan and then turned to Suner, smiling, Sister Suner, will you drink wine or tea? Tea, of course, was the response. Though it came from Shao Yan. He gazed at Suner's youthful form and countenance, clearing his throat as he said, Suner is still young. How can she drink wine? It is not good for her health. Suner obediently nodded, and I felt somewhat displeased at this display of affection. Managing only a narrow smile toward Shao Yan before turning to loudly curse a few phrases outside the private room. Immediately, a flurry of commotion erupted outside, and soon, a pot of fine tea was brought in. I poured a cup for Suner. The tea was fragrant and clear, indeed exceptional. I downed my fine wine and began reminiscing with Shao Yan about the glorious past, not our past, but that of my granduncle and Shao Yan's grandfather. My granduncle, the esteemed patriarch of the Nalan family, was the first formidable warrior, Do Wang Nalan Jie. He was an excellent friend of Shao Yan's grandfather, Shao Lin, and it was they who arranged the betrothal between Shao Yan and Sister Yanran. I recounted the stories I had gathered from my father, while Shao Yan also shared tales he had heard from his own father. Our conversation flowed pleasantly as we indulged in food and drink. Soon, I inquired, Brother Shao Yan, do you have any plans for the future? My question stemmed from the dissolution of the 3-year agreement. With my presence at the annulment, it was impossible for any such pact to remain. Prior to the annulment, I had specifically instructed Sister Yanran to remain silent, and she indeed preferred to keep her words to herself. Thus, during the annulment, it was merely the foolish members of the Yunlan sect who filled the air with their nonsensical proclamations. Naturally, Shao Yan's anger was directed at these imbeciles, and with my mediation, his resentment towards Sister Yanran and the Nalan family was minimal. However, this also led to significant changes in the narrative. I asked, are you planning to seek refuge with your 2 biological brothers? Shao Yan nodded, suggesting that perhaps he might also embark on a journey of self-discovery. After our meal, I bid farewell to Shao Yan and Suner as we exited the tavern. Watching their receding figures, a smile crept onto my lips as I murmured to myself, this is truly splendid. With the 3-year agreement abolished, would Shao Yan become mediocre? Absolutely not. He would never descend into mediocrity, for his beloved is Suner, and his mentor is the esteemed Yao Lao. For Suner, Shao Yan would undoubtedly strive for excellence, and for Yao Lao, he would confront the Soul Palace. Yet, would everything remain unchanged? No, it had already begun to shift subtly. The absence of the 3-year pact would not prevent Shao Yan from shining brightly during his coming-of-age ceremony, nor would it stop him from meeting Yafei through alchemy, stirring the winds in Wutan City, or encountering the recruitment team of the Jianan Academy. However, at that time, he would likely head straight to Jianan Academy with Xiao Yu and Suner, wouldn't he? The following morning, outside the northern gate of Wutan City, as the heavy wheels began to roll and the sound of numerous hooves echoed on the paved road, my caravan slowly set off towards the horizon. I leaned out of the carriage window to look back, where a young man and woman stood, Xiao Yin and Suner, there to bid me farewell. Suddenly, I waved my arm and shouted, "The mountains remain unchanged, the waters flow eternally. Brother-in-law, sister-in-law, until we meet again." Xiao Yin raised the small box I had gifted him and waved back, while Sun'er smiled modestly, holding another small box, a gift I had bestowed upon them. My father, somewhat displeased, as the elder of the Nalan family, had spent considerable time in Wutan City and had no time for my frivolities. I laughed heartily, knowing that I had finally escaped Xiao Yan's shadow. I was set to embark on my legendary journey and fully express my own brilliance. Qingshan Town, the Little Medical Sage. Here I come, Nalan Ye. Chapter 4, The Little Medical Sage of Qingshan Town. A few days later, at noon, I finally arrived at Qingshan Town. I drew back the curtains and began to survey this quaint town, the closest to the Beast Mountain Range. Numerous shops lined the streets, catering to the mercenaries that populated the town. These mercenaries, thriving on the hunt for magical beasts and steeped in brutality, were gathered in boisterous clusters, discussing which women possessed the most allure. The unsavory sounds grating on my ears prompted me to furrow my brow and instruct the vigilant leader of my guards to find an inn for our stay. The little medical sage, born with a cursed body, held a crucial opportunity within the seven-colored poison classic found in a cave of the Beast Mountain Range. According to the narrative, she would inadvertently discover this cave a year later and journey there with Xiao Yan, who was training in Qingshan Town. However, betrayal from an assistant would lead them to be ambushed by the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps, from which Xiao Yan would eventually rescue her. Yet now, influenced by my presence, Xiao Yan may never return to Qingshan Town. If I do not intervene, the little medical sage is destined to perish at the hands of the Wolf Head mercenaries within a year. A sigh of frustration escaped my lips. The intricacies of the world are interwoven, and my existence has introduced a significant variable. The more I intervene, the more history will be altered, until it is unrecognizable. Yet I cannot cease my actions, for human desires are insatiable. I feel myself ensnared by these desires, teetering on the brink of self-destruction. Yet my heart remains unwilling to relent. As the son of an elder from one of the three prominent families of the Jaimar Empire, I am also a transmigrator. Why should I not take the role of the protagonist, even if it is merely as the protagonist of the Jaimar Empire? Let Xiao Yan claim the title of the protagonist of the Duki continent. I only wish to remain within the humble confines of the Jaimar Empire and play a minor role. Such a modest and insignificant aspiration, how could it be unattainable? Surely, it must be possible. At that moment, a report from my guards interrupted my thoughts, announcing the arrival of several local figures from Qingshan Town. After a moment's contemplation, I did not refuse them, stepping out to meet them in the inn's grand hall. There were 7 or 8 individuals, a mix of ages and strengths, who approached me eagerly upon my arrival, introducing themselves. I responded perfunctorily, not remembering who was who as they settled down. One among them, possessing a certain degree of esteem, spoke up, expressing that my arrival in Qingshan Town truly illuminated their humble abode. He inquired how they might assist me. This man displayed a hint of cleverness, opting not to ask about my purpose, but rather how they could be of service. Intrigued, I learned that he was the head of the Wan Yao Zhai, surnamed Yao, and the second son in his family. I regarded him with interest, momentarily disregarding his astonishment, as my thoughts turned to the little medical sage. If my assumptions were correct, she was currently residing at the Wan Yao Zhai. I pondered for a moment before stating, to read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles. I have come to Qingshan Town to experience the trials of the Beast Mountain Range. This matter requires some discussion with all of you. Instantly, a commotion ensued. The leaders of 3 mercenary groups vied to send their own mercenaries to escort me into the Beast Mountain Range, while others clamored to prepare weapons, supplies, food, and medicine for my journey. Overwhelmed, I quickly gestured for the guard leader, and a palpable aura of pressure typical of a combat master enveloped the hall, silencing the tumult. I gazed contentedly at the assembled individuals, contemplating the principle of equitable distribution. I decided to enlist 5 mercenaries from each of the 3 mercenary groups, and tasked an unfamiliar fellow with preparing provisions and tents, while I instructed Yao Air to gather medicinal supplies. At that moment, I revealed my ulterior motives, inquiring, "Yao Air, I require a skilled apothecary for my expedition into the Monster Mountain Range. I need the finest. Do you have any recommendations?" Yao Air's face brightened with delight as he smiled and replied, "Young Master Nalan, if I may boast, the best apothecary in the entire Qingshan Town resides within our Wan Yao Zhai." After dismissing the others, I allowed a satisfied smile to grace my lips. I would finally meet the little healer. If I could also locate the 7-colored poison scripture within the Monster Mountain Range, my objective would be achieved. The Monster Mountain Range is fraught with peril, far from the innocent excursions of schoolchildren. The next day, the head of the guards was tirelessly preparing, while I remained absorbed in my cultivation. By the dawn of the 3rd day, I emerged from my quarters clad in armor, flanked by my guards. As I reached the entrance of the inn, I noticed a gathering of people outside. However, my gaze did not linger on them. Instead, it immediately fell upon a young maiden. Dressed in a delicate white gown, her slender waist and serene smile exuded an ethereal grace. Though it was our first encounter, I instinctively recognized her as the little healer. I refrained from initiating conversation, standing resolutely with my sword at the ready, embodying the demeanor of a valiant youth. With a decisive wave of my hand, I led the group toward the monster mountain range. The journey through the treacherous terrain began, and as we approached the outer region, I positioned 15 mercenaries as expendable shields at the front, right, and left flanks, while my own guards were stationed centrally to protect both myself and the little healer. Holding the medicinal map procured from Wan Yaozhai, I surveyed the surroundings while inquiring with the little healer about its details. Soon, based on her insights, I deduced several locations, all characterized by cliffs. It was highly probable that the 7-colored poison scripture lay hidden in one of these spots. Selecting the nearest location, I hastened forward. Along the way, we encountered several monster attacks, fortunately resulting in no casualties. Upon arrival, I dispatched the mercenaries to maintain vigilance while the little healer tended to the wounded. I led my guards to the edge of the cliff. Peering down, I noted that the cliff was not particularly high, allowing me to clearly see the forest below. A wave of disappointment washed over me. How could such a modest cliff possibly conceal treasures? I sent a guard down with a rope to investigate, and indeed, there were no caves to be found. Sighing, feeling somewhat fatigued, I suggested a brief respite for everyone and settled beside the little healer. I chuckled inwardly, for women are undeniably filled with curiosity. I remarked, I am in search of treasure, though I am not privy to its exact location, only that it lies upon one of the cliffs in this area. Turning to the little healer, I observed her insatiable curiosity, and with a hearty laugh, I continued, I have heard that you often gather herbs in this vicinity. Have you made any discoveries? Pausing, I spoke earnestly, rest assured, should we uncover the treasure, I shall certainly share a portion with you. The allure of adventure and treasure hunting must indeed be captivating. It is not merely for riches, but for the unparalleled thrill of the unknown. I engaged in a fervent discussion with the petite healer over the medicinal herb map. Regrettably, the locations were not clearly delineated, otherwise, I would not need to resort to such conjectures. I could have simply retrieved the 7-colored poison scripture. Nevertheless, conversing with the petite healer was truly delightful. Her voice was soft and melodious, particularly when we found ourselves in disagreement, as her pure, large eyes locked onto mine, imparting an indescribable comfort. After a brief respite, I set forth once more with my companions. At our current pace, we would reach the next destination before sunset. Days passed, and the petite healer and I had discovered over a dozen cliffs and even 2 caves, yet the elusive 7-colored poison scripture remained unfound, leaving us with only a trove of medicinal herbs. Now, only one final cliff lay before me. Chapter 5. The Treasure of the Cliff Cave. Young master, there is a cave here. Just as hope began to wane, the guard who had descended to investigate brought forth promising news. I hurriedly pushed forward and knelt at the edge of the cliff, peering down. The steep cliff face was adorned with bizarre rock formations, and beside a gnarled tree, I could faintly discern the entrance of a dark cave. Taking a deep breath, I suppressed my excitement and trepidation. We had previously encountered 2 caves, both of which turned out to be empty, leaving me to wonder what this cave might hold. Destiny cannot be forced, I reminded myself. In the pursuit of treasure, especially without a treasure map, returning empty-handed was entirely plausible. Why should I feel such impatience? It was the petite healer speaking, her delicate white dress fluttering as she squatted beside me, peering down the cliff while gently offering words of comfort. I paused, then managed a wry smile, realizing that I was akin to an anxious eunuch while she was calm as an emperor. What treasure was I truly seeking? I was searching for the 7-colored poison scripture. Atonement for her. This was not something I could articulate openly. Instead, I lowered my head and called out to the guard who had descended to explore the cave. My heart raced, uncertain if this cave was indeed the one. This was the last cliff. If it yielded nothing, it would only imply that the cliff was a recent discovery by the Wan Yaozhai over the past year. If I continued to search without their map, it would be akin to venturing into the Beast Mountains, unaware of how many beasts I might encounter or how many lives might be lost. As a mere junior, such a cost was beyond my means to bear. In a moment of anxiety, a thunderous sound erupted from below the cliff, and I was suddenly yanked backward. It was the guard leader, a combat master, who pulled me away from the edge, shielding me while calling for the others to surround and protect me. He gazed at the cliff cave with a mix of incredulity and concern. I too felt a surge of panic. Could there be a beast dwelling within the cave? Awakened by the guard's descent? Yet, lacking combat prowess, I found myself indifferent to the ensuing chaos. Seizing the opportunity amid the commotion, I drew the petite healer into my embrace. Startled, she struggled momentarily, but I secured her tightly, our eyes locking as I declared with earnest resolve, "Fear not, petite healer. I shall protect you." The little healer's body stiffened, and the reprimand that was on the tip of her tongue vanished. After a moment of silence, she abruptly pushed me away and turned her face aside. After a brief pause, she spoke, "It seems that something is amiss." Although a rumble echoed from below the cliff. Upon closer inspection, there was only a single sound, indicating it was not a battle between two individuals. It turned out that within the cave below, a stone wall was being blasted by the guards who had descended. The incessant booming sounds had drowned out any shouts from the cliff above. A significant misunderstanding ensued, with the guards below being reprimanded harshly. However, I felt no anger. Instead, I sensed that the bond between the little healer and myself had grown considerably, and I had a strong intuition that this cave held something significant. I turned to the little healer and smiled, instructing the head guard to take a few men down to the cave for an inspection. Before long, the head guard returned with news that the stone wall had been breached, revealing a treasure within. I laughed heartily, then cast a cold glance towards the periphery, where a dozen mercenaries had gathered, peering in like ravenous wolves. Having followed me for several days, they had naturally deduced that I was on a quest for treasure, and their greed was palpable. I ordered the head guard and 10 of his men to remain above, instructing him to eliminate any mercenaries that showed signs of unrest. Then, the little healer and I descended the rope into the cave. Upon entering the cave, I discovered it was not shallow at all. Rather, it twisted and delved deep. Several guards lit their prepared torches, forming a protective circle around the little healer and me as we ventured deeper into the cavern. After traversing a chaotic pile of rubble that had once been a stone wall, we were suddenly greeted by a spacious stone chamber. The most striking sight was the withered bones resting on the stone seat across the room. The skull had decayed, resting upon a ghastly white thigh bone, creating a chilling atmosphere. The little healer gasped in surprise, instinctively drawing closer to me, but upon realizing her actions, her delicate face flushed crimson as she shyly distanced herself. Looking utterly adorable, I suppressed a smile, not taking offense, and surveyed the stone chamber. I noticed that the corners were piled high with gold coins, and one corner even contained a medicinal garden, flourishing with rare herbs and emitting a fragrant aroma. The little healer's gaze was instantly captivated by the garden. She disregarded my handsome presence and joyfully rushed over, her eyes sparkling as she murmured, "Purple orchid leaves, white spirit ginseng fruit, snow lotus seeds, ice spirit flame grass." I shook my head in exasperation, finding it hard to share her excitement over the tattered flowers and herbs, even though I recognized their value. I quickly made a round, collecting the treasures worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins from the other 3 corners before approaching the little healer. Standing beside her, I looked down at her, who was fervently wielding a small hoe, carefully excavating the spiritual herbs and placing them into delicate jade bottles. At last, she finished her task. Wiping the sweat from her brow, her tone was a blend of excitement and perhaps a hint of regret. Maybe it was a mixture of both. I offered her a handkerchief, and after a moment's hesitation, she accepted it, her cheeks reddening further as she wiped the perspiration from her face. I cheerfully remarked, "Little healer, I owe you my gratitude for helping me unearth these precious medicinal materials. I have no one knowledgeable in pharmacology under my command. If I were to let them dig, they might inadvertently ruin countless precious herbs, which would be a great loss." Xiao Yixian wiped the sweat from her brow, her hands freezing in place as she stared at me in astonishment, exclaiming, "What did you just say?" In the next moment, she leaped forward, arms outstretched, fiercely shielding a pile of jade vials behind her, glaring at me as she shouted, "These herbs are mine." After a brief pause, her slender brows furrowed slightly, and she attempted to steady her voice, saying, "Did you not promise that if we found the treasure, you would share a portion with me? Are you now reneging on your word?" I helplessly raised my hands in a gesture of surrender, replying, "Xiao Yixian, it is not I who wish to break my promise. Rather, you are the one doing so." "What?" Xiao Yixian was momentarily taken aback. Then her dark brows shot up in indignation as she retorted, "Do not think you can bully me just because I am a girl. How am I breaking my word? It is clearly you who wishes to hoard the treasure for yourself. Then tell me, how much can these herbs fetch in gold coins?" Upon my inquiry, Xiao Yixian was rendered speechless, her mouth agape, unable to respond. I chuckled softly and continued, "Though I may not recognize these herbs, I am not foolish. I can see they are all premium herbs, quite valuable. Xiao Yixian, you do not possess merely a share, but rather a significant portion. You clearly desire to monopolize the treasure." Observing Xiao Yixian's expression of embarrassment, as if she wished to vanish into the earth, I realized I had once again gained the upper hand. I chose not to press her further, instead softening my tone and saying, "Xiao Yixian, I know you are not a greedy person. Your desire for these herbs stems from your identity as an apothecary and your unique affection for rare materials. Ultimately, Xiao Yixian relented and handed over the herbs, albeit begrudgingly, her face a mask of irritation as she glared at me and muttered, "You are truly an annoying person." I shrugged, unperturbed, and waved my hand to stow away dozens of jade vials into my storage ring. Then proceeded to explore the 3 metallic boxes atop the blue stone platform beside the skeletal remains. The boxes were locked, but I knew where the keys were. I retrieved 3 keys from the skeletal hand, frowning as I regarded the remains, contemplating whether to detach a finger bone. Indeed, nestled within the crevices of the bone was a scroll, which I did not examine further, tossing it directly into my storage ring. Afterward, I used the keys to unlock the 3 boxes in succession, and to my delight, one of them contained the 7-colored poison cannon. I erupted into laughter, while Xiao Yixian rolled her eyes and remarked, "Look at how pleased you are. It is merely a scroll." My expression turned peculiar as I glanced at Xiao Yixian, silently thinking that if she were aware that this scroll was titled 7-colored poison cannon, her expression would surely differ. Finally, my gaze fell upon the skeletal remains, and I sighed deeply. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril, and perhaps one day I too shall meet such an end. I instructed several guards to bury the remains, while Xiao Yixian and I ascended the cliff ahead of schedule. Chapter 6, A Share for All. Young Master Nalan, might I inquire what treasures you discovered in the cave below? Just as Xiao Yixian and I reached the cliff, a mercenary leader approached, grinning broadly. I glanced at him. He appeared to be Hemong, the leader of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps 3rd Squad, an 8-star fighter. Hemong's expression stiffened, yet tempted by the allure of treasure, he nonetheless said, "Well, young Master Nalan, according to the rules, a share is due to those who witnessed the discovery. You have discovered a treasure, at the very least. Share a portion with us, won't you?" He turned to the other 2 mercenaries from different factions and said, "What do you think, gentlemen?" Upon seeing the hesitance of the other 2 mercenaries, who slowly nodded in agreement, I could not suppress a laugh, my expression icy, my eyes filled with scorn. These 15 mercenaries belonged to the 3 major mercenary groups of Qingshan Town. Naturally, due to my decision to keep them on the outskirts these past few days, 1 mercenary had already perished, and several others had sustained injuries. Meanwhile, my guards remained in the center, untouched by any beast attacks, all in perfect condition, bolstered by the presence of a battle master. Did these frail and disheartened souls dare to claim a share? I discreetly pulled the little healer back a step, retreating behind my guards, and spoke coldly. "We agreed upon a fee before entering the mountains, and I have already paid you half. Do you wish for more? You may not be the fairest of faces, but your desires are indeed lofty." Herman's expression darkened, his gaze towards me laced with malice and greed as he replied, "Young Master Nalan, we cannot speak so lightly. Look at how many of our men have been injured. Our Wolfhead mercenary group has even lost a brother. Surely we deserve some compensation?" I found myself too weary to converse with this avaricious fool, devoid of even the most basic sense of prudence. Did he not see the uselessness of his companions, yet still dared to seek benefits from me? Truly reckless. If he wished for death, then let him embrace it. I signaled to the leader of my guards, who nodded in understanding, then propelled himself forward with a surge of battle energy, charging at Herman. Caught off guard, Herman managed to fend off a couple of strikes, but could not withstand the onslaught of a 6-star battle master, ultimately succumbing to 3 swift blows from the leader of my guards. The abruptness of the conflict was matched only by its swift conclusion. The remaining mercenaries finally registered what had transpired, retreating in fright and drawing their weapons in defense. My guards also unsheathed their weapons, encircling me and the little healer protectively, the atmosphere thick with tension. Yet, in the end, neither side engaged in further combat. The opposing mercenaries were divided into 3 factions, their unity compromised. My mind remained clear. I had no intention of needless bloodshed. Had Herman not persistently sought to extort money from me, his demise would have been avoided. How pitiful I am. Although the Nalan family is vast and prosperous, their wealth is collective, leaving my personal resources alarmingly scant, especially after bestowing significant gifts upon Xiao Yin and Sun'er before my departure. I found myself in a dire financial state. As dusk fell, we set up camp. By the flickering campfire, I sat beside the little healer, yet I sensed a growing distance between us. I shifted closer, softly inquiring, "Little healer, do you think of me as a villain?" She moved away, creating space between us, the dim firelight casting an uncertain expression upon her face. After a moment of silence, she retorted, "Why did you kill Herman?" I scratched my head in frustration, replying, "Did you not see? He sought to rob us of our treasure. We had no choice but to eliminate him." The little healer frowned, turning her gaze upon me. Displeased as she said, "It was clearly you who killed Herman. What does it have to do with me?" I shrugged and responded, "By your logic. It was not I who killed Herman, but rather the leader of the guards. I rose once more to sit beside the little medical fairy and said, "This treasure includes your share. If we distribute it among those mercenaries, the more people involved, the less herb you will receive." Indeed, herbs were the little medical fairy's Achilles heel. At the mere mention of them, she became visibly anxious, glancing at the mercenaries camped alone in the distance and then back at me. She clenched her hands around her pale dress, her delicate face awash with uncertainty. After a considerable pause, she furrowed her brow and resolutely declared that we would not share with them. We settled the mercenaries' remaining wages, medical fees, and compensations, sending them on their way. I rewarded each of my ordinary guards with 3,000 gold coins, while the captain received 30,000. These guards were family retainers, not my personal guards. So I did not overly lavish them, merely bestowing a modest token of appreciation. Afterward, the little medical fairy and I entered a room to begin tallying our gains from this expedition. First came the hundreds of thousands of gold coins and treasures, which I found overwhelming to count. I initially intended to share some gold with the little medical fairy, but to my surprise, she insisted on seeing the herbs instead. Reluctantly, I retrieved numerous jade vials from my spatial ring and then took out paper and pen. The little medical fairy shot me a puzzled glance, asking, "What do you need the paper and pen for?" I chuckled lightly and replied, "Of course, to catalog these herbs for a fair distribution to you." Her eyes blinked in curiosity as she asked, "How much will I receive?" I held up 2 fingers and said, 20%. The little medical fairy immediately erupted, her brows furrowing fiercely as she pointed at me and unleashed a torrent of indignation. Honestly, it was difficult for me to fathom that such a pure and ethereal girl would adopt such a tempestuous demeanor over a few herbs. I found myself at a loss, and after a prolonged dispute, I gradually raised her share to 40%. In truth, this was a concession, a deliberate retreat on my part. My objective had never been the herbs. I would willingly give them all to the little medical fairy. My quarrel with her was more about deepening our relationship. After all, what couple has never had a spat? With satisfaction, the little medical fairy adjusted her pale dress, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, returning to her previous demure demeanor, and joyfully began selecting herbs from the myriad of jade vials. The 40% I had granted her was not based on quantity, but rather the value of the herbs. She focused on the rarest and most precious varieties, quickly finishing her portion. Observing the remaining herbs, her little face scrunched up, and she turned to me with a look of reproach, pouting, "You stingy fellow." I shrugged nonchalantly, feigning indifference while internally reveling in delight. This was ideal. It was best this way. If I had simply handed over all the herbs to the little medical fairy, she might have perceived me merely as a generous young noble, and once the herbs were consumed, she would likely forget the matter entirely. But now, from the initial anticipation assigned to the little medical sage, to the ensuing frustration over allocations, heated disputes, followed by a surge of delight upon the increase of shares, and ultimately, the bittersweet sentiment upon selecting herbs, her emotions resembled a roller coaster. It is likely that, for many years to come, she will not forget the events of today. "Did you not receive a few scrolls as well?" "What are those?" the little medical sage inquired with curiosity. A quiet chuckle resonated within me. She had indeed taken the bait. Anyone who had ventured into the stone chamber could discern that the scrolls within the metallic box were the most valuable treasures, and naturally, the little medical sage could not resist her curiosity, prompting her question. I feigned caution, stepping back a few paces, and replied, "The treasures I promised to share with you have already been distributed. These scrolls are entirely mine, with no portion for you." "I know, you stingy fellow. I merely wish to see what those items are. I have no interest in claiming them for myself," she retorted, pouting in irritation. "You remain entrenched in petty rivalry. Not even a legitimate contender. You contributed nothing during the treasure hunt, yet reaped the most rewards. It is truly unjust." I chuckled lightly and responded, "As the young master of the Nalan family, does that not signify the utmost fairness?" I retrieved the 7-colored poison sutra from my spatial ring, casually waving it about, and spoke in a calm tone. "This scroll possesses some intrigue. It is indeed a poison compendium." Chapter 7. The 7-colored poison sutra. The little medical sage's expression shifted, her brows fluttering slightly. "What makes it intriguing? May I have a look?" I smiled knowingly, thinking to myself that she was merely pretending. Her heart was likely racing with excitement, despite her facade of indifference. Nevertheless, the scroll was indeed captivating. I handed the 7-colored poison sutra to her, and she accepted it, taking a deep breath before abruptly unfurling the scroll and lowering her gaze to read. Upon her initial glance, she became entranced, deeply immersed in the 7-colored poison sutra. Her expression fluctuated. At times, her brows furrowed in contemplation, while at others, a charming smile graced her lips. For a moment, I found myself spellbound, captivated by her as she was by the scroll. "Who?" the little medical sage suddenly exclaimed, abruptly raising her head, her right hand now holding a white porcelain vial. Startled by her outburst, I rubbed my ears and replied irritably, "Who else could possibly be in this room besides me?" The little medical sage's cheeks flushed crimson as she discreetly tucked away the porcelain vial, her delicate hand brushing aside a lock of hair from her forehead. With a hint of apology, she said, "I apologize for startling you. As a pharmacist, I was so engrossed in that scroll. Could you allow me to borrow it once more?" I shook my head, replying, "I fear that is not feasible. I intend to place this poison compendium in my family's repository as a secret inheritance of the Nalan lineage. If I were to let you see it, it would surely be divulged." But the little medical sage grew somewhat anxious, insisting, "I promise to study it alone and will ensure it never becomes public knowledge." I hesitated, a look of uncertainty crossing my face as I queried, "Little medical sage, as a pharmacist, what piques your interest in the inheritance of poison masters?" The young physician paused, her expression momentarily faltering before she spoke in a flustered tone. "As a healer, it is my duty to detoxify and save lives. If I do not explore the legacies of poison masters, how shall I aid those afflicted by toxins in the future?" "Indeed," I replied with a smile, though my face betrayed a hint of difficulty. "You are truly kind-hearted, little physician. It is no wonder you are well regarded in Qingshan town. However, you must understand that my family, the Nalan clan, is one of the 3 prominent families of the Jaimat Empire, and our clan rules are stringent. The tomes housed in the library cannot be viewed by outsiders. If you insist on examining this volume on toxins, you might have to be a guest elder of the Nalan family." "A guest elder?" she said, her brows knitting in contemplation. "But that scroll has not yet been placed in your family's library. It is still considered your personal possession. Perhaps I could purchase it or transcribe a copy." Once more, I exhibited reluctance, responding, "You may not be aware, but there is a clan custom that rewards those who bring new combat techniques, skills, alchemical formulas, or scriptures to the family with not only a monetary reward, but also a significant elevation in our clan standing. While I am not motivated by wealth, the elevation of our family status is crucial to me. If I were to show you this scroll, its value would diminish greatly." The young physician furrowed her delicate brows, scrutinizing me intently. A chill ran down my spine as I recalled her subtle methods of poisoning. A sense of trepidation crept in. Surely, she does not intend to seize the treasure for herself? Or has she already poisoned me, merely awaiting the moment of my demise? It cannot be. I remember her as a kind and upright girl. Must I truly settle for the role of a guest elder? At last, she spoke, and I exhaled a sigh of relief. I knew her heart was pure. The notion of murder and theft could never coexist with her character. I nodded and said, "Little physician, there is no need to take this too seriously. It is merely a formality to spare me some difficulty. Once I present the tome, in about 10 days to half a month, you may depart from the Nalan family." Under the allure of the toxic tome, she finally nodded in agreement. I possessed a fragment of a map related to the mystical fire of the pure lotus, but alas, without the burning technique, I could not consume the strange flame. It seemed I would have to reserve it as a gift for Xiaoyan. The final scroll, however, caught my eye, and I could not help but examine it closely. It turned out to be a recipe for an elixir. According to its instructions, one could concoct a first-tier pill known as the minor recovery pill, which aids combatants in their cultivation. A surge of excitement coursed through me. Did this mean that if I could successfully create this minor recovery pill, I could swiftly rise from a combatant to a master? Moreover, according to the recipe, this pill bore no side effects, ensuring a stable foundation. Am I at long last destined for greatness? Chapter 8. The Young Physician's Request. After resting for 2 days in Qingshan town, my caravan set forth once more on the 3rd morning. The only notable change was that I was no longer alone. The carriage now housed a young lady in a white dress. I reclined against the layers of soft fur, tilting my head to gaze at the young physician seated across from me. She seemed to always don a delicate white dress, exuding an ethereal and refreshing aura. Engrossed in her study of the vibrant poison scripture, entirely oblivious to my presence, I pursed my lips, feeling a tinge of displeasure. Yet I refrained from interrupting the little healer, choosing instead to sit idly by. After a moment's contemplation, I retrieved a volume on the basics of medicinal herbs and began to peruse its contents. As the day wore on in silence, our caravan halted at a modest town by dusk. This town was scarcely more prosperous than the bizarrely thriving Qingshan town, with narrow streets and unsatisfactory sanitation. We sought out the finest and available, though it proved rather shabby. Casting a hesitant glance at the little healer, I remarked, "I apologize for the discomfort you must endure." She seemed taken aback, perhaps having never received such kind words before. After a brief pause, she replied, "It's nothing." The inn's rooms were somewhat unkempt, with a few guards inside tidying up. The little healer and I stood in the humble courtyard outside. Suddenly, her brows furrowed slightly as she inquired, "How much longer until we reach Gemma City?" I pondered for a moment before responding, According to our itinerary, we shall arrive at Wuxi City in 3 days. It is a large city, and from there we can transfer to a larger flying beast, reaching Jama City in merely 6 days. Her brows knitted together, she murmured, "Is it really going to take that long?" I chuckled heartily. "Aren't you currently studying that poison scripture? You can continue your research on the way. It won't hinder your progress." She shot me a glare, retorting, "What do you know? Researching formulas requires not only reading, but also practical application. What I need now are ample herbs and a stable time and place to study the vibrant poison scripture." "Is that so?" I scratched my head, feeling a bit helpless. "Then bear with it for now. Once we arrive at Jama City, I shall provide you with the herbs you need." How does that sound? A night passed in silence. And the following morning, we set off once more. This day, the little healer did not revisit the poison scripture, likely confirming her earlier assertion that she now sought hands-on practice rather than theoretical knowledge. This, however, was fortuitous for me. I took out the volume on medicinal herbs from yesterday, rose, and seated myself beside her, eager to inquire about the herbs within. She glanced at me, curiosity evident in her eyes. "Why are you learning this? Shouldn't you be focusing on cultivating your skills as a fighter? Do you aspire to be an apothecary?" I chuckled softly. "I have no intention of merely being an apothecary. I wish to become an alchemist. I possess the talent for alchemy. And once I officially become a fighter, I shall seek out a master alchemist to apprentice under." Turning to the little healer with sincerity, I added, at that time, "You could be my assistant, learning alongside me. I have heard that every apothecary dreams of becoming an alchemist. Perhaps you could be one as well." Her expression dimmed slightly as she shook her head, declaring, "I lack the talent for alchemy." I understood that her natural constitution, being one of misfortune and toxicity, precluded her from becoming an alchemist. Yet, this did not deter me from expressing my unwavering support. I continued, "Such thoughts should not deter you. Your inability to become an alchemist may simply be due to a lack of guidance. Once I have found a mentor, you will study by my side. I believe your intelligence will surely lead you to become an outstanding alchemist." With a complex expression, the little healer gazed at me for a long while before letting out a soft sigh, only to suddenly break into a smile, reminiscent of a blooming ephemeron. She brushed her dark locks away from her forehead, nodded gently, and whispered, "All right." 3 days later, the little healer and I arrived at Wuxi City, a grand metropolis where the Nalan family once again had their shops, or rather, their stronghold. Previously, while traveling from Jiamaking to Wutenqing, my father and I had passed through this very place. Upon reaching the Nalan family shop in Wuxi City, the manager hurried out to greet us. I had no inclination to engage in pleasantries with a mere manager, nor was I interested in adopting a demeanor of amiability and humility. I casually dismissed him and settled into the guest room of the shop with the little healer. To my surprise, the little healer, unable to contain her eagerness, rushed to my room, urging me to prepare the necessary herbs and tools, as she intended to delve into the study of the 7-colored poison scripture. Puzzled, I inquired, "Little healer, we are to depart on a flying magical beast tomorrow morning. What can you possibly accomplish in just one night? Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until we reach Jiamaking. I can find you a courtyard to focus on your studies." She shook her head and replied, "I wish to study while riding on the back of the flying beast. I've heard that they fly quite steadily, with ample space. And we have 6 days of travel, perfect for my research." I was taken aback. Studying poisons on the back of a flying magical beast? The little healer certainly had daring aspirations. If anything were to go awry, wouldn't it endanger everyone aboard the creature? I hastily refused her request. But the little healer persisted, especially with those bright, captivating eyes fixed upon me, rendering me utterly defenseless. Recalling the martial skills I had learned from Ziyun, I sighed internally, thinking that a dead friend wouldn't lead to my demise. For the sake of the little healer, I would acquiesce to her wish to study the scripture. "You're so kind," she beamed, then, seemingly from nowhere, produced a sheet of paper and handed it to me, saying, "I have written down all the materials we need." Upon opening it, I was greeted by a dense array of items, many of which I could scarcely recognize. Clearing my throat awkwardly, I rubbed my nose and beckoned the shop manager, tossing the paper towards him, urging him to procure the items swiftly. The manager, upon examining the list, wore a shocked expression. Furrowing his brow, he hesitated before speaking, "Young Master Nalan Ye, while these items are not particularly precious, the quantity is rather substantial, likely exceeding 13,000 gold coins." He seemed to hesitate further, but I understood his implication. Was he really asking me for more money? I coughed lightly, reluctant to part with such a sum, and asked, "Is it possible to charge this to the shop's account?" The manager replied, "May I inquire? Young Master Nalan Ye, is this for family purchases? Do you possess a financial elder's order?" Naturally, I had no such order, nor was this a family purchase, leaving me with no choice but to begrudgingly extract a crystalline card from my spatial ring and toss it his way. A wave of relief washed over me. But the thought of losing over 10,000 gold coins left a pang in my heart, which I begrudgingly directed towards the manager. If it couldn't he be charged to the shop's account, couldn't he at least pay for it personally? Lacking even a modicum of social grace. It was no wonder he was dispatched to manage affairs in Wuxi City. There exists a financial elder, and upon reflection, it seems that the financial elder is indeed the one responsible for overseeing the various family shops. Chapter 9. Cultivating the Purple Cloud Wings. I retrieved the scroll detailing the Purple Cloud Wings technique and carefully unraveled it. The surface of the scroll depicted a pair of ebony wings, cold to the touch and as unyielding as steel. In the lower left corner, a few lines of small text elucidated the origins of this technique. It was crafted by an unknown powerful figure along with several companions, who captured a fifth-order flying magical beast, comparable to a battle king, severed its wings, and sealed its soul within, allowing only one individual to cultivate it. Soul? I scoffed, filled with courage. After all, I am a transmigrator, renowned for possessing a formidable soul. What fear should I harbor for the remnants of a magical beast's soul that has been sealed for centuries? I placed my hand over the scroll's wings, allowing my soul to seep from my palm and envelop the wings. Suddenly, a piercing cry of an eagle resounded directly within my mind. Startled, I lost my focus, and the remnant soul of the eagle launched a fierce assault on my spirit. A shudder coursed through me, and an indescribable agony flooded my mind. Unable to maintain my posture, I toppled backwards, crashing onto the floor. The eagle's soul continued its relentless attack on my spirit, unyielding in its assault. I beheld a nest perched precariously on a sheer cliff, where two eaglets hatched. I witnessed the adult eagle venture forth in search of sustenance, never to return, leaving the two eaglets to fight each other in their hunger until one ultimately devoured the other. I observed as the frail eaglet, driven by starvation, leaped towards the unfathomable abyss, flailing its wings against the roaring winds, only to ascend slowly, soaring into the sky, gazing down upon the earth. Is this me? So, I am an eagle. No, who is Nalan Ye? Am I a mere mountain in southern Jiangxi, or am I an eagle? Eagle, Nalan Ye, southern Jiangxi mountain. Who am I truly? My eyes fell shut, plunging into darkness, uncertain of whether I would awaken again. Thus, it seems my tale concludes here, leaving me with an unquenchable yearning. I do not know how much time passed before I groggily awakened, feeling a softness beneath me. Turning my head, I discovered I lay upon a large bed, cushioned with thick blankets. No wonder it felt so soft. I am not dead. Water, water. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a graceful maiden clad as a maid rushed in, frantically offering me a cup of water and inquiring, "Young master, how do you fare?" I struggled to swallow the water, and just as I opened my mouth to reply, she disregarded me entirely and dashed out, shouting, "Master, young Master Nalan has awakened. Young Master Nalan has awakened." A wry smile crossed my face as I licked my dry lips, pondering how many days I had been unconscious. In such perilous moments, when I was on the brink of being tainted by the eagle's soul, who could it have been that saved me? A faint figure, clad in pale white, surfaced in my mind. Surely it was her? Though she is merely a one-star fighter, I have an unshakable feeling that she is the one who rescued me. At that moment, a flurry of footsteps echoed outside my room, and soon, a throng of individuals burst into the chamber. I tilted my head, focusing intently, and recognized the leader of the guards, the manager of the shops, and even a second-tier alchemist, yet the pale figure was conspicuously absent. I furrowed my brow. Yet there was no time for contemplation as the head of the guards and the shop steward approached, offering their apologies and greetings. A wave of disquiet washed over me, prompting me to dismiss them with a few curt remarks. The shop steward, perceptive of my sour mood, promptly summoned a second-tier alchemist to step forward. This alchemist, upon first glance, did not inspire confidence. He appeared to be in his 50s and had only attained the rank of a second-tier alchemist. His face was marred with wrinkles and blemishes, and his hands resembled skin stretched over bones, which only deepened my frown. Nevertheless, I refrained from refusing him, for I was acutely aware of my need for treatment. Suppressing my nausea and revulsion, I allowed this elderly man to conduct a thorough examination. Ultimately, he shook his head and declared, "There is nothing serious. Young Master Nalan has merely made a slight error in his cultivation. A few days of rest should suffice." With that, the old man left several vials of pills before taking his leave. The shop steward hurried to apologize and accompany the old man away. Only the head of the guards remained by my bedside, a trusted confidant after our time together. I tilted my head and inquired, "Xiaomu, how long have I been unconscious?" Imomu replied that it had been 3 days. I paused and then asked, "On that day, who rescued me?" Imomu, with a look of chagrin, responded, "Young master, it was the little medical sage who saved you. I was incompetent and nearly allowed the young master to perish. I beg your forgiveness." Naturally, I had no desire to chastise Mu. Upon hearing that the little medical sage had been my savior, I felt a surge of joy and asked, "Where is the little medical sage? Why have I not seen her?" As I waited, a maidservant brought in a small bowl of porridge. Anticipating a meeting with the little medical sage, my appetite awakened, and, under the maidservant's attentive care, I devoured most of the bowl. "Young master," the guard panted, having rushed in, attempting to steady his breath as he spoke haltingly, "the little medical sage has disappeared." I inquired with her maidservants and others. "They haven't seen her since she left 2 days ago." He hesitated, then added, "I found only this in her room." The guard stepped forward, bowing his head to present an envelope to me. My heart skipped a beat, and I abruptly pushed aside the maidservant who was still feeding me, disregarding the porridge that spilled onto the expensive bedding, and hastily seized the envelope. I gripped it tightly, my hands trembling slightly. Taking a deep breath, I hesitated to open it, but ultimately did so. "Nalan Ye, I cannot accompany you to Jaimakang. I am setting off to traverse the continent. Moreover, as repayment for your life-saving grace, I have taken those materials with me." I could scarcely believe my eyes and let out a cry, suddenly springing from the bed, my hands flailing as I kicked the bedding haphazardly to the floor. Mu, startled, quickly harnessed his energy and leapt onto the bed to restrain me. Alarmed as he asked, "Young master, what is the matter?" I struggled futilely against his superior strength, unable to break free from his grasp. Turning my head away, I glared at his face, gritting my teeth as I declared, "Women are all clumsy oafs." Chapter 10. The First Encounter with Nalan Ye. The little medical sage had departed, yet life must go on. I consumed the porridge and took the medicinal pills, feeling my body improve considerably, though my mind remained somewhat foggy. I was uncertain if it was due to the lingering essence of the eagle beast or some other cause. Having dismissed the chief guard and the maid, I found myself lying alone on the bed, surveying my surroundings. The room was spacious, and the bed was wide. Yet I could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. As I turned my head, I noticed 2 scrolls resting atop the bedside table. Reaching out to retrieve one, I discovered it to be the purple cloud wing combat technique. Gazing upon the still dark and iron-like eagle wings, a tremor coursed through my heart. I had grown complacent, prideful and arrogant. After toying with Xiao Yin and abducting the little medical sage, did I truly believe myself to be the protagonist? A low laugh escaped my lips, tinged with melancholy. Yet, as the laughter subsided, my expression turned icy, and a glimmer of resolve shone in my eyes. I seized the other scroll, unfurling it to reveal the 7-colored poison cannon. My fingers traced its surface, as if I could still feel the lingering warmth of the little medical sage. A cold smile crept upon my face as I muttered, "Little medical sage, your fate has been altered by me. Will you ever encounter Xiao Yin again? Can you still master the calamity poison body?" Stowing both scrolls into my spatial ring, I sank into a deep slumber. The following day, due to my physical condition, I did not set forth for Jayamar City, but remained in Wuxi City to recuperate. Upon hearing of my presence, several factions in Wuxi City dispatched young representatives to pay their respects, though none were of significant importance. A few smaller factions sought an audience, but I could not be bothered, instructing the shopkeeper to entertain them. On this day, after completing my training and contemplating dinner, I was taken aback when Mu burst in, startling me with his announcement. "Young master, the old patriarch has arrived." The old patriarch, Nalan Ye? I furrowed my brow. Nalan Ye was the direct grandfather of Nalan Yanran and had been the one to establish the marriage pact with Xiao Yan's grandfather. It was said he had steadfastly opposed the annulment. Our successful cancellation of the engagement was largely due to the formidable support of the Yunlan sect, and naturally, this old gentleman's absence from home, as he had ventured to the Beast Mountain Range. However, the Beast Mountain Range stretched for miles. Although I had previously visited Qingshan town and roamed the area for several days, I had never anticipated encountering the old patriarch. Yet here he was, unexpectedly in Wuxi City on my return journey, faced with this formidable Do Wang, one of the 10 strongest in the Jayamar Empire and the pillar of the Nalan family. I dared not be careless. I hurried out of the courtyard and into the main hall. Inside the simple and unadorned hall, the shopkeeper stood humbly below, with no place to sit. At the head of the hall, a tall and robust man with a stern countenance sat imposingly. I adjusted my attire outside the hall before entering, bowing deeply and declaring, "Grandson Nalan Ye pays his respects to the esteemed patriarch." Though Nalan Ye had aged considerably, his gaze remained sharp. He shot me a sidelong glance and snorted, "Why such loud proclamations? I am not deaf." My expression faltered, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, Nalan Ye had no intention of waiting for my reply, continuing, "I have heard that while I was away, you annulled Yanran's marriage? You possess quite the audacity." At that moment, I felt a powerful pressure envelop me, causing my face to flush crimson, my breath quicken, and my legs tremble as I teetered on the brink of collapse. My heart was filled with trepidation as I struggled to exclaim, Elder, this matter is undoubtedly beneficial to the Nalan family and poses no harm. Moreover, we have already compensated the Xiao family, so I implore you to quell your anger. Nalan Ye let out a cold snort, disregarding my words, and instead intensified his oppressive aura. My legs faltered, and I abruptly fell to my knees. The marriage between Yanran and the Xiao family's young scion was a pact forged by the old man and old Xiao 15 years prior. Now that old Xiao is no more, this betrothal cannot be rescinded. Ah, you audacious youngsters dare to annul a pact I established. What audacity, truly remarkable audacity. A fierce aura surged forth, and for a fleeting moment, I felt as though the figure before me was not Nalan Ye, but an ancient beast, ruthless and savage. My heart trembled violently, as I sensed that this old man might genuinely end my life, nearly shattering my spirit with fear. Grasping at the last thread of hope, I hoarsely cried out, Elder, I have already entered into a betrothal with the Xiao family. I am engaged to Xiao Mayer, the cousin of Xiao Yan. I implore you to calm your wrath. With that, the overwhelming pressure dissipated like a gentle breeze, and I was saved. The oppressive aura of a Do Wang was far too formidable. I nearly crumpled to the ground, coughing violently as if I were a dying dog. Humph. Nalan Ye sat regally, like a deity presiding over all, looking down at me with utter disdain, scolding, if it weren't for your connection with the Xiao family, I would have slapped you dead long ago, you worthless fool. After this, Nalan Ye turned to the shopkeeper, who stood silently with his head bowed, berating. Stop pretending to be dead, swiftly prepare dinner for me. The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly in response, hastily retreating from the hall. I had managed to rise from the ground, not daring to look around, even refraining from brushing the dust off my silk robe, standing silently with my head lowered. Suddenly, I heard a sigh. Was it from Nalan Ye? Instinctively, I lifted my gaze, hearing Nalan Ye inquire, how is that young man from the Xiao family faring? I was momentarily taken aback and quickly replied, Elder, Xiao Yan is doing quite well. Although he has called off the engagement with Sister Yanran, I specifically sought him out to provide counsel, and his mindset is quite stable. I also heard that the enrollment team from the Jianan Academy will be passing through Wutian City. Perhaps Xiao Yan will pursue his studies there. To my surprise, Nalan Ye glared at me, cursing, idiot. Who asked about that young lad? I was inquiring about Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan, being Xiao Yan's father. I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me. Who could decipher your vague inquiries amidst such chaos? I scratched my head, reflecting, and said, Uncle Xiao Zhan is also doing well. With the Nalan family as relatives, the Xiao family will undoubtedly flourish in Wutian City. Perhaps they will dominate the city in the future. That would be acceptable. Nalan Ye sighed deeply, murmuring, that girl Yanran. Suddenly, he coughed, and my heart skipped a beat as I witnessed blood spilling from Nalan Ye's lips. Blood? How could a Do Wang powerhouse cough up blood? I set aside my fear and rushed forward, anxiously asking, Elder, have you been injured in the mountain of magical beasts? The mountainous expanse of the Warcraft range stretches for thousands of miles, growing more perilous the deeper one ventures. It is said that in the depths lurk beasts of the 7th rank, and throughout history, countless powerful fighters have perished within its treacherous embrace. For Nalan Ye, a mere Do Wang, sustaining an injury is hardly extraordinary. However, for the Nalan family, the injury of their pillar is nothing short of catastrophic. It's nothing, Nalan Ye said dismissively, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and gesturing with a hand. I took down a blazing iron poison beast, but it managed to wound me. It's no big deal. Blazing iron poison? If memory serves, Nalan Ye had indeed suffered from such a poison, and it was Xiao Yan, disguised as a rock owl, who had treated him, thus igniting the affections of Sister Yanran for Xiao Yan. But that is not the crux of the matter. Furrowing my brow, I realized the true issue was the dissolution of the 3-year pact. Without the pact, Xiao Yan would not venture to Jaima King, nor would he come to treat Nalan Ye. So, who would heal Nalan Ye? The blazing iron poison was notoriously troublesome. Many Do Huangs had perished due to it, and only extraordinary flames could eradicate it. Who could possibly heal Nalan Ye in Xiao Yan's absence? A weight settled heavily on my heart. Although I held no deep affection for Nalan Ye, perhaps none at all, his well-being was intrinsically tied to my own interests. Just as the recent visit from various powers in Wuxi City had shown, they were not there merely for me, Nalan Ye. They came seeking favor with Nalan Ye. If Nalan Ye were to fall, the Nalan family, while not completely unraveled, would undoubtedly weaken. And a weakened Nalan family would directly impact my own interests. Do you see it now? A deep voice jolted me from my thoughts. I turned sharply to find Nalan Ye staring at me. After a moment's hesitation, I nodded and spoke. Elder, you've been afflicted by the blazing iron poison. Haven to you? Nalan Ye glared at me, exclaiming, a trifling poison. What is there to fear? Stop with that mournful expression as if you've lost your father. I composed myself and nodded. uncertain whether Nalan Ye truly dismissed his plight or was merely attempting to reassure me. During dinner, however, Nalan Ye ate heartily, consuming vast quantities of food and drink. I forced a laugh, accompanying him, yet this old fellow insisted on pouring me drink after drink. After dismissing the maidservants, I found myself alone by the window, gazing at the night sky. The stars were sparse this evening, but the moonlight was splendid and bright, a perfect night for moon gazing. Yet, my heart was devoid of joy. I merely sought to observe the myriad stars. As I studied the sky, I noticed that while most stars were dim and faded, a few still shimmered brightly, striving to outshine the radiant moon, small but resolute in their brilliance. I couldn't help but gaze at the moon, murmuring, "Azure lotus earth fire, I, Nalan Ye, shall claim you myself." Chapter 11. The Nalan Family. The elder arrived and departed, and naturally, I must follow in his wake. The following morning, I, along with the elder and our accompanying guards, embarked upon the back of a flying magical beast bound for Jaimaking. Flying magical beasts are rare and expensive, their strategic value rendering them entirely within the grasp of the royal family of the Jaimak Empire, leaving the three great families with no means to intervene. Of course, this was also a matter that Yunlan's sect chose to overlook. On our way here, my father and I could only travel alongside others. However, now my esteemed grandfather, one of the top 10 formidable figures of the Jama Empire, has captured a flying beast. Yet, instead of feeling joy or pride, I find myself sighing within the confines of the tent. A warrior of his caliber has the ability to sprout wings through his battle energy. Typically, he would fly on his own without the need for such a creature. Nevertheless, it is evident to me that he has succumbed to poison, rendering him incapable of long-distance flight. Suddenly, I felt an inexplicable urge to glance behind me and was startled to discover that my grandfather had silently approached. I hastily bowed and greeted him. "Greetings, Grandfather Yi." Nalan Ye did not acknowledge me, but strode directly towards the edge of the flying beast, his silver hair dancing wildly in the gusts of wind, his robes billowing dramatically. He looked up at the sky, as if gazing down from a great height, and inquired, "You are called Nalan Ye, are you not?" A wave of silence washed over me as I realized he had forgotten my name. However, I dared not show my discontent and replied dutifully, "Indeed, I am Nalan Ye, the son of Elder Nalan Tuesday." Nalan Ye raised an eyebrow slightly and remarked, "So, Nalan Tai, that old fellow, is your grandfather?" As the thought crossed my mind, I understood he was referring to me and quickly responded, "I dare not claim such a comparison. Sister Yanran possesses extraordinary talent, far beyond my humble abilities. Indeed, at this moment, I was merely a novice, not even a combatant, and could hardly be compared to Yanran. Yet, as she is a woman, she would not be permitted to join the Yunlan sect, nor would I be allowed." I couldn't suppress a chuckle at the thought of Nalan Su truly doting on Sister Yanran. That would be quite the spectacle. Lost in my thoughts, I retreated into the tent to begin my training. 6 days later, the flying beast successfully arrived at Jama City. With the escort clearing our path, my grandfather and I made our way to the Nalan residence situated in the eastern part of the city. Without any grand fanfare, we simply entered the estate. As a mere junior, I could not walk alongside my grandfather. After offering him my respects, I departed on my own. The dozen or so guards who had accompanied me also went to report to the elder guardian, leaving me alone. I wandered through the numerous pavilions and buildings, marveling at the immense size of the residence, which dwarfed even the combined estates of Ning and Rome. The gardens, lakes, and artificial hills were breathtaking, and I found myself momentarily dazzled. Yet, I understood that the true spectacle of the Nalan residence lay not in its beauty, but within the council hall. The thought of Nalan Ye's notorious temper made me chuckle inwardly. As a junior, the matter of the annulled engagement had little bearing on me. But for the clan leader and the elders, it must be quite the drama. I could only imagine the council hall buzzing with excitement, with Nalan Ye at the helm, vociferously chastising the clan leaders and elders. Suddenly, a petite girl of about 11 or 12 years came running around the corner, dressed in a light green dress, her face charmingly adorable. I laughed heartily. This little one was Nalan's son, my beloved younger sister. I reached out to ruffle her hair and retrieved a small gift I had specifically bought for her during my journey, saying, "Be good, Sunner. Let me see mother first." "All right." Upon receiving the gift, Sunner's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly tugged at my hand, leading me to meet our mother. My mother hails from a prominent family and possesses considerable talent, having attained the rank of Dome Master. However, I found it difficult to broach the subject with her and could only offer her some pleasant words to smooth things over. Eventually, she inquired, "Yer, when do you think you and Mayer should wed?" I furrowed my brow in contemplation. It was certain that I would marry Xiao Mayer, yet I was reluctant to do so too early. After careful consideration, I replied, "A woman traditionally marries at 20. Let us wait until Xiao Mayer reaches that age." My mother appeared somewhat displeased and remarked, Mayor is only 14 this year. Waiting until she turns 20 is far too long. When I married your father, I was merely 17. I believe we should arrange her marriage when she turns 17. I was about to protest, but found myself at a loss for words. The engagement was already set, and what reason could I possibly offer? I could only acquiesce with a bitter smile. Realizing that while my 3-year pact with Xiao Yan had fallen through, I had inadvertently entered into another 3-year commitment. Upon leaving the hall, I found Nalan's son waiting for me, accompanied by 3 or 4 lively children whose incessant chatter was rather bothersome. The Nalan family was flourishing, and these little ones, of varying ages, included both my younger cousins and my nieces and nephews. I had even heard rumors of a rather indiscreet elder who had fathered a daughter who was now my aunt. When Nalan's son spotted me, she rushed over, and the little ones surrounded me, calling out brother and uncle. I laughed heartily, distributed small gifts to each child, and found a gazebo to sit in, where I began recounting my recent adventures to the eager youngsters. The gazebo was shaded and adorned with blooming flowers that filled the air with delightful fragrances. A maidservant brought tea and snacks, while I reveled in the innocent laughter of the children and their admiring glances, which provided me with immense joy. Before I knew it, dusk had descended, and the ladies of various households began to arrive, each taking their respective children away. The little ones looked back at me with reluctance, promising to return tomorrow for more stories. I waved goodbye with a hearty laugh, and after the commotion subsided, only Nalan's son and I remained in the gazebo. She eagerly devoured the last piece of cake and, licking her fingers, innocently asked, Brother, is that son or sister truly as beautiful as you say? I nodded and replied, Indeed. Is she even more beautiful than Sister Yanran? I nodded again. The little girl seemed puzzled, biting her finger as she contemplated. But mother says that men always think their wives are the most beautiful. Why do you not think Sister Mayor is the most beautiful? I was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Mayor. She was merely a stepping stone for me to gain favor with Xiao Yan, just a supporting character, my fiancée. My expression froze, and I slowly began to collect myself, my brow knitting in thought. Why was it that, despite Xiao Mayor being my betrothed, I seemed to overlook her? Had I truly forgotten her existence at times? Was it because I did not love Xiao Mayor? That seemed an utterly absurd reason. After all, I had not even met the little physician, yet I had been yearning for her. Even now, my thoughts were occupied with Nalan Yanran, Yun Yun, and Kai Lin. Could it be that I disregard Xiao Mayor simply because she is a mere supporting character, while the others are the protagonists? A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within me. I glanced around, exited the pavilion, left the narrow path, and stepped onto the grassy flower bed. The flowers in the garden were meticulously tended to by the gardener, blooming brilliantly during the day, yet they inevitably wilted by nightfall. However, some blossoms flourished in the darkness, now radiating a dazzling brilliance that compelled me to step upon them. When I lifted my foot, all that remained was a patch of mud, devoid of beauty. For reasons unknown, a sense of relief washed over me as I turned my gaze toward the next nocturnal flower. 1, 2, 3. Inside the pavilion, Nalan's son observed me with curiosity and called out, Brother, mother is calling us for dinner. Let us hurry, so she does not have to wait long. I furrowed my brow and turned to retort, Did you not just indulge in so many snacks? How can you be hungry again? Nalan's son pouted and replied sulkily, I am simply hungry. With that, she did not wait for me and dashed away. Watching her retreating figure, an inexplicable pang of compassion surged within me. It was then that I realized why I had never paid attention to Xiao Mayor. It was simply because I had perceived myself as Xiao Yan. To Xiao Yan, Xiao Mayor was but a supporting character, yet for me and Nalan Ye, it was Xiao Yixian, Kai Lin, and even Xiao Suner who played the supporting roles. To me, my leading lady should be Nalan's son, who listens to my boastful tales, my mother waiting for me to join her for dinner, and Xiao Mayor, who remains in her boudoir in Wutan City, awaiting her marriage to me. I let out a hearty laugh and chased after the petite figure ahead, calling out, Suner, wait for me. Do not devour all the delicious food. Chapter 12, Dan Wang Guhi. After dinner, Suner engaged in casual conversation with my mother, while I followed my father to his study. The Nalan family, unlike the Xiao family, is a prominent clan with strict regulations. Below the clan leader, there are no senior elders. Instead, there are 8 elders responsible for various affairs, namely the Elder of Punishments, Elder of Alchemy, Elder of Transmission, Elder of Defense, Elder of Finance, Elder of Internal Affairs, Elder of Weaponry, and Elder of External Affairs. My father, Nalan too, serves as the Elder of Internal Affairs, overseeing the management of our vast estate and several manors on the outskirts of Jama City. This includes the maintenance of pavilions and towers, the management and promotion of maids and servants, procurement of food and beverages, and the monthly allowances for the Nalan clan members, all under my father's jurisdiction. However, my father's expression was not particularly pleasant. He had likely endured a considerable amount of scolding from Nalan Ye during the day. I nodded, my voice somewhat subdued as I remarked, the old gentleman has been afflicted by the burning poison in the Beast Mountain range. I wonder what the Elder of Alchemy has to say. The Elder of Alchemy is a 5th-tier alchemist, only one rank weaker than Dan Wang-Gu-He. I could not help but harbor a glimmer of hope that since the old gentleman's poisoning was not severe, having not penetrated deeply into the marrow, perhaps it could be cured without the need for extraordinary fire. My father, however, shook his head and sighed, saying, the burning poison is difficult to expel. The Elder of Alchemy can only attempt to suppress it, but cannot eradicate it. Tomorrow, I shall invite Mr. Guha. Perhaps he may possess a solution. For a moment, I found myself at a loss for words. The affliction of the poison is indeed harrowing. Many who have succumbed to it, including the Emperor of Battles, have met their untimely demise. It is terrifyingly apparent that only the extraordinary flames might offer a cure. Yet, a flicker of hope ignited within me. My esteemed elder has merely begun to show signs of the poison. Could it be that the renowned Pill King truly has the means to restore him? I couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, it seems that hope and the allure of chance are the greatest fears of humanity. I turned to my father and said, Father, I shall accompany you tomorrow. Very well, it would be good for you to broaden your horizons, he replied. After a moment of contemplation, he added, I have also heard that you aspire to become an alchemist. Is it your intention to seek Mr. Guha as your mentor? I shook my head. That old man has his sights set on the blue lotus earth heart flame. How could I possibly consider him as my teacher? In the future, when I contend with him for the flame, what would it mean for my reputation if word got out that a student was vying against his master? Why should I seek an outsider as my guide? My own clan, the Nalan family, is not without its own alchemists. I retorted with a smile. The elder alchemist is a 5th-tier alchemist, not much inferior to Mr. Guha. I shall take him as my mentor. It is better to learn from one's kin. However, he looked at me with a teasing glint in his eyes and remarked, becoming an alchemist is not a path open to everyone. It depends on your innate talent. I laughed heartily, thumping my chest with confidence. Father, just wait and see. My father chuckled in response. Very well, I shall wait in anticipation. As I pushed open the door and stepped inside, a figure suddenly leaped into my embrace, followed by a familiar laughter. It was Nalan Sunday. I want to hear you tell a story, she exclaimed, playfully tugging at my arm and leading me towards the table and chairs. Brother, you mentioned venturing into the monster forest and defeating a 1st-tier beast, the rock tortoise. What happened next? What happened next? Brother, please tell me. Nalan's son, with her big, innocent eyes, looked at me imploringly. Brother, I'm not sleepy. I want to hear your story. How could she not be tired? She was clearly yawning. Nalan's son pouted and glanced around my room before suddenly releasing me and bounding onto my bed. Turning to face me, she grinned triumphantly. This will do, right? Huh. I can listen to your story while I sleep. Hee hee. Son is truly clever. Having likely bathed, she wore a light, loose-fitting pale yellow dress. Her hair cascading untidily down her back. Her cheeks were flushed, and her big eyes blinked at me, leaving me feeling quite overwhelmed. Nalan's son paused, pouting as she asked, Brother, why are you like this? We have shared a bed before, haven't we? Humph, bad brother. You leave for a moment and forget about son. She adopted a pitiful expression that tugged at my heartstrings, softening my resolve. After all, she is merely 11 or 12 years old. What harm could there be in sharing a bed with her? Mother did not prevent her from coming. I cleared my throat, my gaze unconsciously drifting to Nalan's son's petite form and her delicate, fair feet, causing a chill to wash over me once more. I pondered for a moment before gently explaining, Sonner, I, have recently entered into an engagement and have a fiancée henceforth. I shall only share my bed with her and cannot do so with any other woman. Was Sonner considered one of those other women? Sonner, equally indignant, glared at me with wide eyes. However, after a brief moment, her youth betrayed her, and she succumbed to fatigue, yawning repeatedly. Ultimately, unable to withstand my resolve, she left while muttering curses under her breath. Watching her retreating figure, I let out a long sigh, aware that I had once again triumphed over myself, becoming a commendable older brother. Speaking of the Nalan family, it is indeed a prominent lineage. As the son of an elder, I was attended to by 2 young maidservants while washing up. What a delightful indulgence. After completing my morning ablutions, I proceeded to breakfast. At the dining table, Nalan's son appeared to still be fuming over the events of the previous night. Upon seeing me, she huffed in annoyance and ignored my presence. I deemed it unwise to comment on the matter, choosing instead to remain silent. After breakfast, I changed into a formal outfit with the assistance of the maidservants and arranged my hair neatly before departing the residence with my father. Making our way to the estate of King Dan and Gu He. Our party consisted of 2 carriages, one for my father and the other left empty for Gu He, while I rode on horseback, accompanied by several attendants. As the capital city of Jama, It was bustling with activity. The streets were filled with people jostling against one another, and merchant caravans were a common sight, earning the city the reputation of being vibrant by day and shabby by night. However, adorned with the Nalan family crest, we commanded respect, and passers-by readily made way for us, alleviating any sense of crowding. Dressed in splendid attire, I led the way on horseback, paving the route for my father until we reached Gu He's estate. Unlike the opulence of the Nalan residence, Gu He's abode consisted of a modest courtyard with merely 3 sections. Through the low surrounding walls, one could behold the quaint charm of the courtyard, where every blade of grass and every tree radiated a unique allure befitting his esteemed title as King Dan. As the second in command of our party, I dismounted to express my respect for Gu He, adjusting my attire before personally knocking on the door. In due course, the entrance swung open, revealing a servant who inquired about my purpose. I offered a faint smile and replied, "The elder of internal affairs from the Nalan family seeks an audience with Lord Dan. I kindly request that you convey this message." The reputation of the Nalan family proved advantageous. The servant, not daring to delay, hurried off to deliver my message. Shortly thereafter, a youthful figure emerged, clad in the distinguished robes of a first-grade alchemist, though his features still bore a hint of immaturity. He clasped his hands in greeting and said, "I am Lu Ling, a disciple of King Dan. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity, Lu Ling?" I was momentarily taken aback, recalling the name after a moment's thought. It seemed that Lu Ling had once harbored affections for Sister Yanran, only to be overshadowed by Xiao Yan in the realm of alchemy. I chuckled softly, taking a moment to assess Lu Ling, who was undeniably quite handsome. I returned the greeting and introduced myself, saying, "I am Nalan Ye, the son of the elder of internal affairs. Please, Lu brother, allow me to guide you to the carriage. My father has also arrived." I led Lu Ling towards the carriage, where my father, after exchanging formalities with Lu Ling, gracefully descended and followed him into the courtyard, with me trailing closely behind. We proceeded to a hall, where I beheld a middle-aged man seated within. The individual donned a robe of delicate white, with hair cascading casually down his back. His features were sharply defined, and his eyes radiated an air of calm assurance. An ineffable aura enveloped Sang, and despite this being our first encounter, I recognized him as the formidable Do Wang, the sole 6th-tier alchemist of the Jaimar Empire. Master Gu He. Chapter 13. The Necessity of Uncommon Fire. Master Gu He, my father greeted with a slight bow as we entered the hall. "Please, have a seat." Gu He gestured towards an adjacent chair. Once my father was seated, a maidservant presented tea. This was no ordinary brew, but rather a concoction crafted by alchemists. Its effects akin to those of medicinal pills, though alas, it was not meant for someone of my standing. As a mere junior, I found myself without a seat, dutifully standing behind my father, my head bowed, attentively listening to their discourse. Gu He turned to my father and inquired nonchalantly, "Elder Nalan, what brings you to my humble abode?" My father remained silent, his gaze shifting to Lu Ling. Gu He shook his head, stating, "Lu Ling is my direct disciple. Elder Nalan, if you have matters to discuss, please do so without hesitation." I couldn't help but scoff inwardly as I glanced at Lu Ling, who seemed to thrive in his position, esteemed by the alchemist king. At least he would not lack for medicinal resources in his future endeavors. However, as I lowered my head, the smile on my face vanished, replaced by a storm of resentment. In that fleeting moment, I distinctly sensed Lu Ling's disdain and condescension towards me. Was he not merely a first-tier alchemist? Ultimately, he too would be trampled underfoot by Xiao Yan. How dare he look down upon me, with his pretentious demeanor? At that moment, my father spoke, "Master Gu He. It is as follows. Our clan's elder patriarch sustained injuries in the Monster Beast Mountain range a few days ago, and we wish to request your assistance in examining his condition." A flicker of emotion crossed Gu He's otherwise placid features as he furrowed his brow and asked, "The elder patriarch Nalan has been injured? What did the noble alchemist elder say?" My father's expression turned grim as he sighed deeply before responding, "To be candid, Master Gu He, our elder patriarch was wounded while slaying a lava poison-marked beast, inadvertently succumbing to the fiery toxin. He can only manage to suppress it, but cannot eradicate it." With that, my father rose and performed a deep bow towards Master Gu He, imploring, "I beseech you, Master Gu He, for the sake of our past friendship, to extend your hand in aid. The Nalan family shall not hesitate to offer due recompense." I was momentarily taken aback by my father's gesture. After a moment's contemplation, I realized that as a younger generation, I had little standing to maintain pride. Gritting my teeth, I knelt before Gu He, pleading, "I too implore you, Master Gu He, to lend your assistance." To my surprise, Gu He merely cast a glance in my direction, not even lifting his eyelids, before returning his focus to my father, seemingly indifferent to my presence. "Lava toxin," Gu He murmured, his gaze drifting beyond the door into the courtyard, his words shrouded in ambiguity. My father offered a wry smile, saying, I was unaware until yesterday, when I heard from the alchemist elder. It is said that many Do Huangs have perished under this toxin. Gu He nodded thoughtfully, rising as he declared, thus, I cannot guarantee success. I can only promise to do my utmost. My father's countenance brightened as he replied, as long as Master Gu He is willing to take action, we, the Nalan family, shall fully cooperate with any request you may have. The Nalan family, being one of the 3 prominent clans of the Jama Empire, elicited great excitement among many upon receiving such a promise. However, Gu He maintained a calm demeanor, merely waving his hand and stating that he had preparations to attend to. My father remained seated in the carriage, while Lu Ling had already jumped onto Gu He's vehicle, leaving me to ride on horseback. I harbored a strong aversion to horseback riding, primarily due to the jolting motion and the mental exertion required to control the steed. There was simply no comparison to the comfort of reclining in a carriage. This courtyard was not as exquisitely lavish as my residence. It exuded a rugged and grandiose aura, much like the temperament of the elderly gentleman who inhabited it. Nalan Dong, do you dare curse me to death? Just watch, I shall strike you down. Upon stepping into the courtyard, I was greeted by this furious outburst. I grimaced. Indeed, the old man had quite a volatile temper. Nalan Dong, mentioned by the elder, was the alchemy elder who had reportedly been here since yesterday, seeking a remedy for the old man's ailment. My father wore an expression of embarrassment and, after offering Gu He an apologetic smile, hurried deeper into the courtyard. I followed closely behind and soon found myself in a pavilion where 2 old men were glaring at each other, exchanging vehement insults. Nalan Ye, you scoundrel. You might as well die. I have endured enough of you. I shall cease my efforts to treat you. The alchemy elder, Nalan Dong, was so enraged that his goatee nearly stood on end, his face flushed with anger. Nalan Dong was of considerable age, belonging to my grandfather's generation, and was a 5th-tier alchemist. He showed no fear of Nalan Ye. With that, he turned to leave. My father, unwilling to let the situation escalate, stepped forward to mediate. Unfortunately, in the presence of these 2 old men, he was merely seen as a son, and they rebuffed him sharply. Naturally, I remained in the background, as a grandson. It would have been folly for me to interject. Haha, why must you both go to such lengths? Quarreling in front of your descendants. Are you not concerned about losing face? A hearty laugh resounded. It was Gu He, clad in a pale white robe, who approached them with an air of composure. The 2 elders paused, acknowledging Gu He with slight nods. Nalan Ye then burst into laughter, exclaiming, Mr. Gu He has arrived. And what of this old fool? After decades of dining well, he remains utterly inept. He cannot even cure my poison and claims I am doomed. How infuriating. Upon hearing this, Nalan Dong's face turned crimson as he pointed an accusing finger at Nalan Ye, retorting, Is it not your lack of cooperation that hinders my examination? Had you complied, I might have already found a solution. Bah! Nalan Ye interrupted, spitting out the words with disdain. I have spent an entire day accommodating your examination, yet you have still not devised a remedy. He then turned to Gu He with a smile, saying, Just in time, Mr. Gu He has arrived. Come, enlighten me on how I might remedy this poison. Gu He quickly shook his head, responding, Elder Nalan, this cursed poison is quite troublesome. I cannot guarantee that I will be able to resolve it. I can only promise to do my utmost. Nalan Ye remained unconcerned, casting a sidelong glance at the alchemy elder and stating, That is certainly more than what some others have achieved. Nalan Dong's forehead was beaded with veins of rage. Yet he refrained from retorting, acknowledging that he indeed could not compare to Gu He. He slowly moved closer to Gu He, curious to see how this 6th-grade alchemist would deal with the insurmountable poison. My father, seizing the opportunity, hurried forward to mediate, and the atmosphere in the courtyard improved somewhat. Lu Ling went to assist Gu He, leaving me feeling rather superfluous. I shook my head, pondered for a moment, and then turned towards the kitchen, intending to personally oversee the tea and snacks. It seemed that serving tea was all I was fit for at this moment. In the pavilion, Gu He was examining the elderly gentleman, though I could not comprehend the intricacies of the situation, so I waited in silence. However, as time passed, I noticed Gu He's brow furrowing deeper, and his silence grew more pronounced, intensifying the somber atmosphere within the pavilion. I too felt the weight of this tension, my own breathing becoming more measured as I cautiously observed. Yet, a heaviness settled in my heart, given the current circumstances. It appeared that even Gu He might be unable to cure the elderly man. My father's face lit up with joy as he wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, This is truly wonderful. Mr. Gu He, a 6th-grade alchemist, has a solution even for this insidious poison. Might I inquire what herbs are required for the elixir? The Nalan family will certainly procure them all. Gu He's expression turned grave as he glanced at my father, then at Nalan Dong and Nalan Ye, shaking his head as he replied, This poison is exceedingly troublesome. My elixir may not definitively eradicate it, and may only serve to suppress its effects. To completely cure this poison is indeed a formidable challenge. My father's expression faltered, disbelief washing over him. Could it be that even the renowned pill king uttered the word difficult? He was not an alchemist, nor had he been afflicted by the poison. And for a moment he struggled to fathom that such a formidable poison existed in the world. Yet, Nalan Dong and Nalan Ye understood all too well. Nalan Dong sighed. His expression inscrutable. Perhaps he found a certain satisfaction in knowing that this illustrious pill king had finally encountered a conundrum he could not solve. Or perhaps he lamented that a brother who had once dominated the empire of Jayamar would meet his fate at the hands of such a vile toxin. Nalan Ye, however, remained optimistic, laughing heartily as he stated, I have faith in Mr. Gu He. I shall rely on your expertise to concoct the elixir. And this favor shall not be forgotten. Gu He departed with Lu Ling, while Nalan Ye and Nalan Dong, buoyed by their status, accompanied them only to the courtyard gate. My father and I escorted them all the way to the entrance of the Nalan residence. Watching the carriage bearing Gu He depart, my heart was devoid of hope. Just as in my memories, Gu He seemed powerless against the poison. Only the strange fire could provide a cure. I could not help but gaze northeastward, where, thousands of miles away, lay the Tagore Desert, home to the strange fire of the azure lotus earth heart flame. Yet, I lowered my head, murmuring, the time is not yet ripe. I must wait until I possess the strength to control the strange fire, and until Queen Medusa reaches her evolution. Chapter 14. Challenge to Nalan Yanran. Azure Lotus Earth Heart Flame. Azure Lotus Earth Heart Flame. I muttered to myself. Realizing that acquiring the Azure Lotus Earth Heart Flame would be no easy feat, how could I snatch it from the jaws of danger? And once I had it, how would I refine its immense power? Uncertain, bewildered, I felt utterly lost. My frustration mounted to the point where I considered striking down Xiao Yin with a single sword and directly aligning myself with the Soul Emperor. In the courtyard, a group of 7 or 8 children scurried around the pavilion and corridors, playfully chasing each other amidst the stone tables and blooming flowers, their laughter echoing in the air. A few more little ones joined the fray, chattering eagerly for me to continue the story from the previous day. It is often said that the joys and sorrows of humanity do not resonate with one another, and I find this sentiment to be profoundly true. At this moment, I could not share in their delight and anticipation. All I perceived was their cacophonous noise. Like the straw that broke the camel's back, Nalan Suanhua burst into tears, pointing a small finger at me and uttering a few reproaches before she turned and ran deep into the courtyard. The realm of poison masters, a seldom-seen profession in the continent of combat, also possesses rare texts on the subject. As I casually flipped through the pages, I discovered detailed accounts of various poisons and their antidotes. The art of branding poison is also a form of toxicology. Perhaps this tome could provide insights for the alchemy elder and Gu He, enabling them to find a remedy for the old man. A surge of excitement welled up within me, and I momentarily set aside my cultivation, dashing out of the room. To my surprise, I encountered Nalan Suanhua in the corridor. Her eyes were still red from crying. Upon seeing me, she quickly turned her back, but I had no time to address her. I summoned my fighting spirit and raced towards the residence of the alchemy elder. Upon entering the hall, I was greeted not only by the alchemy elder but also by 2 figures, one old and one young. The elder was a frail, elderly man, while the young woman, adorned in flowing moon-white garments, possessed a graceful figure and a serene demeanor, none other than Nalan Yanran. After I paid my respects to the alchemy elder, he introduced the old man as Elder Zheng Li of the Yunlan sect, a 5th-tier alchemist. I turned to Nalan Yanran and cheerfully greeted her, Sister Yanran. She nodded in acknowledgement, but I soon noticed a slight furrow in her brow, indicating her worry for her grandfather. I gazed deeply at her and addressed the 2 elders, saying, Respected alchemy elder, Elder Zheng, I inadvertently acquired a tome on toxicology while at the Monster Beast Mountains. This text may prove beneficial for the old man's condition. Upon hearing this, Nalan Dong's eyes sparkled with interest as he stepped forward to snatch the scroll from my hands. He opened it and exclaimed, Indeed, this is a genuine text on poisons, one I have never encountered before. It may very well aid in alleviating the ailments of that old coot, Nalan Ye. I chuckled and replied, As long as it is helpful, that is all that matters. Little Yi is not versed in pharmacology and can only contribute so much. Elder Zheng became intrigued as well, joining Nalan Dong in their examination of the toxicology tome. With my role seemingly concluded, I glanced around, and my gaze landed on the solitary figure of Nalan Yanran. Approaching her, I gently suggested, Sister Yanran, we are of little assistance here. Perhaps we should step outside and not disturb the 2 elders. Nalan Yanran offered me a faint smile, nodding slightly in agreement as we exited the hall together. Walking side by side with this enchanting maiden, I felt a flutter of excitement in my heart, my pulse racing. I endeavored to suppress my exhilaration and did not stray far, seeking a nearby pavilion to sit. I called for a maid to bring tea and snacks. Once seated, I took a sip of the exquisite tea to moisten my throat and inquired, "Sister Yanran, how have you been lately?" Nalan Yanran's expression had returned to its cool demeanor as she nodded and then shook her head, saying, "I am well enough, though earlier I went to see grandfather. And he was quite displeased, even sending me away. I understand that Nalan Ye is upset about Nalan Yanran's decision to withdraw from the engagement. Yet how could this marriage possibly remain intact?" I let out a bitter smile, secretly lamenting that the most unfortunate one is indeed Sister Yanran. Nalan Yanran nodded, and a hint of a smile graced her face, akin to an ice mountain melting, as gentle snow melt nourishes the grasslands, bringing me a wave of serene joy. She parted her crimson lips and said, "You have also worried about my grandfather. I hope that the poisonous tome proves beneficial for his ailment." Nalan Yanran paused, then nodded in agreement, her delicate hand revealing a piece of half-body armor. She remarked, "This armor is crafted from the scales of a fourth-tier magical beast, the tin fish, and possesses commendable defensive capabilities. Given your current modest strength, this armor will certainly provide you with enhanced safety." I stood there momentarily speechless, gazing at the armor, unsure of how to respond. Nalan Yanran nodded, accepting my silence, and promptly began to inquire in detail about my circumstances. Fortunately, I had been diligently practicing recently, establishing a foundation, and our conversation flowed easily. Moreover, Nalan Yanran, being an exceptional talent, offered me insights that significantly improved my training, compelling me to bow in gratitude, exclaiming, "Indeed, listening to your words, Sister Yanran, is worth more than 3 years of my own training." Upon hearing this, Nalan Yanran couldn't help but chuckle, shaking her head in amusement. At that moment, a maid summoned us for lunch, which was hosted by Nalan Chong, the son of the elder alchemist, a relative of my father's generation. Sister Yanran and I attended, and the meal was rather ordinary. Our statuses were not low, as I too was the son of an elder, and Sister Yanran was the daughter of the clan leader. Nalan Chong treated us with utmost respect and courtesy. However, I noticed the absence of Nalan Dong and Zheng Li at the table. Upon inquiring, Nalan Chong shook his head and replied, "My father and elder Zheng are engrossed in studying that poisonous tome and have gone to the alchemy room, unwilling to waste time on a meal. I have already sent the food to them." After lunch, Sister Yanran and I decided to visit the alchemy room to check on Nalan Dong and Zheng Li. To our surprise, the two appeared akin to mad scientists, their faces flushed as they passionately debated, entirely oblivious to our presence. We exchanged glances and, feeling somewhat helpless, decided to leave. Once outside the alchemy room, I suddenly felt a wave of clarity wash over me, beneath the azure sky and white clouds, with pavilions and towers. The atmosphere was vastly more uplifting than the oppressive ambience of the alchemy room. I turned to Nalan Yanran, dressed in a flowing moon-white gown, her dark hair dancing in the breeze, her countenance serene and composed. An inexplicable flutter stirred within my heart, and after clearing my throat, I proposed, "Sister Yanran, how about we engage in a friendly duel?" Nalan Yanran furrowed her delicate brows, her gaze towards me devoid of any disdain, yet she earnestly replied, "You are not my match." Despite my irritation, seeing her composed demeanor only fueled my desire to challenge her further. Then, in an audacious moment, I shamelessly uttered that impudent suggestion. Fortunately, Nalan Yanran, with her calm disposition, did not refute me and gently nodded in agreement. A surge of excitement coursed through me. While I may not match Nalan Yanran in training, had she ever truly engaged in combat? As for myself, I had braved the depths of the monster mountain, courageously slaying numerous first-tier magical beasts. Who knows when I had dispatched those creatures? Just yesterday, while speaking with Sun Air, I had only claimed to have defeated a few. But such details were inconsequential. The important thing was that I had indeed tasted blood. I sought a spacious, level ground and summoned a few guards to clear the area. Standing 10 paces apart, I faced Nalan Yanran, the atmosphere charged with the promise of imminent conflict. "Sister Yanran, I have arrived," I declared, striding purposefully towards her, each step firm and ready to adapt. Yet, I soon realized my apprehensions were unfounded. Nalan Yanran remained poised and unmoving. As I approached, I launched a straight punch. In an instant, Nalan Yanran deftly sidestepped, employing an unusual maneuver to position herself behind me, evading my strike and delivering a sharp elbow to my back. Her expression remained serene, and without elaboration, she simply uttered, "Continue." Before her words had fully dissipated, she advanced towards me again. Her delicate fists rained down like a tempest, veiled in a gossamer layer of fighting spirit. I hastily summoned my own energy to defend myself, only to find, to my astonishment, that my internal force was uncoordinated, rendering me unable to respond effectively. In that fleeting moment, I was overwhelmed and took several blows. To my further frustration, Nalan Yanran refrained from pressing her advantage, often pausing her assault to allow me to regain my composure. This revelation ignited a surge of anger within me. I charged recklessly at her. However, her movements were as graceful as a butterfly, eluding my grasp entirely, and I was swiftly caught off guard, tripping over my own feet and tumbling to the ground. Lying there, a wave of indignation washed over me. How could I, even with her holding back, still fail to best her? I glared upward, and suddenly, a gentle breeze stirred the hem of her skirt, compelling me to murmur, "Is that blue and white?" Chapter 15, The Foolish Jester. Momentarily taken aback, I discreetly shifted my gaze and extended my right hand, saying, "Sister Yanran, lend me a hand." I felt a twinge of confusion as I noticed that Nalan Yanran had not reached out to assist me. Looking up, I was met with her slightly flushed face, a hint of fluster evident in her eyes. Had she noticed? A jolt of surprise coursed through me. Yet the awkwardness of the situation left me at a loss for words, as any explanation would only deepen the misunderstanding. I feigned ignorance, insisting, "Sister Yanran, please help me up." Nalan Yanran let out a soft, irritated huff, instinctively smoothing her skirt before finally grasping my right hand. Her touch was cool yet gentle. I seized her hand and with a sudden surge of strength, rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from my garments, and casting a glance at Nalan Yanran. She appeared unaffected by our earlier skirmish, save for a slight blush from the earlier embarrassment. Her breathing remained steady, and her moon-white dress showed no signs of disarray. A pang of discomfort stirred within me, and I sighed, "Sister Yanran, you truly shine with elegance. I wonder when I shall earn the right to walk alongside you." Nalan Yanran gently shook her head, the flush on her cheeks fading as she replied, "We are all family. Why speak such words? If we cannot walk side by side, then following behind me is just as well." I felt as though I had been struck by a bolt of thunder, left speechless. Yet I could only muster a radiant smile as I gestured for Nalan Yanran to sit with me in a nearby pavilion. As the two of us settled into our seats, a maidservant brought forth tea, and we both sipped from our cups, quenching our thirst. In that moment, the earlier awkwardness seemed to dissolve, rendered non-existent by the soothing warmth of the tea. I smacked my lips, savoring the lingering flavor. Even chewing on the leaves themselves before embarking on a post-battle reflection, I realized that aside from my lack of prowess in martial arts, my most significant issue lay in the inefficacy of my fighting energy. When I attempted to harness it, I not only consumed an excessive amount of time, but also wasted a considerable portion of my energy, failing to utilize it fully, which significantly diminished my combat effectiveness and endurance. In search of insight regarding this dilemma, I turned to Nalan Yanran for guidance. To my ears, her response resonated with wisdom. There are no shortcuts. Only practice leads to mastery. Practice leads to mastery? A grin broke across my face as I remarked, "Sister Yanran, your words are truly profound." Just as I was about to inquire further, Nalan Yanran seemed to grow weary of the conversation and shook her head, saying, "For matters of cultivation, you may consult the elder of transmission. Though my cultivation may be slightly superior to yours, I am still vastly inferior compared to the elder." The elder of transmission? I mused, recalling that among the 8 elders of the Nalan clan, there was indeed such a figure. This elder was responsible for guarding the tower that housed techniques, skills, and alchemical formulas, as well as guiding the disciples in their training. Yet, how could a mere old man compare to the captivating presence of Sister Yanran? However, sensing her disinterest, I refrained from pursuing the topic further and shifted to casual conversation, asking her about her experiences at the Yunlan sect. She paused to reflect, then softly replied, "It has been quite ordinary. I have been engrossed in my training on the back mountain. Occasionally, my master would offer guidance, but most of the time, I trained alone." Upon hearing her words, I instinctively gazed toward the east, where the walls and towers of the estate stood. But I knew that a vast cultivation sect lay a dozen miles away in the outskirts of Jama City, the sacred ground of the Jama Empire. In my mind a vivid image emerged. Atop the majestic Yunlan mountain, shrouded in mist, a young maiden sat cross-legged, gazing down upon the sprawling Jama City with a serene and indifferent expression, devoid of any emotion. Celestial. The thought sprang to my mind, and as I turned my gaze back to Nalan Yanran, I regarded her with a newfound scrutiny. Her beauty was unparalleled, her attire flowing elegantly, exuding an air of otherworldliness. Even when I had inadvertently offended her earlier, she did not react with fury, embodying the very essence of a celestial being. Yet, inexplicably, a surge of anger welled within me. I found her aloof demeanor intolerable. How could such a beautiful and youthful woman maintain such coldness? How could she resemble those aged sages, wearing the expression of one who has transcended the mundane world, remaining tranquil and detached? No, a young person should exhibit the vibrancy of youth, embracing the gentle breezes, the bright moonlight, the swaying willows, and the blossoming grass and songbirds, all of which embody the beauty of life. Turning to Nalan Yanran, I earnestly suggested, Sister Yanran, since you have been training at the Yunlan sect for so long, you must not have explored Jama City much. Allow me the pleasure of showing you around. Nalan Yanran appeared taken aback for a moment before shaking her head, replying, I lack for nothing. There is nothing worth exploring. I shook my head and, adopting the tone of an innocent girl, coaxed, Sister Yanran. Jama City is the capital of the Jama Empire, bustling with people and brimming with fascinating sights. The street performers, entertainers, cockfighting, dogfighting, along with an array of snacks, fine wines, and delectable cuisine. Wouldn't Miss Nalan Yanran care to explore these delights? Alas, such frivolities hold no allure for Nalan Yanran. Her expression remains serene, yet I perceive a slight furrow in her brow. My grandfather has been poisoned. I possess no inclination for merriment. I appreciate your kind offer. Reflecting on her words, I suggested, Sister Yanran, might we visit the Tamir auction house? The Tamir auction house, undoubtedly owned by the Tamir family, stands among the 3 prominent families of the Jamadi Empire, where my Nalan family is also included, yet they are primarily focused on commerce. Their auction houses span the entire empire, filled with numerous treasures. Upon my suggestion, Nalan Yanran pondered for a moment, her brow still knitted, before conceding. I chuckled heartily and immediately departed the Nalan estate alongside her, strolling side by side through the streets of Jamadi City. This place is no mere auction house. A vast commercial district has blossomed around it. I gazed curiously at my surroundings, where various shops flourished, accommodations, eateries, clothing and accessory stores, weaponry, medicinal herbs and elixirs, and even establishments selling magical beast cores and pelts. Truly, there was something for everyone. Suddenly, my attention was drawn to a particular spot. A resplendent pavilion stood there, where several scantily clad women posed alluringly, casting flirtatious glances at the passers-by below. I gulped audibly. Although I had never been here before, I could easily surmise the nature of this establishment. My thoughts wandered as I contemplated whether to venture inside next time, when suddenly, a sharp reprimand echoed in my ear. Startled, I turned to see Nalan Yanran, her aura shimmering with battle intent, charging toward a young man. I was bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Yet I trusted Sister Yanran's judgment. I called out to summon my guards, only to suddenly remember that, in my desire for solitude with Yanran, I had neglected to bring them. This momentary lapse allowed the young man to engage Nalan Yanran twice. He was no weakling, pushing her back with a punch before attempting to retreat into the crowd. However, Nalan Yanran was relentless, employing an unusual stride to pursue him. And with a flash of cold light, she drew her sword, leaving the young man stunned. At that moment, the surrounding crowd finally realized what was unfolding. Screams and shouts erupting as the timid fled, while the bolder mercenaries and guards formed a large circle, arms crossed, watching the spectacle with keen interest. I, encircled by the crowd, cursed inwardly at how familiar this scene felt. Shouldn't I, as a young master of the Nalan family, be among those watching the commotion? Why had I become the focus of the spectacle instead? Yet, with Yanran still confronting the young man, I had no time for such thoughts. I reached for my spatial ring, wielding a heavy shield in my left hand and a sharp sword in my right, positioning myself protectively before her. Nalan Yanran, brushing her hair aside, stated, he attempted to steal my spatial ring. A thief? I exhaled in relief, realizing he was merely a lowly pickpocket. I had feared an assassin sent by a rival faction, which would have been dire indeed. Who knows if he had accomplices? You 2 thieves dare to attempt stealing my spatial ring. At that moment, the young man across from us spoke up, accusingly pointing at me and Sister Yanran, shouting hoarsely to the onlookers, everyone listen, these 2 thieves have stolen my ring and even dared to attack me. What should we do with these 2 scoundrels? The crowd immediately erupted in a cacophony of opinions, relishing the spectacle and calling out various suggestions. However, I was more intrigued by the expression on Nalan Yanran's face. To be falsely accused of theft, would she display anger or attempt to explain herself? I sheathed my sword and retrieved the token of a core member of the Nalan family, raising it high like a beacon of righteousness, without even glancing at the thief. I declared, I am Nalan II's son, Nalan Ye, an elder of the Nalan family. This scoundrel attempted to steal my ring, and I am offering 5,000 gold coins for his head. Who among you would take this bounty? The crowd gasped in shock, and quickly, some recognized my token as legitimate, igniting a frenzy among the onlookers. The young thief was taken aback, realizing the gravity of his misdeed, and in a panic, he attempted to flee into the crowd. However, a burly mercenary suddenly leaped forward, forcing him back, followed by 3 other mercenaries, seemingly part of the same group. The lead mercenary turned to me with a grin and said, Young Master Nalan, I shall take this job. But do keep in mind that killing is not permitted in Jaimaking. I nodded in understanding and replied, 3,000 gold coins for his right hand. The mercenary's expression shifted, likely taken aback by my haggling, but I had no intentions of being a fool. 3,000 gold coins for a fighter's arm was already a generous offer. Soon, they had subdued the thief, leaving him battered and bleeding as he writhed on the ground in agony. The mercenary, now splattered with blood, approached me with a sycophantic smile, saying, "Young Master Nalan, see? I have kept my word. True to my nature as a nobleman, I valued integrity above all else." I retrieved a crystal card worth 3,000 gold coins from my ring and handed it over, instructing, "Take this scoundrel to the city guard and inform them that he stole from the Nalan family." The mercenary eagerly accepted the payment, bowing and scraping in gratitude. I said no more and departed with Nalan Yanran, once again setting our course for the auction house. With the commotion subsiding, the onlookers began to disperse. Some, having never witnessed bloodshed, felt nauseated or exclaimed in excitement, while seasoned mercenaries and guards laughed and jeered as they left, unperturbed, on the vast street. For mercenaries dragged the unfortunate thief toward the city guard's camp, where a grim fate awaited him. Chapter 16. Reunion with Lu Ling. Before the middle auction house, Nalan Yanran and I stood side by side, unperturbed by the earlier incident as we casually chatted our way to this location. I looked up to see the auction house, constructed entirely of white stone, towering and formidable, resembling a castle. At the grand entrance, over 50 heavily armed guards stood in a line, their menacing gazes scanning the crowd. I paid little heed to these guards as I walked alongside Nalan Yanran into the auction house, where a soft glow enveloped us, and the clamor from outside abruptly faded away. Separated by a mere door, it felt as though we existed in two distinct realms. Within the hall, guards stood resolute, stationed every 3 steps and every 5 steps, resembling a military encampment. This sight took me by surprise, at a glance. The hall's center was adorned with a myriad of crystal counters, each displaying an array of rare treasures that could only be deemed precious rather than scarce. I turned to Nalan Yanran and offered a wry smile, saying, "Sister Yanran, the abundance of items here is overwhelming. It would be more prudent for us to seek out the person in charge directly. Otherwise, inspecting each counter would prove to be quite tedious." "Indeed." Nalan Yanran replied with a slight nod, her demeanor remaining as frosty as ever. I shook my head slightly and approached one of the guards, exchanging a few words and leveraging the Nalan family's prestige. Before long, we were ushered to the person in charge, a middle-aged man named De Emitel. Yet the enchanting Yafei was conspicuously absent. It made sense. Yafei was still in Wutan City, where Xiao Yin was engaged in extensive auctions, and she was leveraging that situation to elevate her standing before being transferred to Jama City. This thought filled me with a sense of exhilaration. Had I truly altered Xiao Yan's path? Would he refrain from auctioning pills? If so, would that not prevent any intersection with Yafei? However, this would also mean that Yafei might struggle to achieve results and would need to endure a few more years in Wutan City before she could be transferred to Jama City. Despite the overt rivalry among the 3 prominent families, they were still intertwined by a common bond. Addressing De Emitel as uncle was not out of place. De Emitel was warm towards both me and Yanran, yet as he furrowed his brow in contemplation, he ultimately shook his head, stating, "Nalan Shinzi, the poison scriptures are rather obscure. I do not possess them. However, if you truly seek them, I could certainly keep an eye out for you." This was a rare medicinal herb I had received from Nalan Dong and Zhongli prior to my departure, intended for the treatment of Nalan Ye, which was absent from the Nalan family treasury. De Emitel examined it, nodded in acknowledgement, and promptly sent someone to retrieve it. The 3 of us then engaged in conversation. Though I sensed that De Emitel's interest in me was rather lukewarm, his attention was predominantly focused on Nalan Yanran. It was understandable. Nalan Yanran was the daughter of the Nalan Patriarch and a disciple of the Yunlan sect leader, a status far beyond my own. In the entire Jama Empire, who would not wish to curry favor with her? Alas, I could not help but scoff inwardly, observing De Emitel's attempts to ingratiate himself with Nalan Yanran. She was inherently aloof. No amount of flattery would sway her. It would be far more advantageous for him to turn his attentions toward me, as winning my favor might yield some rewards. Nevertheless, while De Emitel was not an elder of the Maitel family, his standing was still respectable. I dared only to entertain such thoughts in silence, refraining from voicing them. De Emitel seemed to sense this, his brow furrowing as he exclaimed, "What of the 9-inch spirit ginseng? Why has it not been brought forth?" The maid's expression faltered, and she bowed respectfully, stating, reporting to the person in charge, "Someone sought to purchase the 9-inch spirit ginseng just moments ago. Although I intervened to halt the transaction, the individual's esteemed status prevented me from seizing the ginseng." De Emitel hesitated, yet I felt no reservations, letting out a cold laugh as I remarked, Which audacious scoundrel dares to compete with me for treasures? Call him forth. I am eager to discern the extent of his esteemed stature. Before long, the maid returned, leading that individual into the hall. A youthful visage graced the entrance, marked by a certain handsomeness, clad conspicuously in the robes of an alchemist. To my astonishment, I recognized this individual, none other than Lu Ling, a disciple of the revered Gu He. Lu Ling appeared equally taken aback, his gaze fixated upon me, momentarily dazed and entranced, before transforming into a tender and affectionate look. What on earth is this expression? Could it be that Lu Ling has an affinity for men? A chill ran down my spine, prompting me to leap back. It was then that I realized Lu Ling was not gazing at me, but rather at Nalan Yanran. A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within me. How dare he cast his eyes upon Sister Yanran? Clearing my throat with irritation, I roused Lu Ling from his reverie, exclaiming, I wondered who would dare vie for my medicinal herbs. It turns out to be you. So it is young Master Nalan Ye. Lu Ling glanced at me casually before redirecting his attention back to Nalan Yanran, saying dreamily, this must be the esteemed Miss Nalan Yanran. Truly, meeting you in person far surpasses mere reputation. I am Lu Ling, a disciple of Master Gu He, and it is an honor beyond measure to encounter Miss Yanran. Listening to Lu Ling's words, my anger flared. What does an honor beyond measure even mean? Who do you think you are, a mere supporting character? I retorted. Lu Ling, I need this 9-inch spirit ginseng. You should yield it. Lu Ling regarded me with a glance before addressing Nalan Yanran. Miss Yanran, my master is endeavoring to treat the venerable Nalan Patriarch, and this 9 is indeed one of the necessary herbs. I kindly ask for your concession. I scoffed, saying, as for the Patriarch's ailment, my family's alchemist and Elder Zeng of Yunlan sect are also treating him. This 9-inch spirit ginseng is essential for us too. Lu Ling, you ought to step aside. Finally, Lu Ling turned to face me directly, stating, I have heard of Elder Zeng. He is also a 5th-grade alchemist. Is he not? However, alchemy is not merely a matter of adding numbers. Even with 2 5th-grade alchemists, they may not compare to a single 6th-grade alchemist. Miss Yanran, the resolution of the Patriarch's condition ultimately rests with my master. I implore you to part with the 9. After a moment's contemplation, Nalan Yanran nodded. Indeed, the alchemist of my house and Elder Zeng do not possess the prowess of Master Gu He. Thus, I shall relinquish the 9 to him. I beseech you, Master Gu He, to exert every effort to save my grandfather. Of course, Lu Ling replied with a slight smile and a nod. In the blink of an eye, he noticed 2 medicinal herbs held by a nearby maid and exclaimed with delight, Paperman flower? Soft stone spiritual liquid? Miss Yanran, these 2 herbs are also required by my master. I kindly request your concession. My chest tightened, nearly causing me to choke with fury. Pointing at Lu Ling with indignation, I shouted, Lu Ling, you have gone too far. Turning to Nalan Yanran, I found my gaze filled with an uncharacteristic plea. Yet, whether she noticed or simply disregarded it, she gently nodded, saying, my family possesses a volume of poison scriptures. Perhaps it may aid in my grandfather's condition. Master Gu He is welcome to peruse it. Wretched spendthrift. My body weakened at her words, nearly causing me to collapse. Everything was lost. The 3 medicinal herbs, even the poison scriptures were given away. I gasped, staring at Nalan Yanran, my mind a blank, utterly at a loss for words. Yet, Lu Ling had much to say, engaging in a ceaseless conversation with Nalan Yanran. What infuriated me even more was that old rogue, Du Yi. He had the audacity to invite Lu Ling to sit down with Nalan Yanran, and then summoned a maid to serve tea and snacks. My heart boiled with indignation, and I felt an overwhelming urge to confront him with a punch. I sat down with a stiff expression, but alas, no one paid me any heed. They continued their chatter, oblivious to my presence, and I found myself unable to absorb their words. It was only after I had finished my 24th cup of tea that the gathering finally dispersed. At the entrance of the auction house, Lu Ling bowed slightly to Nalan Yanran with a beaming smile as he took his leave, while Nalan Yanran and I made our way to the Nalan residence. I quickly reassured myself that Yanran's cool demeanor might simply mean she was not adept at offering comfort. With no inclination to practice, I lay idly on my bed, staring at the ceiling. The bed was large and soft, the ceiling expansive and opulent, yet I felt exceedingly vexed. How could Lu Ling, merely a supporting character, overshadow me this afternoon? I tossed and turned for a long while before it dawned on me that Lu Ling was indeed a mere side character, albeit in relation to Xiao Yan. Yet to me, he was undeniably a formidable rival. My father was merely an elder within the Nalan clan, an 8-star Do master, and my grandfather only possessed Do Ling cultivation. However, Lu Ling's master was the esteemed Dan Wang Gu He, a Do Wang, and the only 6-star alchemist in the Jiamar Empire. In terms of cultivation and lineage, Lu Ling completely eclipsed me. Indeed, Lu Ling was but a supporting character. Yet I was relegated to the role of cannon fodder. Cannon fodder? I whispered to myself. No, how could I be cannon fodder? I am the protagonist. I must cultivate. I sprang from my bed, resolute that the first step for a protagonist begins with diligent training. Yet, before I could sit cross-legged, a wave of fatigue washed over me. Instinctively, I glanced out of the window and saw the bright moon hanging low in the western sky. It was well past midnight. Unable to suppress a yawn, a peculiar thought crossed my mind. Perhaps a night of rest wouldn't be so detrimental to my cultivation? After all, it might be wiser to replenish my energy today and commence my training tomorrow. Chapter 17. A one-star dough practitioner. The following morning, after being attended to by the maid, I donned my attire and stepped out of my room. Facing the rising sun, I raised my right hand and proclaimed loudly, "From this day forth, I, Nalan Ye, shall commit myself to earnest cultivation." On my way, I encountered Nalan's son, who was still quite miffed at me. He tossed his head in annoyance and hurried away. I shook my head and quickened my pace to catch up with him until we reached the dining hall. My parents were already present, and I greeted them before taking my seat. At the table, my mother noticed the tension between son and me and inquired about it. I casually deflected her question. My father then brought up the 7-colored poison scripture, praising me with a smile. He mentioned that the scripture's value was difficult to ascertain and that if it could aid the old gentleman's condition, the family's reward for me would be substantial. Conversely, if it proved unhelpful, the reward would naturally be modest. I felt somewhat disheartened, my anger from the previous day resurfacing, secretly wishing it would be of no assistance. Lu Ling had boasted yesterday that his master could cure the old gentleman immediately. If he failed, I wondered how he would dare to pursue Yanran again. After breakfast, I made my way to the Transmission Institute, the domain of the Transmission Elder. The surroundings consist of an expansive outdoor training ground, where numerous young boys and girls are engaged in their cultivation, their shouts resonating loudly. A few instructors, resembling mentors, stand by to offer guidance. I sneer slightly and bypass them. These youths are either mere commoners or outsiders, hardly worthy of my attention. By virtue of my identity as a core clan member, I was granted an audience with the chief instructor. Initially, I intended to meet the elder responsible for imparting skills, but regrettably, I was rebuked by the guards and denied entry. The chief instructor, named Nalan Yanran, is a 9-star battle master. Alas, despite his formidable name, he now finds himself in the twilight of his years, aged 50 or 60, with graying hair and a hunched back. He inquired, "Nalan Ye?" I nodded and began to pose questions regarding my cultivation. This venerable man, despite his years, possesses remarkable insight and guidance. It seemed as though he comprehended all my inquiries, elucidating complex concepts in an accessible manner, which left me deeply impressed and nodding in agreement. After a considerable time, I took my leave, thoroughly satisfied. One evening, after dinner, my father unexpectedly summoned me to his study. With a heavy sigh, he spoke of the elder's predicament, his face etched with worry. Recently, Mr. Guha, the alchemy elder, and other esteemed alchemists I had invited have been tirelessly seeking a remedy for the elder's affliction. Yet, despite their combined efforts, even Mr. Guha was at a loss. The detoxifying elixirs he concocted could only serve to suppress the poison, not eradicate it from the elder's body. I furrowed my brow, having cultivated a calm disposition over the past several days, and began to contemplate the elder's recovery. Truly, the benefits of having a battle king protecting us are immense. The loss of such a guardian would be a significant detriment. I pondered and then asked solemnly, "Did Mr. Guha mention how we might completely eradicate the elder's poison?" This question was somewhat rhetorical, as I was already aware of the answer. Yet, it is human nature to seek confirmation from others. My father sighed again, bearing the weight of the family elder's plight, which likely weighed more heavily on him than it did on me. Whenever the elder was mentioned, a sense of despair overtook him. Mr. Guha had stated that the poison afflicting the old patriarch could perhaps only be eliminated by otherworldly fire. However, such fire is nothing more than a legendary concept. Where might we procure it? My father, his face drawn and weary, shook his head, his posture resembling that of Nalan Yanran, as if he had aged a decade or two in an instant. Observing my father's demeanor, my lips moved slightly, and I felt an urge to disclose the matter of the azure lotus heart fire. However, after some contemplation, I refrained and respectfully exited the study. Outside, the moon was at its zenith, casting a resplendent glow upon the exquisite courtyard, draping the pavilions, flora, and trees in a silvery hue, enhancing their beauty. Yet, at that moment, I found no inclination to appreciate the scenic splendor. A month later, I sat cross-legged in my chamber, gazing down at the sandalwood box in my hands, which contained several small white jade vials. "Foundation Establishment Elixir?" I murmured, opening one vial and bringing it to my nose. A delicate fragrance wafted forth, instantly refreshing my mind. Such potent medicine, Such exquisite elixir. Once again, I cannot help but reflect. Although the 3-year pact has vanished, Xiaoyan still possesses the guidance of the elder Yao and has successfully concocted the foundational spirit liquid for cultivation. He has also made his way to the auction house in Wutan City. And Yafei has finally encountered Xiaoyan. I let out a cold laugh. Though I have never laid eyes on Yafei, I can easily imagine her as an enchanting and captivating beauty of unparalleled allure. Alas, she has crossed paths with the most inept man in Dope, Xiaoyan. This fellow has always been one to flirt without the intention of commitment. Yafei's affection for him is truly a misfortune of epic proportions. I cackled, feeling inexplicably uplifted. However, one must not apply ordinary reasoning in such matters. I poured a vial of foundational spirit liquid into a large wooden barrel filled with clear water, watching as the water gradually transformed into a pale green hue. Shedding my robe, I sat cross-legged, completely bare, feeling the cold liquid against my skin, causing me to shiver involuntarily. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes and formed hand seals, beginning my cultivation. The pure medicinal energy coursed through me, slightly warm as it flowed within. My hands continued to weave intricate seals, and the Do Qi within me entwined and surged upward, while the energy in the air was continuously absorbed into my being, transforming into my Do Qi and intertwining further. In that moment, I resembled the young Xiaoyan, while the pure medicinal energy mimicked the delicate body of Sun Air. Just as Xiaoyan clumsily nurtured Sun Air's meridians, I employed my Do Qi to refine the medicinal power until it was gradually dissolved, transformed, and integrated into my essence, becoming my strength. However, the potency of this medicinal energy far surpassed my meager Do Qi. My breaths quickened, beads of sweat formed on my forehead, and my body trembled uncontrollably. The medicinal power was incessantly refined into Do Qi, yet it continued to surge forth, causing my narrow meridians to become increasingly congested. Until reaching a critical point, the inner walls of my meridians began to be squeezed and expanded by the Do Qi. Waves of intense pain coursing through me as sweat poured from my body, and I felt an unsettling dryness in my mouth. I exhaled deeply, altering my hand seals abruptly. A peculiar force emanated from my dantian, drawing in all the Do Qi that filled my meridians. Yet, the flow of medicinal energy continued unabated, turning this into a relentless battle. After an extended period, the overwhelming medicinal energy was finally entirely refined, with all Do Qi converging in my dantian. So abundant was it that my Do Qi shifted from a pale white to a milky hue. I summoned my spiritual power, beginning to compress the Do Qi. Initially, the process went smoothly. Due to my status as a transmigrator, my spiritual power was robust, and I quickly reduced the Do Qi to the size of a fist. But that was the extent of it. At this moment, the rebounding force of the Do Qi grew increasingly potent, reaching a point where I struggled to contain it with my spiritual power. Suddenly, a multitude of images flashed through my mind, some from the past, others from the present. My father, mother, Sun Air, Yanran, and also Xiao Mei Air, Xiaoyan, Sun Air, and the little medical fairy. With a soft pop, all pressure abruptly dissipated. A smile curled at the corners of my mouth. I knew I had succeeded. At this moment, 3 months had elapsed since I acquired the foundational spirit liquid. I could not help but chuckle softly, and despite my weary body, I suddenly sprang to my feet and kicked open the door. Embracing the brilliant sunshine, I stepped into the courtyard, spreading my arms wide and channeling my fighting spirit. Instantly, a shimmering aura enveloped me, a hallmark of a warrior. I let out a triumphant roar to the heavens. Congratulations, young master, on your ascension to a warrior, came the resounding voices of several guards who had been safeguarding me, kneeling in unison. Nearby, maids and servants also bowed in reverence, exclaiming their accolades. In the distance, cheers echoed as guards, maids, and servants alike celebrated my achievement, filling the entire courtyard with exuberance. I laughed heartily, waving my hand and declaring, "Rewards for everyone." Chapter 18. The Thunderous Technique of Gongxin Hao. Following this, I took a 2-day respite in the courtyard, receiving abundant praise from my parents and uncles, along with a plethora of gifts. Of course, there was also the little one, Sunner. Initially, our relationship was somewhat strained, and I was too indifferent to mend it. However, within a few days, she unexpectedly approached me to play, casting aside any prior grievances. Now aware of my breakthrough to warrior status, she beamed with joy, tugging at my arm and gazing at me with wide, adoring eyes. "Brother, you are amazing. Becoming a formal warrior at 16. I want to be just as formidable as you in the future." I chuckled and ruffled her hair, saying, "You must diligently train if you wish to stand beside me." "Stand beside you?" Sunner tilted her head, instinctively nibbling on her finger, her small face reflecting confusion. I nodded gravely, asserting, "Indeed, side by side." You must train earnestly to catch up with my abilities, or else you will have to remain behind me. Glancing out the window, a vision of an ethereal mountain appeared before me, where atop the rear peak stood a figure clad in moonlight, gazing down at me with an air of serene detachment. On the third morning, my body had fully recovered, brimming with vitality, and I returned to the training hall. Outside, the training ground was alive with the sounds of encouragement and exertion, as groups of young men and women tirelessly poured forth their sweat, devoting themselves to their training. For they possessed nothing else but their unwavering efforts. As I passed by, I quietly observed them, pondering within my heart, what do I truly possess? A father who is an elder of the family, a grandfather with a fighting spirit. It seemed I had much, even if I did not diligently cultivate. I could still secure a mid-level position in the future, and my son could perhaps attain a lower-tier position. But by the time my grandchildren came along, they might blend into the crowd, destined to toil like ordinary clan members on this very training ground, laboring day and night for a meager opportunity to rise. I shook my head, a radiant smile lighting up my face. How could I possibly be complacent? I am now a one-star warrior. Upon encountering Nalan Yanran once more, it seemed that time had been particularly cruel to the old man. In the 4 months that had passed, he appeared to have aged for years. Upon first sight of me, he halted my greeting, furrowing his brow in contemplation for a considerable time before finally revealing a warm smile and pointing at me, inquiring, "Are you Nalan Ye?" Nalan Yanran appeared quite pleased, perhaps reassured by his own sharp memory, unclouded by age. He then began to inquire about my circumstances, to which I replied that I had recently advanced to the rank of fighter and had come to assess my attributes and select a martial art. He did not seem overly astonished. After all, as the family's chief instructor, he must have encountered numerous prodigies over the years. For instance, Nalan Yanran had already achieved the status of a 3-star fighter by the age of 15, whereas I, at 16, was merely a 1-star fighter, rendering my accomplishments somewhat insignificant by comparison. The assessment took place before a testing stone tablet, surrounded by several guards, with Nalan Yanran personally accompanying me. I approached, raising my hand to touch the rough, cold surface of the stone tablet. Gradually, I infused it with my fighting energy, and instantly, for large characters illuminated on the stone, fighter, 1 star. A wave of panic surged within me, and I hastily asked, "Chief Instructor, what is the matter?" Nalan Yanran shook his head, sighing deeply, and replied, "What a pity. You possess a mutated attribute, a mix of lightning and a trace of wood attribute. Such a waste." A heavy gloom enveloped me, and my expression soured drastically. If a pharmacist's attributes were to be fire and wood, did that not imply I could never become a pharmacist? "Chief Instructor, you must be mistaken," I stammered, trembling with concern, as becoming a pharmacist was crucial for me. How else would I confront that scoundrel Lu Ling? Nalan Yanran shook his head, remaining calm, and stated, "Having been an instructor for nearly 20 years and chief instructor for another 10, I assure you, I do not make errors." I bit my lip, choosing to remain silent, but a sharp pain radiated from my palm. Drawing my gaze downward to discover my nails had unknowingly embedded themselves deeply into my flesh. Nalan Yanran approached and gently patted my head, saying, "Little one, come with me to select a martial art. There may yet be surprises in store." Surprises? I looked up at Nalan Yanran with a bitter smile and remarked, "What surprises could possibly surpass becoming a pharmacist?" He shook his head, offering no further words, and continued walking ahead. Resigned, with my attributes inadequate for the path of a pharmacist, I could only follow along to see what surprises awaited me. We traversed in silence until we reached the depths of a structure before a tall pavilion. I gazed up to see that the building was 6 stories high, neither exquisite nor ornate, with paint on the doorway peeling and faded, suggesting it had not been repainted for some time, yet it exuded an air of antiquity and weightiness. How many storms had this pavilion withstood? Perhaps it had shared its fate with the Nalan family, for I noticed a plaque hanging above the entrance, adorned with 3 characters inscribed in an elegant script, Sanjing Pavilion. With a solemn expression, Nalan Yanran approached and pushed open the heavy door of the Sanjing Pavilion, guiding me up to the 5th floor. He then turned to me and said, "The transmission elder is on the 6th floor. You may ascend alone." I glanced at Nalan Yanran, paused in silence for a moment, then stepped onto the staircase without uttering a word. Upon reaching the 6th floor, I looked around and discovered the space was largely empty, with minimal furnishings, and in the center sat an elderly man in a meditative posture. I realized this must be the transmission elder, Nalan Ye. I approached slowly, bowing respectfully as I said, "I am Nalan Ye, here to pay my respects to the Grand Elder." Nalan Ye opened his eyes, scrutinizing me with a complex expression, and sighed, "You are indeed a fortunate child." My mood soured, and I felt a wave of irritation at his words. Fortune? How could I be lucky when I lacked the talent to become an alchemist? What significance does an alchemist hold? Nalan Ye seemed to perceive my thoughts, scoffing lightly before continuing. Do you know the divisions of combat energy techniques? Though I was unsettled, I recognized that this grand elder possessed formidable spirit power, so I dutifully replied, Respected elder, combat energy techniques are divided into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, each further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades, totaling 12 grades. Nalan Ye inquired further, what attributes are combatants divided into? I answered again, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, plus wind, thunder, light, and darkness, making a total of 9 attributes. Nalan Ye nodded, then shook his head, rising to a nearby shelf to retrieve an ancient wooden box, his eyes reflecting a complex depth. Child, are you aware that my Nalan family possesses 2 clan-defining techniques? He turned to face me, stating, one is called Imu Ju, and the other Gingshin Haolei Ju. Now, you should grasp how fortunate you truly are. I nodded emphatically, my body trembling with anticipation. The name Gingshin Haolei Ju unmistakably suggested a thunder attribute technique, and was I not of the thunder attribute? I swallowed hard, struggling to contain my excitement as I timidly asked, Elder, may I inquire what grade the Gingshin Haolei Ju is? Nalan Ye gently caressed the wooden box, murmuring, It is an earth tier lower grade. He then gazed at me, sighing, In our Nalan family, only techniques of the wood and thunder attributes are of earth tier. The others are merely of the upper profound tier. Had I possessed an earth tier technique to cultivate, perhaps I too could have ascended to the rank of combat king. A hint of sorrow crossed Nalan Ye's face. Though my heart raced with elation, I refrained from laughter, inhaling deeply to suppress my excitement and awaiting further instruction with my head bowed. Earth tier techniques. In a small place like the Jaimar Empire, possessing an earth tier technique is an extraordinary stroke of luck, and I, Nalan Ye, am about to acquire one. Ha ha. Child, your heart must be rejoicing, Nalan Ye remarked, his expression a blend of amusement and seriousness. A sudden jolt of concern gripped me. Were there additional conditions? It made sense. Such clan-defining techniques, especially in Earth Tier 1, could not simply be handed over for cultivation. I took a deep breath and bowed once more, asking, Please, Elder, how may I cultivate the Gingshin Haolei Ju? Nalan Ye shook his head, replying, This matter is beyond my authority. I must report to the family and convene a council of elders. Also, your grandfather, that old codger Nalan Tai, must be present. It requires the consent of half the members before you can cultivate the Gingshin Haolei Ju. Otherwise, there are plenty of profound tier thunder attribute techniques in the repository for you to choose from for cultivation. I furrowed my brow deeply. The conditions for cultivating the Gingshin Haolei Ju were both simple and daunting. 1 clan leader, an elder leader, 8 elders, and several other ancient spirits with combat spirit power, altogether 12 individuals, all must agree. If one were an ordinary clansman, unless endowed with talents comparable to those of Nalan Yanran, they would not even dare to contemplate initiating a vote. Yet, for me, it does not seem overly challenging. Furthermore, the elder patriarch regards me favorably, which grants me an additional 2 votes when combined with the patriarch's support. I have presented the alchemical elder with a tome on toxicology, and the transmission elder, whom I encountered earlier, has also shown no malice towards me, thus providing me with yet another 2 votes. Should my father and grandfather also lend their influence, my chances of mastering the Gingshin Haolei Ju seem almost assured. Chapter 19, the plan commences. As the sun rises and the moon sets, flowers bloom and wither. A withered leaf dances through the air, gently descending past my window. I quietly open my eyes, raising my hand to grasp the leaf, delicately caressing it, and murmur, Autumn has arrived once more. At this moment, it has been a year since my breakthrough into the fighter realm. As expected, following the Elder Assembly, I successfully acquired the training rights to Gingshin Haolei Ju. Regrettably, I am unable to become an alchemist, which is a pity given the depth of my spiritual power. Even the minor supplement pill recipe I obtained from the caverns of the Monster Beast Mountain Range has become obsolete and must be offered back to the family. Nevertheless, with the 2 rewards from presenting the toxicology tome, my family will supply me with an unlimited quantity of minor supplement pills until I ascend to the rank of Fighter Master. Releasing the leaf, I close my eyes once more, centering myself in tranquility. Today marks the auspicious occasion of my breakthrough from an 8-star fighter to a 9-star fighter. Gradually adjusting my state, I place a minor supplement pill into my mouth. The familiar taste and recipe bring a smile to my face. I have lost count of how many such pills I have consumed over the past year. I can only be grateful for my vast family and the numerous alchemists among us. Otherwise, had I to gather the herbs and refine the pills alone, I cannot fathom how much time it would consume, nor how inefficient the process would be. A breeze blows in from outside the city, and several eagles soar high above, while a few withered leaves drift down onto my robes, silently disintegrating into dust. Suddenly, I open my eyes wide, letting out a long howl towards the heavens. And springing up from the ground, I casually brush off my garments, a smile gracing my face as I step out of my chamber. I have succeeded. Observing the flowers, trees, and stone table in the courtyard, I burst into laughter. I am now a 9-star fighter. At 17, being a 9-star fighter is indeed formidable. Young master, there is a letter from Miss Yanran. Before I could revel in my triumph for long, a person approached to deliver a letter. I accepted it, dismissed the messenger, and proceeded to open it for a closer inspection. Over the past year, my endeavors have not solely revolved around training. At least my correspondence with Yanran has remained consistent. As I read through the letter, it mostly recounted mundane matters, nothing particularly noteworthy, save for the revelation that her master intends to venture to the Monster Beast mountain range. Naturally, Nalan Yanran's master is none other than Yun Yun, the current sect leader of the Yunlin sect. As I calculate the timing, I realize that it is nearly the moment when Yun Yun is set to meet Xiao Yan. In other words, Yun Yun's journey to the Monster Beast mountain range is aimed at the Crystal Wing Lion King. I take a deep breath. Are we finally about to commence? Regrettably, I lowered my gaze upon myself, initially intending to advance to the Dome Master level. Alas, my innate talent is rather lacking. Despite consuming numerous minor elixirs, I have only just managed to break through to the 9-star Do Fighter stage. Yet, Yun Yun is not one to wait. She is already prepared to take action. And how could I possibly lag behind? I turn my gaze towards the northwest, where the Tagore Desert lies, home to the enchanting Medusa Queen, a figure that drives men to madness, as well as the rare and coveted sought after by alchemists across the realm. Taking a deep breath, I burst into hearty laughter. Murmuring, Medusa, I, Nalan Ye, am on my way to you, are you aware? I acquired a steed and galloped out of Jamma City through the western gate, heading directly towards the Nalan family's estate on the outskirts of the city. Upon reaching the entrance of the estate and utilizing my core family token, I was escorted into a grand hall. Inside sat a middle-aged man who smiled warmly at me and said, "Ah, it's you? It has been quite some time since you visited your uncle." We exchanged a few pleasantries, and I soon articulated the purpose of my visit, stating, "Uncle, I have come to see grandfather. I kindly ask you to convey my request." Before long, I found myself in a pavilion, face-to-face with my grandfather. The 7-star Do Ling, Nalan Tai. My grandfather does not reside in the Nalan mansion, as it is occupied by a Do Wang. No one wishes to have someone of such stature looming over them, especially considering my grandfather's less than amicable relationship with Nalan Ye. Thus, he relinquished his position as elder to my father and chose to reside in this estate. Clad in a simple gray robe, his features were aged, with disheveled hair cascading behind him as he sat cross-legged on a mat. I approached to pay my respects, saying, "Grandson Nalan Ye pays his respects to you, grandfather." Nalan Tai opened his eyes, which bore the weight of countless years, and looked at me, his voice gravelly as he inquired, "Nalan Ye, how old are you this year? And what is your cultivation level?" I was somewhat taken aback. Is this how a grandfather behaves? However, considering his dedication to cultivation and the number of grandchildren he has, it is understandable that he might not remember all their details. My grandfather raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing me with a discerning gaze before nodding with satisfaction, saying, "Not bad. If you continue to exert yourself, you may yet aspire to Do Ling." He then queried, "What brings you to seek me today?" I glanced around, and though he frowned slightly, he gestured for those present to leave, leaving only the two of us in the room. I approached him respectfully and spoke candidly, "Grandfather, I possess news regarding." Nalan Tai's body trembled slightly. Although he resided in the estate outside the city, he was well aware of Nalan Ye's condition. Knowing he had been poisoned and that the alchemy king, Gu He, had stated that only could eradicate it, he murmured to himself, closing his eyes in contemplation for a moment before sighing, "Nalan Ye is ultimately more capable than I. The family still needs him to support it. Now, young one, share your news regarding." I nodded and replied, "Grandfather, I have heard that at the edge of the Tagore Desert, the known as the Azure Lotus Heart fire has been sighted." Hearsay? Nalan Tai's brow furrowed immediately, his gaze sharp as he pressed on. "Who said this? Is that person reliable? Is the information accurate?" With a sense of determination, I responded, "Grandfather, I assure you, this news is absolutely reliable. I implore you to trust your grandson." As Nalan Tai's gaze grew heavy, the oppressive aura of Do Ling began to permeate the room, weightily bearing down on me. My complexion flushed crimson, my breath quickened, and my legs trembled. Yet, as a 9-star Do practitioner, I managed to endure. A familiar sensation washed over me. Reminiscent of the past, I mused, over a year ago in Wuxi City, I had been subjected to similar treatment by that old rascal Nalan Ye. Fortunately, Nalan Tai, my grandfather, was not as ruthless as Nalan Ye, and he soon lifted the oppressive force. However, his expression remained cold as he calmly stated, "Child, although you are my grandson, Do you expect me to believe your words without proof? I inhaled deeply, gradually calming my mind, and, bracing against Nalan Ye's pressure, I met his gaze with determination. After a brief moment, I spoke resolutely. Grandfather, you must trust me on this matter. The intangible pressure of doling began to weigh heavily on my heart, my breath quickening once more, yet I could not falter. The Nalan clan possessed immense power. Securing their unwavering support would undoubtedly enhance the likelihood of my plan's success. After what felt like an eternity, when despair nearly consumed me and I was on the verge of surrender, the old man finally relented. You little rascal, come with me, he said, shaking his head as he rose and glanced at me before exiting the room. The pressure abruptly dissipated, and as I gasped for air, I followed him. On the way to the Nalan residence in the city, a contingent of guards surrounded our carriage. While inside, I sat across from Nalan Ye. I bit my lip and took the initiative to speak. Grandfather, the news regarding thee is absolutely reliable. There is another person who knows of this matter, and we must compete with them. Who? Nalan Ye inquired, narrowing his eyes slightly. However, upon hearing the 3 words I uttered, the old man jolted. His eyes widening as he fixed his intense gaze upon me, rendered speechless for a long while. Upon entering the Nalan estate, and after greeting Nalan Ye, my grandfather and I closed our eyes to rest while awaiting the arrival of the other elders. Soon, the clan leader and the 8 elders arrived, along with 2 other ancient figures of doling prowess, who, like my grandfather, were not elders, bringing our total to 14. The remaining 13 took their seats, leaving me, as the sole junior member, to stand forlornly behind my grandfather. To commence, my grandfather succinctly recounted the events that had transpired, causing a stir among the assembly. With gasps of astonishment echoing throughout, particularly from the alchemy elder, he fixed a penetrating stare upon my grandfather, his voice strained with intensity. Nalan Ye, is it truly? My grandfather scoffed. Old man, do you think I have nothing better to do than to toy with you? Elder Nalan Dong, undeterred by my grandfather's sharp words, suppressed his excitement and turned directly to Nalan Ye, stating, Clan leader, no, elder brother, we must investigate this matter, regardless of its authenticity. Elder brother, I must lead the expedition. I need to see Shimo City for myself. Nalan Dong's words tumbled forth in a frenzy of excitement. I fully understood his fervor. Was not merely sought after by Xiao Yin, but was coveted by all alchemists across the land. As a 5th-tier alchemist, how could Nalan Dong possibly escape the mundane? Chapter 20, Departing from Jamma City. Within the Nalan residence, in my courtyard, in my room, I sit cross-legged, a scroll unfurled upon my lap. Its surface as dark as iron, depicting an eagle's wings, the very scroll of the Ziyun wing combat technique that nearly cost me my life over a year ago. I reach out to caress it. It remains as cold as iron, and unbidden, thoughts of the little medicinal fairy drift into my mind. I wonder how she is faring. Perhaps she is suffering, tormented by the eruption of her cursed poisonous body? I let out a cold chuckle and turn my gaze westward, where the vast Beast Mountain range stretches for miles. At the foot of those majestic mountains lies a small town, known as Qingshan. Once again, my Nalan Ye shall return to Qingshan. I mutter softly, closing my eyes to concentrate. The family meeting held yesterday has concluded, and the allure of the was indeed compelling. This has allowed me to successfully complete the first step of my plan, garnering the strong backing of my family. Next, I must seek external assistance. I steady my mind, beginning to slowly gather and consolidate my soul power. Having learned from my previous encounter, I am now experienced in dealing with the remnants of the eagle beast soul. This time, I am determined to succeed. Covering the eagle's wings with my hand, I channel my soul power, gradually amassing it in my palm, increasing until I reach the very limit of my control, causing a slight dizziness. Suddenly, I launch toward the scroll. A piercing cry of an eagle reverberates in my mind, filled with murderous intent and ferocity. Yet, I am prepared, my spirit unwavering. The eagle beast, devoid of intelligence, rages against my consciousness, assaulting my defenses. Unfortunately, after centuries, its power has long since diminished, no longer the might of a 5th-tier magical beast, leaving only a pitiful remnant of its strength. While it can shake my defenses, it cannot breach them, and I hold my ground resolutely. After enduring for a long while, the eagle beast's soul begins to weaken, while I am drenched in sweat, my body trembling from exhaustion. Struggling, I reach for several pills, swallowing them down, some to replenish my strength, others to restore my fighting spirit, and a few to nourish my soul power. With a few pills in my system, I feel significantly better. Yet, the memories of my last experience flicker before my eyes, making me cautious and vigilant in my defense. After what feels like an eternity, the attacks from the eagle beast's soul slow and become increasingly feeble. I burst into laughter. The soul power I have accumulated surging forth like a mighty river, crashing into the eagle beast's soul, scattering it into disarray. until it vanishes without a trace. Suddenly, the dark as iron eagle wings radiate a brilliant light, shifting from black to purple and finally deepening to a rich purple-black hue. Startled, I fear the eagle beast's soul has not perished, and I hastily raise my palm. To my astonishment, the purple and black hues transform into two beams of light, rushing forth from the scroll and piercing into my palm. Pain. Agonizing pain. I feel the two beams racing through the meridians of my body, finally converging at the base of my spine. Next, two excruciating sensations strike me, causing my muscles to convulse and beads of sweat to pour from my forehead. I cried out in despair, unable to maintain my seated position, collapsing onto the ground, rolling and groaning, my eyelids growing increasingly heavy, rendering me unable to lift them again. Young master, what has happened to you? As I slipped into unconsciousness, I vaguely heard a flurry of anxious calls, likely from the guards stationed outside the house. After what felt like an eternity, I slowly opened my eyes to find myself lying on a bed, the ceiling above me indistinct, indicating that this was not my own room. As I assessed my body, I realized I was unharmed, albeit a bit sore. It seemed that my practice of the Ziyun wing combat technique had not resulted in any significant issues, just some fatigue. Struggling to sit up, I suddenly felt a rumble in my stomach. It was hunger. Furrowing my brow, I clutched my stomach and shouted towards the door, "Is anyone there? Please bring me something to eat." Before long, the door swung open, and a girl of about 15 or 16 entered. She looked somewhat familiar, dressed in a blue dress, her beauty striking as she moved gracefully. In her hands, she carried a bowl of hot porridge and sat down beside my bed, appraising me for a moment before breaking into a sweet smile, saying, "Brother Yi, you're awake." "Yes, I am," I replied with a somewhat awkward smile, finding her familiar, yet unable to recall her name. The girl, however, was quite eager, feeding me porridge while engaging in idle chatter. It was then I remembered that she was Nalan Ye, the granddaughter of the elder alchemist. From her casual conversation, I learned that I was on the elder alchemist's territory and had been brought here after my fainting spell the previous day. After the elder alchemist examined me, it was confirmed that I was fine, though I had indeed been in a weakened state. Although my limbs were intact, having a beautiful girl feed me porridge was simply delightful, so I refrained from refusing her kindness with unnecessary remarks about being able to feed myself. After resting for 2 days in my own courtyard, I set out on the morning of the third day. "Brother, you're going out to play again? I want to go too." Nalan Sunner tugged at my sleeve at the entrance of the Nalan residence, her lips pursed in a pitiable pout, her face a picture of discontent. I sighed, gently ruffling the little one's hair, and looked up to see my father and mother standing at the entrance to see me off. Lowering my head, I spoke earnestly to Sunner. "Have you forgotten what I told you a year ago?" Nalan Sunner blinked in confusion, her brow furrowing as she muttered, "What did you say?" I sighed again, crouching down to meet her gaze, my expression serious. "Your cultivation must keep pace with mine. Only then can you walk alongside me. Otherwise, you will be left trailing behind. It's best if you stay home and focus on your training." At 13, Nalan Sunner was still quite naive. My words left her momentarily stunned, her brow furrowed in thought, likely struggling to comprehend their meaning. I chose not to press her further, turning instead to mount my horse, gazing into the distance. Nearby, the residence was adorned with pavilions and towers, while beyond them lay the endless green mountains, and further still, only the azure sky remained. I gently squeezed my legs against the horse's sides, urging it forward along the cobblestone path. Yet, after only a few steps, a youthful voice called out from behind me, "Nalan Sunner. Brother, I will train hard at home. Just wait, next time I will definitely go out to play with you." For reasons unbeknownst to me, a sudden pang of emotion struck my nose, prompting me to draw a deep breath. I waved my hand at that figure, uttering no words, merely cracking the whip forcefully against the horse's rear. The beast, startled by the sting, galloped across the cobbled stones. Perched atop my steed, I embraced the refreshing breeze, leaving behind the Nalan estate where I had resided for over a year. A smile gradually spread across my face, blossoming into hearty laughter. Clad in a cerulean robe, with wine and sword accompanying my horse, I reveled in the exhilaration of traversing the world. How liberating! I raced down the street, causing a stir among the pedestrians. Unbeknownst to me, I toppled numerous stalls and startled countless souls, yet all I could do was laugh uproariously as I burst through the gates of Jiamaxi. The majestic city was soon left in my wake, as the hooves of my horse pounded against the solid path, carrying me further away. Suddenly, I turned my horse towards a low hill by the roadside. Standing at its summit, my gaze was not drawn to the grand city nor to the distant celestial mountains. Instead, I focused southward, towards a small town called Wutan, thousands of miles away. My messenger was currently traversing the distance between Jiamaxi and Wutan. I wondered how many days it would take to arrive. According to my information, the recruitment team from Canaan Academy had already reached Wutan. Over the past year, Xiao Yan had indeed shone brightly in Wutan, shedding the label of being useless. Surely, he must have passed the assessments of Canaan Academy by now. I lowered my gaze to the path at the foot of the hill, observing the bustling merchants and travelers, all weary from their journeys. I murmured, Xiao Yan, when we meet again in Shimo City, who will be the passerby, and who the protagonist? With a hearty laugh, I urged my horse down the slope, heading westward towards the small town near the treacherous mountains. 3 days later, I found myself comfortably lying in a tent atop a flying beast, cushioned by layers of soft blankets. The gentle breeze caressed my ears, providing immense comfort. Reflecting on my earlier horse ride, I couldn't help but blush with embarrassment. It had been utterly foolish. Even a 9-star fighter could not endure the relentless jostling of a horse ride. In just 2 short days, I felt utterly battered, and I had contemplated riding all the way to Qingshan town. Days later, I disembarked from the flying beast in Wuxi City, returning once again to the Nalan family shop. The management had changed. I learned that the previous overseer had been promoted to a larger city. The courtyard seemed to show signs of age. The trees perhaps a little older, the grass uncertain of how many times it had withered and sprouted anew. Only the stone table and chairs remained unchanged. In that moment, I was struck by a profound sense of nostalgia. It had only been a year and 5 months, yet it felt as if everything had transformed. Chapter 21, Night Raid. Days later, standing outside Qingshan town, I gazed into the distance, where an endless expanse of magnificent mountains loomed beside a humble town. After a long silence, I waved my hand, signaling the caravan to set forth once again. This time, I did not make a grand entrance, but rather entered in a rather ordinary manner, with neither the carriage nor the merchant guards displaying the emblem of the Nalan family. Seated in the carriage, I lifted the curtain to observe, and to my surprise, the small town appeared unchanged from a year ago. The streets remained filled with mercenaries and women dressed provocatively selling smiles, while the air is thick with foul language. Yet, perhaps there have been significant changes. Who can tell how many iterations of mercenaries have passed through these streets? No one knows, for no one cares. The Beast Mountain Range is a vast treasure trove, and surrounding it are countless small towns like Qingshan, where mercenaries who thrive on danger are innumerable. Each year, countless mercenaries meet their demise in the Beast Mountain Range, while many others suffer grievous injuries that haunt them for a lifetime. However, these towns never fall silent. As more dreamers, eager to strike it rich overnight, flood in to fill their streets. This time, I am well prepared. The assistance of several fighters and a dosher is far less crucial than it was over a year ago. I stowed away my storage ring and gazed ahead at the imposing Beast Mountain Range that dominated my view. The mountains were lush and verdant, with towering ancient trees, intermittently pierced by the fearsome roars of beasts. I felt no fear. Instead, a sense of exhilaration stirred within me. I laughed heartily and strode forward, declaring, Beast Mountain Range. Nalan Ye has returned. The ground was overrun with weeds, and insects and venomous snakes slithered amongst them. The treetops formed a canopy, blocking the sunlight. The underbrush was a chaotic tangle of branches and vines, with small creatures occasionally darting out. I had long since lost the spirited confidence I had when I set out. My clothes were in disarray, and my sword had become little more than a hiking staff. I wiped the sweat from my brow and could not help but curse. The deeper I ventured into the Beast Mountain Range, the less hospitable it became. Especially as the beasts grew more numerous. I had already endured 3 attacks. Fortunately, only first-tier beasts roamed here, and I emerged unscathed. As dusk approached, I scanned my surroundings and selected a spot. It was a valley with large patches of exposed rock, scattered with sparse weeds and devoid of trees. Upon reaching the valley, I gathered some dry wood to kindle a fire and warmed some jerky I had brought from the Nalan estate before eating. This jerky, prepared by an unknown cook, had a delightful aroma and taste. As I ate, my thoughts wandered. My destination is, of course, near the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King, where I must await the arrival of Yun Yun, the leader of the Yunlong sect. However, as a 6th-tier beast, the amethyst-winged Lion King is comparable to a human Do Huang, and its lair lies deep within the Beast Mountain Range. I lowered my gaze to the flickering firelight and examined the map. I traced a finger to the location of the Lion King's lair. After contemplating for some time, my fingertip began to move slowly, drawing a winding line that aligned with my current position. Alas, it seems this route is indeed the safest. I sighed. This path circumvents the territories of several 4th-tier beasts, yet the 3rd-tier beasts, comparable to human dosher, are not marked on the map. It stands to reason, as 4th-tier beasts are fewer in number, while the 3rd-tier beasts are more prevalent. The Beast Mountain Range is fraught with danger. Who could produce a map so precise? But this also means that I am likely to encounter 3rd-tier beasts along the way. 3rd-tier beasts, 3rd-tier beasts. With a furrowed brow, I pondered how to cope with the encounter of a third-tier beast when suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby. Mercenaries? I rose to ascertain the source of the noise and soon discerned that it was not a beast, but rather humans, likely mercenaries. Shortly thereafter, a few figures emerged from the forest. Upon counting, I found there were 5 of them, 3 men and 2 women. They, too, noticed my presence and began to approach cautiously. On high alert, I smirked slightly. While I held these lowly mercenaries in contempt, I dared not be overly dismissive, my hand instinctively resting on the hilt of my sword. I thought to myself, if these individuals were foolish enough to provoke me, I wouldn't hesitate to strike. Fortunately, they seemed wise, perhaps even intimidated by my demeanor. They halted 15 paces away, and one of the men, a middle-aged leader, stepped forward, lowering his voice to say, "Young brother, I am Kagan. From the Blood Battle Mercenary Group. Our team is hunting beasts in this vicinity, and as nightfall approaches, may we camp here as well?" I scanned them briefly, paused for a moment, and then inquired gravely, "Are you villains?" Kagan appeared momentarily taken aback, scratching his head, just as a rather young girl among them interjected. She exclaimed furiously, "We are from the Blood Battle Mercenary Group. How could we possibly be villains? Do you not know how to speak?" "Linger, do not speak out of turn," Kagan admonished. The petite girl, angered by his reprimand, pointed at me and shouted, her spirited demeanor almost comical. Observing this exchange, I silently nodded. It seemed these 5 mercenaries were indeed not malevolent. If they were, that girl's fiery temper would have surely been quelled long ago. She would have met an untimely fate. I have gained 5 free night watchmen. I chuckled to myself, though I still felt uneasy about their reliability. I draped a coat over my shoulders and closed my eyes, taking a moment to rest, wary of falling into a deep slumber. The moon was but a crescent, casting a dim light over the darkened woods, rendering my surroundings nearly indistinguishable. Suddenly, I jolted awake, hand instinctively grasping my sword as I turned to face the direction of approaching figures. To my alarm, I perceived a dozen silhouettes encircling the valley. My heart raced. I had not anticipated the enemy to be so near. It became evident to me that I was not cut out for combat. Meanwhile, the 5 mercenaries also sensed the threat, uttering startled exclamations as they instinctively drew closer to me. Armed and ready, the petite girl began to shout once more, directing her ire at the encroaching figures. "We are from the Blood Battle Mercenary Group. Who are you? Do you dare to surround us? Seeking conflict with the Blood Battle Mercenary Group." "Blood Battle Mercenary Group?" A derisive laugh echoed from the shadows, and a figure stepped forward. In the pale moonlight, I discerned a young man, perhaps in his mid-20s, his appearance unremarkable. He sneered and said, "My target is not you. But it seems unfortunate for you that you've stumbled into your demise." Li Wuchan. As I contemplated the identity of this man, the 5 mercenaries gasped in unison, their faces filled with shock. I furrowed my brow, casting a puzzled glance at Kagan. He regarded me with a complex expression, having already realized that Li Wuchan was indeed here for me. He opened his mouth and murmured, "Li Wuchan is the 2nd leader of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps and also a 1-star Dome Master." "The Wolf Head Mercenary Corps?" I furrowed my brow, and after a moment of contemplation, I vaguely recalled that the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps was indeed one of the 3 major mercenary groups in Qingshan Town, similar to the Blood Battle Mercenary Corps. I turned my head to scrutinize Li Wuchan and called out sternly, "Li Wuchan, since you intend to kill me, you ought to know who I am. Are you not afraid of the retribution from the Nalan family?" "Nalan Ye." A piercing scream suddenly echoed, and I looked intently to see a young woman in her 20s emerge slowly from behind Li Wuchan. Dressed in a black gown with long hair cascading down to her waist, she had a delicate face. Though not conventionally beautiful, her willow-shaped eyes were filled with malice. She fixed her gaze on me and, with gritted teeth, declared, "Nalan Ye, you killed my brother, and today I shall avenge him by taking your life." I was utterly bewildered. How had a fraternal vendetta emerged? I raised an eyebrow and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Who is your brother?" The woman in black let out a strange, raspy laugh and said, "My name is Ali, and my brother is Hemin. Does that ring a bell?" Ha ha ha. I had given up on vengeance, but here you are, back in Qingshan Town, daring to enter the monster mountain range alone. This is a divine opportunity bestowed upon me. Her expression turned frenzied as she pointed at me, laughing maniacally. "Nalan Ye, a villain like you cannot escape the judgment of heaven. Ha ha ha, today? You shall surely die." Ka Gang remained silent, his face a mask of shock as he gazed at me, and the other 4 were equally astonished. The petite girl covered her mouth in surprise, exclaiming, You are the young master of the Nalan family, who came to Qingshan Town over a year ago?" As one of the 3 prominent families in the Jaimar Empire, the Nalan family, possessing a Do Wong expert, was undoubtedly a distant concept for these mercenaries from a small town. To them, a direct descendant of the Nalan family held a status not unlike that of a prince. It was no wonder they were so taken aback. I glanced at the girl, noticing a hint of admiration in her eyes. Ignoring her, I shifted my gaze back to Kagang. Kagang, regaining his composure, quickly spoke. Nalan Ye. Hemin was the former third leader of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. Over a year ago, when you entered the Monster Mountain Range, he followed you in. Later, he paused, casting a cautious glance my way before continuing. Later, after news of his death spread, his sister, Ali, came to Qingshan town. Li Wuchen is Ali's husband. They knew you were the one who killed Hemin but dared not seek revenge, remaining in Qingshan town instead. Who would have thought you would return and be discovered by them? Chapter 22. Old Grievances. The hazy moon hung low, casting a somber shadow across the landscape. I remained silent for a moment, then pointed at Li Wuchen and surveyed the more than 10 members of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps surrounding me, and shouted fiercely. Li Wuchen, Ali, if you dare to kill me, the Nalan family shall undoubtedly annihilate your entire clan. Nalan Ye, you killed my brother, and you should have anticipated this day. Ali screamed with a voice that was as grating as nails on a chalkboard. Li Wuchen, feeling a twinge of unease, paused for a moment before speaking. This is the Monster Mountain Range. If I were to eliminate you all, the Nalan family would merely assume you fell victim to the beasts here. They would never suspect us. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 5 mercenaries beside me shifted dramatically, their faces darkening. The petite girl was momentarily taken aback, directing her ire at Li Wuchen with pointed fingers and loud reproach. A faint smile curled at the corners of my lips as I chose to disregard the 5 mercenaries beside me, gazing at Li Wuchen with a teasing glint in my eyes. To eliminate us all? Will it be just us, or will your mercenaries meet the same fate? I tossed 3 items casually to the 3 mercenaries with wolf insignias positioned to my left, right, and behind me. With a serious demeanor, I declared, gentlemen, these 3 items are my personal belongings and can attest to my identity. After today, I would appreciate it if you would convey a message to my father at the Nalan estate in Jama City. He will surely reward you handsomely. The room fell into stunned silence at my proclamation. Li Wuchen, Ali, and the dozen or so wolf insignia mercenaries, along with the 5 blood battle mercenaries beside me, stared at me in disbelief. I flicked my sleeves and stood with an air of arrogance, casting a subtly mocking gaze at Li Wuchen. What does it matter if you outnumber me? With but a simple scheme, I can sow discord among you. Nalan Ye, do you believe everyone is like you? These men are my brothers. Do you think they would betray me for mere wealth? I scoffed derisively. If that is the case, why do you not strike? What are you waiting for? Li Wuchen fell into a contemplative silence, and no one spoke for a prolonged moment, until Ali shouted, you all. My brother was killed by Nalan Ye. Do you truly intend to aid him? A chuckle escaped my lips as I observed the infighting among the wolf insignia mercenaries. I crossed my arms, a smirk playing on my lips as I considered how mercenaries are typically driven by profit. After all, who in this world acts without the lure of gain? I traveled all the way to this desolate Monster Mountain Range for the very same reason. To expect these bloodthirsty mercenaries to possess any sense of morality or loyalty is utterly absurd. I surveyed the 3 mercenaries who had received the tokens. I had deliberately chosen them, knowing their ranks were not insignificant. Either they were small leaders or seasoned veterans. The silence lingered, and the petite girl beside me stared in wide-eyed amazement, realizing that what she had thought was a life-and-death situation had been diffused before it even fully commenced. She looked at me, murmuring, incredible. The Nalan family truly deserves its reputation as one of the 3 great families of the empire. Is every youth within it this formidable? Kaga and the other 3 mercenaries frequently glanced in my direction, their eyes brimming with admiration, instinctively inching closer to me. I inclined my head slightly to them, maintaining a silent, proud stance. Ali's frantic tirade continued, but to these battle-hardened mercenaries, it held little weight. The wolf insignia mercenary group began to fracture, with most members leaning toward informing my father for a chance at reward, while a smaller faction, perhaps genuinely loyal to Li Wuchen, contemplated carrying out his orders to eliminate me. However, the 2 factions were now tentatively at an impasse, the once tight encirclement now ragged and disordered. Kaga's eyes brightened as he leaned toward me, whispering, young Master Nalan, this is an opportune moment. They are currently embroiled in internal strife. We shall seize this opportunity to break free, and we are bound to escape. I shook my head, gazing at the figures of Li Wuchen and Ali, and scoffed. How could a mere battle master and a combatant pose a threat to my life? Since they dare to come after me, I shall be compelled to eliminate them. Brothers, we have shared bonds of camaraderie. I do not wish to obstruct your paths to wealth. Those who wish to leave may do so. At that moment, a contemplative voice emerged. It was Li Wuchen. He waved to gather a few mercenaries still inclined to heed him, while the remaining dozen mercenaries exchanged glances. After a brief pause, one of them finally spoke up, exclaiming, Second Captain, it is not that we lack loyalty. It is simply that the Nalan family is not something we can contend with. This venture could cost us our lives. I have elders above and young ones below. I cannot bear the thought of them being slaughtered by the Nalan family. Therefore, second captain, please do not hold it against us, brothers. Upon finishing, this mercenary, who evidently had some standing among them, turned to me and declared, young Master Nalan, wait and see. Once we are outside, we will certainly relay this matter to the Nalan family. In due time, their formidable members shall seek vengeance for you, and you may find peace in the afterlife. I clenched my teeth. Irritation etched across my face as I regarded the mercenary. Is he cursing my death? If that is the case, then you ought not to leave. I laughed heartily, pointing at the group of a dozen wolf-head mercenaries, exclaiming, it is astonishing that such foolish individuals exist in this world. You come here to kill me, and the enmity is already established. Do you truly believe that departing will resolve it? Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Should any of you dare to leave today, I, of the Nalan family, shall annihilate your entire lineage. The faces of the wolf-head mercenaries froze, and the one who had spoken earlier wore a grim expression, his hand reaching for his weapon as he said, young Master Nalan, what do you mean by this? Are you forcing us to kill you? Do you still believe you can eliminate us all? I scoffed. For the internal discord within the wolf-head mercenary group had dissipated. Li Wuqing stood before me, the wolf-head mercenaries to my right, yet my left and rear were wide open, allowing me and the 5 Blood War mercenaries to escape through those gaps at any moment. Of course, I possessed the purple cloud wings. I could fly away alone whenever I wish, but that would be rather dull. This matter cannot remain concealed. If you do not send word, the Blood War mercenaries will surely do so. I glanced at the 5 mercenaries beside me, then abruptly pointed at Li Wuqing and bellowed, you now have but 2 choices, kill me or eliminate Li Wuqing. Those who dare to depart, I, of the Nalan family, shall eradicate your entire lineage. The dozen wolf-head mercenaries were momentarily bewildered, caught in a dilemma, when a voice suddenly rang out. It was Li Wuqing. He shouted, brothers, you have all heard this. This wretched Nalan Ye will swiftly deny any bond. Even if you truly kill me, do you think he will harbor no resentment? Have we not witnessed the nature of the young masters and mistresses of these great families? Look at Nalan Ye. He speaks of slaughtering our entire families without hesitation, revealing his true character. The enmity has been established today. Let us not hesitate. Let us eliminate him. As for the Nalan family, do not forget. We are in the Monster Mountain Range, on the edge of the Empire. Outside the Gamma Empire, what is the Nalan family worth? Having spoken, Li Wuqing did not grant anyone the opportunity to ponder. With a fierce shout, he charged forward, accompanied by Ali and several mercenaries. Brothers, let us slay Nalan Ye and escape the Gamma Empire. At that moment, the group of over a dozen wolf-headed mercenaries erupted into chaos. One mercenary, with a loud cry, dashed towards me alongside Li Wuqing. The slightest movement triggered a cascade, and soon, the entire pack of wolf-headed mercenaries surged forward. Witnessing the tumultuous approach of the mercenaries, I cursed under my breath, realizing that my verbal tactics had utterly failed. Why was it that others succeeded effortlessly while I faltered? Was it simply because I was but cannon fodder, not the protagonist? My heart brimmed with indignation, yet fear eluded me. Just then, Kagan reached out to pull me away, urging me to flee, but I brushed his hand aside and retrieved an object from my spatial ring, a crossbow. This crossbow, named the Serpent Slayer, was entirely black, its design menacing, radiating an aura of lethality. I deftly cocked the crossbow and aimed at Li Wuqing, gently pulling the trigger. With a soft hiss, the shot found its mark, and Li Wuqing, a mere 1-star combat master, fell without uttering a sound. The power of the Serpent Slayer was akin to that of a full-fledged combat master. While the term combat master here did not specify a precise rank, it was evident that Li Wuqing was far inferior. An elderly mercenary, catching sight of the crossbow by the moonlight, gasped in horror. Instantly, the pack of wolf-headed mercenaries was thrown into disarray. With Li Wuqing slain, their leader was gone, and the infamous reputation of the Serpent Slayer sent shivers down their spines. These bloodthirsty mercenaries were all too aware of its fearsome renown. Fear not. Use your bows and arrows. Shoot him, kill him. A frantic voice rang out. It was Ali. She had lost her brother and then her husband to my hands. Her wrath must have been palpable. I chuckled heartily, reloading the crossbow for another shot, but alas, the dim light only allowed me to strike her left arm. I had no time to reload again, for several arrows were already hurtling towards me. These arrows were merely ordinary, but I was not of the earth element. I could not withstand them with mere flesh. I quickly stowed the Serpent Slayer and drew my sword and shield. This sword and shield were no ordinary iron weapons wielded by the mercenaries, but rather magical armaments embedded with third-tier magic cores, exquisite examples of their kind. The towering heavy shield rose before me like a thick wall, capable of withstanding any arrows, blades, or combat techniques. As 3 or 5 mercenaries closed in, I swung my sword, its sharpness unparalleled. No blade, shield, or defensive technique could withstand a single stroke. How exhilarating it was. I let out a wild laugh, charging forward with my sword and shield. With Li Wuchen dead, the highest ranking among the wolf-headed mercenaries was merely a 7-star fighter, 2 ranks below me. Armed with my superior weaponry, they stood no chance against me. In a matter of moments, I felled several of them. Mercenaries, ever opportunistic, retreated at the sight of danger, disregarding Ali's desperate cries. I sheathed my sword and shield, and once more took up the Serpent Slayer, releasing arrow after arrow. Unfortunately, these seasoned mercenaries were now on guard. Utilizing the uneven terrain to their advantage, I managed to strike only 2, while the others vanished into the dense forest, and I felt no inclination to pursue them. Chapter 23. Innocent Breakthrough. Under the dim light of the crescent moon, the desolate valley lay strewn with corpses, their blood staining the ground. A faint metallic scent of blood lingered in the air, causing a slight discomfort that prompted me to instinctively rub my nose. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the hillside behind me. I raised my gaze and beheld 5 mercenaries who had previously broken through, standing in a daze upon the slope. Their eyes fixed upon me, igniting a flicker of exhilaration within my heart. With a light chuckle, I sheathed my crossbow and waved at them, beckoning them to descend. After a brief silence, they whispered among themselves before slowly making their way down the slope. Kagong swallowed hard, carefully navigating around 2 corpses to approach me. His expression one of uncontainable admiration. "Young Master Nalan, you are truly formidable." The other 4 were equally astonished, their initial shock transforming into profound respect and awe. Mercenaries have always revered the strong, and at that moment, I was undoubtedly a figure of strength. I cleared my throat, placing my hands behind my back, and attempted to adopt an air of nonchalance as I remarked, "Kagong, go check if these people are truly dead. If any still draw breath, finish them off." Kagong dared not speak further, quickly complying and leading the 3 others to scour the battlefield. Only the petite girl remained, perhaps due to her inexperience and timid nature. Kagong did not permit her to partake in such grim tasks, leaving her to stand guard. She cast a glance my way before turning her gaze toward the distant woods. After a while, she glanced back, her lips parting slightly as she softly inquired, "You are so powerful. Why did you engage them in so much meaningless chatter instead of simply killing them?" The distinction between humans and beasts lies in the intellect of humans, which is why I prefer to employ wisdom and strategy. I cleared my throat, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as I replied, had my strategy succeeded, the wolf-head mercenary group would have fallen into discord, and I would not have needed to act myself. Upon hearing this, Linger gazed at me with deep admiration, and I felt a surge of excitement within me. Just as I was about to speak further, a chilling cry echoed from afar. I turned to see a figure rising from the ground, sword raised to strike another bloodied female mercenary. "Feigning death? Sister Qingxin," Linger exclaimed, hastily reaching for her sword to lend aid, but perhaps due to her anxiety, she struggled twice before finally drawing it. At that moment, Kagong and the others had already rushed over, encircling the wolf-head mercenary and swiftly subduing her. As Linger and I approached, I was startled to recognize the subdued figure, Ali. Perhaps due to this recognition, Kagong and his companions refrained from killing her, merely restraining her. Kagong turned to me and asked, "Young Master Nalan, how shall we deal with her, Ali?" I looked down at Ali, her long hair disheveled, her left arm pierced by the crossbow bolt, blood gushing forth in a grotesque display as she lay helpless on the ground. Yet, she did not yield. Despite her pain, she lifted her head defiantly, gazing at me with a face twisted in struggle and madness, her voice hoarse as she cried, "Nalan Ye, you killed my brother, you killed my husband. Even as a ghost, I shall not let you go. A rabid dog." I cursed inwardly, regarding Ali with no trace of pity or compassion. With a cold smile, I replied, "Indeed, there are ghosts in the continent of fighting spirit. However, with your meager cultivation, the prospect of becoming one is utterly impossible." I slowly crouched down, bringing my gaze level with Alari's, and as I beheld the indifference and madness in her eyes, an inexplicable sense of fear arose within me. Struggling to believe the gravity of the situation, I let out a sudden scoff and declared, "Is it merely because you killed your brother? I have vowed to eradicate your entire lineage. You may go first. Soon enough, your parents, siblings, and children will join you." Alari's expression shifted abruptly, and she cried out in anguish, "Nalan Ye, it is I who seeks your death. What sort of man would harm my family?" Rising to my feet, I looked down at her and shook my head. Turning to Kagan, I instructed, "Finish her." Kagan hesitated, uncertain, and cautiously replied, "Young Master Nalan, while it is justifiable for you to kill her since she aims to take your life, her family is another matter. Do you presume I am acting out of personal vendetta?" I shot him a cold glance, silencing him instantly. With a dismissive huff, I continued. The Nalan family has many descendants. I am not the sole representative. If an attack were to be made on the Nalan family members, merely targeting me, what would that signify? Shaking my head, I turned away, gazing at the gradually brightening sky, and stated at that time, anyone harboring grievances against the Nalan family would inevitably seek to assault our kin. I shall not permit such a scenario to unfold. Whipping my head back, I fixed my icy stare on Alarai and declared, thus, her family must perish. I intend to convey to the entire Jayamar Empire that the Nalan family is not to be trifled with. Those who dare to covet the Nalan family must be prepared for utter annihilation. Alarai met her demise, slain by a bloodthirsty mercenary. The spoils from the fallen wolfhead mercenary were collected by Kagan and his companions, and among them was the most prized possession, the spatial ring belonging to Li Wuchen, which Kagan graciously presented to me. The night passed in silence, and I fell into a light slumber, with Kagan and his men keeping watch. Upon parting, I entrusted a letter to Kagan, requesting that he deliver it to the steward of the Nalan family shop in Wuxi City. Kagan accepted my request, and slowly departed the valley with several companions. I shook my head, stretched languidly, and retrieved a map to confirm my direction before setting out on my journey. The road ahead was long, and the letter contained 3 main points. Firstly, Alarai and her entire family must be exterminated. Secondly, regarding Li Wuchen, this individual managed to ascend to the rank of battle master at just over 20 years of age. He likely belongs to a family and should not be dealt with as bluntly as Alarai. A thorough investigation is warranted, but the specifics will be determined by the elders at home, and I need not fret over it. Thirdly, concerning the matter of the tokens. I had discarded 3 tokens last night. The jade pendant and fragrance pouch were later discovered on the bodies, yet the token itself remains missing. The loss of a core family member's token is no trivial matter, but it is not insurmountable. I reported it, and the Nalan family has its own means of discernment. After traversing the Monster Beast mountain range for several days, I cautiously stood upon a slope, leveraging the terrain and swiftly pinpointing my location on the map. Upon realization, I could not suppress my excitement. I was near the lair of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. If Yunyan truly arrives and engages in battle with the Amethyst-Winged Lion King, the commotion would surely be immense, and I would undoubtedly notice at once. Dragging my weary body, I sought out a safer cave nearby to rest, nurturing my strength while I quietly awaited the unfolding events. Even with the notion of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King in mind, I suppose it would only be when the mood strikes me that I would abruptly set forth. I wait and cultivate until that day arrives, and to my astonishment, I feel an overwhelming urge to break through. From a 9-star fighter to a fighter, I am on the verge of advancing to a Dome Master. Sitting cross-legged upon a mat, my expression a blend of laughter and tears. I find myself in a state of bewilderment. At present, I am engrossed in my pursuits. I have done nothing but my daily cultivation. So how is it that I am poised for a breakthrough? Upon reflection, during my time in the Beast Mountain range, aside from the wolf head mercenaries, I encountered numerous magical beasts, including a 3rd-tier beast. After countless skirmishes, I have taken these past few days to recuperate and cultivate my spirit. So it seems rather normal to experience a breakthrough today, does it not? With a deep sigh, I recognize the rarity of such an opportunity. If I do not seize this moment, I may not have another chance for a long while. I offer a wry smile, retrieving the prepared auxiliary elixirs from my storage ring and swallowing one whole. Having consumed these elixirs before, I am well acquainted with their refinement. The pure and gentle medicinal power gradually unfurls within me, and I continuously refine and absorb it, my internal fighting energy swelling and becoming more potent. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupts from outside the cave, jolting my spirit and nearly causing my fighting energy to falter. Startled, I quickly center my mind and stabilize my energy. Cautiously opening my eyes to listen. The source of the commotion is familiar. It is the lair of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. Has Yunyan arrived? I curse under my breath, knowing that at this hour, it is unlikely anyone else would be present. I knew it. There would surely be trouble if I attempted to break through now. As expected, it is indeed a coincidence that Yunyan has come today. However, I have already ingested the elixir, and though its effects are mild, they are overwhelming. The surge of power within me renders me immobile. Again, I cannot help but curse, casting one last glance in the direction of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King's lair, before quietly closing my eyes to expedite the refinement of the elixir's power. Outside, the thundering sounds persist, occasionally interspersed with cries. Yun and the Amethyst-Winged Lion King must be locked in a fierce battle. It is hard to fathom what a clash between those sovereigns would resemble. Surely a grand spectacle. Has it come to an end? I reopen my eyes, the incredulity washing over me. This is far too swift. Remarkably, I have only refined a little over half of the elixir's power, while a portion still lingers within me. Yet, time is of the essence. Yun Yun is not a match for the amethyst-winged Lion King. Although she has managed to escape, she is gravely injured, and this presents my sole opportunity to enhance her favor. Should I miss this chance, once she recovers, she will never be so vulnerable again. With determination, I compress the elixir's power using my fighting energy, rising to my feet instead of remaining seated. Exiting the cave, I gaze towards the skies above the amethyst-winged Lion King's lair, but see no sign of a struggle. Indeed, the battle has concluded. Hesitating only briefly, I take a step forward, traversing the nearby forest in search of Yun Yun's figure. The favor of a Do sovereign is invaluable to me and my plans. Due to this plan, my future hinges on whether I can attain the rank of Do Huang, or even ascend to Do Zone. Chapter 24, The Waterpool Cave. The terrain is rugged and the forest dense. With the medicinal power surging within me, I am unable to utilize the Ziyun wings and must traverse the mountainous terrain on foot. It is regrettable that I ventured out too late, missing the sight of Yun Yun's flight. Thus, I am left to search cautiously around the vicinity of the nest of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Fortunately, the previous battle between Yun Yun and the purple crystal-winged Lion King was so terrifying that the surrounding magical beasts fled in droves, leaving the area relatively safe for me. Clad in the hide of a fourth-tier magical beast and wielding the killing serpent crossbow, I circumspectly circled the nest. After traversing the mountains for quite some time, I have yet to find Yun Yun, and a sense of urgency begins to envelop me. My physical stamina is waning, and the medicinal power within me is becoming increasingly difficult to contain. Should I fail to locate her soon, I may have no choice but to abandon the search and focus on refining the medicinal energy instead. Gradually, the sound of flowing water reaches my ears. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I cast a glance in that direction and decide to approach. Water. Could it be that Yun Yun, injured, subconsciously seeks out a source of water? After all, water symbolizes hope and life in human perception. I raise the killing serpent crossbow and cautiously move closer, only to discover that the stream is but a mere mountain gully. Looking around, I find no sign of Yun Yun, and disappointment washes over me. With a sigh, lacking any clear target, I begin to stroll downstream along the gully. The path beside the gully is much easier to navigate than the dense forest, and my view is notably clearer. I feel somewhat relieved and take out some jerky to replenish my strength. After walking for a considerable time, the sound of flowing water grows louder, cascading rhythmically. I furrow my brow and gaze ahead, only to find the gully coming to an end. There lies a waterfall. Approaching the edge of the waterfall, I peer downwards and behold the gully rushing forth, thundering towards the pool below. The sound reverberates through the air, creating a mist that envelopes the area, rendering it ethereal and dreamlike. As the water cascades down, it resembles the Milky Way descending from the heavens. Gazing upon this scene, I murmur to myself, feeling a sudden lightness in my heart. With a soft chuckle, I find clarity within, and I turn to seek a cave where I can refine the medicinal energy. However, suddenly, my gaze falters as I notice a white figure bobbing at one edge of the water pool, gently swaying with the current. Could it be a person? Frowning, I crouch down to get a better look, but the waterfall's height and the thick mist obscure my vision. I can only vaguely discern that it indeed resembles a person. Looking around, I find that both sides are steep cliffs, with jagged rocks making passage to the water pool impossible. And if I were to take a longer route, who knows how long it would take? I fall into silence, my hand instinctively moving to my back, contemplating whether to use the Ziyun wings. In my current state, should I recklessly employ Do techniques? The only outcome would be an imbalance of my medicinal power and Do Qi, leading to severe consequences, perhaps even unconsciousness or lasting repercussions that impede my cultivation. This is an exceedingly perilous place, the Beast Mountain Range, and falling into such a state would render me vulnerable to death. Yet, what if that figure is indeed Yun Yun? My aptitude is lacking, and if my plans fail, I would have no hope of becoming a Do Huang, let alone a Do Zone. Even achieving the rank of Do Huang would be a daunting challenge. At that moment, I found myself resigned to waiting for Xiao Yin to rise to prominence, hoping to kneel before him, imploring him for a modicum of cultivation resources. To beg another? To beseech oneself? I cursed under my breath, sheathing my crossbow and advancing toward the precipice of the waterfall, poised to leap. Yet, uncertainty gripped me. Could that silhouette below truly be Yun Yun? What if my eyes were deceiving me? Damn it, Xiao Yin, I shall surely bring her demise one day. I cursed aloud, steeling my resolve, casting aside my hesitations, and leapt into the abyss. Whoosh! I carefully summoned my fighting spirit to infuse the eagle wing patterns etched upon my back, and a soft lavender luminescence emanated through my robes, coalescing into substantial wings that spanned a foot in size. These wings were intricately linked to my inner energy, allowing me to maneuver with precision. Alas, my current state forbade the expenditure of even the slightest bit of fighting spirit. I endeavored to minimize my energy consumption, foregoing flight and opting instead for a glide downwards. The wind rushed past my ears, cutting through a refreshing mist, as I abruptly retracted my energy and landed at the water's edge. The sound of the water here was far more thunderous than that of the waterfall, rumbling like distant thunder. Approaching the white figure, trepidation began to creep into my heart, my pulse quickening. Initially, I attributed this to nerves, but soon I realized it was the unmistakable stirrings of medicinal energy. With little time to ponder, I hastened toward the scene, my heart skipping a beat. What a vision! There, at the water's edge, floated a woman clad in a moon-white robe, her long azure tresses cascading into the water, yet she remained stunningly beautiful. However, her eyes were tightly shut, her complexion alarmingly pale, clearly indicating she had sustained grievous injuries. Yin, I murmured, gazing dreamily at the unconscious woman submerged in the water. I had never encountered Yin, but I presumed her to be no less than remarkable. Suddenly, a beastly roar echoed from afar, causing my brow to furrow. We were quite distant from the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King. The earlier battle had not reached this place, and many magical beasts still thrived here. I glanced up at the waterfall. Alas, there was no hidden cave behind the cascading water. With a sigh of resignation, I hoisted Yin from the water, cradling her. My arms encircled her legs and rested beneath her arms. The coolness of the pond water mingling with the warmth of her soft skin sent a shiver through me. I was enveloped by a delicate fragrance, my heart swelling with tenderness. I swallowed hard, suppressing the strange thoughts that surfaced, and carried her away from the water's edge. After an extensive search, I finally discovered a valley and a cave. After vanquishing the magical beast that occupied the cave, I cautiously entered, holding Yin close. Inside, apart from a foul odor, there were no further troubles. I finally exhaled in relief, gently laying her down and providing her with a cushion. It was then that I had the opportunity to scrutinize her closely. As I gazed down, I beheld her exquisite features, her skin as flawless as jade. What struck me most was the sight of this formidable leader of the Gamma Empire, gravely injured and lying defenseless before me in a state of pitiful vulnerability. My nose suddenly felt warm, and to my shock, I discovered a startling flow of blood. Alarm surged within me, compelling me to introspect. And I found my inner energy in chaotic disarray, a tumultuous blend of medicinal properties and fighting spirit. I could no longer afford to concern myself with Yin. In haste, I retrieved the incense burner from my spatial ring, igniting the calming incense to dispel the unpleasant odor that lingered in the air, and began to sit cross-legged to refine the medicinal energy once more. Yet it was too late. The battle aura within me had already become a chaotic mixture with the medicinal power. The turbulent energy was exceedingly difficult to navigate, causing a sense of anxiety to swell within me. In my panic, my battle aura unexpectedly faltered. The two energies collided within my meridians, akin to a catastrophic accident, resulting in a sharp pain that coursed through me, and I spat out a mouthful of blood before my vision dimmed and I lost consciousness. Time passed in a blur, and I gradually regained consciousness, only to feel an insatiable hunger gnawing at my stomach. I cursed softly under my breath and called out, "Someone, bring me something to eat." After my call, fatigue washed over me once more, and I reclined again, patiently awaiting my sustenance. The door creaked open, accompanied by the sound of footsteps and a faint fragrance. Food had finally arrived. "Ah, you are awake." A voice, both unfamiliar and strangely familiar, resonated in my ears. I furrowed my brow and opened my eyes. At first, I beheld the rugged ceiling of the cave, followed by the sight of a resplendent face. It bore a striking resemblance to Nalan Yanran, and after a moment's contemplation, I realized it indeed was her. I gritted my teeth, unable to suppress a groan of despair. Just then, a delicate hand rested upon my shoulder, and the calm voice said, "You have miscalculated in your cultivation and have sustained injuries. It is unwise to move. You should remain still." I cast a sidelong glance at her, her demeanor still adorned with an air of elegance, inciting a flicker of irritation within me. However, I dared not express my anger and obediently reclined as instructed. Subsequently, a peculiar item, something skewered on a stick, though I could not discern its true nature, was presented to my lips. I turned my head to examine the offering, detecting an unappetizing burnt odor. After a moment of silence, I inquired, "Senior, what is this?" A blush crept onto her face, revealing a hint of embarrassment as she replied, "This is grilled fish. Did you not say you were hungry? Please eat." Considering the tales I had heard and Nalan Yanran's words, I recalled that she was not known for a bad temper. I cautiously asked, "Senior, is this truly edible?" Her countenance regained its regal composure, the blush fading entirely. With a serious nod, she affirmed, "Yes, you must eat it all." What a jest! I fervently shook my head, inching backward as my gaze fell upon her slender fingers and the spatial ring. Hesitantly, I asked, Senior, do you not have any provisions in your spatial ring? Upon her negative shake of the head, I couldn't help but ponder. Do all battle emperors possess such audacity? To venture into the Beast Mountain range without even a morsel of food? With a resigned sigh, I attempted to channel my battle aura to retrieve some jerky from my spatial ring, but then I let out a loud wail. As I activated my energy, a sharp pain surged through my meridians, causing me to convulse upon the mat. After struggling and groaning for what felt like an eternity, the agony gradually subsided, and I finally calmed down. Did I not mention that you were injured? She remarked, observing me with a glimmer of compassion in her eyes as I gasped for breath. Wiping the sweat from my forehead and glancing up at her elegant form, which loomed above me, I let out a bitter smile. My meridians were injured, and I could not even circulate my fighting energy. This was indeed a tremendous loss. If this injury were not treated properly, it could easily lead to lasting repercussions. However, that was a concern for another day. For now, the most pressing issue was to address my basic needs. As for the so-called roasted fish in her hands, I would rather starve than take a single bite. I removed my storage ring and tossed it over, saying, Senior, there are dried meats and fresh water inside. Could you please assist me in retrieving them? She raised her hand to catch it, glancing at me with a hint of curiosity, perhaps surprised by my actions, as fighters rarely allow others to inspect their storage rings. Yet, she said nothing further. Her spiritual energy delved into the ring, and soon I noticed her delicate brows furrow slightly as she turned her head to glance at me again. Surely, she had discovered the item within my storage ring? Indeed. She retrieved the dried meat and water, handing them to me while inquiring, Young one, which family do you belong to? I accepted the food and water, a radiant and proud smile illuminating my face as I replied, Senior, my name is Nalan Ye, a core member of the Nalan family. And you? Upon hearing my words, she simply turned away, sitting cross-legged on another stone, gently closing her eyes to begin her cultivation, uttering, Yunlan sect, Yun Yun. Chapter 25, 5th Rank Healing Pill. Several days passed, and after consuming numerous healing pills, my body gradually improved. My meridians felt significantly better, and I could slightly circulate my fighting energy. Meanwhile, Yun Yun remained cross-legged in another spot, her eyes closed in meditation, presumably recuperating from her injuries. She had been struck by the amethyst-winged Lion King, so her wounds were undoubtedly severe. My storage ring contained ample food and water, eliminating the need to venture out in search of sustenance. Later, I supplemented my supplies with powders that could dispel magical beasts and mask our presence, and thus we were not disturbed by any beasts, allowing for a leisurely respite that was almost dull. Slowly, I rose from my mat, sitting cross-legged, resting my chin on my hand, gazing at Yun Yun with a blink of fascination. After these few days of recovery, she had improved remarkably. Her complexion regained its color, her cheeks flushed with vitality. Coupled with her picturesque features and regal bearing, the faint azure fighting energy swirling around her accentuated the flowing elegance of her moon-white dress, rendering me momentarily entranced. Hey! A light reprimand jolted me back to reality. I focused my gaze to see Yun Yun's slightly closed eyes had opened, her serene gaze now piercing me with a hint of irritation. In silence, she regarded me, and I awkwardly chuckled, at a loss for words, as the cave fell into an awkward silence. After a brief moment, Yun Yun finally spoke, saying, It is now noon. I was momentarily taken aback before realizing my surroundings. Carefully circulating my fighting energy, I retrieved the dried meat and water from my storage ring and slowly moved closer, offering them to Yun Yun. After she had eaten her fill, she intended to resume her cultivation, but I could no longer endure the boredom. I desperately wished for someone to converse with. After a moment of contemplation, I ventured to ask, Senior, when do you think my injuries will heal? Yun Yun opened her eyes to regard me, and after a moment of silence, she tossed a jade vial from her storage ring towards me, saying, Inside is a 5th rank healing pill. Taking it should expedite your recovery. I caught the vial and looked down at it, rendered momentarily speechless. Such extravagance. Truly, as the esteemed master of the Yunlan sect, to so casually bestow such a precious 5th grade elixir is remarkable. Yet, what I truly seek is not merely the elixir. I silently placed the jade vial down and rose to humbly bow to Yun Yun, expressing my gratitude. Nalan Ye expresses his heartfelt thanks for your generous gift, esteemed elder. Upon lifting the vial once more and pouring its contents into my palm, a pearl-sized white elixir rolled within my grasp, releasing a rich and fragrant aroma that engulfed my senses. Instinctively, I inhaled deeply, drawing the essence into my being. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but I felt the oppressive heaviness in my chest dissipate significantly, replaced by a sense of lightness and refreshment. Ah, what a splendid elixir! I gazed at the white pill, my heart brimming with joy. My meridians had suffered injury, and for days I had been plagued by worries of potential lingering repercussions that might hinder my future cultivation, especially given my lack of superior elixirs. Who would have thought that today I would acquire a 5th-grade healing elixir? Grateful, I glanced towards Yun, almost forgetting that I had ventured into this predicament to save her. The elixir did not dissolve upon contact, but retained a slight chill. After some contemplation, I decided to chew a few bites before swallowing it down. Before long, a gentle warmth of medicinal energy began to rise within me. Fortunately, this elixir was meant for healing, unlike those used for breakthroughs or cultivation, as its potency was remarkably mild and continuously nourished, mending my internal injuries. With care, I summoned a thread of fighting spirit, gradually guiding the medicinal energy with intent to mend my wounds. After a considerable duration, perhaps 2 hours, I was astonished to find that my injuries had healed substantially. Such is the terrifying efficacy of a 5th-grade elixir. I cautiously opened my eyes, reflecting on the extraordinary utility of this elixir, albeit its exorbitant rarity. The 2-hour period of improvement had left my already injured body somewhat weary. Ceasing my cultivation, I reclined to rest, feeling a twinge of boredom as I turned my gaze towards Yun. As I contemplated this, I allowed my heart to settle, gazing intently at her, scrutinizing her from head to toe, then back again, marveling at her beauty. Splendid, exquisite, regal, opulent. An array of commendatory words cascaded through my mind. I turned my head to admire Yun's allure. My spirits lifted immensely. Even the fatigue from my earlier cultivation seemed to dissipate, replaced by a serene elation. A wave of drowsiness enveloped me as I gazed at Yun, and before I knew it, I succumbed to slumber, drifting into a dream. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through my abdomen, jolting me awake. I rolled and struggled on the mat, gritting my teeth in anguish. Pain, excruciating pain. I clenched my teeth, attempting to sit up and channel my energy, but the agony in my abdomen rendered me powerless, making it impossible to rise. At that moment, a hand rested upon my shoulder, another upon my abdomen, a refreshing sensation emanating from that touch, penetrating deep within. Instantly, the pain subsided significantly, and I ceased my struggles. Turning my head, I noticed it had grown dark. But who else could this be if not Yun? She knelt beside me, diligently suppressing the anomalies within my body with her fighting spirit, her dignified visage reflecting a profound seriousness. She looked down, her brows knitting together, and inquired, "Did you consume the elixir I provided? That 5th-grade elixir is far beyond what a mere fighter like you should attempt to ingest." Yun shook her head, casting a reproachful glance in my direction. "I genuinely did not anticipate your foolishness in swallowing it outright. A 5th-grade elixir possesses formidable potency that is far beyond your capacity to refine. Furthermore, having fallen asleep, the essence of the elixir has now accumulated within you, surging through your meridians." Upon hearing her words, a wave of relief washed over me. It seemed that the issue was merely the accumulation of the elixir's power. Although this posed a challenge, with Yun by my side, it was not insurmountable. After a moment's contemplation, I inquired, "So how should I properly consume this elixir?" Yun shook her head and replied, "Naturally, you must hold it in your mouth and allow it to be gradually refined. If the potency proves excessive, you may simply expel the elixir." "Ah, so that is how it works." I chuckled, realizing that the elixir did not dissolve immediately upon entering my mouth. I had even taken the liberty of tasting it, finding it rather pleasant and sweet. I looked at Yun, letting out a dry laugh. However, I suddenly became aware of something. The elixir appeared to be smaller than those of ordinary grade. Logically, elixirs range from 1st to 9th grade. Regardless of whether they are meant for cultivation assistance, breakthroughs, or healing, their sizes should be consistent. Why then was this elixir diminished in size? A peculiar thought crept into my mind. Could it be that Yun had previously used this elixir, only to regurgitate it? Calm your thoughts and focus. A gentle admonition broke my reverie. It was Yun. Her face bore a hint of crimson, suggesting she might have perceived my wandering thoughts. Could it be true? A cold snort escaped her lips, likely a reaction to my embarrassment. She placed a hand on my shoulder and commanded, "Sit cross-legged. Your injuries have largely healed, and the elixir's potency has nowhere to dissipate. You must endeavor to break through to the Dome Master level and absorb this power." I promptly settled into a cross-legged position, hesitating slightly as I asked, "Elder, is this elixir not meant for healing? Can it truly facilitate a breakthrough?" Yun also settled cross-legged behind me, rendering her expression unseen. Yet her voice carried clarity. The essence of an elixir ultimately embodies energy, though its characteristics may vary. The process of a fighter's cultivation and breakthrough involves the absorption of energy. Hence, healing elixirs can indeed be utilized for breakthroughs. Even poisonous elixirs can assist in cultivation, as long as you are not fatally affected by the toxins. At her words, I recalled Shaoxian, whose unique physique allowed her to absorb poisons and toxic elixirs for her cultivation. The notion of using a healing elixir for a breakthrough began to seem quite reasonable. Casting aside my distractions, I focused intently, allowing my consciousness to gradually sink within. Behind me, Yun placed her hands gently on my back, a stream of refreshing Do Qi flowing into my being. I hastily summoned my meager Do Qi, guiding the elixir's potency to circulate through my meridians in accordance with the Gung Xin Hao Lei Ju. Unfortunately, the elixir's overwhelming power far exceeded my frail Do Qi, allowing me to only mobilize a small fraction of its essence. The remainder continued to assert its will, indifferent to my attempts. Fortunately, with Yun's assistance, I found solace. While I was uncertain of the extent of her restored strength, I was certain it surpassed mine significantly. Her fighting spirit began to stir the remaining medicinal power, following my own energy to commence the arduous path of cultivation. At last, the process initiated smoothly. The fighting spirit guided the medicinal essence, gradually circulating in accordance with the Gung Xin Hao Lei Ju, as the medicinal energy was refined into fighting spirit, which in turn began to thicken once more. Everything unfolded as it had a few days prior, with the medicinal power continuously surging forth, rendering the fighting spirit increasingly potent, until it began to liquefy. This was a slow and tedious process, for cultivation is inherently gradual and monotonous. Yet, as one contemplates the ascent of their own power, the possibility of winning the affection of a beloved, the prospect of those who once scorned them now bowing in deference, or the strength to vanquish enemies, one might find themselves enamored with this slow and seemingly dull practice of cultivation. The ability to endure solitude and loneliness, to withstand pain and suffering, and even to surrender one's soul to darkness for a mere fragment of power becomes a worthy endeavor. Chapter 26. One-Star Dome Master. With a soft pop, akin to a bubble bursting, the fighting spirit within me fully liquefied, heavy as water, causing the cyclone within my dantian to falter and ultimately rupture. Do not panic. Maintain your focus. A gentle yet urgent voice echoed behind me, instructing, next, immerse your mind into the dantian and draw forth the liquefied fighting spirit to form a vortex. Otherwise, lacking a core, the liquefied energy will dissipate, reverting to its gaseous form. The liquefied fighting spirit was denser and more viscous than before, demanding greater soul power for manipulation. Fortunately, I possessed an abundance of soul power. With a swift motion, I compressed my soul power, and a small vortex promptly formed within my dantian. The liquefied fighting spirit began to flow along the vortex, circulating through my body, the sound echoing in an enchanting, almost ethereal manner in my ears. Success! I had become a one-star dome master. A surge of exhilaration coursed through me, and I let out a hearty laugh. At last, I had broken through. Yet, following the fierce excitement, fatigue washed over me, and I felt my body weaken as I collapsed backward. Suddenly, I sensed a soft, springy sensation behind me, accompanied by a faint fragrance wafting through the air. Instantly, I stiffened and looked up. Who else could it be but Yun? In my fall, I found myself resting in her embrace. Her delicate face flushed a light shade of crimson as she gazed down at me, our eyes meeting, amplifying the awkwardness of the moment. I forced a nervous laugh, displaying a smile that was more painful than sorrowful, and hastily attempted to rise. Yun's cheeks deepened in color as she quietly stood up, leaving me to lie on the cold, hard stone of the cave. Despite the thin layer of padding beneath me, I dared not speak, feeling utterly embarrassed, and closed my eyes, pretending to have fallen asleep. However, after a short while, I could no longer resist the urge to move. After shifting restlessly on the mat, I finally opened my eyes and turned toward Yun, stammering, Senior, it has grown dark and the ground is quite cold. Could you please fetch a blanket for me? Having just experienced a breakthrough, my internal energy was unstable, rendering me unable to utilize my spatial ring. The flush on Yun's face had faded, and she regarded me with a composed and serene demeanor. Nevertheless, she approached, crouched down, and extended a finger to gently rest upon my spatial ring. Initially, she miscalculated, her finger lightly brushing against my palm, cool and soft. As I contemplated this, Yun had already shifted her finger to my spatial ring. Yet, I sensed a slight pause in her movement. I was uncertain about this occurrence, aware only that sleep was paramount at this moment. However, seeing Yun clad in her delicate attire, sitting alone upon a cold stone, an inexplicable surge of pity and guilt welled within me. Despite my preparations before venturing into the Monster Beast Mountains, it was unlikely I had packed 2 blankets in my spatial ring. I unfurled a blanket, arranged it neatly, and turned my gaze to Yun, who was once again engrossed in her cultivation. Unable to restrain myself, I inquired, Senior, do you not feel cold? Yun quietly opened her eyes, shook her head, and furrowed her brows before finally replying, Little one, Please remain quiet and do not constantly disturb my meditation. I offered a bashful smile, saying, I was merely concerned about your comfort, senior. If you do not mind, would you care to join me for the night? I gazed at Yin, who returned my glance with a stoic expression, remaining silent. Unable to endure her unwavering gaze, I lowered my head, contemplated for a moment, and slipped beneath the blanket. With the warmth enveloping me, coupled with the previous exertions, I quickly succumbed to a deep slumber. Days passed, and my injuries had fully healed. Having advanced to the rank of Dome Master, I felt even more invigorated than before. Yin, presumably recovered as well, inquired after breakfast, little one. How are your wounds faring? I paused, internally exclaiming, is it finally time? Hastily swallowing the last morsel of dried meat, I patted my chest and declared, Senior, my injuries have completely healed. Please, command me as you wish. Yin turned her gaze toward me, furrowing her brow, and asked, Do you know what I intend to do? Are you planning to confront the amethyst-winged Lion King again? I responded with a gentle smile. I heard from Sister Yanran that you require the amethyst spirit crystal. You did not obtain it last time, but I am confident you will this time. Yin fell silent for a moment, then nodded, stating, Indeed, I require the amethyst spirit crystal. The amethyst-winged Lion King and I are evenly matched. It was unexpected that it had mastered sealing techniques, which led to my previous miscalculation. Since you are no longer in grave danger, we shall proceed tomorrow. I will divert the amethyst-winged Lion King, and you will take the opportunity to infiltrate its lair and retrieve the amethyst spirit crystal. I accepted the small crystal, hesitating briefly before meeting Yun's earnest gaze and shaking my head resolutely. Senior, I require no rewards. Rather, I wish to request a favor from you. What favor? She inquired, her brows knitting together. I chuckled nervously and replied, Senior, I cannot disclose the details of this favor just yet. However, rest assured, it will not place you in a difficult position. Should it prove burdensome, you are free to leave without hesitation. Yin scrutinized me in silence for a moment before softly acquiescing. Consider this matter a personal debt I owe you. After a day of rest, I awoke early the following morning, or rather, I was the one who rose at dawn. I remain uncertain whether Yin had slept at all during the night, or rather, throughout the nearly 10 days that had passed. Who can truly fathom the habits of a Do Huang powerhouse? This morning, she didn't even partake in any dried meat, claiming that consuming food would hinder the flow of her Do Qi. Perhaps there is truth in her words. The Do Qi of a Do Huang is not only formidable, but also remarkably pure. So pure, in fact, that even the act of eating might create a slight obstruction. Having previously suffered defeat at the hands of the amethyst-winged Lion King, she must undoubtedly be determined to optimize her condition and confront the lion in her most exalted form. I busily tidied up the clutter within the cave, then sat nonchalantly upon a large stone, a piece of dried meat in my mouth and a crossbow in my hands, diligently maintaining it. The space within my storage ring is an extremely sealed environment, devoid of even a whisper of air. Thus, when stored in such a place, the crossbow is typically preserved in excellent condition, remaining functional for decades. Yet, considering the gravity of today's endeavors, one moment of carelessness could lead to dire consequences. How could I possibly afford to be negligent? No caution could be deemed excessive. I meticulously tended to the weapon, and upon finishing, I retrieved another crossbow. Indeed, while I may not have brought 2 blankets, I did carry 2 crossbows. After adequately maintaining the mechanism and enjoying my dried meat, I silently donned my leather armor. Crafted from the hide of a 4th-tier magical beast, which boasts exceptional defensive capabilities. At that moment, Yun, who had been meditating beside me, quietly opened her eyes. Casting a brief glance in my direction, she spoke in a low voice. Since we are fully prepared, let us set forth. I nodded in agreement, watching as a pair of azure wings materialized behind her, authentic wings of Do Qi. The azure wings began to flap gently, lifting her body gradually off the ground. Suddenly, with a powerful thrust, a gust of wind surged forth, sending sand and leaves swirling, striking my face with a series of soft thuds. I couldn't help but mutter a curse under my breath. She had taken off without so much as a word. Is it truly such an accomplishment to fly? I can do that too. Hastily, I closed my eyes and raised my hand to shield myself. And only after the tempest had passed did I dare to open them again. I beheld a figure clad in moonlight, gracefully soaring through the air, twirling and dancing in the sky. A sense of awe washed over me as I instinctively murmured in admiration. Moments later, I watched in astonishment as that figure spiraled and then suddenly dove toward me, circling around to my back. A wave of confusion washed over me. What on earth was Yun up to? Surely she was not attempting to show off or play with me. But in the next instant, I understood. I felt a firm grip on the back of my collar, and before I could process it, my entire body was lifted off the ground. In midair. My limbs flailed in a chaotic struggle, and I let out a terrified scream. Anyone would react similarly when unexpectedly hoisted into the sky, would they not? The wind howled past my ears, my hair danced wildly in the breeze, and the mountains and rivers below swiftly receded from view. After several moments of shouting, I gradually calmed the turmoil within my heart. Struggling to look up, I discovered that it was Yun Yun, her right hand grasping my collar, carrying me aloft. A rueful smile crossed my face as I could not help but shout, "Senior, could you not choose a different position? Perhaps you could hold me while flying, or I could hold you instead." Yun Yun cast a fleeting glance at me, and without uttering a single word, resumed her gaze toward the ground ahead. Her azure wings fluttered incessantly as we soared through the skies, showing no sign of changing posture. I knew it. I absolutely knew it. A wave of discontent surged within me. I was reluctant to concede, for this position was utterly unbecoming, an indelible mark upon my lifetime. I raised my voice once more, Senior. Heed my counsel. Your method of flight defies the principles of aerodynamics. Aerodynamics? Yun Yun murmured, finally reacting as she lowered her gaze and furrowed her brow, inquiring, "What is that?" I opened my mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Aerodynamics sounded grand, yet its true essence eluded me. I paused, deciding to feign ignorance, and pressed on. "Senior, do you not feel that our flight today is slower and more exhausting than before?" "Naturally. Flying together with you is far more taxing," Yun Yun replied, shaking her head as she gradually reduced our speed and altitude, nearly skimming the treetops. Consequently, branches occasionally whipped against me, eliciting involuntary yelps. Yet Yun Yun offered no solace. Her demeanor remained increasingly calm and indifferent as she gazed ahead, solemnly stating, "Be quiet. We are nearing the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King." Chapter 27. The Battle of the Dou Emperor. "Stay hidden here. Once I divert the amethyst-winged Lion King, you shall commence your actions." In a secluded valley, Yun Yun set me down. Standing proudly, she fixed her gaze upon the distant lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Addressing me over her shoulder, I was jostled and weary, attempting to massage my legs and ease my back. Upon hearing her words, I paused, studying her slender yet resolute silhouette, and nodded earnestly, responding, "Rest assured, Senior, I shall obtain the amethyst spirit crystal." With one hand shielding my eyes, I squinted at the ascending figure of Yun Yun. An inexplicable urge stirred within me, compelling me to shout, "Senior, be careful." A thunderous roar echoed from nearby, followed by the emergence of a colossal violet figure, engulfed in deep purple flames, as if to rend the heavens asunder. Its wings, expansive enough to shadow the sky, fluttered gently as its enormous blood-purple eyes locked onto Yun Yun, roaring in furious wrath. "Human woman, you dare to show yourself? Today, your life shall be forfeit. In retribution for the destruction of my horn." Yun Yun halted her flight, her azure wings gently fluttering as she hovered in midair, confronting the amethyst-winged Lion King from a distance. She shook her head lightly, channeling her energy, her voice resonating across the landscape. "Why incite anger, Lion King? Did I not previously fall victim to your sealing technique? My proposal from days past remains valid. I offer 3 fifth-tier magic cores and a superior mystic-grade cultivation manual in exchange for 1 amethyst spirit crystal. Die, human. You shall not escape today." The amethyst-winged Lion King had no intention of negotiating. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a torrent of purple flames toward Yun Yun. I couldn't help but furrow my brow. Although high-level magical beasts possess intelligence comparable to that of humans, as exemplified by this speaking Lion King, their emotional control is significantly inferior. Not to mention the 6th-tier amethyst-winged Lion King. Even 7th, 8th, or 9th-tier beasts, due to their inherent nature, remain volatile and irritable, incapable of rational thought. My gaze fell upon Yun Yun, observing her slender figure. Though I was aware of the immense power she harbored within, and that she would not falter, a sense of unease still gripped my heart. After all, she was a woman. With a commanding tone, she urged forth a gust of wind. Her 10 fingers deftly formed an intricate hand seal, gently pushing forward. Instantly, a fierce gale surged from her gesture, rapidly coalescing into a turbulent whirlwind that charged toward the violet fireball. It is often said that wind fuels fire. However, the wind summoned by Yun Yun did not bolster the Lion King's flames. Instead, the two forces entwined, culminating in a violent explosion, reverberating across the battlefield with a tremendous roar and shockwaves that radiated outward. Trees below swayed under the impact before being uprooted entirely. Countless branches, leaves, and stones danced in the air, obscuring the sunlight and casting the sky into shadow. Witnessing this cataclysmic scene, akin to the end of days, I was struck with awe. Leaning against a great tree, I struggled to articulate my astonishment. Was this truly the clash between Dou emperors? The thunderous sounds I had previously heard from within the cave paled in comparison to the spectacle before my eyes, delivering a far greater shock. I swallowed hard and instinctively huddled closer, gazing at the increasingly grand battlefield, where techniques flowed incessantly amidst the booming sounds and fierce shouts. A surge of envy and inferiority stirred within me. A Do Emperor. I, a mere one-star Do Master, must appear as nothing more than an insignificant insect in their eyes, able to be crushed effortlessly with a mere wave of a hand, or even a single finger. It was no wonder that Yun Yun regarded me with such indifference. Were it not for my association with Nalan Yanran and the prestige of the Nalan family, perhaps she would not have deigned to glance in my direction. As for the so-called debt of gratitude, it would likely be settled with a casual offering. I looked up at the two figures locked in combat high above, one clad in purple, the other in green, alternating between distant standoffs, spiraling movements, and fierce collisions. If only my plans could come to fruition, I would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a Do Zone powerhouse. Drawing back the lethal crossbow, I lowered my body and swiftly maneuvered through the dense forest. Utilizing the cover of trees and rocks, I stealthily ascended to a vantage point near the lair of the Amethyst Wing Lion King. Concealed behind a large boulder, I cautiously peered out, observing a multitude of magical beasts congregating near the lair. The Amethyst Wing Lion King, having attained sentience, had gathered a band of minions to guard its nest. Unfortunately, the tumult above had instilled fear in these creatures, the highest among them merely third-tier beasts, who, without intelligence, cowered on the ground, trembling in trepidation. I paused for a moment, remembering the scent-masking powder I had sprinkled on myself, which rendered me untroubled by the keen olfactory senses of the beasts. Glancing around, I maneuvered past to the side, climbing to a position directly above the entrance of the cave. Looking down, I noted that the entrance was quite a distance from the ground, at least 60 paces high. The massive third-tier beast sprawled at the cave's mouth appeared diminutive in comparison. Fortunately, the cave entrance is also quite spacious, measuring 6 steps in width and 10 steps in height. With a gentle flutter of my Ziyun wings, I spun gracefully in the air and surged into the cave. Upon entering, I was met with sudden darkness, causing a surge of panic to rise within me. Was I under attack by some ferocious beast? I gripped my kill-scale crossbow tightly, straining to see and hear. Yet, before me lay an impenetrable void. I could discern nothing, nor could I hear any signs of an impending attack. A wave of confusion washed over me, and just then, the darkness receded, giving way to light once more. Instinctively, I turned to glance outside the cave, observing that the beasts remained oblivious to my presence, prompting me to venture deeper into the cavern. After navigating a bend, the entrance disappeared from view, allowing me to retract my Ziyun wings and cautiously lean against the inner wall of the cave, exhaling a sigh of relief. As I surveyed the interior, I realized that this cavern was not hewn from brute force by the Zijing Wing Lion King, but had formed naturally over time. The walls were interspersed with chunks of amethyst, shimmering with a soft purple glow, illuminating the cave and imparting an air of mystery. At that moment, I understood why I had experienced a brief blindness upon entering the cave. It was not the result of an attack, but rather the abrupt transition from light to darkness that had momentarily obscured my vision. I couldn't help but mutter a curse under my breath, lamenting my lack of experience and the fact that I had forgotten even the most basic principles of physics. Had there truly been a beast guarding this cave, my temporary blindness would have severely diminished my capacity to defend myself, potentially leading to my demise or grave injury. Contemplating the dire consequences of such a scenario, my heart began to race and my breath quickened. Combat is indeed a profound art, a complex discipline that transcends mere comparisons of realms, techniques, and skills. It requires consideration of myriad factors: environment, terrain, temperature, illumination, wind speed, and much more, with the ultimate cost often being one's life. I swallowed hard, striving to calm my anxious heart. I silently vowed to avoid direct confrontation in the future, recognizing the inherent dangers involved. With my kill-scale crossbow firmly in hand, I cautiously ventured further into the depths of the cave, moving with utmost care. Yet, I encountered no beasts. Perhaps they were all trembling outside in fear? Upon reaching the end of the passage, the space opened up dramatically, revealing an enormous cavern, towering 30 steps high and spacious enough to rival a palace. I halted abruptly, my gaze fixated on the center of this cavern, my breath becoming rapid with excitement. There, amidst a mound of amethyst, stood a raised platform upon which rested a crystal sphere the size of a human head. It glowed with a faint, deep purple luminescence, emanating waves of warmth that rendered the cave somewhat stifling. I took a deep breath and slowly averted my gaze. If my memory served me correctly, this amethyst sphere was the symbiotic amethyst source. The symbiotic amethyst source is a unique byproduct associated with the Zijing Wing Lion's offspring. If a young beast consumes it at the peak of the 4th stage, it can effortlessly break through to the 5th stage. The leap from the 4th to the 5th stage is akin to a human transcending from the spirit master to the king of combat, a difference of but a single tier, as if separated by the very sun itself. This remarkable object enables the small beast to ascend without hindrance, revealing the magnitude of its power. More importantly, this item is unbeknownst to Yun Yun, which signifies that I can consume it entirely. However, to do so, I must first deal with that small amethyst winged lion king. The accompanying amethyst source has already fused with the amethyst pedestal below, rendering it impossible for me to lift it away. I can only opt to shatter it. Yet, the outer layer of the amethyst source, composed of incredibly hard purple crystals, necessitates the aid of the purple spirit crystal due to my limited strength. I set forth, with my back turned to the amethyst source, cautiously advancing deeper into the lair. The small amethyst winged lion king is likely a 3rd-tier magical beast, and a formidable one at that. Alas, alas. I shook my head. Despite the impending encounter with this small lion, I felt no fear, for I had long been aware of its presence. Knowing both myself and my opponent ensures invincibility in battle. The formidable weapon I brought from the Nalan clan is finally about to prove its worth. Chapter 28. The accompanying amethyst source. As I distanced myself from the cavern housing the amethyst source, the oppressive heat subsided significantly. I slowed my breathing and softened my footsteps, proceeding slowly along the corridor toward the depths of the lair. Upon reaching the end of the passage, I encountered yet another cavern. I nearly held my breath, inching closer to the entrance while pressing against the wall of the corridor. Peering out, I beheld a smaller amethyst winged lion king lying in the center of the cave, indifferent to the commotion outside, peacefully slumbering. At this sight, I nearly burst into laughter. After so many days of misfortune, I found myself in the lair of the amethyst winged lion king, and my luck had turned spectacularly. This place was indeed my fortune. I held my breath, suppressing my excitement, and gradually retreated. After rounding a bend, out of sight of the small lion king, I crouched down, my hand caressing the space within my dimensional ring. A peculiar grin spreading across my face. Oh, small lion king, prepare to meet the Nalan clan's dragon hunt crossbow, I murmured, my mind sinking into the ring. And then I summoned my fighting spirit, causing a colossal object to materialize before me. This weapon stood as tall as my chest, approximately 10 feet long, coated in a deep black hue with a tinge of red. It featured 3 enormous bow arms, 2 at the front and 1 at the back. This was undeniably a large siege crossbow. As I caressed the dragon hunt crossbow, its cold surface elicited an even brighter smile from me. Designed specifically for military use, its power was so immense that even those at the spirit combat level dared not confront its might, let alone a mere 3rd-tier magical beast. I retrieved a bolt that complemented the crossbow, measuring a full stride in length and as thick as an infant's arm. It resembled a short spear. However, after a moment's contemplation, I set it aside and selected another bolt. This one was of the same size, but significantly heavier, its surface matte, with a fire attribute magic core embedded at its tip. This was a specially crafted bolt, or rather, a magic core weapon, expensive to produce yet tremendously powerful. When launched from the dragon hunt crossbow, it could severely injure even a spirit combat expert. Suppressing a chuckle, I placed the specialized bolt aside, placing both hands on the winding mechanism to draw back the crossbow. However, soon enough, my smile faded. This dragon hunt crossbow was not intended for single-handed use. Its immense power required a considerable force to draw the string. In the military, it takes 30 warriors to draw a dragon hunting crossbow. However, this is for sustainability. The 30 warriors can repeatedly draw the crossbow without exhausting themselves. As a fighter, I could manage to draw it alone, even if it meant straining my strength. Drawing a deep breath, I summoned all my energy and began to turn the winch. The crossbow's arms slowly moved, the bowstring tightening with a resounding thrum, reminiscent of a slumbering beast gradually revealing its fangs. Beads of sweat began to form on my forehead, and my breathing grew labored. Pulling the dragon hunting crossbow was still somewhat beyond my capacity. As time passed, my back became drenched, my arms and legs trembled uncontrollably. Yet I did not yield, gritting my teeth and cursing under my breath as I exerted myself to turn the winch. A crisp click echoed. The bowstring was finally drawn taut. I exhaled deeply, releasing the winch, my body nearly collapsing, resembling a figure pulled from the depths of water. I gasped for air for a moment before regaining my composure. Leaning against the dragon hunting crossbow, I struggled to rise, lifting a specially crafted bolt that suddenly felt exceedingly heavy, almost slipping from my grasp and crashing to the ground. With a wry smile, I switched to using both hands to place the bolt onto the crossbow. Once steadied, I raised my gaze forward, a long-lost smile gracing my face. Little Lion King, I am prepared. What of you? I retrieved the serpent-slaying crossbow and navigated around the bend, once again gazing upon the cave. In the center, the little amethyst-winged Lion King remained deeply asleep, oblivious to the battle raging outside between its mother and Yun Yun. Perhaps this was innocence, or perhaps a reflection of its cold nature. I shook my head, dismissing the thought. Slaying it, seizing its amethyst spirit crystal, and claiming its accompanying source of purple crystal would be splendid indeed. I readied the serpent-slaying crossbow, aiming for the little Lion King's head. With a swift release, the bolt flew forth. Alas, the Lion King's hide was too thick. The shot only grazed its skin, causing no real harm. Roaring, the little Lion King awoke abruptly, rising to its feet and fixating its gaze upon me, a drop of blood seeping from its wound as it growled lowly before lunging at me. I chuckled coldly. I feared you might not come. I stowed the serpent-slaying crossbow, turned, and dashed around the bend to the dragon-hunting crossbow, retrieving a small hammer from my storage ring. Raising it high as I fixed my gaze on the approaching corridor. With a mighty roar, a violet figure surged into view before me. My eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on this purple apparition as I brought the hammer crashing down. With a dull thud, I struck the trigger of the dragon-hunting crossbow, an especially crafted bolt, as thick as a baby's arm, shot forth with a thunderous whoosh, slicing through the air like a dark crimson lightning bolt aimed directly at the little Lion King. Caught unawares as it rounded the corner, the bolt struck true, piercing through its chest and emerging from its back. The little Lion King let out a low whimper, collapsing to the ground, motionless. A torrent of blood flowed profusely from its wound, saturating the earth around it. The young lion, caught in the throes of death, struggled on the ground, its once majestic roar reduced to a feeble whimper akin to a kitten's mew. Blood continued to flow, a faint metallic scent pervading the air, lingering before my nostrils. Despite having taken many lives, both human and beast, I found this noxious odor of blood one I would never grow accustomed to. A frown crossed my brow as I directed my gaze toward the pool of blood. The sound was tolerable. We were deep within the lair, and the purple crystals embedded in the walls seemed to have soundproofing properties, muffling any echoes. Yet the stench of blood was another matter. Even an ordinary dog could scent it from miles away. What of the beasts lurking at the cave's entrance? I cast a cold glance at the moaning young lion, my resolve hardening as I drew my sword and strode purposefully toward it. Though it could not yet speak, its intelligence was evident as it sensed the impending doom. It struggled to rise, but its injuries were grievous. After just 2 faltering steps, it collapsed once more. Thunderclap, crescent strike. I called out, channeling my energy as I invoked a superior martial technique from my family's ancient scrolls. My energy coursed through my veins, creating a peculiar resonance that culminated in a surge extending from my hands to the blade. In an instant, the sword shimmered with arcs of lightning, and with a decisive step, I lunged forward, swinging the blade down. A brilliant crescent of lightning illuminated the air, and the ground erupted in a spray of brilliant crimson as the two forces met, suspended for a fleeting moment before dissipating or cascading down. I concentrated my energy, forming a thin layer of protective armor around me, shielding me from the blood rain that fell. The scalding liquid, heavy with the scent of iron, trickled down the armor. Looking down, I beheld the young lion's throat, now gaping open, its head hanging limply, utterly lifeless. Its eyes reflected a tumult of emotions, fear, terror, attachment, confusion, and a fierce brutality. Its violet gaze fixated upon me, its jagged maw slightly ajar as if it might leap forward to bite. It was all so complex, truly complex. A moment of hesitation overcame me. This young lion, born with such intellect, was not inferior to a human. I fell silent for a moment, then let out a self-deprecating laugh. Having slain countless humans, what did one beast matter? Crouching down, I reached out to touch the young lion's body. Feeling its warmth, there was no trace of coldness. I enveloped its form with my spiritual energy, channeling my power, and in an instant, the body vanished, absorbed into my storage ring. A pinnacle third-tier beast, born of the purple crystal-winged lion. It was a treasure not to be squandered. I rose to my feet and retrieved a vial of powder from my ring, gently sprinkling it over the pool of blood. The powder reacted with the blood, a sizzling sound filling the air. Before long, the blood transformed into a murky sludge, exuding a strange, fragrant aroma that masked the previous stench. Without further contemplation, I sheathed my dragon-hunting crossbow and hurried back into the young lion's cave, where I immediately spotted a small pile of purple crystals. This crystal is unlike amethyst. I took out the small crystal that Yun Yun had given me, and a warm sensation coursed through my hand. Indeed, this is the purple spirit crystal. My face lit up with joy. The amethyst-winged lion clan can only shed a piece of purple spirit crystal every 20 years. What lay before me was a small pile, likely numbering in the dozens. Alas, This treasure holds little value for the amethyst-winged lion clan, and its centuries of accumulation have now benefited me. Although this was my second visit to this cavern, I was still awestruck. The cavern was simply too vast and lofty. Stalactites hung from the ceiling like daggers poised to fall. However, I had no time for admiration now. Taking a piece of the purple spirit crystal, I stepped towards the accompanying amethyst source. It glowed with a purplish-black luminescence, reminiscent of flames. The closer I approached, the more intense the heat became, soon causing me to sweat profusely. Yet, that was all. The amethyst source, merely stemming from a sixth-tier magical beast, was not formidable enough to deter me. I gazed intently at the amethyst source, examining it closely. It was roughly the size of a human head, its surface covered by a thick layer of purple crystal, exuding an air of great solidity at first glance. However, as the saying goes, to untie the bell, one must find the one who tied it. Although the surface of the amethyst source was robust, its nemesis was indeed the purple spirit crystal. With my left hand holding a jade bottle, I hefted the purple spirit crystal with my right and struck down heavily. The surface soon cracked, allowing the amethyst source's essence to flow forth. I hurriedly positioned the jade bottle beneath it, wasting not a single drop. I joyfully collected 6.5 bottles of the amethyst source. But soon the purple crystal ceased to yield any more. A twinge of dissatisfaction gripped my heart. I struck the surface of the purple crystal with force, confirming its emptiness. Still feeling somewhat unwilling to leave, I swiftly carved a large opening with the purple spirit crystal, extending my tongue to clean the inner walls before shaking my head in satisfaction and departing. Chapter 29. Confronting the Lion King. Approaching the entrance of the lair, I concealed myself behind the bend of the passageway, cautiously peering out. Above, the battle raged on, and the magical beasts below trembled in fear. Suddenly, the amethyst-winged Lion King let out a thunderous roar, furiously proclaiming, "Another human! Kill him!" My body froze in place, and upon lifting my gaze, I saw the amethyst-winged Lion King fixating on me. It had discovered my presence. Panic surged through me as I looked down to see the beast sentinels, alerted by the Lion King's call, raising their heads to seek me out. Unable to restrain myself, I cursed and turned to flee. As a mere first-tier fighter, I was no match for these third-tier magical beasts. As for the dragon-hunting crossbow, in this dire situation, I had no time to load it, even if I managed to. This was not a cavernous passage but an open forest, making it nearly impossible to aim. The beasts could easily evade me. I summoned my fighting spirit, weaving through the dense woods, sprinting desperately. Behind me, a dozen third-tier magical beasts were madly pursuing me, their roars echoing ominously, truly a life-and-death scenario. My only sliver of hope lay above. As I continued my frantic dash, I took a moment to glance upward, where I saw Yun forcing back the amethyst-winged Lion King, diving towards me. A wave of exhilaration coursed through me, prompting an involuntary laugh. I raised my hand toward the heavens and shouted, "Senior, the purple spirit crystal is in hand. Come swiftly." Clad in a moon-white dress, Yun descended like a streak of lightning, her azure wings beating furiously behind her. "Be careful behind you," she cautioned softly. I felt a sudden tightening at the back of my head, sensing a fierce wind approaching from behind. Is it in the air? My internal energy surged dramatically as I stamped my foot down, leaving a deep trench in the ground, forcing myself to halt. I gathered my strength and pushed off the ground, twisting my body to evade. Just then, I glimpsed a sharp claw grazing my shoulder, followed by a massive figure that, due to its own momentum, crashed heavily to the ground. Surrounding trees were uprooted, branches and dust swirling in chaos, as blood flowed from the injured flying beast. Just as I was about to burst into laughter at the sight, I stumbled and fell to the ground, a sharp pain radiating from my waist. I reached down to steady myself, unable to contain a cry of anguish, cursing, "Damn it, I've strained my back." I struggled to rise, but the pain in my waist rendered me helpless. Nearby, the beast, tough-skinned and bruised, managed to rise, its eyes gleaming with menace as it focused on me. Unfazed, for I am the heir of the Nalan family, how could I submit to a mere beast? I raised my right hand defiantly, gesturing a middle finger, and proclaimed, "You insignificant creature, how dare you threaten me?" Furious, the flying beast roared and flapped its wings, ready to take flight. But suddenly, a beam of azure sword light descended from the sky, pinning it to the ground. Yun, her garments fluttering, glided gracefully above the earth. Another azure wing circling behind me, prepared to lift me up. I was startled and cried out in alarm, Senior, my back is hurt. This position is unbearable." Yun paused, gently releasing her grip on the nape of my collar, her delicate brows knitting together as she inquired, "What do you propose then?" Naturally, she was reluctant to comply, her brows still furrowed. At that moment, other beasts began to arrive, and with a swift motion of her right hand, Several beams of azure sword light flashed, sending a few third-tier beasts tumbling into pools of their own blood. Seeing this, I felt a surge of determination, momentarily disregarding the pain in my waist. I slapped the ground and sprang up, wrapping my arms around Yun Yun from behind, urgently exclaiming, "Senior, the purple crystal-winged Lion King is approaching. We must flee quickly." Observing the scene, a heaviness filled my heart as I turned to gaze at Yun Yun's regal countenance. Speaking earnestly, "Senior, there is still a young Lion King in the nest that I have slain. We should escape quickly. The purple crystal-winged Lion King will soon come for us." "You killed a young Lion King?" Yun Yun murmured, a flicker of shock crossing her noble features. She regarded me intently, her expression turning serious as her azure wings flared, stirring a tempest of wind that propelled us skyward once more. This time, perhaps wary of the Lion King, Yun Yun's speed increased significantly, the rushing wind nearly blinding me. As the world before me blurred, an involuntary fear gripped my heart, causing me to instinctively cling tighter to Yun Yun. "Little one, relax your grip," she instructed gently. To evade the wind, I nestled my head behind Yun Yun's shoulder. Pressing my forehead against her back, I inhaled her delicate and ethereal fragrance while shaking my head and shouting hoarsely, "No. If I let go, I will fall." Yun Yun stiffened momentarily, perhaps out of indignation. Yet, she remained silent, regaining her composure and continuing to soar forward at an incredible speed. Suddenly, a piercing roar erupted from behind us. It was the purple crystal-winged Lion King. My heart jolted, and I struggled to glance back. But the distance was too great for me to discern anything clearly. I could only see a dark silhouette in the sky, its energy surging violently, creating a vacant circle in the surrounding clouds. A heart-wrenching wail echoed through the wind. Hearing that agonizing roar, unease began to stir within me. I opened my mouth and turned my head to Yun Yun, cautiously inquiring, "Senior, it wouldn't he be chasing us out of the Beast Mountain range, would it?" Yun Yun's expression turned grave as she gazed into the distance and solemnly replied, "Although the beasts reside in the Beast Mountain range year-round, it does not mean they cannot leave." A shock coursed through me. Her words clearly indicated that the purple crystal-winged Lion King was highly likely to pursue us beyond the confines of the Beast Mountain range. After a moment of silence, I called out loudly, "Senior, let us head to Wuss City. We must summon the army. If the purple crystal-winged Lion King dares to chase us out, we shall confront it." Indeed, my heart raced as I turned to look, but I could see nothing. Hastily, I asked, "What is it, Senior?" "It has emerged." Yun Yun spoke softly, resuming her rapid flight. Moments later, a city came into view. Despite the altered perspective, I could still discern that it was Wuss City. Yun Yun flew straight to the air above the city lord's mansion, and a figure, at least a king of combat, descended, shocking the entire city and leaving the guards at the mansion in a state of bewilderment. Yet, Yun Yun paid no heed, nor did I. As she looked down at Wuss City, gathering her energy and proclaiming in a voice that resonated throughout the city, "Lord of Wuss City, I am Yun Yun. A 6th-tier purple crystal-winged Lion King is approaching Wuss City. You must immediately gather all forces to defend the city against the beast's assault." I was taken aback and hurriedly interjected, "Senior, Wuss City is too fragile. A single flame from the purple crystal-winged Lion King could incinerate it entirely. We cannot defend within the city. We must engage on the battlefield." Yun Yun furrowed her brow. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the lord's mansion, dressed in casual attire but surrounded by a retinue. He bowed to the sky and called out, "I am Mo Wang, the lord of Wuss City. May I inquire if the esteemed leader of Yunlan's sect has arrived?" Yun Yun gracefully descended, her wings fluttering, with a slight tremor of her body. I reluctantly released my grip and stepped back. Along the way, I consumed a pill, and my waist felt somewhat better. I could manage to stand upright. Yun Yun regarded Mo Wang with a gentle nod and affirmed, "Indeed." After the inquiry, Mo Wang's expression darkened as he looked at me and Yun Yun, seemingly at a loss for words. Perhaps it was understandable, as the purple crystal-winged Lion King was indeed a consequence of our actions. Now, Wuss City must share in the burden. Yet what of it? Yun Yun was the leader of the Yunlan sect, and I was a core member of the Nalan family. How could a mere city lord dare to offend us? Once again, several families from Wuxi City sent representatives to the lord's mansion, and I found myself once more receiving these individuals on behalf of Yun Yun. After I finished speaking, their expressions mirrored discontent, as they found themselves victims of an unforeseen calamity, leaving anyone in such a predicament far from cheerful. I perceived their dissatisfaction but lacked the inclination to soothe their troubled spirits. Instead, I let out a cold snort and declared, "Gentlemen, both I and the sect master of Yun shall remain in Wuxi City. Perhaps you might converse with the violet crystal-winged Lion King, persuading it to direct its wrath solely at us, rather than at you." With a sardonic smile, I observed their varied reactions. Some appeared furious, while others seemed contemplative. Yet, none dared to openly refute my words, for I now represented not only the Nalan family, but also the Yunlan sect, embodying the authority of a Do Huang powerhouse. Ultimately, they acquiesced, agreeing to dispatch guards from their respective families to fend off the assaults of the violet crystal-winged Lion King, a matter they had no choice but to comply with. After all, would they truly allow the Lion King to breach Wuxi City and incinerate decades, even centuries, of their family's amassed wealth? Soon, the Lord's mansion and elite forces from various families gathered in the west of Wuxi City, bolstered by the inclusion of several mercenary groups. Remarkably, this assembly culminated in a force of over 1,700 individuals, each possessing at least the rank of a one-star Do fighter. However, as I gazed upon this formidable procession, trepidation gnawed at my heart. Having witnessed firsthand the might of a Do Huang, I questioned whether only a Do Huang could contend with one. My gaze fell upon Yun Yun's silhouette at the forefront, plunging me into deep contemplation. Chapter 30, Wuxi City. It was the afternoon, the sun hanging low in the west, yet still blazing. Beneath the relentless sun, outside the western gate of Wuxi City, stood the Lord's mansion alongside the four prominent families and their vassal forces, comprising 1,700 Do fighters from two mercenary groups. Despite the impressive coalition, my confidence waned. I found myself speechless at the disarray before me. Among the 1,700, aside from the 500 disciplined soldiers from the Lord's mansion, the remaining 1,000 were chaotically disorganized. Although each member was at least a one-star Do fighter, they lacked military training. In small skirmishes of 3 to 5, or even a dozen, they might perform admirably, but in a gathering of over 1,000, they resembled a disordered rabble. Their so-called assembly merely entailed standing together according to their respective factions, with familiar faces clustering in small groups, exchanging greetings and discussing the day's events. To exacerbate the situation, some adversaries confronted each other directly, resulting in brawls. Others rushed in to intervene, provoke, or assist, further amplifying the chaos. The relations among the four prominent families of Wuxi City and the Lord's mansion appeared far from harmonious. The city lord donned military attire, a sharp sword at his side, flanked by several guards, exuding an imposing presence. Yet, his demeanor betrayed no sense of triumph. Instead, it was marked by grave seriousness. His gaze fixated intently on the heads of the four families before him. He gritted his teeth and enunciated each word with deliberate intensity. Esteemed family heads, Wuxi City currently faces an existential crisis. Can I count on your trust to grant me full command of this battle? The city lord seemed excessively timid. With the sect master of Yun present, what peril could Wuxi City truly face? The name of Yun Lanzong seems to possess a certain enchantment. Upon hearing it, the two indecisive heads of the families immediately felt a surge of morale, disregarding Mo Wang altogether. I furrowed my brow, sensing their excessive optimism. Perhaps the reputation of Yun Lanzong was too formidable. For those whose highest cultivation was merely that of a great fighter, a Do Huang undoubtedly resembled a celestial warrior. However, having witnessed the clash between Yun Yun and the amethyst-winged Lion King, I knew that Yun Yun was not a match for the Lion King. A sense of agitation welled within me, and with a cold snort, I stepped into the midst of the 5 individuals. Instantly, they ceased their bickering and turned to regard me in silence, their expressions far from favorable. Had it not been for my summoning of the magical beasts, would they have encountered such peril? I paid little heed to their disdain, casting a cold glance at them and declaring, "This battle will be commanded by Lord Mo Wang. Any further reckless words will lead to execution." The group fell into a heavy silence, yet they dared not contradict me, for at that moment, I undoubtedly represented Yun Yun, and they gradually acquiesced. I nodded, disregarding them further, and approached Yun Yun's side. After a moment of contemplation, I inquired, "Senior, what do you believe our chances of victory are?" Yun Yun turned her head to observe the chaotic coalition of over 1,000 soldiers, fell silent for a while, and then shook her head, saying, "The Lion King and I are evenly matched. I cannot bring it down, but my own safety is assured." She then looked at me and softly advised, "Little one, this place is perilous. You should leave at once." I hesitated, wanting to remain. Yet the coalition offered me no confidence. Recalling my oath at the Lion King's lair, I managed a sheepish smile and said, "In that case, Senior, I shall wait for you in Wuxi City." Mo Wang, having gained command, promptly issued a series of military orders, and the 1,700 troops sprang into action, arraying themselves into left, center, and right formations. Though they appeared somewhat organized, it still did not instill in me the courage to stay. I stood atop Wuxi City's walls, gazing down into the city. Wuxi City was not large, with a population of only several tens of thousands, yet at this moment, it resembled a boiling cauldron, in utter disarray. All of this chaos stemmed from the impending assault of a terrifying sixth-tier magical beast. I observed as various family factions hurriedly mobilized. Half of the carts were laden with wealth and treasures, while the other half carried women and children, and some individuals rode on horseback, gallantly fleeing the city. At the slightest obstruction, they resorted to violence, as if their speed surpassed even that of the amethyst-winged Lion King, truly believing they could escape. Moreover, amidst the confusion, many took the opportunity to loot, vandalize, and set fire to properties. They cackled maniacally as they ignited homes and courtyards, sending thick black smoke spiraling into the sky. They forcefully overwhelmed young women, tearing their garments asunder. The long-suppressed desires of their hearts were brutally unleashed at this moment. Indeed, in any world, such individuals are never in short supply. Fortunately, the city lord's mansion had retained a contingent of soldiers within the city, and the officials were striving to maintain order amidst the turmoil. Though their efforts appeared feeble and insignificant, they instilled a glimmer of hope within the hearts of the city's inhabitants. Just then, a sudden sharp call rang out from outside the city. It was Yun's warning. My heart stirred, and I looked up towards the distance, where a dark figure was drawing nearer. Had it finally arrived? As I lowered my gaze, I beheld a coalition of 1,700 troops divided into 3 formations, left, center, and right, encircling Yun in a crescent shape. Upon hearing Yun's warning, the entire coalition trembled, an uproar erupting among the ranks. Some, fueled by fervor and fearlessness, shouted wildly, while others, gripped by terror, added their voices to the cacophony. Much to my irritation, fortunately, the higher-ranking officers bellowed commands, resorting to blows and kicks to quell the soldiers' unrest. A piercing howl echoed from the distant sky, followed by the descent of a colossal figure. Its length spanned 3 zhong, with wings extending to 5 zhong, circling high above, surveying the ground forces. The amethyst-winged Lion King roared in fury, its blood-red eyes fixated on Yun as it proclaimed, "Humans, you have slain my son. You shall perish." It unleashed a thunderous roar, a violet fireball hurtling downwards, its massive form following in a dive straight for Yun. With a gentle shake of her head, Yun uttered no further words, instead conjuring a technique to deflect the fireball, allowing it to descend amidst the ranks of the coalition. The amethyst-winged Lion King pursued her closely, landing squarely within the encirclement. Mo Wang's eyes widened, fixating on the imposing figure of the lion. As it entered the effective range of their archers, he swiftly gathered his energy and shouted, "Release." Instantly, 2 massive dragon-hunting crossbows and 4 catapults, along with nearly 200 serpent-killing crossbows, were activated, unleashing a barrage upon the amethyst-winged Lion King. The lion growled lowly, swatting away the more threatening bolts from the dragon-hunting crossbows. Suddenly, its body ignited with violet flames, radiating an intense heat that I could scarcely bear. I sensed impending doom. Indeed, the serpent-killing bolts, upon nearing the amethyst-winged Lion King, were incinerated into molten iron by the violet flames. Streams of searing molten iron cascaded from the skies, casting a crimson glow that reduced the wheat fields below to ashes. Wherever the army marched, thorns would surely follow. This fertile land was destined to transform into a realm of death and desolation. I could not help but sigh, recalling my previous visits to Wuxi City, where the fields sprawled endlessly, the wheat swaying in the breeze, distant villages rising on the horizon, and countless farmers toiling in the fields with their oxen. And now, a coalition of 1,700 troops had taken to the roads, all arrayed amidst the wheat fields. The once green and golden stalks lay trampled into the ground. A chaotic ruin. More terrifying still was the amethyst-winged Lion King, a 6th-tier fire element magical beast. Once its violet flames descended and spread across the fields, how many miles would it consume before subsiding? This winter in Wuxi City would surely be harsh. Throw the spears. A chilling command from Mo Wang jolted me from my thoughts. I glanced forward to see that the coalition's left and right flanks each wielded a spear of fine iron. At Mo Wang's order, they divided into 3 groups and hurled their weapons in unison. In an instant, 1,500 spears arced through the air, cascading like raindrops towards the amethyst-winged Lion King, darkening the sky above. Bang! Bang! In the air, spears clashed, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds and sparks, ricocheting off one another and scattering, disrupting the trajectory of even more projectiles. Yet, the majority of javelins still fell upon the amethyst-winged Lion King. This overwhelming assault seemed to instill a hint of fear in the once unyielding beast that had pursued from the Beast Mountain. With a mighty roar, it spread its wings and prepared to take flight. However, unbeknownst to it, Yun had already maneuvered above, a piercing beam of sword light aimed directly at its back. The Lion King unleashed a violet fireball, which collided with the sword light, resulting in a thunderous explosion. In the aftermath of the shockwave, both Yun Yun and the Lion King staggered back a few steps. Consequently, the Lion King descended once more into the midst of the javelins. Seeing no way to evade, a ferocious glint flashed in its eyes as the surrounding violet flames surged once again. Yet, even as a sixth-tier magical beast, the vast energy within it was constrained by the width of its meridians, limiting the amount of energy it could wield at any given moment. After melting approximately 1,000 javelins, the violet flames adorning its surface finally began to subside. Clang, 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 clang. The remaining 300 javelins struck the Lion King. The impact of iron against its peculiar, almost feathery, yet scaly violet exterior resonating like the clash of steel. The amethyst-winged Lion King merely shuddered slightly, astonishingly. The consecutive barrage of over 300 javelins failed to breach its defenses. Chapter 31, A Heart for Talent. A shimmering sword light descended from the heavens, cleaving directly into the Lion King's back. With a swift motion, a wound opened, and purple blood flowed forth. Roaring in pain, the Lion King glared at Yun Yun but refrained from attacking, instead turning to pounce upon the left flank. My brows furrowed in surprise. I had not anticipated such intelligence from the Lion King, which quickly devised a countermeasure. If it were to engage Yun Yun in a fierce struggle, allowing the allied forces to advance, it would ultimately exhaust its energy and meet its demise here. Yet, it chose to strike at the allied forces first. Realizing the urgency, Yun Yun dove towards the Lion King in an attempt to intercept it. However, the Lion King disregarded her, enduring a strike from her sword as it hurled itself into the left flank. With flames engulfing the sky and its claws sweeping across, the might of the sixth-tier magical beast was formidable. In an instant, dozens of the 600 soldiers in the left flank fell, including a high-ranking elder, while the rest were engulfed in panic, abandoning their weapons and scattering like birds in flight. Mo Wang's eyes widened in horror, blood seeping from the corners of his eyes as he desperately called out to the left flank, but to no avail. They continued to disintegrate. Clenching his teeth, he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, veins bulging. Yet, his breaths grew increasingly melodic as he suddenly drew his sword and swung it fiercely at the Lion King, shouting in a piercing voice, "Throw the javelins! Throw the javelins! Casualties be damned!" The 500 soldiers of the Central Army, loyal to the city lord, obeyed without hesitation, launching their javelins. The 600 soldiers of the right flank hesitated momentarily before also throwing their javelins. In a torrential downpour, 1,100 javelins rained down upon the amethyst-winged Lion King, yet some fell upon the left flank as well. In that moment, numerous warriors of the left flank were impaled by javelins, suffering more casualties than those inflicted by the Lion King. Mo Wang, however, remained undeterred, his voice rising in a frenzied shout, "Throw the javelins! Throw the javelins!" The javelins fell like rain, darkening the skies. But after 2 rounds, the amethyst-winged Lion King finally took notice of Mo Wang, abandoning the left flank to charge towards him. "Lion King, you shall perish." A fleeting silhouette suddenly materialized. Standing before the Lion King, it was Yun Yun. Her beautiful eyes glared at the Lion King, surveying the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Unable to suppress a flicker of anger, the amethyst-winged Lion King roared fiercely, lunging at Yun Yun, and the two became embroiled in a fierce battle. Due to the angle of engagement, Mo Wang hastily shouted commands, directing the central and right flanks to reposition themselves for a better vantage point, avoiding Yun Yun and launching another assault on the Lion King. Although some javelins found their mark on Yun Yun, these strikes posed no threat to a battle emperor. They were merely meant to deplete his energy. Each rain of javelins significantly drained the Lion King's energy, providing Yun Yun with opportunities to strike. Soon, several wounds appeared on the Lion King's body, all inflicted by Yun Yun. It roared in fury, exclaiming, "Humans, I shall not let you escape." With that, it spread its wings and ascended into the sky, attempting to flee. But how could Yun Yun allow it to escape? With a sharp reprimand, she too soared into the air, pursuing the amethyst-winged Lion King. However, to her surprise, the Lion King had no intention of engaging with her. It executed a swift maneuver in the air and charged straight towards the central command. A counterattack. The central forces were thrown into disarray, caught off guard, and in an instant, the Lion King was upon Mo Wang. Capture the leader first? Startled, I quickly turned the Dragon Hunter crossbow that I had previously prepared. Drawing it taut, the small hammer struck down, and the bolt shot directly at the Lion King. There was a resounding clang, and the Lion King came to a sudden halt. Mo Wang roared, pivoting as his energy surged, violently stomping the ground, sending dirt flying, and miraculously evading the Lion King's determined strike. Kill. The soldiers of the Central Command, witnessing Mo Wang under attack, disregarded their own safety, and charged forward with blades and spears. Thus, the earlier scene from the left flank replayed itself, yet the central forces were not like the left. Their fighting spirit was remarkably resilient. Despite suffering numerous casualties, they pressed on, buying precious time for Yun Yun to arrive. Yet, as I beheld that figure, draped in flowing robes, I shook my head, my heart heavy with disappointment. Previously, being defeated twice by the amethyst-winged Lion King in the Beast Mountain range could be attributed to a lack of skill. However now, with the support of 1,700 allied forces, being toyed with by the Lion King multiple times could only be deemed a sign of folly. Perhaps, aside from her elevated cultivation, Yun Yun was merely a decorative vase, sheltered within the grand greenhouse of the Cloud Mist sect, untouched by the tempests of reality. No wonder I shook my head again. No wonder Yun Yun, despite her battle emperor rank, was captured by a mere novice fighter, heartbroken. Who could be blamed for that? I turned my attention away from Yun Yun, my gaze gradually settling on Mo Wang. This robust man in his 30s, the obscure lord of a small city with the cultivation of a great fighter, was remarkably skilled in battle. Clad in black armor, his face etched with determination. Wielding a sword, his commands rang out with authority. Despite suffering over 100 casualties from the Lion King's assault, the central forces began to regroup slowly under his command. Launching javelins at the Lion King once more, I looked around. The left flank that had previously faced the Lion King's attack had vanished without a trace. Who knew where they had dispersed? Amidst the thorns, could there be a Zimu-tree? I softly murmured, gazing at Mo Wang, who had narrowly escaped death from the attack of a 6th-tier magical beast, yet remained composed while commanding the battle. Unable to contain my admiration, I exclaimed, "What a valiant commander!" A radiant smile graced my face, though my eyes were filled with an icy resolve. Fixated on Mo Wang's silhouette, I struck the weathered battlements with my fist and declared, "This general, if not within my grasp, shall meet his demise." After a prolonged struggle, the amethyst-winged Lion King finally perished, pierced through the heart by Yun Yun. Although she may have had her mental shortcomings, her prowess was undeniably that of a genuine 3-star Do Huan. As the battle concluded, the survivors erupted in cheers, while others wept in each other's embrace. Utterly exhausted and collapsing onto the ground to recuperate. Perhaps their bodies could withstand more, but their spirits had waned. I leaped down from the battlements, traversing numerous charred, foul-smelling corpses until I reached the heart of the battlefield. Yun Yun stood before the corpse of the amethyst-winged Lion King, her complexion somewhat pale, likely due to the excessive consumption of Do-Chi. She shook her head, her breath deep and resonant, and in a weary voice, she remarked, "I am unharmed. Merely a bit fatigued." At that moment, Mo Wang and the head of the largest family in Wuxi City, the Ruhr family, approached. As for the other 3 family heads, they were all in the left army, and no one knew where they had fled. Yun Yun, not one for many words, briefly exchanged pleasantries before soaring towards the sky and entering the city, leaving Mo Wang, the Ruhr family head, and myself exchanging glances. After a moment of silence, Mo Wang turned to the corpse of the amethyst-winged Lion King and inquired, "Young Master Nalan, how shall we divide this body?" The corpse of the amethyst-winged Lion King was immensely large and exceedingly valuable, being a 6th-tier magical beast. I gazed at it with fervent interest, my breath quickening as I replied, "First, let us see if there is a magical core. If there is, it shall be presented to Master Yun. As for the remaining carcass, it shall be mine." This statement left the other 2 in silence. The Ruhr family head chuckled awkwardly a couple of times and said, "Young Master Nalan, the amethyst-winged Lion King previously launched 2 purple fireballs into my family's formation, resulting in numerous casualties among my kin." I scoffed lightly and shot him a glance, pondering for a moment before responding. "I can have my family negotiate on your behalf to secure additional compensation from the royal family. Furthermore, I can arrange for you to oversee the subsequent disaster relief efforts in Wuxi City. What do you say?" If these family organizations formed an alliance and ventured into the magical Beast Mountains to hunt the amethyst-winged Lion King, even if they suffered complete annihilation, the royal family would owe no compensation. Yet today, the amethyst-winged Lion King had emerged from the mountains to assault Wuxi City. This is akin to a natural disaster. Wuxi City has suffered, and the Jammer royal family must provide some recompense. Otherwise, why would anyone support such a monarchy? However, the amount of compensation could vary greatly. And with my Nalan family advocating, the compensation would undoubtedly be maximized. Moreover, overseeing the disaster relief efforts would provide ample opportunity for the Ruhr family to reap benefits. Not to mention the prestige they would gain. Given the poor performance of the other 3 families during the battle, the Ruhr family could very well ascend to prominence and monopolize Wuxi City. Contemplating this promising future, a broad smile spread across the Ruhr family head's face. his previous displeasure vanishing as he gazed at me with sycophantic admiration. I waved my hand dismissively, unconcerned. Using the royal treasury to fulfill one's own ambitions, relying on the generosity of others, is precisely what my family, the Nalan clan, along with 2 other prominent families, revels in. I turned to Mo Wang and said softly, Lord Mo, do you not realize that your end is nigh? These lords appointed by the royal family have never shown us 3 families any favor. Hearing my cryptic words, Mo Wang paused for a moment, then fixed his expression, stepping forward without fear, meeting my gaze with unwavering intensity. Young Master Nalan, I wonder from where you derive this notion of my impending doom? Mo Wang, do you think that by leading your troops to slay a 6th-tier beast, you will gain renown across the land and earn the royal family's esteem, thus securing a significant position? His cold, steely gaze startled me, causing my heart to skip a beat, and it took a moment for me to regain my composure. Frustration bubbled within me as I let out a heavy snort. Pointing to the left, it was the position of the left army, where nearly 200 corpses lay scattered, many of them pierced by spears. Some of these bodies had been speared post-mortem, while others had succumbed to their wounds inflicted by the spears. I gazed mockingly at Mo Wang and said, Lord Mo, have you forgotten? Those lives were lost because of your misguided orders. Do you consider yourself a legendary general, born once in a century? No, you are merely an executioner, a butcher who has slaughtered your own soldiers. Soon, very soon, imperial officials will come to hold you accountable. You will face justice and be led to the execution platform. Mo Wang faltered, staring at the corpses, his eyes momentarily lost in thought, but quickly regained his composure and replied solemnly, those were necessary sacrifices. Without them, the amethyst-winged Lion King would have caused even greater carnage. I scoffed and stepped forward, tapping on Mo Wang's breastplate, which produced a metallic clang that was surprisingly melodious. Lord Mo, do you believe that the imperial officials will choose to believe me or heed your words? You. Mo Wang recoiled in shock, glaring at me with an intensity comparable to a wrathful deity, his voice hoarse as he demanded, why do you act this way? Because I am driven by love. I laughed heartily, unfazed by his anger, and turned to leave, my voice icy as I declared, Mo Wang, you have but one path to survival. Resign from your position as Lord and become my follower. Otherwise, I shall personally ensure you meet your end on the execution platform. Chapter 32, The Desert City of Northwest. Upon entering Wuxi City, the battle had finally subsided, restoring a semblance of order. Yet, smoke still curled in several areas, not from the amethyst-winged Lion King, but from the fires ignited by the people. At times, human malice can prove far more terrifying than beasts. I shook my head, my heart heavy with contemplation. Upon reaching the Lord's residence, I was undeterred by Mo Wang's presence and stayed for 3 days. During this time, I visited Yun Yun, who also resided in the Lord's manor. Her injuries were not grave, and after 3 days of recuperation, she was nearly healed. Additionally, the head of the Nalan family's trading post in Wuxi City came to pay his respects, inviting me to stay at the shop, but I politely declined. Instead, I penned a letter regarding my agreement with the Rule family and asked him to deliver it to my father before sending him on his way. That morning, as I practiced in my chamber, I was suddenly alerted by the sound of footsteps outside, and I quietly opened my eyes. The door swung open, revealing a robust figure with a resolute countenance, none other than Lord Mo Wang of Wuxi City. I raised an eyebrow and scrutinized him closely. Today, he donned no armor, only casual attire. His expression was inscrutable, laden with complexity. I couldn't help but chuckle softly. The significance of his expression was irrelevant, as was his inner turmoil. What truly mattered was his action. His arrival was a tacit agreement. Mo Wang held a finely crafted wooden box and a spatial ring in his hands. With measured steps, he approached me and placed the items down, stating, the ring was given by the Rule family. A realization dawned upon me, and my gaze fixated intently on the small box. I licked my lips, my hands trembling slightly as I lifted the wooden box. Upon opening it, I beheld a resplendent crimson-purple crystal, shimmering with brilliance, more dazzling than the jewels in my mother's jewelry box. A 6th-tier magic core. Could this truly be a 6th-tier magic core? A treasure that countless individuals would never glimpse in their lifetimes. I swallowed hard, captivated for what felt like an eternity. Alas, this magic core was not for me to consume. It must be entrusted to Yun Yun. With a heavy heart, I closed the box and sighed, relieved to find the spatial ring still in my possession. Though the body of a magical beast may not rival the core in value, it was still quite precious. I grasped the ring, delving into its contents, and discovered the remains of the amethyst-winged lion meticulously sectioned, wings, hide, tendons, horns, flesh, and bones, all neatly arranged within the ring. A mix of excitement, sorrow, and fear stirred within me, perhaps a reflection of the age-old adage of a rabbit mourning a fox. This amethyst-winged lion had once soared majestically in the azure sky, having twice bested Yun Yun, forcing her to flee in disarray. Yet now it lay dead, reduced to a state no different from that of swine or hounds, dismembered with precision. It seemed that gaining treasures did not necessarily equate to happiness. I recalled the joy I felt when I discovered treasures in the cave of the Beast Mountains. Pondering deeply, I eventually realized that my previous experience had been shared with the little medicine fairy, whereas this time, I was utterly alone. Was it true that sharing brought greater joy than mere acquisition? I began to understand, sighing softly, wondering who might accompany me the next time I unearthed a treasure. Regaining my composure, I looked up at Mo Wang, hesitating before I asked, Lord Mo, regarding that matter. Without elaboration, he knelt before me on one knee, stating simply, my lord. His directness was refreshing. Once he had made up his mind, he showed no hesitation. Perhaps it was this very trait that rendered him an exceptional leader. With a serious countenance, I stepped closer to Mo Wang, retrieving my sword from the spatial ring and placing it upon his right shoulder. In a solemn voice, I asked, Mo Wang, do you wish to become my follower? He bowed his head, obscuring his expression from view. He remained silent, trembling slightly, until at last he murmured, I do. It seemed his words were somewhat reluctant. But what of it? I gazed down at Mo Wang, speaking earnestly. Very well, Mo Wang. From this day forth, you shall be my follower, Nalan Ye. Together, we shall bask in the glory of the Nalan family and fight to safeguard its honor. 3 days have passed, and the city of Wuxi has seemingly returned to tranquility, yet this is merely a fade. The recent turmoil has claimed hundreds of lives, and the anguish of those who have lost loved ones will require time to mend. In the face of the rising power of the Riel family, the other 3 prominent families have already formed an alliance. Whether the Riel family will ascend to dominance over Wuxi, or whether the coalition of 3 families will emerge victorious, is a matter that also demands time. Of course, there is also my illustrious reputation. At my behest, the city lord's office and the 4 major families have publicly declared that the battle 6 days prior was commanded by me. Leading a contingent of 1,700, I fought alongside the leader of the Yunlan sect, slaying a 6th-tier magical beast. How magnificent is that? As time progresses, my renown shall echo throughout the entire Jamma Empire. In contrast, Mo Wang's resignation from his position as city lord to accompany me is perhaps the least conspicuous choice. After all, one city lord departs, and the imperial court will appoint another in due course. As we departed Wuxi City on the back of our flying magical beast, I handed a delicate box to Yun Yun, smiling as I said, Elder, this is the magical core of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Please accept it. Yun Yun, without pretension, waved her hand and stored it in her spatial ring. She had fully recovered, her complexion rosy, standing gracefully on the back of the flying beast, her moon-white dress fluttering, and her flowing tresses dancing in the wind like an ethereal being. After a moment of silence, she gazed into the distance and softly inquired, What do you wish for me to do on this journey? Having aided Yun Yun once in the Beast Mountain range, she claimed to owe me a favor. This journey was to call in that favor. I lifted my gaze to the sky, shook my head, and replied, Elder, this matter cannot be discussed at present. I assure you, I will not place you in a difficult position. Days passed in silence as our flying beast soared towards the northwestern territories of the empire, where the vast expanse of the Tagar Desert lay, along with the alluring Serpent Queen. We disembarked in a city adjacent to the desert, which bore a striking resemblance to cities like Wuxi and Wutan that are close to the Beast Mountain range, rugged yet distinct. The most apparent difference was in the attire of the inhabitants. Here, men often wore nothing but a pair of loose shorts, their muscular upper bodies exposed. The women, similarly clad in refreshing attire, donned 2 narrow strips of cloth, one covering the upper body and the other the lower, revealing large swathes of skin. A stark contrast to the conservative styles prevalent within the empire. Mo Wang surveyed his surroundings with curiosity, though more so with scrutiny, and solemnly remarked, My lord, what brings us to Mo City? I, too, examined this northwestern city of the empire with intrigue, and with a hearty laugh, I replied, Mo City, you see, is not only home to fiery young ladies, but also to an old man who sells maps. It's quite entertaining. Chapter 33, The Ice Emperor, Haiba Dong. After contacting the Nalan family shop in Mo City, we were guided by the overseer through the winding streets of the city, eventually stopping in front of a store named Gu Tuesday. A glance at the storefront revealed 4 or 5 burly men with fierce expressions. With just a single look, I discerned that these fellows were guards. I raised an eyebrow, recalling that the old man had actually hired guards. Shaking my head, I led Yun Yun, Mo Wang, and the steward of Mo City into the shop. The interior was simply decorated, yet it exuded an air of antiquity and elegance. The soft glow of 2 moonlight stones illuminated the modest establishment, revealing 2 rows of wooden shelves on either side, which appeared to have been there for quite some time, riddled with numerous wormholes. Upon these shelves lay a collection of maps, both old and new, some tattered and torn, haphazardly piled together. It was no wonder the shop was rather deserted, with only 4 customers, 3 men and 1 woman, present. These patrons seemed to have no intention of purchasing maps. As they clustered around the counter, observing an elderly man meticulously drawing a map, I shook my head, deciding it was best to attend to the matter at hand. I recalled that there was a fragment of the pure Lotus Demon Fire map here. After searching through the shelves for quite some time, I beheld a remnant map in my hands, my complexion brightening with joy. Upon careful examination to confirm its authenticity, it matched precisely with the fragment in my spatial ring. It was indeed the pure Lotus Demon Fire map. I suppressed a smile. Yet my hand could not resist gently caressing the map. However, I lacked the courage to simply tuck it into my spatial ring, uncertain if the old man was watching. Clutching the map, I approached the counter, observing the elderly man with white hair and beard, whose withered hands remained steady and strong. He hunched over, his murky eyes intently focused on the blueprints before him, diligently crafting the map with intricate strokes. Alas, the hero in his twilight years? I placed my hands behind my back and let out a long sigh. Master Bing prefers not to be disturbed while crafting maps. I kindly ask you to step outside. With that statement, I fixed my gaze on Haiba Dong, eager to gauge his reaction. However, before he could respond, the woman in front of me spoke first. She donned a fitted red gown, exquisitely crafted and seemingly of high status. Turning around, her strikingly beautiful face bore a frown as she glared at me. The 3 men, meanwhile, eyed her alluring figure with admiration and desire, inching closer with malicious grins. Brat, didn't you hear Ling Lin? Hurry up and leave. I was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the 3 men before shaking my head, silently lamenting the fate of those who fawn over others. I exchanged a knowing look with the shopkeeper, understanding my intent. The shopkeeper stepped forward, producing a token and smiling as he spoke. I am the steward of the Nalan family shop in Mo City, and this is our young master. Young gentleman, regardless of who you are or your background, I advise you to refrain from causing trouble for the family. Nalan family. The faces of the 3 men shifted, their expressions filled with confusion as they turned to the woman. They were merely young scions of a small family, wholly unprepared to confront a formidable entity like the Nalan family. The woman was also taken aback, yet her lineage was evidently superior to that of the 3 men, suggesting she had encountered more of the world. A good friend of Sister Yanran? I raised an eyebrow, glancing at her. She indeed possessed a remarkable appearance. If it were an ordinary time, I might have been inclined to engage her in conversation, but at present, I am preoccupied with matters of significance, leaving no room for idle exchanges. I turned my gaze towards Haiba Dong, only to find that the old man had ceased his map drawing and was now looking at me. Yet, his expression was rather indifferent, as though he regarded me as just another passerby. A radiant smile crept onto my face as I strode forward, bowing respectfully. I am Nalan Ye, grandson of Nalan Tai from the Nalan family, here to pay my respects to the esteemed elder. Haiba Dong lifted his eyelids, pondered for a moment, then smacked his lips and remarked, Nalan Tai? I cannot recall. My smile faltered. Nalan Tai is my grandfather, a formidable figure in the realm of the 7 stars doling, renowned even within the Jaimar Empire. Yet, before this old man, he seemed to be merely an inconsequential name lost to time. Feeling slightly embarrassed, I turned to the 3 men and 1 woman present and commanded, Mo Wong, please escort these 4 young ones outside. I have urgent matters to discuss with the esteemed elder. The woman named Ling Lin seemed poised to protest, but under Mo Wong's overwhelming dome master pressure, her complexion paled, and she dared not utter another word, hastily leading her companions out of the shop. I shrugged, unfazed by the commotion. I then beckoned the quietly observing Yun Yun to join me, gesturing towards Haiba Dong with a smile. Esteemed elder, do you recognize this venerable figure? Yun Yun's gaze flitted towards Haiba Dong, perhaps beginning to discern his identity. I chuckled heartily. Indeed, esteemed elder, this is none other than the legendary Ice Emperor Haiba Dong. Yun Yun's expression grew solemn as she scrutinized the seemingly unremarkable old man before her, then bowed respectfully. Yun Yun pays her respects to the Ice Emperor. So, she is the leader of the Yunlan sect. Although Haiba Dong has lived in seclusion, he is still aware of the current leader of the Yunlan sect. He turned his head to regard Yun Yun, his gaze deepening. It appeared as if he was observing her, yet his thoughts had already traversed 2 decades back to his most glorious era. A range of emotions flickered across his face, and after a long pause, he let out a deep sigh, inquiring, how is that old fellow Yun Shan faring these days? Yun Yun nodded and replied, rest assured, esteemed Ice Emperor, my master is in good health. In good health? Haiba Dong murmured, then burst into uproarious laughter, his demeanor bordering on madness as he exclaimed, "So, that old fellow has yet to break through to Dozong? Huh, that old man always carried himself with such arrogance, yet in the end, at his age, he remains trapped at the Do Huang level, unable to advance." Yun Yun's expression turned slightly unpleasant as she quietly remarked, "Esteemed elder, the path to Dozong is not so easily traversed." However, Haiba Dong paid no heed to Yun Yun's words. He continued to ridicule Yun Shan before turning his stern gaze upon me, coldly stating, "Young one, I have lived in seclusion for over 20 years, and today you have disturbed my peace. What brings you here?" Unfazed by the wrath of a Do Huang, I shrugged my shoulders, met Haiba Dong's gaze directly, and chuckled. "Esteemed elder, I have come in pursuit of the..." Chapter 34, Encountering Two Unknown Do Huangs. Haiba Dong, one of the 10 strongest figures in the Jaimar Empire, once, over 2 decades ago, fought valiantly against a Do Huang and a Do Wang from the Shuyun Empire, emerging victorious and earning renown in both nations. He had inadvertently acquired a fragment of the diagram of the pure lotus demon fire and embarked on a quest within the Tagore Desert, inadvertently attracting the attention of the Serpent Queen, Medusa. Following a fierce battle, Haiba Dong managed to flee but fell victim to Medusa's serpent sealing technique, which caused his body to rapidly deteriorate and his strength to be sealed at the doling level. To break the serpent sealing technique, he needed to refine a 6th-grade medicinal pill using extraordinary fire. While Haiba Dong possessed the formula for this 6th-grade pill, he had yet to locate the legendary extraordinary fire. Upon hearing my words, his pupils constricted, and his breathing became somewhat labored. He fixed his gaze upon me, his voice gravelly as he inquired, "Little one, do you possess the precise location of the Azure Lotus Earth Fire?" "No. Is the extraordinary fire in the Tagore Desert indeed the Azure Lotus Earth Fire?" I nodded and smiled, replying, "Senior, it is not that I have it, but rather that the Nalan family possesses it. My esteemed elder has already traveled to Stone Desert City. Would you be willing to visit Stone Desert City and assist the Nalan family in acquiring this Azure Lotus Earth Fire?" Haiba Dong glanced at Yun Yun, pondered for a moment, and then asked in a deep tone, "If we secure the Azure Lotus Earth Fire, how shall we divide it?" I shrugged my shoulders and casually stated, "Senior, extraordinary fire cannot be divided. It can only be bestowed upon the Nalan family. Of course, as compensation. Our alchemy elder would obtain the extraordinary fire, greatly enhancing his chances of breaking through to become a 6th-grade alchemist. He could then refine a 6th-grade medicinal pill for the Miter family at no cost." Haiba Dong was the former head of the Miter family. Thus, refining pills for the Miter family essentially meant refining for Haiba Dong himself. Some matters need not be articulated, as clarifying them might raise suspicions. Indeed, after a moment of silence, Haiba Dong nodded in agreement. I chuckled heartily, finding no surprise in his compliance. Haiba Dong required a 6th-grade alchemist with extraordinary fire for pill refinement, and the Nalan family was soon to possess such an alchemist. What reason would Haiba Dong have to refuse? Without delay, we exited the shop. Haiba Dong showed no signs of nostalgia for the establishment he had frequented for over 20 years, and he followed me onto the flying magical beast, heading directly to Stone Desert City. The journey from Desert City to Stone Desert City would only take 2 days aboard the flying beast. Given the short distance and the presence of 2 Do Huang, I had expected a smooth passage to Stone Desert City. However, trouble soon arose. Yun Yun stood atop the flying beast, engaging in casual conversation with Haiba Dong. Suddenly, she turned her head towards the distance, her brows furrowing in contemplation as she hesitantly remarked, "In that direction, I seem to sense the presence of 2 unfamiliar Do Huang." Haiba Dong raised an eyebrow. His current strength was sealed, and apart from his knowledge, he was no match for Yun Yun's perceptiveness, and he had indeed failed to sense anything. I was taken aback. It was a critical moment in my plans, yet unfamiliar Do Huang were lurking around Stone Desert City, and there were 2 of them at that. I spoke in a low voice, "Seniors, what do you think about investigating that direction?" Haiba Dong was indifferent, while Yun Yun hesitated before saying, "I only sensed those 2 auras briefly, and then they vanished. Perhaps I misperceived? The Gamma Empire, how could 2 foreign Do Huang suddenly appear?" In my heart, I sincerely hope so, yet my plans bear immense significance, as they pertain to my potential ascension to the Do Zone. The sudden emergence of 2 such substantial variables is something I cannot disregard. We shall proceed to investigate, change our course, and let us advance," I commanded in a firm voice. Yun Yun and Haiba Dong refrained from further comments, and the pilots of the flying magical beast immediately altered our direction and soared forth. Standing atop the beast, a scorching wind whipped around me, compelling me to squint my eyes. As I gazed ahead, all I could see was an expanse of golden desert, devoid of any human presence. Perhaps, just perhaps, Yin Yun's perception was indeed erroneous. I sighed softly, unable to suppress my lamentation. The flying magical beast raced through the skies. Yet the scenery below remained unchanged, an endless stretch of golden sands and undulating dunes. Occasionally, a few cacti and mercenaries appeared, yet they were not what I sought. Suddenly, Yun Yun fixed her gaze on the far end of the desert. Hesitantly, she proclaimed, "It must be there. The aura I sensed emanates from that location. Increase our speed." The utmost haste. The pilot of the flying beast complied, yet Haibo Dong unexpectedly placed a hand on my shoulder, shaking his head as he cautioned, "Young one, that presence belongs to a Do Huang. Why the rush?" I was taken aback, then realized that my urgency might easily lead to misunderstandings. Nodding, I forced a wry smile, saying, "I was reckless just now. I appreciate your guidance, esteemed elder." Haibo Dong waved his hand dismissively, saying little more. His gaze fixed on the horizon. Perhaps he too was intrigued by the two unfamiliar Do Huangs. I grasped the wooden railing on the back of the flying beast with increasing intensity, my palms growing pale from restricted blood flow. Yet, I paid it no mind. My focus unwaveringly fixed ahead. As the distance closed, I discerned a group of individuals on the ground, seemingly divided into two factions, engaged in a standoff. Just as I was about to draw closer for a clearer view, the flying beast abruptly halted. I frowned and glanced at Haibo Dong, inquiring, "Esteemed elder, what has happened now?" "We cannot advance any further," he replied, shaking his head. "This distance marks the limit between unfamiliar Do Huangs. Any closer, and they may perceive it as provocation, leading to conflict." I turned to Yun Yun, asking in a low tone, "Elder, can you sense anything further?" Yun Yun shook her head, her face etched with confusion, frowning as she remarked, "There are two mercenary groups confronting each other, with the highest cultivation being that of a great Do master. Logically, there should be no Do Huang present, yet my sensing." I cast a helpless glance at Yun Yun, unsure of how to respond to the esteemed leader of the Yunlan sect. Yun Yun regarded me briefly, hesitating as she said, "If there truly is a Do Huang below, if it were indeed a Do Huang, they would not target someone as insignificant as a mere Do master." I interjected with a smile. Caught off guard by my retort, Yun Yun's expression momentarily faltered, and she turned away, falling silent. I laughed heartily, though my heart was not as light as my demeanor suggested. As the flying beast descended, I retrieved my leather armor from my spatial ring and donned it. As I contemplated, I recalled the moment when Mo Wang also donned his armor. I retrieved a set of heavy armor from my storage ring, which I was not particularly fond of wearing, along with a hefty sword and shield. I remarked, "Mo Wang, you might as well stow away those rags. Wear this instead." Mo Wang paused, silent for a moment, then acquiesced, quietly beginning to clad himself in my finely crafted armor. Soon, a heavily armored figure, wielding sword and shield, stood before me. I let out a hearty laugh and, accompanied by Mo Wang, descended from the flying beast, making our way toward the distant group of mercenaries. Perhaps due to the unexpected arrival of our flying mount, they remained in a standoff, refraining from engaging in battle. As Mo Wang and I approached, they could not discern friend from foe and gradually retreated, widening the distance between us. As I drew nearer and scrutinized them closely, I realized they were indeed two distinct bands of mercenaries. Moreover, judging by their equipment, they appeared to be a rather mediocre mercenary group. How could Yun Yun possibly sense the aura of a Do Huang among them? Was it truly just Yun Yun who was unreliable? Suddenly, my gaze froze, fixating intently on a group of mercenaries on the left, who were at a numerical disadvantage. Among them was a young girl clad in a striking red outfit, her features both innocent and alluring. Though it had been over a year since we last met, she seemed slightly taller than I remembered. Yet, if I was not mistaken, she was none other than my fiancée, Xiao Mayer. My heart raced, and as I squinted for a better look, I noticed two familiar faces standing beside her, a languid youth named Xiao Yin and the stunningly beautiful Xiao Suner. I inhaled deeply, grappling with disbelief. My sword fell from my hand and clattered to the ground as I rubbed my face vigorously before reopening my eyes. Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner were still there. Was I truly not imagining this? Ha! I laughed heartily, barely able to conceal my excitement. With a wild shout, I opened my arms and rushed towards the left group of mercenaries. If my memory served me correctly, this mercenary group was founded by my elder brother Xiao Yin and second brother. Yes, it should be called the Shimo mercenary group. A gust of wind laden with sand and heat struck my face, yet I paid it no mind as I laughed uproariously and approached the Shimo mercenary group. Calling out to the girl, "Mayor, after all these years, have you missed me?" The girl in the group looked at me in astonishment, her eyes flickering with excitement before her cheeks flushed, and with a huff, she turned her face away, refusing to look at me further. Xiao Yin and Suner, upon seeing me, were equally taken aback. He bore a large black iron block on his back and wore a dark cloak, revealing a face that had matured considerably. He paused, murmuring Nalan Ye. After a moment, he turned to the two young men beside him, saying, "Elder brother, second brother, this fellow is, Mayor's fiancé, named Nalan Ye." Chapter 35, The Xiao Family Members. Under the command of Elder Brother Xiao Ding, the mercenaries who had been on guard against Mo Wang and me lowered their weapons, allowing us to enter their ranks. I hurried into the crowd, my heart brimming with excitement as I faced these three individuals I had not seen in over a year, waving my hand in greeting. "Hello, Mayor. Greetings, Sister Suner. And good day, Elder Brother Xiao Yan." What greetings? Do you not see the group of people opposite us?" Xiao Mayor let out a cold snort, her gaze fixed on a distant group of mercenaries, her body tense as she spoke. "Had it not been for your letter summoning us to Shimo City, we would not have encountered such a predicament." Faced with the complaints of my fiancée, I found myself at a loss for words. With a dry chuckle, I turned my head to glance at the mercenaries, my expression rife with disdain. For I had already discerned the origin of the two unfamiliar Dou Emperor auras that Yun Yun had sensed. My eyes fell upon the large black iron block on Xiao Yan's back. This must be the Xian Zhongqi indeed. One aura emanated from the elderly medicinal expert, Yao Lao, residing within Xiao Yan's ring. As for the other, I cast a cheerful glance at Suner, who displayed no sign of tension amidst the sweltering heat and swirling sands, her demeanor remaining elegant and composed. The second Dou Emperor aura must belong to her ancient clan guardian, Ling Ying. It appeared that Xiao Yan and Suner had found themselves in peril, prompting Yao Lao and Ling Ying to prepare for action, only to be inadvertently sensed by Yun Yun as they passed by. "Mayor, with Yao Lao's assistance, Xiao Yan has regained his genius status and has shone brightly in Wu-Tin City over the past year, restoring his former standing." He turned to lightly reprimand Xiao Mayor, who pouted but chose to remain silent. He then glanced at me, perhaps due to the passage of time and his newfound maturity. His gaze was no longer as complex as it had been over a year ago, but rather straightforward and sincere. After a brief pause, he pointed towards a young man clad in white robes. This young man possessed eyes that sparkled with an unusual brilliance, reflecting a hint of wisdom as he scrutinized me, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Nalan Ye, this is my elder brother, Xiao Ding." I let out a hearty laugh and cupped my hands in greeting. "Ah, so you are the esteemed Xiao Ding. I have long heard of your exploits alongside Xiao Li, establishing the formidable Mo Tai mercenary corps that commands great respect. It is truly an honor to meet you." However, before I could finish, a voice interjected from the side. "Our mercenary group is called the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps." My smile faltered, and I cursed inwardly. Turning to face the speaker, I beheld a youth whose face bore a genial smile, yet his eyes betrayed a sinister and fierce glint. He regarded me with a sly, half-smiling expression, his lips curling in a manner that suggested ill intent. I offered a dry chuckle and awkwardly replied, "You must be Xiao Li, the second brother. What a splendid name for your mercenary group, deeply meaningful. Only someone as clever and insightful as you could conjure such an impressive title. Haha." Noticing the discomfort in my exchange with Xiao Li, Xiao Ding cleared his throat, prompting Xiao Li to immediately temper his demeanor, adopting a more serious expression and turning away from me. I glanced at Xiao Yan, both of us sharing a forced laugh, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. I understood that this situation stemmed from the engagement debacle, although I had mediated to some extent, preventing a complete breakdown in relations between the Nalan and Xiao families. Xiao Yan's branch still harbored reservations towards the Nalan clan. Fortunately, the intelligent, beautiful, and perceptive Suner was present. She smiled warmly, gently tugging at Xiao Yan's hand, and softly remarked, "Xiao Yan, you have yet to introduce another person." "Oh right." Xiao Yan quickly composed himself, turning his attention to a woman clad in blue and white attire, just as he was about to speak. The young woman smiled graciously, resting her hand on her sword, and curiously scrutinized me. "I am Xiao Yu, the cousin of this little fellow and a student at Canaan Academy. You must be Mei Er's fiancé." I glanced down at her signature long legs, indeed strikingly elongated, and her tall, alluring figure was a testament to her status as a distinguished student of Canaan Academy. I chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Sister Xiao Yu, I am Nalan Ye. It's a pleasure to meet you. What brings you to Shimo City?" Just as Xiao Yu was about to respond, Xiao Ding spoke in a low voice. Silence. "There are more approaching." Instantly, around 40 Iron Desert mercenaries tensed, raising their weapons once more. They formed what appeared to be a loose formation, yet it was effectively structured into small teams of 4 or 5, coordinated with one another. Looking up again, I noticed nearly 100 individuals on the opposite side. Their numbers double that of ours, creating an imposing presence, their weapons gleaming like a forest of blades. Xiao Yu had already drawn her sword, standing valiantly, exuding an air of authority. She pointed at a middle-aged man across the way, giggling, "Little Yi, do you see that fellow? He is Rob, the leader of the San Mercenary Corps, a 4-star grand fighter. He seeks to take Mei Er as his wife. What? I exclaimed, reaching for my sword, only to remember that in my earlier excitement upon seeing the Xiao family, I had carelessly discarded it. What nonsense are you spouting? I believe Rob has set his sights on you, wanting to make you his wife. Xiao Yu laughed, shifting her focus to Xiao Sun Er, saying, in fact, he is after this little girl, Sun Er, intending to claim her as his bride. I silently accepted the sword that Mo Wang handed me, at a loss for words. I could only observe Xiao Yan's expression darkening and Xiao Ding's look of exasperation as he shot a fierce glare at Xiao Yu, commanding, Xiao Yu, be quiet. Xiao Yu shrugged, responding dismissively, her nonchalance further aggravating Xiao Ding. Sun Er, though teased by Xiao Yu, remained composed and elegant, unlike Mei Er, who was fuming and shouting. She simply turned her head towards me, her dark hair dancing in the hot desert breeze, yet not a bead of sweat marred her flawless complexion. Her face was radiant, and her bright, deep-set eyes gazed meaningfully at me. I opened my mouth, intending to explain, when suddenly Sun Er smiled, resembling a blooming blue lotus. My overwhelming fear dissipated as if it had never existed. I felt as though I had emerged unscathed from a calamity, gasping for breath, wiping away the cold sweat streaming down my forehead. With an awkward chuckle, I cautiously regarded Sun Er and stammered, Sister Sun Er, you. Brother Yi, she interjected. Both the San Mercenary Corps and we rank among the top 3 mercenary groups in Shimo City, but due to the actions of the Mo family, our standing has suffered a significant blow. Thus, the San Mercenary Corps seeks to consolidate its power and protect its interests by absorbing the smaller local mercenary groups. Xiao Suner shook her head, gazing calmly at the mercenary group lurking nearby, and spoke slowly. In the face of these formidable foreign mercenaries, our strength is still insufficient. Hence, today they have set their sights upon us. Chapter 36, Rob. I raised my hand to touch my back, even through my leather armor. I could feel the dampness of sweat underneath. At last, I understood why there was a confrontation today and why Suner had cast me that significant glance moments ago. I let out a bitter smile, given Suner's background. She must have access to information revealing that the operations within Stone Desert City were not orchestrated by the Mo family at all, but rather by my own Nalan family, covertly acting under the guise of the Mo family's name. However, as I surveyed the mercenaries around me, I was genuinely astonished that this operation had triggered a chain reaction, implicating the Mo Tai mercenary group established by the Xiao brothers. Furthermore, my invitation to Xiao Yan, along with Suner and Xiao Mayor to Stone Desert City, had also drawn them into this predicament. Thankfully, we encountered each other today, otherwise, if Suner were to misunderstand the situation, it would have led to significant trouble. At that moment, the San mercenary group finally drew near, a formidable force of nearly 100 members, halting 20 paces from the Mo Tai mercenary group, tension palpable in the air, as if a battle could erupt at any moment. Yet, nothing transpired, for the intent of the San mercenary group was not to annihilate the Mo Tai mercenary group, but to absorb it. Rob, the leader of the San mercenary group, stood at the forefront, surveying us with a hearty laugh, and called out, Leader of the Xiao family. Might I inquire about the identities of the 2 individuals who just arrived? Xiao Li snorted coldly, responding tersely, That is none of your business. Rob's expression stiffened, his demeanor darkening as he retorted, Xiao Li, do you still harbor hopes for reinforcements? I have already dispatched men to intercept those you left behind in Stone Desert City. Xiao Ding. Xiao Li, I have spoken at length with you both. Have you reached any conclusions? Xiao Ding shook his head resolutely, declaring, The Mo Tai mercenary group is the culmination of my and my brother's efforts. I will never merge with the San mercenary group. Having uttered these words, Xiao Ding turned to face the over 30 Mo Tai mercenaries before him. Pausing for a moment, he spoke solemnly, Brothers and sisters, I will not indulge in flowery rhetoric. Today, the Mo Tai mercenary group has fallen victim to the treachery of the San mercenary group. Those who are willing to stand and fight alongside me, I, Xiao Ding, shall never betray you in the future. If you wish to leave, you are free to do so. I will harbor no resentment. The Mo Tai mercenaries around him erupted in fervent uproar, voices rising, expressing various sentiments. Some spoke of past bonds with Xiao Ding and his brother, while others declared their willingness to confront the San mercenary group to the death. Regardless of strength or gender, every mercenary wore expressions of righteous indignation. Even in the face of adversity, not a single individual hesitated or retreated, nor did anyone depart. I stood by, marveling at the scene, quietly admiring the capabilities of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, while contemplating that this must be the hallmark of a protagonist's ensemble. Were they a band of villains? They would surely crumble under pressure, with many fleeing, surrendering, or betraying their comrades. Yet, in the case of the protagonist's group, each member was a valiant soul, willing to face death alongside their leader without so much as a blink of an eye. As for deserters and traitors, Their existence is utterly inconceivable. Upon this thought, I could not help but burst into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Brother Shouting, you are speaking too soon. With me, Nalan Ye, present, what is a mere sand mercenary corps?" My laughter resonated, overshadowing the clamor of over 30 members of the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps, and silence enveloped the surroundings. The Mo-Tai mercenaries turned their gazes toward me, as did those from the Shao family. A hint of a languid smile graced my lips as I approached the front lines, nonchalantly adjusting my armor. I looked at Rob with a haughty demeanor and inquired, "Rob, do you know who I am?" Rob squinted slightly, scrutinizing me before shaking his head and responding, "I have not seen you before. You must be one of the two who arrived earlier. May I ask your name?" I let out a boisterous laugh, lifting my chin defiantly, almost as if my nostrils were aimed at the heavens, and proclaimed, "I am Nalan Ye, of the illustrious Nalan family." Rob's pupils constricted sharply, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face as he exclaimed, "The Nalan family, one of the 3 great families of the Gamma Empire?" I nodded, acknowledging his realization. With a playful smirk, I continued, "Rob, do you know the name of my fiancée?" Rob's countenance darkened considerably. It was evident he could not fathom why a humble Mo-Tai mercenary corps would be entangled with a colossal entity like the Nalan family. Upon hearing my question again, he wore a grim expression, fixing his gaze on my face, yet remained silent, shaking his head resolutely. At that moment, my expression suddenly shifted, taking on a menacing aspect. I fixed my stare on Rob, who met my gaze with trepidation. Our eyes locked in the air, yet no sparks ignited, for Rob could not withstand my gaze. Indeed, how could a mere grand fighter possess the confidence to confront the Nalan family? Lacking self-assurance, how could Rob's gaze possibly compare to mine? Soon enough, his resolve faltered, and he began to furtively glance around, no longer daring to meet my eyes. I let out a triumphant laugh, fully aware that victory was mine. Without hesitation, I took purposeful strides towards Rob, my head held high, brimming with pride. As I approached, I declared in a commanding voice, "Rob, you possess remarkable audacity to set your sights on the kin of the Nalan family. Do you know how to write the word death?" Rob's face drained of color, beads of cold sweat trickling down his cheeks, and perspiration soaked through his armor, drenching him. He took a deep breath, raising a hand to wipe away the sweat from his brow, struggling to regain his composure. His lips trembled as he stammered, "Young Master Nalan, young Master Nalan. Today's events are my fault. I beseech you to show mercy. I will leave at once and never again dare to covet the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps. No, no. From this day forward, the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps shall be my brotherhood. Whenever they are in need, I, Rob, shall provide men and funds without fail." I scoffed derisively, casting a cold gaze upon Rob, and retorted, "What are you, to even consider being a brother of the Shao family? Now, I present you with 2 choices. Either perish here or merge the Sand Mercenary Corps with the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps, from henceforth obeying the commands of the Shao family." Rob's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes, his complexion turning a deep shade of crimson. The Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps was the fruit of the Shao family's labor, and the Shaji Mercenary Corps was equally his own endeavor. He had already taken a step back, yet I continued to push my advantage. I merely tapped my lips together twice, and he was expected to merge the Shaji Mercenary Corps? Ha ha ha. Chapter 37, A Duty Fulfilled. When cornered, even a rabbit will bite. When one is driven to the edge, what is there left to fear? Rob erupted into a raucous laugh, his teeth clenched as he fixed an intense gaze upon me. His expression contorted with rage. "Master Nalan, you are crossing the line. I admit, your Nalan family is indeed grand, but this is not Jiama City." He laughed boisterously, gesturing toward the unchanging expanse of desert around us, the heat waves and sandstorms assaulting us. "This is the northwestern frontier of the empire, the Tagore Great Desert. Your Nalan family's reputation holds no sway here. You," he sneered, "a mere child yet to grow a single hair, dare to intimidate me? Do you truly think I am easily frightened?" Rob's demeanor became frenzied as he fixed an unyielding glare on me, his fighting aura swirling around him, manifesting the distinctive battle armor of a great fighter. Was he prepared to fight to the death? From behind, gasps arose within the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps, a surge of fighting spirit rising in the air, accompanied by a sultry voice that rang out. Xiaoyan paused momentarily, perhaps in silent communion with the elder in his ring. He then nodded to me, raising his hand to stop Xiao Ding and the others, saying, "Eldest brother, second brother. Let us observe his actions first. If it comes to blows, we can intervene then." Xiao Ding hesitated but eventually nodded in agreement. Xiao Li, however, scoffed, casting a cold glare at my back and remarked, "It would be best if he dies." Ah, what a resolute leader, Rob. After his laughter subsided, I abruptly suppressed my smile, my countenance darkening as if a page had turned, coldness filling my eyes. I pointed to the southeast, Beyond several sand dunes lay Shimo City. Looking at Rob with a mocking expression, I stated, "Leader Rob, unwavering and undaunted by the Nalan family. Yet I wonder, does the Mo family share your fearless spirit?" At my words, Rob's fighting aura seemed to falter, his battle armor momentarily stalling, and the ferocity on his face froze, rendering him absurdly comical. Mo family. He cast a glance toward Shimo City, several miles away, his robust frame trembling at last. He might disregard the Nalan family, believing himself far removed from our influence, but the Mo family, as a prominent clan in the northwestern region of the Jama Empire, commanded fear from those inhabiting this land. To lack such fear would only lead to annihilation. Conversely, if the Mo family wished to thrive within the Jama Empire, preserving their power and interests, they too must harbor respect for the Nalan family. Because, after all, the Nalan family could easily obliterate the Mo family. Rob turned to face me, his teeth chattering as he fought to maintain composure, gritting them as he said, "The Mo family is formidable, boasting strong Do Ling warriors. Would they heed your commands? You, a mere child, can manipulate the Mo family? Do not attempt to intimidate me." With a gentle smile, I playfully regarded Rob and said, "Rob, do you not believe I can summon the Mo family?" With a flick of my wrist, I retrieved a gold coin from my space ring and tossed it into the air, where it spun rapidly, glimmering like sunlight against the golden sands of the desert. I reached out and deftly pinched the coin between my thumb and index finger, declaring, "Rob, let us wager. I can indeed mobilize the Mo family. I will send a letter into Shimo City. If the Mo family does not respond, you may take my life. Should they come, you shall owe me a gold coin." I spoke with an air of nonchalance, my gaze fixed on Rob, who was visibly trembling. Having spent many years in Shimo City as a grand fighter and mercenary leader, he stood at a vantage point that allowed him to perceive the grave implications. The Mo family would never dare to offend the Nalan family. Once my letter reached Shimo City, the Mo family would undoubtedly arrive, yet he could do nothing to impede my message. Rob took deep breaths, striving to quell the fear that surged within him. After a moment, he regained some composure, his complexion returning to a semblance of color, though still tinged with pallor, reminiscent of a patient recovering from a severe illness. With an intense gaze, he suddenly knelt before me, the golden sands erupting around him, some grains even splattering onto my silk robe. "Young Master Nalan requires no weaponry. Mere words have compelled over 100 mercenaries to capitulate without a fight. I am truly in awe," he sighed, seemingly drained of all strength, his expression one of utter defeat. "Rob is willing to pledge the Sand Mercenary Group's 259 members to young Master Nalan, and from this day forth, I shall serve you tirelessly until death." I raised my hand to brush the sand from my robe, casting a displeased glance down at Rob, letting out a cold huff. Even at this juncture, he was still attempting to play clever, considering allegiance to a more powerful master. How could I, a distinguished heir of the Nalan family, find value in a mere mercenary group? What I desired was the integration of your Sand Mercenary Group into the Mo Tai Mercenary Group. What I sought was a favor from Xiaoyan. "Rob, what are you even worth? You are unworthy to be a follower of mine. You do not even merit the honor of carrying my shoes." I glared at Rob, my breath quickening as I sternly proclaimed, "Rob, you now face two paths, either death or the integration into the Mo Tai Mercenary Group." Rob raised his head, his expression pleading as he spoke, "Young Master Nalan, I am a 4-star grand fighter, and my Sand Mercenary Group holds some renown, boasting 2 grand fighters and 257 fighters. Young Master, please accept me. I can be of use to you." I remained silent, merely observing him with icy disdain, the chill in my gaze intensifying and a murderous intent beginning to surface. Gradually, Rob ceased his self-talk, and after a prolonged silence, he let out a pained cry, murmuring, "Young Master Nalan, I shall integrate into the Mo Tai Mercenary Group. I will indeed integrate into the Mo Tai Mercenary Group." A hint of a smile finally graced my face as I looked at Rob and nodded in satisfaction, saying meaningfully, "Rob, as long as you remain loyal to the Xiao family, you will come to realize that joining the Mo Tai Mercenary Group is the wisest decision of your life." Rob failed to comprehend my words. In his view, aligning oneself with a relative of the Nalan family was far inferior to directly seeking the support of the Nalan lineage. He casually acknowledged my statement and rose to converse with the nearly 100 mercenaries of the Sand Mercenary Corps. Brother shouting, I have not failed in my duty. Under my persuasion, Rob acquiesced to merging the Sand Mercenary Corps with the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps. Chapter 38, The Proud Xiaoyan. Having resolved the troubles of the Sand Mercenary Corps, the subsequent details of the merger would be the responsibility of Xiaoding and Xiaoli. I stepped over to Xiaomei's side, reflecting on the anxious cries of the young girl moments ago, and felt a twinge of emotion. Although we had established a betrothal, our conversations had been scarce, and it had been over a year since we last met. "Mayor, did I look handsome just now?" I approached her, winking playfully. Xiaomei's face flushed, and she turned away. Huffing, you merely rely on your family's reputation to intimidate others. It is not your own strength that vanquished Rob. What is there to be proud of? I chuckled lightly, unperturbed, and replied, Mayor, sometimes the strength of one's family is indeed a facet of personal power. Moreover, observe, no one has perished, and Rob has surrendered. This, in the art of war, is termed conquering without battle. Do you not think this more challenging than mere violence? Conquering without battle? Xiaomei echoed, somewhat perplexed. Pouting, she retorted, you are merely taking advantage of your position. It is not true skill. Scratching my head, I gazed at Xiaomei with a hint of exasperation. She must be around 15 or 16. After all, it is understandable. At that age, young girls are often drawn to boys who excel in combat, perceiving them as valiant and impressive. How could they appreciate the charm of a mature man who conquers without conflict? Xiaoya, I think you are quite handsome. A cheerful voice interrupted my thoughts. Turning to the source, I found the tall and graceful Xiaoyu, who had just winked at me. Was she flirting? A shiver ran down my spine, prompting me to instinctively step back. Setting aside Xiaoyu's playful nature, I considered Xiaoyan. With my betrothal to Xiaomei already established, any entanglement with Xiaoyu would surely provoke Xiaoyan's wrath, leading to an explosive confrontation. I forced a chuckle, choosing silence as I stared at Xiaoyu. She wrinkled her nose and said, Xiaoya, you are exceedingly dull. Do you not think I am far more attractive than that girl? And my figure? At this, she straightened her posture and cast a sidelong glance at Xiaomei. Xiaomei, visibly incensed, clenched her teeth and glanced down at her slightly flat figure, then at Xiaoyu's curvaceous form. Retorting furiously, you are merely 2 years older than me. What do you have to boast about? As the two girls appeared on the verge of an explosive confrontation, I felt a throbbing pain in my teeth and rubbed my face, quietly excusing myself to seek out Xiaoyan. Currently, the Mo-Tai Mercenary Corps was preoccupied with the merger with the San Mercenary Corps, both sides in a flurry of activity, and Shouting and Xiaoli were particularly busy. Yet, Xiaoyan seemed at ease, engaging in hushed conversations with Xiaoxuan behind a sand dune, making it quite difficult for me to locate them. I settled myself on the left side of Xiaoyan, as Xiao Suner occupied the right. There was no way for me to squeeze in. Nalan Ye, thank you for earlier, I heard Xiaoyan say as soon as I took my seat. If it weren't for you, we would have had to confront the San Mercenary Group today. Their numbers far exceed ours, and we would have suffered significant losses. I chuckled heartily, patting my chest nonchalantly. It's a trivial matter, merely a matter of words. We are all family here, no need for thanks. Xiaoyan wore his characteristic lazy smile, nodding in agreement without further comment. After all, with Yao Lao by his side, he had little regard for Rob. Shaking my head, I adopted a serious demeanor and said, Third brother, there is someone I believe you should meet. Seeing my earnestness, Xiaoyan's playful demeanor dissipated, and his expression turned grave. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, Who? The leader of the Yunlan sect, I replied, my gaze drifting to the flying magical beast lingering in the distance. Third brother, regarding your engagement with Sister Yanran. The Nalan family was actually opposed to the annulment. It was solely the leader of the Yunlan sect who acted unilaterally. Our family could not withstand the pressure from the Yunlan sect, leaving us with no options. Now that you have encountered the leader today, I believe it is essential for you to meet. Xiaoyan followed my gaze toward the grounded flying beast, his expression growing complex, lost in thought for a considerable time. Brother Xiaoyan, a sweet voice called out, belonging to Xiao Suner, who was gracefully seated on the other side in her purple dress. She remained calm and elegant, extending her delicate hand to rest upon Xiaoyan's right hand, offering him a gentle smile. A breeze swept over from the mountains, causing several sand sculptures to spiral in the sky. Waves of heat, laden with fine sand, brushed against my face, leaving me uncomfortable. I mused that if Xiao Mayer were sitting beside me, regardless of her willingness, I would undoubtedly pull her into an embrace to soothe my wounded spirit. The past should be left in the past. There is no need to revisit it or seek out anyone. After a prolonged moment of shared silence, Xiaoyan turned his head toward me, his smile returning to its lazy state. I felt somewhat troubled and scratched my head, pondering how the initial meeting between Xiaoyan and Yun would unfold after the story had been disrupted. My curiosity was piqued, especially since I was present at the scene. Xiaoyan, what I mean is, the leader of the Yun sect may provide you with some compensation. She is a Do Huang powerhouse, and the compensation she offers is bound to entice even a Do Ling expert. Would you not want that? I suggested enticingly, only to be met with Xiaoyan's icy retort. No. But there is a meeting gift. Would you not desire it? I pressed. No. Are you truly not interested? No. Very well, I sighed, casting a resigned glance at Xiaoyan, thinking to myself that he was forcing my hand. Taking a deep breath, I suddenly reached out and yanked Xiaoyan up from the ground. He was merely a doja, while I was a doshur. He could not possibly contend with me. As for Yao Lao, I had no intentions of harming Xiao Yan. Such a minor matter hardly warranted his intervention. At that moment, I firmly tugged him towards the distant flying magical beast while imparting a heartfelt lesson. Xiao Yan, I cautioned, as warriors, our cultivation relies not only on talent, but also on the resources we acquire. With the master of Yunlan present, it would be unwise to forego any benefits we could obtain from her. Your stubbornness in preserving your pride while neglecting advantages is rather foolish. Chapter 39. The Performer in the Desert, the Master of Yunlan. Xiao Meier and Xiao Yu followed closely, and upon hearing my explanation, Xiao Meier was taken aback, covering her lips with her small hand in disbelief. Are we really going to meet the Master of Yunlan? Over the past millennium, the mundane dynasties have transitioned 4 times. From the distant Dilan Empire to the present Jayamar Empire, our Nalan family and the so-called 3 great families have experienced even more frequent changes. Yet, the Yunlan sect has remained steadfast atop Yunlan Mountain, overlooking the ever-changing grand city with its shifting banners and names, its serenity unaltered since its inception. The Yunlan sect truly stands as the sovereign of this land. However, due to the Yunlan sect's elegant and unpretentious ethos, people prefer to refer to it not as a sovereign, but as a sacred ground for cultivation. Indeed, the Yunlan sect deserves this title, for as far as I know. It boasts at least 2 Do emperors and 4 Do kings, while our Nalan family possesses only a single Do king. In summary, the Master of Yunlan commands immense prestige within the Jayamar Empire. Furthermore, the legendary Do Emperor, am I truly about to meet one? Xiao Meier clasped her hands to her chest, a look akin to that of a devotee, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the distant flying magical beast. I couldn't help but smirk, somewhat speechless at my fiancée. Xiao Yu chuckled derisively, lifting her chin, and remarked, so what if it's a Do Emperor? I've seen 2 at Jianan Academy. Xiao Meier immediately shot her a glare, retorting, seeing 2 is one thing, but you're not a Do Emperor, humph. Xiao Yu, brushing her hair aside, laughed lightly and provocatively replied, it just shows my broad experience, unlike some who have spent their entire lives in Wuten City without even encountering a Do Emperor. Besides, her expression grew serious as she fixed her gaze on the distant flying magical beast, resolutely stating, I will definitely become a Do Emperor in the future. Is that so? I doubt you can even reach Do Spirit. I sighed, watching the 2 bicker, their commotion far too loud for my liking. Shaking my head, I quietly approached Xiao Yan and Sun Er, casually remarking, 3rd brother. The reason I was able to arrive in time was that Master Yun sensed an unfamiliar Do Emperor's aura here, and we came to investigate. Have you noticed anything? Upon saying this, I smiled at Xiao Yan, who appeared momentarily taken aback and slightly uneasy. But who is Xiao Yan? He quickly regained his composure, chuckling awkwardly. There's a Do Emperor nearby? I didn't see anyone. Perhaps Yin Yin misinterpreted? Oh, play your part, I thought with a silent scoff. Isn't it merely the aura emanating from the old man within your ring? Feigning ignorance, do you still wish to deceive me? Little do you know, everything lies within my heart. Displaying a troubled expression, I furrowed my brow and hesitantly remarked, that cannot be. Senior Yun possesses profound sensitivity and should not err. Brother Xiao Yan, there may indeed be a Do Huang nearby, Sun Er remarked with a light laugh, grasping Xiao Yan's hand, her expression serious as she speculated. Perhaps a Do Huang just passed by, which is why Master Yin sensed it. However, given our limited cultivation, it is quite natural that we could not detect their presence if they wished to remain hidden. Indeed, there is a possibility to that. Sun Er, you are truly astute. Xiao Yan responded, nodding affirmatively, then playfully poked Sun Er's petite nose, eliciting a fit of delightful laughter from her. A cunning husband, colluding with a partner in crime. Observing the playful banter between the 2, I silently labeled them in my mind. After pondering for a moment, I nodded emphatically and said with utmost seriousness, perhaps it truly is as you say. I have long heard of Sun Er's intelligence, and today, it proves to be true. The question that puzzled me for so long has been answered effortlessly by her. As we continued on our journey, drawing closer to the flying magical beast, Xiao Yu and Xiao Meier ceased their quarrel. Although Xiao Yu's words were sharp, facing a Do Huang, she was still filled with trepidation. Xiao Yan also stopped his playful antics with Sun Er, his expression turning grave. It was not out of respect for Yun Yun, but rather from anger and displeasure. His somewhat handsome face darkened, as if someone had deprived him of a rare flame. Only Sun Er, clad in a flowing purple gown, her hair dancing in the wind, remained elegant and composed, betraying no trace of solemnity or tension. I shook my head, instructing the 4 below to wait, while I ascended to the back of the flying magical beast with Mo Wang. Yin Yin was standing there, glancing at me. I felt a surge of gratitude. Could it be that she had been standing here, watching me from afar all along? Taking a step forward, I bowed and said, Senior, The two mercenary groups from Shimo City, the Mo Tai mercenary group and the Sha mercenary group, are in conflict. I have not encountered a Do Huang. Perhaps those two Do Huangs merely passed through here by chance and have long since departed. Is that so? Yun Yun nodded lightly, no longer focusing on the unfamiliar Do Huang auras, but instead casting her gaze down at the flying magical beast, inquiring, "Who are those four little ones?" I chuckled heartily, rubbing my hands together in a somewhat awkward manner, and replied, "Senior, one of the girls is my fiancée E, and the other three are from my wife's family. The Mo Tai mercenary group is also established by my wife's family. These youngsters have come to visit relatives, only to encounter such an incident. Therefore, Senior, I wish for them to accompany us on the flying magical beast to Shimo City, where it is safer. What do you think?" After a moment of silence, Yun Yun nodded in agreement. My heart leaped with joy as I hurriedly called Mo Wang to bring the four of them up. Among the four, the one leading was the visibly excited yet somewhat shy Xiao Meier, followed by the demure Xiao Yu. Xiao Yin maintained a serious demeanor, trailing behind with Sun Air. I introduced them in order, but when I reached Xiao Yin, I noticed Yun Yun's indifferent reaction, seemingly having forgotten that Xiao Yin was once the fiancé of Sister Yanran. The fiancé, or perhaps the former one, may indeed have slipped the mind of Yun Yun, the esteemed leader of the Yunlong sect and a formidable Do emperor. Such a lack of reaction, this indifference and disregard, undoubtedly stirred a sense of indignation within Xiao Yin. With a cold huff, he was about to utter something. I hastily reached out to restrain him, then smilingly introduced Xiao Suner before blinking at Yun Yun. Yun Yun gazed back at me, our eyes locking in mutual observation. Her expression was serene, elegant, and tinged with a hint of aloofness. Yet it lacked the response I yearned for. After a moment of shared silence, an air of awkwardness began to envelop the exchange. I shifted my gaze, cleared my throat, and ventured, "Esteemed Senior, might you offer a token of greeting?" Chapter 40, The Unrefined Xiao Yu. I continued to wear an innocent smile, tilting my head to wink at the four members of the Xiao family, each responding in their own way. At that moment, footsteps echoed from within the tent, and an elderly figure emerged. It was none other than Hai Buodong. My eyes brightened. How had I forgotten about this old fellow? I stepped forward, preparing to speak, but Hai Buodong beat me to it. He glanced at me with casual disinterest, waved his hand dismissively, and languidly remarked, "Youngster, spare me the pleasantries. I assure you, I possess nothing to offer as a greeting." My expression stiffened momentarily, but then I forced a brighter smile, responding cheerfully, "Oh, esteemed elder, how can you say that? I, Nalan Ye, am of the Nalan family. I would never be one to covet trifles." Hai Buodong chuckled mockingly, casting a derisive glance my way before dismissively waving his sleeve, showing no further inclination to engage. Internally, I cursed him as a miserly old rogue. How could he be so stingy as to withhold a mere token of greeting? Yet I maintained a cheerful facade, pointing at Hai Buodong, and inquired, "Mayor, do you know who this esteemed elder is?" Naturally, they were unaware, their faces displaying confusion. I clapped my hands and announced, "This esteemed elder may not be familiar by name, but you will surely be astonished when I reveal his title. He is none other than the Ice Emperor, renowned throughout the Gamma Empire." The members of the Xiao family gasped in surprise, Xiao Yin included. Though his demeanor toward Yun Yun was less than cordial due to past grievances, he could not help but be taken aback by the presence of Hai Buodong, one of the legendary top 10 powerhouses of the Gamma Empire. At this juncture, Yun Yun had already presented the four youngsters with tokens of greeting. They held their small gifts, gazing at Hai Buodong with eyes brimming with admiration and respect. Had it been me, I would have undoubtedly felt compelled to offer each of them a token as well. However, this old fellow, Hai Buodong, was truly something else, his demeanor remarkably impervious. He stood there, gazing into the golden expanse of the desert, showing not a hint of acknowledgement. I smirked slightly, casting a lingering glance at this old man. With a commanding shout, I signaled the personnel controlling the flying magical beasts to set off once more toward Shimo City. The flying beasts ascended slowly, gaining altitude and accelerating in speed. We sat cross-legged on mats, facing each other. I smiled gently, my eyes fixed unwaveringly upon her face, which embodied both purity and allure. Xiao Meier appeared somewhat anxious, her head bowed, her cheeks flushed with a subtle hue. Occasionally, she would steal a glance at me, only to hastily lower her head again, which I found quite endearing. After a moment's silence, I broke the tranquility by inquiring, "Meier, what gift did Elder Yun bestow upon you?" Xiao Meier lowered her gaze, fiddling with the small jade vial in her hands. After a moment of hesitation, she handed it over with a joyful expression, exclaiming, "It is this vial of pills. A third-grade elixir." As she spoke, her brow furrowed slightly, and with a look of distress, she added, "The sect master Yun mentioned that this elixir is intended to assist in the cultivation of a combat master. and I must wait until I reach that level before I can consume it. Ah, the bittersweet nature of happiness. After pondering for a moment, I retrieved a jade vial from my spatial ring and offered it to her, saying, Meyer, this may not compare to Elder Yun's precious gift, but it is merely a first-grade restorative elixir. Yet its effects are suitable for aiding a combatant's cultivation, making it perfect for your current needs. Please accept it. I let out a hearty laugh, channeling my internal energy, which instantly enveloped me in a shimmering aura of combat energy. With a proud demeanor, I declared, Meyer, I am now a 1-star combat master, and this restorative elixir is of no use to me. You should take it. You are only 16 or 17, right? Because I am a genius. I jested, taking her left hand in mine, feeling its warmth, not to mention the slight perspiration, perhaps from her nervousness. As I continued to feel her delicate skin, slender fingers, and tender smoothness, my heart fluttered. I hastily placed the restorative elixir into her palm and quickly withdrew my hand, saying, accept this elixir as a token from me, a small gift to commemorate our reunion. She hesitated for a moment, contemplating the benefits this elixir could provide for her cultivation. Biting her lower lip, she eventually nodded in agreement. I let out a hearty laugh and said, call me brother. Noticing Xiao Meyer's startled expression, I quickly cleared my throat, adopting a more serious tone. Look, we have been together for quite some time, and you have yet to address me properly. How about you call me Brother Yi from now on? Xiao Meyer's cheeks flushed as she glanced around, feeling somewhat awkward, but ultimately she softly uttered, Brother Yi. A smile spread across my face, and I felt a wave of contentment wash over me at her sweet address. Just as I was about to speak, a voice called out from the entrance of the tent, Brother Yi. Turning to look, I saw a tall woman entering the tent, who promptly embraced my arm and teasingly remarked, oh, what an affectionate way to address you. I think I shall call you Brother Yi from now on as well. I cast a helpless glance at Xiao Yu, then turned to Xiao Meyer, who was blushing profusely from Xiao Yu's playful teasing. An inexplicable anger surged within me. I shook my arm free from Xiao Yu's grasp. Taking a deep breath, I asked, Sister Xiao Yu, you weren't eavesdropping on our conversation, were you? Xiao Yu glanced around, her large eyes darting about, and absent-mindedly replied, I didn't intend to eavesdrop. The tent lacked soundproofing, and I inadvertently overheard. As a traveler from another world with numerous secrets, I detest the thought of anyone overhearing my conversations. Xiao Yu, this madwoman, truly lacks the tempering of society. I directed a cold glare at Xiao Yu, snorted disdainfully, and with a sudden surge of combat energy, I moved like lightning, striking her forehead sharply before she could react. Despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, Xiao Yu is merely a 4-star fighter, while I am a 1-star master. If I were to unleash my full strength, a single strike would suffice to vanquish her. How could she possibly stand as my equal? At that moment, she let out a sigh, swayed slightly, and retreated, ultimately losing her balance and sitting down on the mat. Sister Xiao Yu, today seems to be your unfortunate day, I mused as 2 figures entered the scene, Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner. Upon seeing Xiao Yu sprawled on the ground, Xiao Yin paused momentarily before speaking with a tone of earnest concern, Sister Xiao Yu, I have warned you before that your temperament would lead to misfortune when you venture outside. I suggested you amend your ways, but you refused to listen. And now, see what has transpired? With an expression of helplessness, he shrugged, his face painted with innocence. Hasn't my prediction just come true today? Little rascal, what did you just say? Xiao Yu sprang up, glaring fiercely at Xiao Yin. Her hand rested on her sword, her gaze fixated on me, her teeth clenched tightly as she exclaimed, Nalan Ye, you launched a sneak attack. If you have the courage, let us engage in another match. With that, she gently drew her sword, the blade gleaming as it emerged 3 inches from its sheath. In response, I slowly circulated my fighting spirit, causing a shimmering garment of fighting energy to materialize around me. I regarded Xiao Yu with a gentle shake of my head, stating, Sister Xiao Yu, your temperament is truly undesirable. It must be changed. Xiao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as she fixed her gaze upon the fighting energy enveloping me, stammering, a fighter? You are actually a fighter? I was somewhat puzzled. I had spoken of this matter with Xiao Meyer earlier, yet it seemed Xiao Yu was unaware. Could it be that she had not been eavesdropping after all? Contemplating this and glancing at the swelling bruise on her forehead, I felt a twinge of guilt. However, I could not relent now and decided to play along with a light chuckle, clasping my hands in greeting. As a 1-star master, I am honored to make your acquaintance. I shrugged, choosing to say nothing further. The 5 of us sat cross-legged, forming a circle. Xiao Meyer looked at Xiao Yu with a smug expression, a hint of provocation glimmering in her eyes. Being younger and less skilled than Xiao Yu, she had often been bullied by her. Now, with Xiao Yu having been chastised by me, she could hardly hide her satisfaction and arrogance. Xiao Yu wrinkled her nose and huffed. Some people, once they acquire a fiancé, suddenly become quite different. Even their complexion appears more radiant. Xiao Meier's expression stiffened at this remark, but Xiao Yu paid her no mind. Instead, she turned to the sweetly affectionate Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner, caressing her cheek with feigned self-pity. She sighed dramatically. Even little Suner has found herself a man. Could it be time for me, as the elder sister, to seek a partner as well? A hush fell over the tent, an awkward atmosphere permeating the air. Xiao Yin glanced around, his expression betraying his discomfort. Xiao Suner and Xiao Meier bowed their heads, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Thankfully, I possessed a thick skin. I cleared my throat and redirected the conversation. Third brother, did you come to find me for a specific reason? Oh, indeed. Xiao Yin quickly nodded, saying, Nalan Ye. I wanted to inquire whether Yun Yun and Ice Emperor are also heading to Stone Desert City. After a moment of silence, he continued. You witnessed the earlier incident with the San Mercenary Group, did you not? We have been in Shimo City for a few days now, and I have gathered some knowledge about the situation within the city, where many individuals have congregated, tensions running high. Recently, 2 formidable Dou emperors have arrived. And with my elder brother and second brother also in Shimo City, the circumstances are quite precarious. Xiao Yin raised his gaze to meet mine, his dark eyes appearing somewhat profound, and he spoke in a hushed tone. I do not wish to know your intentions, but I must ask, will this matter implicate my elder brother and second brother? I cast a deep glance at Xiao Yin, reflecting on his unwavering loyalty to friendship, kinship, and love. Truly, he is a passionate youth, igniting a fervor in those who witness his fervor. Alas, my own blood is reluctant to boil for such sentiments. For I am not the protagonist in this tale. After a brief silence, I abruptly smiled and replied, Third brother, with me here, I assure you that your elder brother and second brother will face no danger. They will, as long as they follow my lead, have the opportunity to reap substantial benefits. Fame and fortune await them, and it is not too extravagant to desire both. I spread my arms wide, beaming brightly at Xiao Yin. However, he remained stoic, his expression grave as he regarded me, and said, This matter must be connected to your purpose, is it not? You have gathered thousands of fighters in Shimo City, and with 2 Dou emperors present, what exactly is your intention? I opened my mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Just moments ago, he had claimed not to care about our intentions, yet now he inquired persistently. Ah, it is indeed typical of you, Xiao Yin. I shook my head, glancing around at the 4 of them, gesturing for them to draw closer. Lowering my voice, I said with an air of mystery, This matter is confidential. However, since we are family, I shall share it with you, but you must not disclose it to others. The 4 members of the Xiao family harbored varying thoughts and intentions. Primarily Xiao Yin and Sun Er, while Xiao Meier and Xiao Yu were simply curious. Seeing them nod in unison, I continued, in truth, the existence of the 2 Dou Emperor seniors is a significant secret that must not be revealed. Silence fell over the tent, and after a moment, Xiao Yu shot me an exasperated glance and said, Little Leaf, get to the point. I chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Yin and stated, We have come for the. Xiao Yin's pupils constricted, and his breath suddenly became erratic. His lips moved slightly, but he forcefully averted his gaze, scanning the tent aimlessly, remaining silent. Xiao Yu gasped, exclaiming, I have heard my teachers at the Jiannan Academy speak of it. It is a rare treasure formed from the essence of heaven and earth, possessing remarkable effects in alchemy. Every alchemist yearns to possess, yet such treasures are exceedingly rare. And many alchemists go their entire lives without ever laying eyes on one. Xiao Meier blinked in disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide with incredulity. She had never heard of before. Glancing at the animated Xiao Yu, she hesitated, swallowing the question that had nearly escaped her lips, her grip tightening on her dress as she fell silent. I laughed heartily, looking at Xiao Yu with a sense of pride and declared, Indeed, is rare. But soon we shall have the opportunity to behold it. Xiao Yu furrowed her brows and hesitated before speaking. Is this extraordinary flame located deep within the Tagore Desert? No wonder such a multitude has gathered. After saying this, she turned her head slightly to glance at Xiao Yin, her expression hinting at the lingering irritation from his earlier mockery. With a half-smile, she remarked, Little Yin, you seem to be an alchemist as well, don't you? TSK. How many alchemists go their entire lives without encountering such a rare flame? Now, you have the opportunity to behold it. You should express your gratitude to Xiao Yi. When you meet other alchemists in the future, you can boast that you are an alchemist who has witnessed an extraordinary flame. With that, Xiao Yu burst into laughter. Xiao Yan's face immediately darkened, and he shot her a fierce glare, rubbing his nose as he coolly retorted, What business is it of yours? Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, and even the graceful and composed Xiao Suner had her mouth slightly agape with surprise. She reached out her small hand to tug at Xiao Yan's sleeve, looking at him with utmost seriousness as she said, Brother Xiao Yan, it's not nice to insult others. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Suner with a dry laugh, but remained silent. Suner pouted in mild frustration and softly added, Brother Xiaoyan. I've heard there are 32 kinds of extraordinary flames in this world, and each type is not limited to just one. With your prowess, you'll definitely be able to obtain other extraordinary flames in the future. Xiaoyan's dry chuckle transformed into hearty laughter, and he affectionately patted Xiao Sun on the head, nodding earnestly as he declared, "Indeed, I will certainly acquire extraordinary flames." I sat cross-legged, deliberately glancing at Sun and casually remarked, "Extraordinary flames may sound precious, but in this world, everything has a price. Who knows, one day, one might even be able to purchase an extraordinary flame directly." Sun paused, her gaze shifting thoughtfully. As she conversed with Xiaoyan, she cast sidelong glances at me. I offered her a simple, earnest smile, but chose not to elaborate further. At that moment, the flying magical beast began to shake, indicating our descent, likely signaling our arrival at Stone Desert City. Chapter 42. Arrival at Stone Desert City. Stone Desert City bore little distinction from Desert City, featuring the same rugged and grand architectural style and a similarly bold and open-fashioned sense. As our group disembarked from the flying beast, I looked around and said, "Esteemed seniors and third brother, shall we first visit my Nalan family shop in this city?" Yun and Hai Bo Dong, whom I had invited, naturally had no objections. Xiaoyan hesitated briefly, perhaps still contemplating his schemes regarding the extraordinary flames, but eventually nodded in agreement. I chuckled softly, inquired for directions, and then led the way. At this moment, I finally grasped what Stone Desert City truly resembled. It was much like Qingshan Town, albeit vastly enlarged. The streets were teeming with countless mercenaries, some in small groups, others in larger clusters, laughing and chatting boisterously about anything and everything. Their crude language echoed incessantly, causing Xiao Mayer and the other 3 young women to frown and blush. I couldn't help but furrow my brows as well. These mercenaries seemed genuinely rowdy. It appeared that these individuals were hired by the Mo clan. Indeed, they were not worth much. I shook my head, casting a cold glance at the mercenaries. It seemed the elder intended to use this rabble as cannon fodder. Having arrived steadily at the Nalan family shop in the city, I felt a wave of relief wash over me after confirming my identity with the shopkeeper. He grasped my hand and led me towards the back courtyard, anxiously exclaiming, "Young Master Yi, you have finally arrived. The old master has been waiting for you for quite some time and has expressly instructed that you need not announce your arrival. You may enter directly." Due to the pursuit of the amethyst-winged Lion King from the Beast Mountain Range, I had lingered in Wuxi City longer than intended, evidently causing those old fellows to wait. As I observed my surroundings, I noticed that the courtyard resembled more of a fortress than a mere yard. The walls were constructed from finely hewn blue stone bricks, tightly fitted and towering at least 2 men high. The 4 corner towers rose another 2 zhang, providing a vantage point to survey the entire Shimo city. What instilled even greater dread, undoubtedly, was the nature of the inhabitants within. Approaching the heavy, sturdy courtyard door, I pushed it open, revealing a modest courtyard. In the center stood a stone table adorned with a chessboard, surrounded by 3 elderly gentlemen, 2 engaged in a game, while 1 observed the match. A young maiden stood attentively nearby. The observer, seemingly oblivious to the adage that a true gentleman remains silent while watching a game, was gesticulating animatedly. The 2 players, visibly irritated, had their goat-like beards almost bristling with indignation, their energies clashing as they glared at the excitable elder, barely restraining themselves from throwing a punch. 1 was a battle king, and the other 2 were battle spirits. I cleared my throat and bowed slightly, announcing, "I am Nalan Ye, grandson, here to pay my respects to the esteemed elder and my grandfather, as well as the alchemy elder." The 3 elders appeared to recognize that the one who was so animated was Nalan Ye. A hint of a warm smile graced his somewhat pale visage as he remarked, "Little Yi, you have finally arrived." Nalan Tai also nodded, saying, "Ah, year has come." The alchemy elder, undeniably the most excited, could hardly contain his enthusiasm. Should this venture succeed, the Qinglian earth fire would be shared with him. How could he not be thrilled? He waved his hand, saying, "Year, after your journey, you must be parched, right? Yiling, hurry and bring some tea for your elder brother Yi." The maiden who stood by was none other than the alchemy elder's granddaughter, Nalan Yiling. She smiled at me and turned to fetch the tea. I chuckled ruefully and quickly gestured, "Esteemed elder and grandfathers, I have brought distinguished guests. Let us forego the tea for now." Stepping back from the courtyard, I invited Yun and Hai Bodong, along with a few others, to enter. These 3 old fellows, despite their age, not only recognized Yun, but were also familiar with Hai Bodong, the reclusive figure who had been hiding for over 20 years. Upon seeing Hai Bodong, the 3 displayed expressions of astonishment, even more so than when they first laid eyes on Yun. Nalan Ye shot me a glance before bowing slightly to Hai Bodong. Speaking in a grave tone, "Ice Emperor, it has been quite some time, over 20 years, I believe." How have you fared in these years? Not well, certainly not well. Hai Boidong replied, waving his hand dismissively. If I were well, I would be residing in Jama City, rather than hiding away in this desolate place. With a chuckle, he glanced at Nalan Ye, who appeared less than pleased, and said with a hint of malice, and you, the Empire's Lionheart Marshal, don't seem to be in great shape either. Forgive me for the jest, but 2 years ago, while entering the Beast Mountain Range, I encountered and defeated a lava-poisoned beast, only to fall victim to its venom. Alas, age has its toll. I can no longer endure such trials. Before the Ice Emperor, Nalan Ye finally laid down his rebellious spirit and, with a hint of despondency, admitted his age. Upon hearing this, a wave of emotion washed over me. Upon reflection, my rapid ascension to a 1-star dome master and my ability to roam freely in the outside world were largely supported by this venerable elder. After a brief pause, Nalan Ye burst into hearty laughter, turned to Yun, and with a respectful gesture, remarked, the sect leader Yun has also arrived. With the assistance of 2 esteemed individuals, it seems our endeavor is nearly assured of success. As for me, I shall have the opportunity to indulge in fine spirits and hearty meals for a few more years. Throughout my journey, I have observed a considerable gathering of people in the city. What more assistance can I provide? Nalan Ye laughed heartily, saying, the Ice Emperor is a formidable Do Emperor. How could he be of no assistance? Hai Boidong was momentarily taken aback, and he promptly summarized his situation. Then inquired with curiosity, you are unaware? Nalan Ye expressed surprise, realizing that this old fellow had been absent for over 20 years, fraught with so many twists and turns. He then rolled his eyes and decisively shook his head, stating, I truly did not know. Turning to me, he commanded, Nalan Ye, with both Do Emperors present and us old fellows gathered, it is time for you to share your plans. I assured the elder, I guarantee that the Blue Lotus Earth Fire is indeed available. Stepping forward with conviction, I added, however, since not everyone has arrived yet, perhaps you could gather the key figures from Stone Desert City over the next couple of days, so I can present my plans to all at once. What do you think? I shrugged helplessly, while Hai Boidong clicked his tongue in surprise, gazing at me incredulously. This operation was actually planned by this young lad? I already have a fiancée, so there is no need for you, esteemed elder, to worry, I retorted, rolling my eyes as I introduced Xiao Meyer and the other 3 members of the Xiao family to the 3 elders. My grandfather, Nalan Tai, was especially focused on Xiao Meyer, grinning as he scrutinized his future granddaughter-in-law. Xiao Meyer appeared somewhat flustered, her face flushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Nalan Ye's gaze fell upon Xiao Yan. Faced with the grandson of his old friend, who nearly became his grandson-in-law, his expression was tinged with complexity. Finally, he glanced at Xiao Suner, shook his head, then nodded, sighing, little one, may you continue on your path with diligence. Chapter 43, The First Encounter with Qing Lin. Hai Boidong and Yun remained in that courtyard, while I and the Xiao family departed. The presence of so many old fellows in the courtyard made it rather uncomfortable. Brother Yi, was that plan truly devised solely by you? Xiao Meyer, walking beside me, blinked her beautiful eyes in curiosity, mixed with admiration and affection. I chuckled heartily, considering the vastness of the plan involving 2 Do Emperors, 1 Do King, 2 Do Spirits, and thousands of Do practitioners. Such a petite figure as Xiao Meyer would undoubtedly find me extraordinary in her limited understanding. I pointed to the bustling mercenaries in the streets, exuding confidence as I declared. Of course. Moreover, once the discussions are concluded tomorrow, I shall be the overall commander of this operation. At that time, from the Do Emperors to the mercenaries and guards throughout this city, all shall heed my command. This proclamation captured Xiao Meyer's rapt attention, her gaze fixated on me, filling me with a sense of elation. Just then, Xiao Yan posed another question. Where is your plan for the Azure Lotus Heartfire? How do you intend to seize it? I refrained from answering, merely smiling mysteriously as I replied, Third brother, you shall know in due time. Well, let us now go meet eldest brother and second brother. Rest assured, we are all family, and I will ensure that they do not suffer any losses in this endeavor. Noticing my reluctance to divulge more, Xiao Yan refrained from pressing further. Our group traversed several streets until we finally arrived before a large courtyard, the headquarters of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps. Xiao Yan and the others had been there for a few days, and the guards recognized them, allowing us entry without delay. Upon entering, the atmosphere felt somewhat cramped, with many mercenaries sitting despondently in the corners. These were members of the Sand Mercenary Corps. We proceeded to the conference hall, where Xiao Ding, Xiao Li, and Rob were present, engaged in discussion. Upon our arrival, they paused their conversation, and the 2 Xiao brothers rose to greet us. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, I turned to Rob with a smile and asked, Rob, have you caused any trouble in my absence? Rob chuckled bitterly. Now that I had entered Stone Desert City, He felt even more intimidated by me. He hurriedly replied, "Young Master Nalan, I assure you, I have done nothing at all. I have been obedient the entire time. You can ask the two Shao captains." Shao Yin held a poor opinion of Rob, who had dared to entertain designs on his elder brother, and with a cold snort, he waved him away. Once Rob had departed, we took our seats, and Shao Yin briefly recounted the events that had transpired. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li immediately turned their attention to me, their gazes flickering with interest. After a moment, Xiao Ding spoke in a grave tone. "Young Yezi is one of us. This time, the Motai Mercenary Corps will heed your command. Rest assured, eldest brother. I will ensure that you do not incur any losses in this matter." I laughed heartily, and as our formal discussion concluded, we exchanged a few more pleasantries. A green-clad maid then approached to serve tea. Initially, I paid little attention, but when she presented the tea to me, I inadvertently caught a glimpse of her wrist and froze. There, on her wrist, were several azure scales. My breath became erratic as I stared intently at those scales, and a cacophony of repressed memories surged forth in my mind. Could this truly be the azure scale? I abruptly lifted my gaze, fixating on the young maid before me. She wore a light green dress, her face youthful and charming, yet her skin appeared somewhat coarse. Startled by my intense gaze, the maid gasped softly and took several steps back, spilling the tea in her hands. "Why, young master?" she stammered, her eyes welling with tears as she looked at the shattered porcelain and spilled tea, resembling a frightened rabbit about to kneel in apology. However, if she was indeed the azure scale, how could I allow her to kneel? I surged forward, stepping before the maid, and firmly grasped her right wrist. She looked at me in astonishment, while the others from the Shao family turned their heads in unison, leaving me feeling somewhat flustered. I glanced around, aware of my impulsive actions, yet unable to provide an explanation. I could only proceed with my misstep. My expression hardened as I coldly scrutinized the azure scales on her wrist and demanded, "Who are you? Are you one of the serpent people?" Perhaps I had gripped too tightly, causing the young maid to wince in pain as she struggled slightly. Unfortunately, her strength was insufficient to free herself. With tears welling in her eyes, she looked up at me, her voice tinged with urgency. "Young master, my name is Qinglin. I am not a serpent person. I am of the human race." At that moment, Xiao Ding also stood up, shaking his head as he spoke. "Nalan Ye. It is like this. Stone Desert City is near the Tagore Desert, where serpent people frequently attack the nearby villages." Then, he cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Suner and the others, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he cleared his throat and continued. "So that is the case." I hesitated, my expression softening, yet I was still reluctant to release my grip. Qinglin with her striking tricolored eyes. I found myself in a dilemma. How could I let go under such circumstances? However, gazing at Qinglin before me, I couldn't help but recall the little medical fairy, who had absconded with a fortune worth tens of thousands of gold coins worth of materials and had transcribed the 7-colored poison manual before vanishing. Surely, Qinglin would not follow in her footsteps? With a sigh, I resolved to give it a try, for if I did not, my heart would remain unsettled. If this endeavor were to succeed, it would be a tremendous windfall. Slowly, I released my hold on Qinglin's wrist, lowering my gaze to her and offering a gentle smile. "So your name is Qinglin?" I truly apologize for my earlier outburst. I became somewhat agitated. Tears had begun to trickle from the corners of Qinglin's eyes as she rubbed her wrist, shaking her head in silence. She then knelt down to pick up the shards of porcelain scattered on the ground. Feeling a bit awkward, I scratched my nose and turned to Xiao Ding, saying, "Elder brother, the trace of bloodline within this young girl may prove beneficial to my plans. Could you lend her to me for a few days?" Before Xiao Ding could respond, Xiao Yin interjected, furrowing his brow. "Qinglin is not even a fighter. What do you intend to do with that minuscule bloodline within her? You cannot possibly mean to use her as bait, can you? That is absolutely unacceptable. She is already in such a pitiable state." Observing Xiao Yan's anxious demeanor, I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. From my observations, perhaps due to Xiao Suner's presence, the relationship between Xiao Yin and Qinglin was rather distant, merely ordinary. Yet, despite this, even though we had only just met and my rapport with her was limited, I felt compelled to step in and defend her. Was this yet another manifestation of a protagonist's innate talent? I let out a dry chuckle, raising my hands in a gesture of surrender. "Third brother, you misunderstand me. Do I seem like the sort of person who would do such a thing? Indeed, Qinglin's presence will aid my plans. She need only stay by my side, and there will be no danger." Xiao Yin paused momentarily, glancing at the young girl, who had finished cleaning up the porcelain shards but remained frozen in place, clearly flustered. With a stubborn tone, he asserted, "Even so, we must first consult Qinglin's wishes. If she is willing to assist you, then you may take her." Chapter 44. Shouldn't we take a little more? Gazing at Xiao Yin's lofty demeanor, I found myself at a loss for words. At last, I understood why antagonists often seek to provoke the protagonist. It is, in fact, the protagonist who is the true instigator. As a distinguished young master of the Nalan family, must I first seek the consent of a maid when requesting assistance? Xiao Yin, dear Xiao Yin, you too are a young master, albeit from a humble lineage. Surely you have your own maids and servants. Do you need to consult them before assigning tasks? It may appear to reflect a respect for others and their rights. Yet in the harsh realities of the Doqi continent, such notions are utterly unreasonable. However, who could challenge your status as the protagonist? Ah, my third brother. You speak with wisdom. I chuckled heartily, flipping my palm to reveal a bounty of approximately 1,000 gold coins. The sound of clinking coins resonated, forming a small pile at the feet of Qing Lin, glimmering like stars, dazzling to the eyes. Qing Lin recoiled slightly, casting a cautious glance at the golden heap beside her, radiant as the sands beyond Shimo City. 20 coins suffice for an ordinary family of 5 to survive a year. Thus, 1,000 coins equate to 50 years. And yet, Qing Lin is but one person. However, as she gazed upon this fortune that could sustain her for a lifetime, there was little excitement in her eyes. Being a half-breed of the serpent clan and the human race, she had endured nothing but disdain, ridicule, and bullying since her birth. Would 1,000 gold coins earn her the respect of others? Clearly, this sum felt inadequate. She lifted her gaze, her pale green eyes meeting mine, tinged with trepidation. Her hands clutched her green dress tightly, betraying her anxiety. Yet within those lustrous eyes, a flicker of excitement began to emerge. Deep within her emerald pupils, 3 delicate jade spots faintly appeared, imbuing her gaze with an unusual allure that momentarily captivated me. Master Nalan, can I truly assist you? Qing Lin asked timidly. Her expression laced with hope, yet shadows of self-doubt loomed in the depths of her gaze. Indeed, you can. Really? I can truly aid you? Absolutely. I affirmed with a nod, and at once, a radiant smile blossomed on her face, imbued with a captivating charm that left me momentarily entranced, as if in a dream. Master Nalan, I don't need so many coins, just a little will suffice. Her melodious voice jolted me from my reverie, and I stared at Qing Lin in astonishment. This was the second time. I was a 1-star Do master, while Qing Lin hadn't even reached the level of a Do practitioner. Was this the power of the bi-eyed Sanhua pupil? Such a vast disparity in strength could still leave me dazed, disoriented, and even verging on illusion. I steadied my racing heart and glanced down at the pile of gold coins. Bestowing over 1,000 coins upon a mere girl was indeed a double-edged sword. It is crucial to remember that the Doqi continent is far from a lawful society, where murder and theft are commonplace. For Qing Lin to recognize the peril and decline such a substantial sum intended for a small maid was not something an ordinary individual could accomplish. I turned my gaze back to Qing Lin, increasingly satisfied. This feeling was no longer merely derived from what I had read, but from what I had witnessed and genuinely felt with my own heart. The young girl, having grown amidst the ridicule and bullying of countless individuals, embodies resilience and forbearance. Her awareness of the dangers posed by gold coins reflects her intelligence and caution. Her ability to decline immediately showcases her lack of greed and decisiveness. Coupled with her extraordinary talent of having sapphire green, 3-colored pupils, if she could shed the timidity and inferiority ingrained in her character, she would undoubtedly become a remarkable individual. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of morbid curiosity as I smiled and said, Qing Lin, take as many gold coins as you desire. Qing Lin responded affirmatively, crouching down to place the tray on the ground. With wide eyes, she gazed at the small pile of gold coins before glancing back at me. I chuckled softly, offering a hint of encouragement, yet she lowered her head like a frightened rabbit. After a moment's hesitation, she cautiously extended her right hand, gently grasping a handful of coins from the pointed edge of the pile. I was somewhat astonished. The gold coins were about the size of ordinary coins. And with such a small hand, surely she could only manage a mere 10 at most? Qing Lin timidly lifted her gaze once more, and I furrowed my brow, suggesting, why not take a bit more? She gently shook her head, securing a few coins close to her chest before lifting the tray and standing up. A sweet smile graced her face, revealing a hint of delicate happiness. Young Master Na, this is already quite a lot. Very well, I replied, feeling a touch of disappointment. It seemed she truly was a prodigy, which also brought me a sense of joy. I spread my hands and, with utmost sincerity, said, Qing Lin, my full name is Nalan Ye. Please refrain from misnaming me in the future. Qing Lin gasped, a fleeting look of panic crossing her face as she exclaimed, Nalan young master, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. I waved my hand, assuring her there was no offense taken, and at last, she composed herself and exited. With a sigh, I surveyed the bustling hall. The 6 members of the Xiao family were certainly not idly watching our interaction. They were engaged in lively conversations among themselves. I turned to Xiao Yan, smiling as I said, Third brother, Qinglin has already agreed. Surely. You will allow me to take her now? I forced a wry smile, knowing it was Qinglin's own choice to take the coins, not out of my stinginess. Yet, what could I say? After all, he was the protagonist. As I collected the coins, I casually listened to the discussions amongst the Xiao family. But my expression darkened when I overheard Xiao Yu's words. Mayor, do you think that little Yezi has taken a liking to that maid? Xiao Mayor hesitated slightly, shooting a glare at Xiao Yu as she replied. That maid is a half-breed between the serpent people and humans, with scales on her body. Who would be attracted to that? Ah, Mayor, this is your first time outside of Wutan City, and your experience is still too limited. Xiao Yu laughed lightly, reaching out to caress Xiao Mayor's cheek. Mayor, I have been to Jemu City before. Do you know how prosperous it is? The young masters there possess an abundance of gold, able to casually produce thousands of coins. They grow weary of ordinary women and begin to seek out the serpent people instead. In the city of Gama, a snake woman slave of exceptional beauty could effortlessly fetch a price exceeding 10,000 gold coins at auction. With a smile, Xiao Yu remarked, that little maid is a hybrid of the serpent and human races, far superior to an ordinary snake woman slave by tenfold or more. Moreover, her appearance is quite pleasing. Akin to Mayer. Do you think Xiao Yu would remain indifferent? I gazed at Xiao Yu, momentarily breathless, my mind consumed by a singular thought. Xiao Yu, dear sister, you truly are in dire need of a reality check. Chapter 45, The Turn of Events. Young Master Nalan, the dawn has arrived. It is time to rise. A clear, melodic voice called out, stirring me from my half-sleep. As I opened my eyes, I turned to see a somewhat unfamiliar yet familiar youthful face before me. Qinglin, the girl I had met just the day prior. I rubbed my aching head, which felt heavy and throbbing. Reflecting on the previous evening, I recalled dining with the members of the Xiao family, indulging in drink to excess. I cursed softly, fumbling to retrieve a detoxifying elixir from my spatial ring and swallowed it, feeling some relief. With Qinglin's gentle and tender hands assisting me, I quickly donned my garments. It had been over a month since I left Gama City, and I had not been attended to by a maid in all that time. Being tended to by Qinglin now brought a long-forgotten sense of comfort and ease. I could not help but smile and instinctively reached out to pat her head, saying, You have served well. Consider this a reward. However, a sudden realization struck me, and my hand froze in midair. Although Qinglin was a maid, she was not an ordinary servant of the household, and such familiarity was quite reckless. Indeed, our acquaintance was still in its infancy. Despite our pleasant conversation yesterday, we were far from such intimacy. She tightly covered her head where I had touched, her eyes wide with surprise, retreating in a flustered manner. Why, young Master Nalan, she stammered, resembling a startled rabbit. I retrieved a delicate necklace from my spatial ring. Though not excessively valuable, it was quite lovely and sparkled with brilliance. This was a gift I had prepared for Nalan's son, and I believed Qinglin would appreciate it as well. I extended it toward her, clearing my throat, and said, Qinglin, this is a token of appreciation from me. Please accept it. After a moment of hesitation, she cautiously accepted it, her head bowed as she murmured, Thank you, young master. Upon exiting, guided by Qinglin, I arrived at a small side hall where Xiao Yin and the others awaited. Though Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were conspicuously absent, inquiring of Qinglin, I learned that they were dining with some ordinary mercenaries. This small hall had been prepared by Xiao Ding specifically to accommodate the three young maids. Entering the hall, I clasped my hands and smiled, saying, Good morning, third brother. Good morning, Xiao Yu. Good morning, Mayer. Good morning, Sister Sonaire. Little Yi, why did you rise so late? I rolled my eyes, exasperated, and chose to ignore the woman, taking my seat beside Xiao Mayer. She turned to me, softly saying, Good morning, Brother Yi. All right, Xiao Yu. Do keep your comments to a minimum, Xiao Yin interjected, casting a glare at Xiao Yu. Now that young Master Nalan has arrived, let us commence the meal. I feel as though I might starve. Although it was intentionally orchestrated by Xiao Ding, the breakfast provided by the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps was, to be frank, rather subpar, especially when compared to the sumptuous meals at the Nalan residence. However, I refrained from voicing my dissatisfaction and made do with what was offered. Suddenly, Xiao Yin and the others turned their gazes toward me, leaving me somewhat puzzled. The Mo family merely had a reputation. In truth, it was my Nalan family that held sway over the entirety of Shimo City. But why, then, had the city been abruptly sealed off? This development had not been part of my plans. I hastily swallowed the food in my mouth, rose, and surveyed the surroundings. Speaking in a grave tone, Xiao Yin nodded in understanding, and immediately we all rose to head toward the conference hall. Inside the conference hall, Xiao Ding, Xiao Li, and several key members of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps were present, along with Luo Bu and Mo Wang. The mobilization of mercenaries? My expression changed. Such a maneuver was no small matter, It clearly signified the onset of war. Who was the enemy? Who had ordered the mercenaries to mobilize? The pressing concern at hand was for my elder brother to quickly dispatch a trusted confidant to my family's shop to establish contact. Only then would we discern the unfolding events. After a moment's silence, Xiao Ding instructed a key member to carry my jade pendant as a token and to proceed to my family's shop to make contact. True to their reputation as the local power in Shimo City, the Motai Mercenary Corps was remarkably well informed, with continual reports of mercenary movements streaming in. The conference hall housed a detailed map of Shimo City, and Xiao Li, wielding a charcoal pencil, meticulously marked the directions and numbers of the mobilizing mercenaries, continuously updating the information as it arrived. Gradually, a clearer picture of the situation in Shimo City emerged, and my heartbeat quickened, my expression darkening. What I saw on the map drawn by Xiao Li revealed that over 2,000 mercenaries were converging from all directions, encircling my family's shop. I clenched my fists tightly, my gaze fixated on the map, beads of sweat trickling down my forehead as my breathing grew increasingly labored. I was at a loss for comprehension, unable to grasp the reasoning behind it. How could this be? The Mo family was insignificant. They possessed merely a single doling, while my Nalan family boasted a dowang and 2 dolings in Shimo City. The Mo family could not possibly break free from our control. If that were the case, the mercenaries throughout the city should still be under the Nalan family's command. Yet, if they were indeed under our control, why would the Nalan family mobilize forces to encircle their own territory? Moreover, the manner in which they were closing in suggested an imminent threat. A grave threat indeed. I stared intently at the location of the besieged shop, my mind racing, and suddenly my breath caught in my throat. Yin, Hai Bo Dong. Yesterday, I had brought these 2 individuals to the shop, and since then, they had not departed but chosen to stay there. Could it be that the formidable enemy prompting my Nalan family to rally their forces was, in fact, them? No, that did not seem right. I shook my head. Having spent considerable time with Yun, I knew her temperament well enough. Her serene and graceful disposition, coupled with her intent to repay a favor, made it implausible for her to turn against my Nalan family. So could it be that old monster, Hai Bo Dong? My expression darkened at the thought. I had little knowledge of Hai Bo Dong, but it was indeed plausible that this old fellow had turned hostile. Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed illogical. Why would Hai Bo Dong turn against us? Was it for the sake of seizing the? I must wait until I obtained the before making any decisions. As I pondered incessantly, clarity eluded me, and sweat streamed down my face, rendering my complexion pale and somewhat alarming. At that moment, a warm and soft sensation enveloped my right hand. I looked down to find holding my hand. Her eyes filled with concern as she gently remarked, "Your complexion is quite frightening." Chapter 46, The Arrival of Young Master Yi. It is the Dan Wang. Alongside this key figure, a guard from the family had also arrived. It seems the family has finally remembered my existence. I had no time for anger. Upon hearing the guard's report, my brows furrowed deeply. "Is he alone?" I inquired in a low voice. The guard shook his head, raising his gaze to me, fear evident in his eyes, his voice trembling as he replied, "Young Master Yi. It is not just the Dan Wang. Accompanying him are 2 powerhouses, the Lion King and the Wind Walker, along with 7 and 24. The revelation of 3, 7, and 24 left the entire conference hall in stunned silence, with the core members of the mercenary group and several from the family displaying expressions of shock. Even I could not suppress a bitter smile. Although the family is one of the 3 great families of the empire, they possess only 1 and 7. The assembly led by is indeed formidable. As a renowned alchemist, he undoubtedly seeks to seize the. However, he is crucial to my grand scheme. I cannot allow him to take it from me. A cold glint flashed in my eyes at this thought. Being the only 6th-rank alchemist in the empire, S' ability to summon such powerful allies is both his strength and his greatest vulnerability. I surveyed the hall and suddenly burst into laughter, proclaiming, "Esteemed guests, would you care to accompany me to meet this Dan Wang?" The hall fell silent, and after a moment, spoke in a grave tone, "With the Dan Wang bringing so many strong allies, what use are we?" I chuckled lightly and shook my head. "Brother, you worry too much. That has yet to appear. Neither side is likely to engage in conflict just yet. It is merely a show of intimidation. Very well, let us go and see." Stepped forward, addressing, and eldest brother, second brother, makes a valid point. Since that has not yet materialized, neither side would dare to escalate matters. Why not join in the excitement? Dressed in a black robe, with arms crossed and a casual smile on his face, he added, "The Dan Wang, along with so many powerful figures gathered, is truly exhilarating. Who knows when we shall witness such a spectacle again?" In a fit of exasperation, shot a glare at and admonished, "Do not be foolish. The chaos brought by those powerful figures is not to be taken lightly. Should a conflict arise, we would be utterly defenseless. However, with the presence of beside him, appeared undeterred by the looming danger. In addition to being preoccupied with the mysterious flames, she was inexplicably possessed by some whimsical notion, completely disregarding Xiao Ding's counsel and insisting on joining the fray. Sooner, with her illustrious background, was even less concerned about the skirmish between the Do Wang and Do Huang. She gracefully positioned herself beside Xiao Yan, her silence nonetheless signifying her steadfast resolve. Xiao Yu, having witnessed much at the Jianan Academy, was reluctant to be outshone by Xiao Yan and promptly asserted her desire to accompany them. Meanwhile, Xiao Meier, in a state of mild panic, glanced around anxiously. Upon hearing the titles of Dan Wang, Do Wang, and Do Ling, her eyes reddened with fright, and she cast a pitiful glance in my direction, utterly uncertain of what to do. With a sigh, I considered that Xiao Meier, merely a year my junior at the tender age of 16, was a girl who had yet to experience the world and was embarking on her first journey away from Wutan City. It was unreasonable to expect her to maintain the same composure as Suner at all times. I took her hand gently, feeling the cold sweat that dampened her palm. Meier, just stay by my side. Brother Yi will ensure your safety. I offered her a reassuring smile, and her expression transformed as though she had found her anchor, biting her lip and nodding firmly. Subsequently, Xiao Yan and I, along with a few others, departed from the mercenary corps base, while Xiao Ding and Xiao Li remained behind as a precaution. As we traversed the path, the once vibrant streets had become desolate, with every household shuttered tight. Only a few figures furtively peered from the shadows, the identity of which remained a mystery. Yet, as I gazed ahead, I was taken aback to see the broad thoroughfare densely populated with individuals encircling the shops, clad in a haphazard assortment of armor, leather gear, and robes. They resembled a ragtag assembly. However, their formation was remarkably orderly, banners fluttering in the wind, with thousands arranged in silence. More alarmingly, every individual wielded a lethal crossbow. The formidable long dragon crossbows poised behind the ranks, numbering over a dozen. Such equipment and demeanor could not belong to mere mercenaries. A sudden realization struck me. These 2,000 warriors, disguised as mercenaries, were unmistakably the elite guards of the Nalan family. The shock and awe that surged within me were indescribable. It was often said that the Nalan family was one of the 3 great clans of the Jiama Empire. Yet I had never truly grasped the depth of their power. They had Do Wang strongholds. The Lion King and the Windwalker were also Do Wang. Why was their family not regarded as one of the 3 great clans? Today, I finally witnessed the profound heritage of the Nalan family. With 2,000 elite fighters, 2,000 crossbows, and at least 40 long dragon crossbows, this was merely a fraction of the Nalan family's might. While the Lion King and Windwalker may be Do Wang, could they match this force? Dare they to contest it? If they could not, they would not. A surge of confidence welled within me. The disparity in combat prowess between these 2,000 mercenaries and the 2,000 elite guards of the Nalan family was staggering. The guard led us onward, bringing me to the heavily fortified command center. This was a tower, and upon ascending to the top floor, I was both astonished and delighted to discover that the Nalan family boasted a 3rd Do Ling in their ranks. It was none other than the elder Nalan Jia, responsible for commanding these 2,000 elite guards. I gazed down from my vantage point, marveling at the strategic positioning of this tower. Standing here, one can clearly overlook the surroundings of the shop, where a meticulously arranged formation has tightly encircled the vicinity. The elder guardian maintained a tense expression, a result of both habit and the immense pressure imposed by Gu He. He turned his head towards me, his voice resonating like forged metal as he inquired, Nalan Ye, are you certain that the blue lotus earth fire truly exists? Pausing momentarily, I added, Elder, I wish to venture inside, and I hope for your consent. The elder guardian furrowed his brows and replied, what can you, a mere child, accomplish inside? I shook my head and chuckled softly. Elder, have you forgotten? The matter of the originated from me. Today, Gu He has also come for the, thus, I must enter. Chapter 47, The Lion King, Yen Shi. The elder guardian fixed his gaze upon me, and I felt an overwhelming aura of iron and blood wash over me, momentarily halting my breath. Heaven knows how many lives he has taken. I vaguely recalled the elder's past. It was said that in his youth, he served in the imperial army and participated in the war against the empire of Chiyun. The elder guardian turned his back, gazing down at the shop as he solemnly commanded, Nalan John, take Nalan Ye inside. Yes, elder, responded a middle-aged man clad in heavy armor. He then turned to me and whispered, little one, follow me. I nodded and smiled, thank you, Uncle Jean. Descending the pavilion with Nalan John, I gestured for Xiao Yan and his companions to follow. Nalan John cast a glance at the 4 from the Xiao family, paused briefly, yet said nothing, continuing to clear the path ahead. There were no obstructions along the way, and soon we arrived at the entrance of the shop. As I looked across, I saw over 20 individuals standing opposite, confronting the hundreds of Nalan family guards on the street, their momentum unwavering. Squinting my eyes for a closer look, I discerned that these over 20 people, young and old, male and female, were likely the 24 great Dome Masters brought by Gu He. In smaller cities, such as Wutan City and Wuxi City, the highest cultivation level one could encounter was that of a Great Dome Master, sufficient to dominate the region. Even within the Nalan family and the Yunlan sect, significant powers, Great Dome Masters were formidable forces not to be disregarded. However, I shook my head, dismissively scanning them. While these over 20 individuals appeared formidable, they were merely a ragtag assembly, akin to flowers in a mirror or the moon reflected in water, easily shattered with the slightest touch. Nalan Yanran stepped forward, speaking in a deep voice. These youngsters wish to enter. I ask you all to clear the way. The group of over 20 exchanged glances, and after a moment of silence, a rather authoritative elder stepped forward, adjusting his sleeves as he said, "Who are these youngsters? The Pill King is currently inside deliberating. It would be best for outsiders not to disturb." Nalan Yanran maintained a stern expression, standing tall as he firmly stated, "Clear the way." Seeing this, I could not help but chuckle softly. The Nalan family was not one that could be trifled with by a mere Great Dome Master. Those who had cultivated to such a level were not fools. They might respond to Gu He's invitation to make an appearance, but to provoke the Nalan family? They ought to first understand the situation. Yet, at present, the circumstances remained unclear. Who would wish to offend the Nalan family for the sake of a few youngsters? I raised my gaze to the shops, but the towering walls obstructed my view, leaving me unable to see anything. Taking a deep breath, I led Xiao Yin and the others toward the shops, while over 20 formidable Dome Masters pretended not to notice us, offering no obstruction. Following the path from yesterday, we arrived at the courtyard constructed from bluestone bricks. With no one around, the courtyard door was ajar. I gently pushed it open, revealing the scene within. Inside the courtyard stood Hai Bo Dong, Yun Yun, Nalan Ye, and Gu He, along with the Lion King, the Windwalker, and several Doe spirits. Some were standing, others seated, engaged in discussion. The atmosphere was relatively amicable, far less tense than outside. I couldn't help but exhale in relief, stepping inside and bowing respectfully. I spoke aloud. "I am Nalan Ye, paying my respects to Elder Tamir, to Sect Master Yun, to the Elder, to the Lion King, and to the Windwalker." Alas, the disparity in strength and status left me at a disadvantage, and it was rather tiresome to greet each one in turn. Hai Bo Dong glanced at me with a chuckle, but remained silent. Yun Yun gently nodded, seated at the head, also choosing not to speak. Both of them were Doe emperors and seldom expressed their opinions. Though Hai Bo Dong's strength had waned, his seniority commanded respect, and unless matters turned dire, all were obliged to show him a degree of deference. Nalan Jia turned to me, briefly assessing the 4 members of the Shao family behind me, and after a pause, spoke in a deep voice, "Have you all arrived? Stand behind me." Naturally, I had no intention of merely standing aside. Just as I was about to respond, a robust middle-aged man, the Lion King Yin Shi, interjected, "Nalan Jia, are these little ones your kin?" He cast a glance at us and snorted, rebuking. "This young one lacks manners. Does he not recognize the gravity of this place and dare to wander in? Moreover, he has the audacity to disregard Mr. Gu He." With that, a wave of Doe King pressure bore down upon me, causing my chest to feel heavy and my complexion to pale. Nalan Jia would not allow such insolence to pass unchallenged. With a cold snort, he summoned his Doe Chi to counteract the pressure, admonishing, "Yin Shi, what skill is it to bully a few children?" As I rubbed my chest, I shot a glance at Yin Shi, inwardly cursing, yet I refrained from saying much. Today's proceedings revolved around Gu He, and Yin Shi was merely a distraction. There was little point in engaging with him further. I turned my attention to Gu He, who, clad in a pale white robe, sat upon a stone chair. His chiseled features appeared composed, yet I discerned a flicker of excitement and greed in the depths of his eyes. He cast a casual glance in my direction, but chose not to speak. Was he deliberately ignoring me? I paid it little mind. Straightening my attire, I inquired, "Dan Wang, have you come here to seize my—" My words were rather blunt, and even Gu He, with his cultivated demeanor, could not suppress a slight twitch. His body stiffened, and he fought to remain silent, continuing to ignore my presence as if I were a mere specter. "Child, do not speak so presumptuously." At that moment, a Doe spirit interjected, looking down at me with indifference, his voice cold as he admonished, "Little one, this is no place for your words. You should promptly leave." "Baguli, how can you address my grandson in such a manner?" I glanced at Nalan Tai, feeling a surge of warmth. Now, that was a true grandfather. I cast a glance around at the individuals surrounding Gu He, noting 2 combat kings and 7 combat spirits, all present in their full splendor. After a moment of contemplation, a faint smile graced my lips, and I earnestly addressed the esteemed figures before me. "Respected Lion King, esteemed Windwalker, and all the venerable elders present. May I inquire what benefits Guhi has bestowed upon you? The Nalan family is willing to offer double. I do not seek your assistance for the Nalan family. Rather, I plead that you merely stand aside and refrain from interfering in this matter. A sudden silence enveloped the courtyard, only to be shattered by a chorus of hearty laughter. With the Lion King's guffaws standing out the most, his bell-like eyes fixed upon me as he erupted into laughter, as if he were gazing upon a fool. Little one, do you truly believe we have come here because of some benefit from the Pill King? Upon finishing his sentence, he could not contain his laughter, turning to Nalan Ye and suppressing his mirth as he remarked, Nalan Ye, has your young one's mind gone awry? Chapter 48. How dare you? The Lion King laughed, the Windwalker laughed, the 7 combat spirits laughed, and even Guhi struggled to suppress a smile, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. Nalan Ye's face twitched. He was not known for his patience and had a notoriously rebellious temperament. In his lifetime, he had never been subjected to such ridicule. He turned to me, snorted disdainfully, and barked, Little Leaf, speak quickly and clearly. Do not dither like a scholar playing coy. Sighing inwardly at the elder's evident displeasure, I recognized that I must be succinct, regretting the extensive discourse I had prepared. Esteemed elders, I cleared my throat, surveying the assembly with a serious expression, and proclaimed with conviction, while you may not have come for the Pill King's favors, the Nalan family can offer you benefits that are simply irresistible. The laughter in the courtyard finally subsided, and those accompanying Guhi exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting curiosity and skepticism. At that moment, Windwalker Fengli finally spoke. He was an elderly man clad in a blue robe, slender in stature. He raised his eyelids slightly, casting a glance at me, and spoke blandly, Oh, and what might these irresistible benefits be, young one? Pray, enlighten us. Freedom. I turned to him, my expression earnest, and declared, The Nalan family can grant you freedom. Fengli appeared taken aback, and so did Yanshi, who burst into laughter, exclaiming, What nonsense about freedom. Surely, little one, your wits have truly abandoned you. I am perfectly well. Am I somehow imprisoned? Are you not? I smirked, playfully regarding Yanshi, and spoke in a low tone. Then why has the Lion King come here? As a being of the metal attribute, that holds no value for you. Yanshi faltered for a moment. Then his eyes widened as he retorted, I have come here to repay a favor to the Pill King. At that instant, I pointed at Yanshi and laughed heartily, echoing, Lion King. Is that not synonymous with being imprisoned? I turned my gaze to Guhi, who appeared slightly perturbed, his cold eyes fixed upon me. Our gazes locked, and I beamed at him brightly. Who told you to come and seize my? Since you dared to meddle and stretch forth your hand recklessly. Do not blame me for tearing the veil. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes and then abruptly opened them, surveying the assembly with fierce resolve as I declared loudly, O Lion King, spare me your discourse on human sentiments. Am I not well versed in the protocols of alchemists? When requesting their services to concoct elixirs, one must provide their own materials. Furthermore, should the potion be one that Guhi cannot produce, one is obliged to present the formula for inspection. To prepare the ingredients oneself, and to lay bare the painstakingly gathered recipe, only to find oneself indebted to him once the elixir is completed? I erupted into raucous laughter, spitting onto the ground before me, then stomping twice with a grimace, exclaiming with a sinister tone, By the heavens, I have never encountered such absurdity. It is utterly ludicrous. Yet, ironically, my words faltered as I gestured languidly towards Yanshi, Fengli, and the 7 dose spirits. A mocking smile etched upon my face as I remarked, Indeed, some have done just that. At the behest of Guhi, you all set forth from various corners of the Gamma Empire, traversing countless miles to this desolate Tagore desert, eagerly embracing the swirling sands. My gaze fell upon Yanshi, and with a sardonic smile, I remarked, Lion King. Ah, Lion King, such a title truly. Not finishing my thought, I observed Yanshi gently shake his head, a flicker of pity gleaming in his eyes. The unspoken words held more weight than any utterance could convey. My incomplete statement only served to fuel Yanshi's imagination. The pity I displayed undoubtedly ignited his fury. As one of the 10 mightiest in the Gamma Empire, known as the Lion King, he had lived a life of audacious pride. Who had ever dared to pity him? Boom. A golden aura erupted around Yanshi, rippling violently in his vicinity. The stone bench behind him and the bricks beneath his feet shattered, debris and dust swirling in a tempest. Following this was an overwhelming pressure akin to a colossal wave, causing my complexion to pale and my breath to constrict. You insolent whelp, thundered Yanshi, his voice reverberating like a storm. His copper eyes bore into me with unbridled wrath. Yanshi, calm yourself. Do you truly wish to engage in combat? Nalan Ye interjected with a scoff, positioning himself protectively before me, his verdant aura coalescing to intercept Yanshi's oppressive force. From my vantage point behind him, I noted that Yin Shi's fury remained unabated, yet he did not succumb to madness. Thus, I exhaled in relief as he refrained from charging at Nalan Ye. You wretched youth. A chilling voice suddenly pierced the air, laced with lethal intent, causing my heart to skip a beat. I turned my head to see the figure known as Ba Gu Li, shrouded in dark energy, advancing towards me with alarming speed. Nalan Tai and Nalan Dong shouted in unison, activating their own energies, but they were too late to gain the upper hand. Nalan Ye, his expression shifting, prepared to intervene. Yet Yin Shi burst into laughter, launching an attack. Nalan Ye, with no choice but to defend himself, coldly admonished, Ba Gu Li, do you dare? If Ba Gu Li was bold enough to strike, he certainly held no reservations. His form flickered as he continued his relentless pursuit. Cursing under my breath, I summoned my energy and desperately retreated. Yet Ba Gu Li excelled in speed, closing the distance with each passing moment, his figure growing ever larger in my sight. A dark, peculiar dagger materialized in his hand, slicing through the air in a deceptive arc, aimed directly at my neck. There was no escaping it, no evading. The speed was overwhelming. I desperately retreated, a sense of despair creeping in. Could it be that I would meet my end here? How absurd. I glared fiercely at Ba Gu Li, exerting so much force that the corners of my eyes cracked, a drop of blood seeping forth. How dare he? How could he possibly think of killing me? Even the Lion King refrained from striking. How could a mere doling dare to take my life? Did he not fear the wrath of the Nalan family? As a mere doling, did he believe that Gu He would shield him after committing such an act? Should he take my life, he would only seal his own fate. How could he be so audacious? I could not fathom it, yet the dagger drew ever closer to my neck, and I felt as though death was imminent. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying a hint of a familiar fragrance. I inhaled deeply, and suddenly, a figure clad in moonlight appeared before me. Hissing sounds erupted, as wisps of azure dookie swirled and surged through the air, stirring a light wind that made the moonlit garment billow and the silken hair dance. A few strands brushed against my cheek, transforming my despair into hope. The azure dookie coiled rapidly, intercepting Ba Gu Li's furious advance with ease. With another swift motion, the once menacing Ba Gu Li found himself retreating helplessly, unable to withstand this formidable force. I exhaled, instinctively touching my neck, relieved to find no wounds. Upon looking again, calm had returned. Yun Yun's gown fell gracefully, her hair no longer fluttering. She turned her back to me, facing Ba Gu Li, her voice noticeably colder than usual. Enough. Chapter 49, The Freedom of Choice. Enough. Her voice, serene yet resolute, resonated throughout the courtyard. Though soft, it pierced the air with clarity, bolstered by her potent dookie, reverberating like thunder in everyone's ears. I was taken aback, rubbing my ears in disbelief, astonished by Yun Yun's display of power. Yin Shi was equally stunned, casting a surprised glance at her before laughing heartily and retreating. I scrutinized him. Though he appeared volatile, there was depth to him. Perhaps that was advantageous. Depth implies contemplation, and with contemplation comes vulnerability, making him less troublesome than Ba Gu Li. My expression darkened as I turned my gaze toward Ba Gu Li. Yun Yun had spoken, and Yin Shi had withdrawn. Yet this man, merely a doling, still refused to relent. He remained enveloped in dark dookie, his dagger poised, ready to strike at any moment. A mere infatuated disciple of Gu He, I thought coldly, casting a chilling glance at Ba Gu Li. I vow to kill you. We are all citizens of the Gamma Empire. It would be prudent to discuss this matter. Yun Yun inquired softly, casting a wary glance at Gu He, Yin Shi, and Feng Li before coldly regarding Ba Gu Li. After a moment of contemplation, he burst into a raucous laugh and, in a deep tone, remarked, Indeed, the words of the sect master Yun hold true. It is best to avoid discord. At this juncture, Gu He felt compelled to express his stance. He nodded slightly to Yun Yun, then turned his indifferent gaze towards me and said, Nalan Ye, are you aware of the immense effort a pharmacist expends in concocting a single elixir? The cost of advancement in rank for a pharmacist is no trifling matter, either. The process of refining potions demands not only tremendous mental exertion, but also poses risks of both energy misalignment and, in severe cases, soul injury should any errors arise. Moreover, every pharmacist must utilize numerous precious materials for practice to master the art of elixir creation. It is hardly as effortless as you envision. I let out a cold, derisive laugh. While it is true that the life of a pharmacist is fraught with challenges, it is their concern, not mine. I shifted my gaze to Elder Nalan Dong, who, along with Nalan Tai, appeared equally startled earlier. Now, he stood protectively in front of me and the members of the Shao family, vigilantly guarding against the 7 combat spirits across from us, particularly that steadfast Ba Gu Li. With a smile, I inquired, Elder Pharmacist, may I ask if the training of pharmacists is indeed as arduous as the esteemed Dan Wang has suggested? Nalan Dong hesitated momentarily, glancing at Gu He. Knowing that Gu He sought to seize his Qinglian earth fire, he rolled his eyes and replied, "Not particularly difficult. I am a fifth-grade pharmacist myself and do not find it overly challenging." I laughed heartily, shaking my head, and opted not to dwell further on this topic. After a brief pause, I declared, "You all must recall that I previously spoke of granting you freedom. This freedom entails." I surveyed the opposition. The old man Feng Li was notably inscrutable, remaining seated on his stone chair, utterly unmoved despite the commotion. Yan Shi presented an angry facade, yet his thoughts were likely intricate and unfathomable. As I gazed at the 7 combat spirits, aside from the unwavering Bigu Li, the other 6 were seasoned strategists. Their expressions inscrutable as they stood or sat, revealing nothing of their inner thoughts. "Freedom of choice," I proclaimed with solemnity, raising my voice, "Esteemed guests. Once our elder pharmacist secures the Qinglian earth fire, he will possess a 90% certainty of advancing to a 6th-grade pharmacist. At that point, our Jiamar Empire will boast 2 6th-grade pharmacists, and you will no longer be obliged to seek Gu He for your elixirs. You will have the liberty to choose. Should you desire to procure potions from Gu He, you may do so, and if you find him displeasing, you are equally welcome to come to my Nalan family for your needs." Moreover, I deliberately elongated my words, drawing the attention of all present before continuing. "Engaging my family's elder pharmacist for your elixirs will merely require a modest processing fee. Upon payment, all matters will be settled, with no further obligations or manipulations to impose upon you." Nalan Dong appeared momentarily taken aback, yet, being a seasoned individual, he quickly composed himself, his expression turning earnest as he affirmed, "Rest assured, once I ascend to the rank of 6th-grade pharmacist, I shall not exploit this opportunity to coerce you with favors." Upon hearing this, Gu He's countenance shifted dramatically, his body trembling slightly as he fixed his gaze upon me, his eyes reflecting a certain terror. I turned my head to meet his gaze for a fleeting moment, devoid of any hint of fear. Chuckling softly, I redirected my attention to the formidable individuals he had brought along. Feng Li's expression flickered, and the anger etched on Yan Shi's face diminished considerably, his large, bell-like eyes darting around with a contemplative demeanor. The 6 dose spirits exhibited similar reactions, hesitating, furrowing their brows, pondering, and raising their eyebrows. A myriad of expressions surfacing on their faces, only to vanish once again, their features tightening as traces of delight glimmered in the depths of their eyes. I nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing my lips. Gu He, the sole 6th-rank alchemist in the Jiamar Empire, monopolizes the 6th-grade elixirs. What a revelation. Clearly, this constitutes a monopoly. Gu He holds the exclusive rights to 6th-grade elixirs within the Jiamar Empire. The beneficiary of this monopoly is Gu He, while the consumers bear the brunt of the burden. 6th-grade elixirs are quite valuable, only affordable to Dou emperors, Dou kings, and affluent Dou spirits. Yet even they, when faced with Gu He's monopoly, possess little bargaining power. As long as Gu He does not overreach, they can only silently endure his exploitation. For instance, at this very moment, they have traveled a great distance to the Tagore Desert to support Gu He. These Dou kings and Dou spirits are all formidable beings revered in their own right, each possessing their own pride and dignity, who wishes to be summoned and commanded by Gu He. Yet, they have no choice. Elixirs are a necessity. However, everything is about to change. The Jiamar Empire is on the verge of acquiring a second 6th-rank alchemist, poised to shatter Gu He's monopoly. With competition in the market, consumers will regain the right to choose, along with enhanced bargaining power. This, undoubtedly, is a boon for consumers, aligning perfectly with their interests. How could they not rejoice? How could they stand in the way? This represents the gravest crisis for him on this journey. Should he fail to navigate it, he risks losing the support of these mighty individuals. And without their backing, how can a Dou king, who is not adept in combat, procure them from the Nalan family? Chapter 50. Gu He departs. "Little one, you are rather eloquent," Gu He remarked, clad in a pale white robe, his smile laced with traces of ire. He rose, surveying the assembly before him, and clasped his hands in salute, saying, "Esteemed guests, I, Gu He, have always focused solely on alchemy, harboring no interest in other matters. The circumstances described by this little one are customary for alchemists, and I have not given them much thought. If you find this unsatisfactory, I am willing to amend my ways in the future. I kindly ask you to assist me this time. Considering our past connections, I shall remember it with gratitude." I concealed myself behind Nalan Tai and Nalan Dong, observing Gu He with a cold smile. He has begun to appeal to emotions. It seems Gu He is truly out of options. He may possess immense Dou Qi, yet he is utterly inexperienced in combat. If a battle were to ensue, perhaps a single Dou spirit or a powerful Dou master could easily vanquish him. Over the years, he has indeed aided numerous formidable individuals and factions. To illustrate, when the esteemed elder suffered from a severe ailment during his middle school years, my father and I once sought out Gu He for assistance. Although Gu He ultimately could not provide a cure, his diligence and tireless efforts during that period were commendable. Regrettably, such a modicum of friendship pales in significance when compared to the allure of the, rendering it insufficient to persuade the Nalan family to relinquish it. Perhaps Feng Li shares this sentiment. The prospect of nurturing a second sixth-grade alchemist within the Jiamar Empire undoubtedly aligns more closely with his interests. Seated upon a stone bench, he contemplated briefly before turning to Nalan Ye and remarked, Dan Wang, I must confess that I am fundamentally opposed to this matter. I have long been an old friend of Nalan Ye, having fought alongside him against the Serpent Clan. How could I possibly take something from the Nalan family? My purpose here is merely to mediate, to prevent a conflict between you. As for thee, it is a natural phenomenon, no longer under the possession of the Nalan family. Should you truly desire it, I would gladly accompany you to the Tagore Desert in search of it. I believe if fate permits, you shall find it. Gu He's expression darkened at these words, realizing that Feng Li's grandiloquent rhetoric was merely a disguise for his unwillingness. He then turned his gaze towards Yan Shi and inquired in a low voice, What is your perspective, Lion King? He clenched his fists and let out a sigh, revealing a hint of despondency as he responded, I have known this old fellow Nalan Ye for many years. It would be improper to seize his belongings. I suggest we each seek it out independently, and whoever finds it first shall claim it. Gu He's countenance fell further, as did Ba Gu Li's. His aura of dark energy surging forth as he exclaimed vehemently, Windwalker, Lion King, we have all received assistance from Dan Wang. Now that he seeks thee, we ought to aid him in procuring it. I cast a wary glance at Ba Gu Li, his frenzied demeanor instilling a sense of trepidation within me. Shifting my stance, I positioned myself behind Yun Yun, who, though not taller than me, provided an unexpected sense of security with her slender figure. I hunched my back, yet my gaze could still peer over her shoulder, appearing somewhat comical. However, I paid little mind to that. A few strands of hair brushed against my face as I regarded Ba Gu Li, whose countenance was a blend of cold indifference and fervor, and shouted, Ba Gu Li, must a strong individual resort to such shameless tactics against a mere child like me? Furthermore, do you truly believe you have the right to raid the Nalan family's possessions? Ba Gu Li's face contorted with rage as he glared at me, bellowing, When has thee ever belonged to the Nalan family? Rolling my eyes, I retorted, If it does not belong to us, then seek it elsewhere. What business do you have with the Nalan family? Ba Gu Li faltered momentarily, and Gu He's expression darkened further as he asked, Are you both truly unwilling to assist me? Dan Wang cannot expect me to resort to theft. Feng Li shook his head, exuding an air of nonchalance akin to that of a recluse, and stated, I am more than willing to assist in the search for the. However, I cannot condone thievery. Gu He chuckled a few times, the sound harsh and unpleasant, as he regarded Feng Li and Yan Shi, choosing not to utter another word before turning and departing. Dan Wang, Ba Gu Li shouted in frustration, his eyes filled with resentment. He found it impossible to accept all of this. How could the illustrious Dan Wang depart in such a despondent manner? He turned to me, his gaze icy as if forged from eternal frost, sending a shiver coursing through my body. Instinctively, I clasped Yun Yun's dress, and as I did, she stiffened momentarily before regaining her composure. A surge of azure energy jolted my hand away, causing me to wince in pain. Baguli, let us depart, he stated. Baguli appeared taken aback, a flicker of sorrow and despair evident in his eyes. Yan Shi, Feng Li, and all of you, I, Baguli, am ashamed to be associated with you. He stood there with his dagger drawn, glaring fiercely at Yan Shi and Feng Li, his voice a thunderous reprimand. Feng Li, of advanced age, seemed unfazed by the confrontation, closing his eyes and feigning ignorance. Yan Shi's expression twitched, yet he remained silent. I internally cursed, recognizing Baguli's meddlesome nature. I could not allow Feng Li and Yan Shi to lose face. Our gathering was predominantly composed of elders, making it inappropriate for them to argue. As a junior, I had no such reservations. What thief would wish to associate with another thief? Baguli shot me a cold glance, offering no further commentary. With a huff, he turned and followed Gu He, their figures gradually fading into the shadows of the corridor, leaving behind an awkward atmosphere among those present. Old Haibudo, accustomed to such trivialities, paid little mind, contemplating the need for my family's exotic fire to break the seal. Clearing his throat, he inquired, Feng Li, how have you been? It has been over 20 years since we last met, hasn't it? His attempt at nostalgia eased the tension in the courtyard, as Feng Li, an old acquaintance, greeted him with evident joy, and the two began to reminisce. Subsequently, the three elders, including Nalan Ye, also engaged in conversation with Yan Shi and the Six Do spirits. In such a vast realm as the Jama Empire, Familiarity was commonplace. The storm brought forth by Gu he finally subsided. Chapter 51. I want her dead. With Yin Shi and Feng Li having departed, they left no assistants behind, perhaps out of embarrassment. Along with the 6 Do spirits and over 20 Grand Do masters, they exited in a rather comical spectacle. Unfortunately, I had no time for laughter, though the sky had not yet fully succumbed to darkness. The grand hall I occupied was illuminated by flickering candles. The 2 rows of bronze lampstands lining the walls were hardly aesthetically pleasing. In front of them sat a few dark red wooden chairs, creating an air of emptiness within the assembly hall. Aside from myself, the hall housed only Yun Yun, Hai Buodong, Nalan Ye, Nalan Tai, Nalan Dong, and Nalan Jia, 6 individuals seated in a row while I stood alone. The sight compelled me to lament my position. Indeed, being of lower status had its drawbacks. Just then, Nalan Jia spoke, his voice resonating with a somber tone. Nalan Ye, please share your plan. Where precisely is the heart of the Azure Lotus fire? I took a deep breath, my expression turning serious. After such prolonged planning and preparation, the moment had finally arrived. Casting a glance around the assembly, I spoke in a low voice. The precise location of the Blue Lotus Earth Core fire eludes me. A profound silence enveloped the hall. These individuals were no ordinary folk and would not behave foolishly by erupting into cries of astonishment or directing their ire at me. Instead, they regarded me with quiet anticipation, awaiting my further elucidation. Esteemed guests, I can only assert with certainty that the Blue Lotus Earth Core fire lies beyond the periphery of Shimo City. Yet, whether it is to the east or west of the city, to the south or north, remains a mystery. How many miles it is from the city is also unknown to me. I surveyed the gathering once more, offering a hollow chuckle, my hands raised in a gesture of helplessness. This, I truly cannot say. Nalan Jia furrowed his brow, his irritation palpable as he exclaimed. What kind of useless information is that? The area beyond Shimo City is far too vast. How many days will it take to search? I continued to laugh awkwardly. Acknowledging that this predicament was not my fault, the texts had not provided clarity, leaving me with no recourse. At that moment, the elder guard, Nalan Jia, interjected. He regarded me with a detached expression and spoke in a deep tone. Nalan Ye, from whence does your information originate? Thee is a precious entity, coveted even by the Pill King. Why would the informant divulge such intelligence to you? A slight tremor coursed through my heart. The source of my information was not something I could divulge. After a moment's contemplation, I looked at Nalan Jia with a serious expression and replied. Every creature has its own path. Why should the Elder Guard concern himself with the origins of my information? What matters is its accuracy. Nalan Jia studied me, his eyelids lifting slightly as he stated gravely, Young one, should your information prove inaccurate, and the family is misled, you shall bear the consequences with the law elder. Nalan Jia raised his hand, halting Nalan Jia's disheartening remarks, and inquired, Little Leaf, shall we dispatch individuals tomorrow to ascertain the exact location of the near Shimo City? Before I could respond, Hai Buodong interjected, shaking his head and casting a curious glance my way. I have secluded myself in the Tagore Desert for over 20 years without discovering any near Shimo City. It seems this is well concealed, far beyond the reach of ordinary fighters. I nodded, in complete agreement, stating, the in question is the Blue Lotus Earth Core fire, born from the depths of the Earth's magma. Even a Do Huang-level expert passing overhead, separated by thick layers of rock, would remain unaware of its existence. What then shall we do to find it? Nalan Dong inquired anxiously. Little Leaf, since you have dared to come, you surely possess a means to locate the, do you not? I raised my hands in a gesture of resignation. In truth, I have yet to find it. My expression grew serious as I continued, at present. I have but one strategy, to wait. Wait for what? Hai Buodong raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress his curiosity, having sought the for over 20 years without success. How could he not feel urgency? I chuckled softly, replying, we wait for Medusa. I surveyed the assembly once more, inhaling deeply before stating. Medusa is the queen of the serpent people, possessing numerous unique secrets of her race. According to my information, she is also in search of thee and has already acquired some clues regarding the Blue Lotus Earth Core fire. Medusa may find herself near Shimo City at any moment. My plan is to wait for Medusa to appear, to find the heart fire of the Azure Lotus, and once she acquires it, we shall seize it from her grasp. My breath quickens, not out of fear, but rather a surge of excitement. I clench my fists tightly, my face flushed with anticipation, and whisper resolutely, should the possess immense power, it is highly plausible that Medusa may sustain injuries during the process of gathering the heart fire. Perhaps we can seize this golden opportunity to vanquish her in one fell swoop. The atmosphere in the hall grows heavy, as all eyes turn towards me, filled with disbelief. It is indeed hard to fathom that I, a mere junior, could devise such an outlandish scheme. Medusa, a formidable Peak Do emperor, had defeated Haebadong over 2 decades ago and sealed him away. She is the queen of the serpent race, commanding no fewer than 9 Do kings among her ranks. The 8 clans of the serpent people are fierce warriors, capable of contending with the entire Gamma Empire. Moreover, Medusa is the protagonist of this tale. How could I, a mere 1-star Do master, a pawn in this grand game, dare to concoct such an incredible plan? I am neither mad nor impulsive. I have deliberated deeply. Countless sleepless nights and tasteless meals have been sacrificed, my mind tirelessly churning with thoughts. In the end, I steeled my resolve, despite the pain, to eliminate this enchanting queen. For I am not Xiao Yan, endowed with extraordinary luck. I do not possess the means to subdue this queen as he did. I would not even know how to meet my end. Since subjugation is not an option, I am now plotting to wrest from her. With enmity already forged, I must strike preemptively. He turned his gaze towards Yun Yun and asked solemnly, "What does the sect master think of this plan? Is there a chance of success?" Medusa, the 9-star Do Emperor, while I am merely a 3-star Do Emperor, and both the Ice Emperor and Lionheart Marshal are currently indisposed, unable to exert their full might. If Medusa attempts to escape with the Azure Lotus Heartfire, she will momentarily be hindered in refining it. With the Heartfire in her possession, her speed will undoubtedly diminish, and her combat prowess will be constrained. I should be able to engage her. Yet, once Medusa discards the Heartfire, I fear I may not be able to obstruct her. Chapter 52, Pre-Battle Scheming. Senior, the power of the Azure Lotus Heartfire is considerable. Medusa will surely be injured while acquiring it. Furthermore, the strength gathered by the Nalan family in Shimo City is not insignificant, bolstered by mercenaries, amounting to at least 4,000 individuals. I stepped forward, gazing at Yun Yun. My excitement palpable as I declared, "Senior, not long ago, we defeated a 6th-tier amethyst-winged Lion King. Our current strength far surpasses that of our time in Wuss City. It is not impossible to slay Medusa." Yun Yun shook her head, her beautiful eyes fixed upon me, and softly inquired, "Nalan Ye, just how formidable is the Azure Lotus Heartfire? How severely might Medusa be injured?" I paused momentarily. While it is true that Medusa would sustain injuries in the acquisition of the Azure Lotus Heartfire, the extent of those injuries is beyond my knowledge. Can we intercept Queen Medusa? The success of this endeavor hinges entirely on the extent of her injuries sustained while collecting the Blue Lotus Core Fire, a matter shrouded in uncertainty and beyond our control. The desire to eliminate her looms large. Yun Yun gazed at me, gently shaking her head as she remarked, "Little one, I can only wish you the best of luck. I shall do my utmost." I expressed my gratitude with a bow, a bitter smile gracing my lips, realizing that perhaps I had been overly simplistic in my thoughts. Medusa, a peak Do Emperor, is not so easily vanquished. Regrettably, I lack the ability to concoct the 6th-grade Breaking Void pill, nor can I procure such a potion. Otherwise, administering one to Haebadong could temporarily dissolve his seal. With 2 Do Emperors and thousands of fighters at our disposal, we would possess a 99% chance of slaying Medusa, wouldn't we? Alas, how could we ascertain whether Queen Medusa has arrived? At that moment, Nalan Ye turned to Yun Yun, inquiring, "Even the respected Yun Zhongzhu cannot maintain constant perception indefinitely. If we dispatch personnel to remain vigilant, given Queen Medusa's prowess, she could effortlessly evade detection. Thus, how shall we promptly detect her presence?" Nalan Ye surveyed the assembly. Speaking gravely, should we fail to identify her in time, Queen Medusa might directly seize thee and elude us without our awareness. Furthermore, if our response is delayed, our forces may not be adequately positioned, allowing her an easy escape. This indeed poses a conundrum. Even Yun Yun, a Do Emperor, cannot sustain extensive perception for 12 hours a day without incurring a tremendous strain on her soul. Additionally, Yun Yun's strength pales in comparison to Medusa's. As Yun Yun detects her, Medusa would likewise sense Yun Yun's presence. Knowing that a rival Do Emperor is nearby, would Medusa dare to risk collecting them? However, I had already contemplated this issue and devised a solution. With a serious demeanor, I queried, "The Elder Guardian should be aware that cities along the borders of the Tagar Desert are persistently besieged by serpent folk, and the surrounding human populace also faces similar threats. Consequently, there are instances of hybrid offspring emerging between serpent folk and humans." Although my words were vague, Nalan Ye, as well as Nalan Tai and Nalan Jia, all of whom had battled the serpent folk in their youth, were undoubtedly familiar with these matters. Nalan Jia nodded, his brow furrowed in confusion as he asked, "Is that so? What of it?" I smiled softly and responded, "Elder Guardian. Yesterday at the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, established by my wife's kin, I discovered a hybrid known as Qing Lin." A mysterious smile adorned my face, and for a moment, Nalan Jia was taken aback, while Haebadong, having lived in the Tagar Desert for many years, grasped the implication. He laughed heartily, nodding in agreement. "Interesting. This method is indeed intriguing and quite feasible. I concurred, casting a glance around the assembly as I elucidated. The serpent folk possess a unique bloodline. Somewhat akin to the characteristics of magical beasts, powerful serpent folk exert a bloodline suppression over their weaker kin. Moreover, hybrids born of serpent folk and humans inherit half of the serpent bloodline, enabling them to sense this inherent pressure as well. I chuckled softly, a hint of confidence playing at the corners of my mouth, and said, as the queen of the serpent folk, Medusa possesses formidable strength. With her bloodline pressure, it is likely that even within 50 miles of Stone Desert City, Qinglin would sense her approach. At that time, we will not only be promptly informed of Medusa's arrival, but also her precise location, allowing us ample time to prepare. Excellent. Nalan Ye clapped the armrest. His fierce eyes fixed on me as he remarked with satisfaction, Yeer is truly clever to conceive such a plan. Huh, let us see where Queen Medusa will hide then. Pleased by the elder's praise, I couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Turning to Yun Yun, I shook my head in a showy manner, even winking at her. Unfortunately, she merely shot me a glance before disregarding my gaze. I sighed inwardly, comforting myself with the thought that at least she acknowledged me. The ensuing discussions revolved around the specific action arrangements for besieging Medusa. How would the Nalan family guards, the MO family guards, and various mercenary groups be coordinated? What would the tasks entail? Nalan Jie, Nalan Tai, and Nalan Jia had all served in the Gamma army and were well-versed in military matters. The three began to deliberate, and it was then that Hai Buodong's value became evident. Though his strength had waned, he was the only one among us who had ever clashed with Medusa, possessing a wealth of knowledge about her combat techniques, secret methods, and battle habits. He gradually shared these invaluable insights, prompting Nalan Jie and the others to continuously strategize how to respond to Medusa's various combat techniques. What weaknesses did her battle habits exhibit, and how could we exploit them? Even Yun Yun began to calculate how to counter Medusa's skills during combat. Confronted with each of Medusa's techniques and secret methods, how could they be neutralized? What skills could she employ to counter Medusa? Subsequently, the discussion shifted to the coordination between Yun Yun, Nalan Jie, and the ground troops. They analyzed every conceivable scenario, from the beginning to the end, considering how to handle unexpected events. War has never been a simple affair, especially not one of this magnitude. Where thousands of fighters converge to hunt a peak Do emperor, it demands the utmost seriousness. Victory often favors the meticulous planner. Thus, preparation must commence now, accounting for every conceivable circumstance, devising response strategies, and ensuring no mistakes occur. Only then can we harbor a glimmer of hope in slaying Medusa. Unfortunately, I found myself woefully uninformed about military affairs. Listening to their deliberations and observing their meticulous markings on the map, I felt somewhat overwhelmed, yet I grasped the general concept. Ah, so that is how it works. I stroked my chin, nodding sagely, acknowledging that the plan was indeed sound and quite comprehensive. My role is to oversee the broader strategic issues, entrusting the tactical minutiae to my subordinates. I glanced at Nalan Dong, who seemed entirely absorbed in alchemical pursuits, showing no inclination to engage with military matters. At that moment, he closed his eyes and reclined in his chair, fostering his mind. I couldn't help but roll my eyes in exasperation. Chapter 53, The Council in the Secret Chamber. Within the conference hall, as time passed, the flickering candlelight began to dim. I turned my head to gaze at the nearly extinguished candle, pondering whether I should add more wax. At that moment, the discussions within the hall came to a halt. Nalan Jie, satisfied, stroked his beard and inquired, if there are no objections from the two of you, shall we proceed with the war as decided? Both Hai Buodong and Yun Yun, having participated in the deliberations, expressed no dissent and nodded in agreement. Nalan Jie then turned his gaze towards Nalan Jia and solemnly declared, Nalan Jia, I shall also take part in this battle, while you shall command the army with full authority. Yes, esteemed elder, Nalan Jia replied, rising and clasping his hands in a show of respect, his expression grave. With that, the discussions regarding the war finally concluded, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Such a meticulous battle plan should enhance our chances of victory, for after all, this is the territory of the Jaimar Empire, not that of the Serpent people. And Medusa's incursion here lacks reinforcements. As Yun Yun and Hai Buodong rose to depart, the members of the Nalan family remained seated, as the elder had not yet moved, still firmly in his place. It seemed they were about to deliberate on matters concerning the Nalan family. Nalan Ye, I have heard that you and sect leader Yun have slain a 6th-tier amethyst-winged lion king outside Wuxi City. I briefly explained the circumstances, and, with a proud smile, concluded, in the end, I commanded 1,700 fighters from Wuxi City, assisting Senior Yun in successfully vanquishing that malevolent 6th-tier beast. Preposterous. Suddenly, Nalan Jie glared at me, pointing a finger and scolding, I am not so senile that you can deceive me. Do you think I am unaware? That battle was commanded by the Lord of Wuxi City, Mo Wang. What role did you play? Do not usurp the credit. This old fellow was indeed well informed. I cursed inwardly, my face slightly reddening from being exposed. However, I quickly cleared my throat, regaining my composure, and retorted, esteemed elder, Mo Wang is now my follower. Does that not mean his command is essentially mine? Nalan Ye snorted, but chose not to dwell on the matter further. He chuckled, clapping his hands, and remarked, Mo Wang. That lad is quite commendable. I am aware of the details of that battle. He is indeed a fine young man. His expression suddenly grew stern. And with a surge of fighting spirit, a wave of pressure descended upon me as he exclaimed, You did not mistreat him while recruiting him, did you? My face paled, a familiar heaviness settling in my chest. Did those of higher cultivation relish in bullying others? I felt a surge of indignation, thinking that once my own cultivation improved, I would also relish in teasing the novices, enjoying the thrill of being a senior. Fortunately, the pressure emanating from the elder was not overly burdensome. I merely felt a bit uncomfortable. I forced a radiant smile and struggled to declare, Esteemed elder, rest assured, I am well aware of the gravity of the situation. How could I act recklessly? I approached Mo Wang with kind words, and as a mere city lord, who wouldn't wish to ally with the Nalan family? Upon mentioning this, he promptly resigned from his position as Lord of Wuxi City and came with his grandson. Throughout our journey to Shimo City, his grandson was treated to the finest food and drink. He was certainly not slighted in any regard. Very well. Such a fine young man ought to join our Nalan family. We, the Nalan family, shall also extend a warm welcome with abundant food and drink. Nalan Ye nodded in satisfaction, uttering a few more words before dispersing. However, this dispersal was not akin to the chaotic rush of students leaving a classroom upon the bell's toll. The teacher remained at the podium. While the students hastily exited the classroom, the highest-ranking individual must depart first. I stood with my head bowed, patiently waiting for the 4 elderly gentlemen to exit before I slowly made my way out of the council hall. Upon raising my gaze, I noticed that night had completely fallen. A crescent moon hung at the edge of the sky, casting its delicate silver light over Shimo City, adorning this rugged and bold city in the northwest with an air of refinement. A cool night breeze swept through, bringing with it a chill. This area, close to the desert, was scorching during the day, yet turned frigid as soon as the sun dipped below the horizon. I tightened my robe, choosing not to spend the night in the shops, but instead headed towards the base of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, where Qing Lin still awaited. As I approached the entrance of the shop, I discovered approximately 10 individuals waiting for me. Young Master Yi, they greeted. Although the other 10 appeared to be mercenaries, a moment of contemplation led me to deduce that they were, in fact, the guards of the Nalan family. Perhaps, in light of the incident at Guha, these men were dispatched by the elder to ensure my safety. A flicker of gratitude warmed my heart as I waved my hand, moving towards the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps base, flanked by the guards. On the way, I glanced at Mo Wang, smiled, and said, Mo Wang, during the meeting just now, I mentioned you to the elder. Mo Wang paused, momentarily taken aback, before a spark of excitement ignited within him. Nalan Jie was not only one of the 10 most powerful figures in the Gamma Empire, but also the Empire's Lionheart Marshal. It was impossible for someone like Mo Wang not to admire him. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he inquired, Master, what did the Marshal say? I let out a hearty laugh, my mirth echoing through the desolate street for some time. I patted Mo Wang's shoulder and, with a serious expression, said, A true hero. The elder praised you highly for your valor in the battle outside Wuxi City. He even mentioned wanting to drink with you one day, large tankards of wine, generous portions of meat, and not returning until inebriated. Mo Wang's face flushed a deep crimson, his entire being brimming with excitement. After a prolonged moment of quivering anticipation, he finally steadied his emotions, inhaling deeply before replying, What a remarkable figure the Marshal is. I, a mere city lord, and a humble great fighter, have no qualification to share a drink with him. I shook my head, regarding Mo Wang with significant intent, and remarked, Moreover, what is there for a mere city lord to cling to? As long as you faithfully follow me, serving diligently, I can assure you of a splendid future, perhaps even as a general commanding tens of thousands. Mo Wang paused, yet his reaction was not the ecstatic response I had envisioned. His expression remained subdued. After a moment, he bowed deeply, saying, Thank you, Master. Under the luminous moonlight, my smile faltered slightly. It seemed that Mo Wang did not harbor a fervent ambition for power and remained indifferent towards me. I had yet to win his loyalty. Further efforts were required. I silently lamented, feeling somewhat disheartened. With a flick of my sleeve, I took the lead, continuing on my way. Thus, I remained oblivious to the fact that among the 10 guards of the Nalan family, an unassuming middle-aged man appeared to be on alert, glancing about. Yet he was secretly attentive to every word I uttered, committing them to memory. I was further unaware that within a concealed chamber of the Nalan family's shop, four elderly gentlemen, previously scattered, had converged once more. The dim light of a solitary oil lamp flickered in the chamber, casting an air of mystery and eeriness upon the four men. After a prolonged silence, Nalan Ye finally spoke. He stroked his beard and in a low voice said, "Nalan Tai, as the grandfather, you may begin. How has this young lad been faring recently?" Chapter 54. Appoint me as the young clan leader. Nalan Tai rolled his eyes and retorted with irritation, much to Nalan Jie's dismay. At that moment, Nalan Jie spoke in a grave tone. "This little fellow undoubtedly harbors secrets. From the location of the to the whereabouts of Queen Medusa, where did these revelations originate? Such meticulous plans to acquire. Could they truly be of his own devising? Furthermore, regarding the master of the Cloud Mist sect, this young lad departed from Jaimaking before the master, arriving at the Monster Mountain range ahead of him. It is evident he anticipated the master's peril. How did he know to hasten to the Monster Mountain range and wait? Is he truly capable of foreseeing the future? As for the Ice Emperor, who had been in seclusion for over 20 years, he somehow managed to summon the Ice Emperor as well. The Ice Emperor believed that Nalan Ye could locate him through the Nalan family's influence. Yet, we are all aware that the Nalan family had no knowledge of the Ice Emperor's retreat in Mo City, nor of his entrapment by Queen Medusa as a serpent sealing technique, which required a 6-tier alchemist to refine a pill using to break. At first glance, it seemed inconspicuous, but as Nalan Jia enumerated these events, an unsettling realization emerged. Could such feats truly be accomplished by a mere junior who had just entered the Dome Master realm? While the matters of the and the Ice Emperor could be considered plausible with sufficient information, the situation concerning the Monster Mountain range was perplexing. Nalan Tai raised his graying brows, uncertainty etched upon his face. The timing of Nalan Ye's departure from Jaimaking before Yun Yun and his subsequent arrival at the Monster Mountain range defied rational explanation. Could it be that he truly possessed the gift of foresight? This was, of course, impossible. Even the legendary Do Emperor had never been claimed to possess such abilities. Thus, only one possibility remained. Nalan Tai's expression hardened, and he stated solemnly, the master of the Cloud Mist sect's misfortune was, in fact, orchestrated by Nalan Ye from the shadows. Hence, he could leave and arrive ahead of time. How could this be? Nalan Dong exclaimed, astonished and incredulous. How could a mere child possess the capability to scheme against the Do Huang? Thus, this young lad must have someone aiding him from behind, Nalan Jia posited, shaking his head gravely. No, the force supporting this young fellow must be a substantial power. Only then does everything become coherent. However, whether in the open or in secrecy, no such force exists within the Jaimaking Empire. Could it be an external power? Nalan Jia stroked his beard, wearing an expression of genuine curiosity, and chuckled. Has this young lad allied himself with an external force? How intriguing. This foreign power has intruded upon the Gamadi Empire. What could their intentions be? Moreover, they seem intent on assisting the Nalan family in obtaining the, which adds to the intrigue. However, he scratched his head, a look of perplexity crossing his face as he lamented, I cannot fathom the origins of this foreign force. What is their purpose? When did this young fellow become entangled with them? And for what reason did he choose to join them? Nalan Jia sat upright, his posture impeccable, and spoke solemnly, Patriarch, I have dispatched a team of guards to protect him. Among them are my trusted agents, who may uncover something valuable. Nalan Dong hesitated yet again, pondering for a moment before murmuring, though that young lad is somewhat peculiar, who among us is without secrets? His current actions all benefit the Nalan family. He has never acted against our interests. He then cast a sidelong glance at Nalan Tai, expressing his dissatisfaction. Nalan Tai, Nalan Ye is your own grandson. Won't you speak a word or two? Nalan Tai shook his head, his demeanor calm as he replied. Thus, we are merely observing him for now. We have not apprehended him for interrogation. Nalan Dong, exasperated, raised his voice. What interrogation are you speaking of? What could possibly happen to that child? You all are truly a bunch of old fools, sitting here speculating. If you suspect Nalan Ye of wrongdoing, why not simply summon him and inquire? Then we would know everything. This matter cannot be taken lightly. Nalan Jia interjected, raising his hands to silence Nalan Dong. He surveyed the three men and continued in a grave tone. We are unaware of the origins and intentions of this external force, but it is likely formidable. If all of this is indeed orchestrated by them behind the scenes, they may well possess strength beyond our capacity to contend with. Thus, we cannot act rashly or question the young lad. Instead, we must investigate discreetly. Nalan Dong, shaking his goatee, still felt discontent as he cast a sidelong glance at Nalan Jia, questioning, how do we conduct this covert investigation? Relying solely on the individuals he has arranged for surveillance? Nalan Jia disregarded Nalan Dong's query, simply shaking his head. Patriarch, that young lad is no fool. It is unlikely that my agents will uncover any substantial information. While he is indeed clever, he is still a child and is bound to reveal some clues. Nalan Ye nodded, recalling the young lad, and chuckling to himself. With narrowed eyes, he declared decisively, I intend to appoint him as the junior clan leader, regardless of the motives of this external force. They will undoubtedly need to implement their plans gradually, likely relying on that young lad to execute them. Nalan Ye surveyed the trio once more and continued. Once the young lad assumes the role of junior clan leader, his power will increase, allowing him to undertake more actions. The more he does, the more he will inadvertently expose. From this, we can deduce the purposes of this force and potentially trace their origins, thus formulating subsequent countermeasures. Nalan Jia furrowed his brows, hesitating as he remarked, Patriarch, with that external force backing Nalan Ye, could granting him significant power become a perilous gamble? Old fool, what nonsense are you spouting? Nalan Tai glared, displeased, and exclaimed, What do you mean by nurturing a tiger to bring disaster? Is Ye truly such a person? Up until now, she has never committed an act detrimental to our family's interests. Nalan Jia, unwavering, gazed at Nalan Tai, refusing to yield an inch. In a fit of frustration, Nalan Tai took a few deep breaths to calm himself and replied, In this matter, our Nalan family must prepare for both outcomes. If that external force can be countered, we should ascertain their details and then repel them. However, if that external force proves overwhelmingly powerful, and Ye has already allied with them, we must then pass the position of patriarch to Ye. Under her protection, our family can surely continue to thrive. Nalan Dong, surveying the surroundings, sighed wearily and remarked, I am not well versed in these matters. You all may proceed as you see fit. Understanding Nalan Dong's temperament, the other three dismissed his words and resumed their discussion. They resolved to bolster Nalan Ye's reputation, appoint him as the young patriarch, while secretly investigating the origins and intentions of that external force. Once they gained clarity, they would formulate a plan. Standing in the courtyard, Nalan Tai gazed toward the east, where the sky was beginning to brighten, and sighed, murmuring, Year, do not let your grandfather down. Chapter 55, The Emergence of Medusa. In the morning, at the headquarters of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, a silver figure let out a low shout, and a long spear in hand crackled with lightning, slicing through the air like a dragon leaping from the sea, leaving behind a series of bizarre traces as it relentlessly thrust toward me. Mercenaries watching from the sidelines gasped and exclaimed loudly, This is a low-grade profound stage combat skill. I never expected the second captain to use it so swiftly. Coupled with the paralyzing effect of the lightning attribute, even a 4-star combat master would be no match. This lad is merely a 1-star combat master. He is bound to lose. Hearing this, I rolled my eyes in annoyance. Where did shouting find such oddballs? At such a moment, how could they still shout such nonsense during a fight? As I watched Xiao Li rushing toward me, I felt no fear. I flipped my wrist and retrieved a heavy shield from my spatial ring. Lowering my center of gravity and slightly spreading my legs, I turned sideways, bracing my right side firmly against the heavy shield. Bang, 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 bang. Xiao Li's spear struck the shield continuously, producing a series of thunderous sounds and showering sparks as it clashed with the silver lightning. The force was fierce and somewhat numbing. I cursed inwardly as immense power surged through the shield, forcing me slightly backward. Additionally, waves of lightning energy jolted through me, causing a tingling sensation. I planted my left foot firmly on the ground, channeling all my fighting spirit, since I also possessed the lightning attribute. The tingling sensation in my arm vanished where my fighting spirit flowed. Simultaneously, I stabilized the heavy shield, preventing any further retreat. After several more resonant bangs, Xiao Li finally ceased his assault, retreating a short distance. I angled the shield and peeked out, noticing beads of sweat on his forehead as he panted nearby. Clearly, this low-grade profound stage combat skill had taken a considerable toll on him. I laughed heartily and called out, Second brother, had you exerted a bit more effort just now, I might not have been able to withstand it. Xiao Li stood with a gun in hand, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He let out a cold snort and cast a glance at the towering heavy shield I held. That shield of yours is quite impressive, he remarked. I chuckled, sheathing my right-hand sword and lightly patting the surface of the shield, which had slightly deformed due to recent attacks and still felt warm to the touch. With a casual lift of my head, I boldly declared, If you like it, second brother, I shall gift you this shield. Xiao Li paused, his grip on the gun trembling slightly from the force of his anger as he exclaimed, Are you truly a thunder attribute fighter? Among fighters, there are 9 primary attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness, with thunder attribute energy being the most potent. In the realm of fighters, a staggering 90% are of the 5 elemental attributes, while those possessing wind, thunder, light, and darkness attributes comprise a mere 10%. Thus, A thunder attribute fighter is a rare sight indeed. Here I was, a formidable and rare thunder attribute fighter, wielding a heavy shield in battle. And it was no wonder Xiao Li felt such ire. My face reddened slightly, but I quickly regained my composure. Battle is perilous. What significance does the thunder attribute hold? With high offense but low defense, one meets death more swiftly. Though carrying a heavy shield may lack grandeur, the sense of security it provides is indescribable. I chuckled again, stowing the heavy shield and brushing off my hands. Second brother, shall we call this sparring match a draw? Xiao Li looked at me with a mix of annoyance and resignation. Though his cultivation was slightly superior to mine, he could not best me. He sheathed his long spear, and though he said nothing, his acquiescence was evident. This outcome, undoubtedly, was intolerable for the Mo-Tai mercenaries, who erupted in protest, accusing me of cheating and challenging me to a true duel without the shield. A bunch of minor characters. Why should I heed their words? I brushed the dust off my robe and strode toward a corner of the arena, where Xiao Meier stood beneath the shade, adorned in a flowing crimson gown, watching my duel from a distance. It had been 4 days since Gu Hie's departure, and today coincidentally marked the time when the Mo-Tai mercenaries were evaluating their members' strengths. Coupled with the integration of the Sha mercenary group, the atmosphere was quite lively. Perhaps it was due to both Xiao Li and I sharing the thunder attribute. Or perhaps it was because of the annulment of our engagement that he looked upon me with disdain. In any case, he insisted on challenging me, leading to the earlier spectacle. As I approached Xiao Meier, I elegantly flicked my sleeve and grinned. Meier, did I not perform admirably just now? Second brother is a 4-star fighter, while I am merely a 1-star fighter, yet we were evenly matched, with neither yielding an inch. Impressive, wouldn't you agree? Xiao Meier blinked and turned her head away from my gaze, somewhat dissatisfied as she replied, why did you focus solely on defense and not attack? This little girl clearly lacked insight. I sighed dramatically, a hint of exasperation on my face. Because the moment I attacked, second brother would have lost. After all, he is, in essence, my elder. To lose to a junior in front of everyone would be quite embarrassing, wouldn't it? Xiao Meier was taken aback, her disbelief evident as she turned to glare at me. But Xiao Li is a 4-star fighter. How could he possibly lose to you? I laughed heartily, standing tall with my hands clasped behind my back, exuding an air of nonchalance and choosing to remain silent, offering no further explanation. Xiao Li, hee. Were it not for Xiao Yan, would I, Nalan Ye, ever regard him with any significance? At that moment, Xiao Yu approached with her alluring long legs, her flowing blue and white academy robe swaying gracefully, and the sword hanging at her waist accentuating her elegance, causing my peripheral vision to involuntarily stray. She reached Xiao Meier's side, chuckling softly, and remarked, Meier, you underestimate little Yi. After all, he hails from the Nalan family. While he may not possess superior Shin-level skills, he undoubtedly wields mid-tier combat techniques. Once unleashed, he may not be incapable of defeating Xiao Li. I nodded in agreement, casting an appreciative glance at Xiao Yu. She truly is a talented student of the Jianan Academy, possessing keen insight. My gaze then shifted to Xiao Meier, and I couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration at her lack of ambition. In comparison to Xiao Yu, Xiao Meier fell short in cultivation, vision, understanding, and even temperament. The only aspect in which she could rival her was her innate beauty. I stroked my chin, contemplating that perhaps, indeed, Xiao Meier ought to further her studies at Jianan Academy. This wretched place, Wutan City, is far too small, lacking even a Douling. How much potential can one hope to achieve in such a locale? Young Master Nalan, T. A melodious voice suddenly chimed beside me. It was Qing Lin. She timidly presented a cup of tea, her hands delicately cradling it. Upon receiving it, she held the teacup with care, her body slightly shifting as she hesitated, seemingly torn between speaking and remaining silent. Qing Lin, what troubles you? I inquired, raising an eyebrow. Has someone been bullying you? Tell me, and I shall deal with them. No one is bullying Qing Lin, she replied, shaking her head like a startled rabbit. After a moment's hesitation, she continued, It's about the matter young master entrusted to me. I think I sensed something. Her voice trembled, growing ever quieter until it was barely audible. I stepped closer, pressing against her so I could catch her words. I can sense that to the east of the city, there is a presence akin to mine, and it is incredibly powerful, overwhelmingly so. Chapter 56, Awaiting. Medusa has arrived? In an instant, my breath caught in my throat, my hands trembling slightly. Was it excitement or fear? I turned to Xiao Ding, who sat upon the earthen platform, took a deep breath, and struggled to quell the tempest within me, exclaiming, Elder brother, she has come. Xiao Ding stared in shock, then abruptly leaped from the platform, swiftly closing the distance to me, a gust of wind ruffling my hair. Xiao Li and Xiao Yan soon followed, all three aware of the significance of her arrival, their expressions grave and solemn. Who wouldn't be anxious when facing a peak Do Huang powerhouse? We four exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with tension, while Xiao Yu and Xiao Meier instinctively fell silent. Qing Lin, frightened, clutched the hem of my garment, seeking refuge behind me. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ding pressed his lips together and hoarsely asked, "Is it truly her?" I nodded gravely and said in a low voice, "Elder brother, second brother, prepare yourselves for battle and remain here to await further orders. I must head over to the merchant shop." "Understood," Xiao Ding replied, taking a deep breath and nodding slowly. I also nodded, gently ruffling Xiao Meio's hair, then turned to Xiao Yan and smiled, saying, "Elder brother and second brother have matters to attend to. I will take care of Meier." Xiao Yan nodded earnestly and said, "Rest assured, Meier is also my sister, and I will protect her well." I smiled, knowing that with Yao Lao by his side, Xiao Yan was undoubtedly the safest. My only concern was the possibility of him unexpectedly seizing the Nalan Ye. "You must also be cautious." Xiao Meier hesitated for a moment and called out to me. I nodded in response, bid farewell to everyone, and took Qing Lin's hand as we hurried towards the Nalan family shop, with Mo Wang and 10 guards accompanying us. Upon entering, I reported to the elder. He straightened his imposing figure and commanded, "Quickly summon the elders and the Ice Emperor, as well as the Cloud Sect Master to the council hall. Let us join them," the elder said, glancing at Qing Lin. I nodded and followed him into the council hall with Qing Lin. Soon, Nalan Tai, Nalan Jia, Nalan Dong, and Hai Bo Dong, along with Yun Yun, arrived in succession, gathering together. The atmosphere in the hall was equally tense. After the battle with Medusa, no one dared to take even the slightest risk. There was no time for pleasantries. Upon taking their seats, everyone merely nodded at one another before turning their gazes towards us. I lowered my head to look at Qing Lin, took a deep breath, and spoke as gently as I could. "Qing Lin, please share what you have sensed with everyone." "Yes," Qing Lin replied, her neck recoiling slightly. Perhaps the atmosphere in the hall was too oppressive, as she appeared somewhat frightened, lowering her head and tugging at my sleeve as she spoke in a stammering voice. I can sense that outside the city, to the north, at a great distance, there is an aura similar to my bloodline, very powerful, stronger than Mo Wang." I furrowed my brow and hesitated before asking, "Qing Lin, did you not say that aura was to the east just now? How is it now in the north?" Qing Lin was startled and quickly replied, "Young master, I am not deceiving you. It was indeed to the east. However, as we came, that aura was moving, and now it is in the north. Moreover," Qing Lin frowned as she continued softly, "and that aura is still moving, constantly shifting." I raised an eyebrow, glanced around at everyone in the hall, and stated solemnly, "It seems that even now, Medusa has not determined the exact location of the. She is still searching nearby Stone Desert City. How can you be certain that the aura belongs to Queen Medusa?" Nalan Jia inquired at that moment. I was momentarily taken aback, about to explain, but Nalan Jia waved his hand and continued. "The little girl mentioned that the aura is stronger than Mo Wang. Yet Mo Wang is merely a great Do master. Perhaps what roams outside the city is just a serpent man Doling or a serpent man Do Wang. Who can guarantee that it is indeed Queen Medusa?" Nalan Jia sat upright, his gaze cold and indifferent as it bore into me, making me feel somewhat uncomfortable. Though the old man was inherently troublesome and full of issues, I could not shake the feeling that he seemed to be targeting me. After a moment of contemplation, I suddenly smiled and remarked, "What the elder guardian said holds merit, yet whether it is Medusa remains to be seen." I turned my head towards Yun Yun, bowing slightly as I said, "I appreciate your assistance, esteemed elder." Yun Yun appeared momentarily taken aback, then nodded in understanding, her gaze falling upon the slender figure of Qing Lin as she softly advised, "Little girl, prepare yourself." However, Qing Lin was not even a starfighter. How could she withstand the pressure of a fighting spirit? Her face turned pale, then flushed crimson, her body nearly collapsing to the ground. I hurriedly reached out, catching her in my embrace. Her complexion was ashen, and she lay in my arms, gasping for breath, her expression a portrait of anguish, which stirred feelings of guilt within me. At that moment, Yun Yun also retracted her pressure. I looked down at Qing Lin, adjusting my arms to a more comfortable position around her, and gently inquired, "Qing Lin, are you all right? Do you find this aura stronger than that outside the city?" "Young master, the aura outside the city is indeed more formidable." I nodded, feeling a mix of happiness and guilt. Turning my gaze back to Yun Yun, she lightly inclined her head, and soon 2 more waves of pressure descended upon us, one at the Fighting King level and the other at the Fighting Emperor level. I could barely withstand the pressure of the Fighting King, but the Fighting Emperor's presence felt as unfathomable as an abyss, akin to surging waves. How could I endure such force? My body trembled violently, a suffocating sensation enveloping me, rendering me breathless, though fortunately, it was fleeting. If I struggled, what about Qing Lin? Her body had turned to mush, relying solely on my support. Otherwise, she would have collapsed long ago. Her complexion was alarmingly pale. Her eyes filled with terror as she looked at Yun Yun, her body quivering uncontrollably. Heaven knows the extent of the shadow this experience would cast upon her heart. I felt a deep remorse and sighed, retrieving several calming and restorative pills from my storage ring to feed her. My fingers inadvertently brushed against her lips, soft yet alarmingly dry and pallid. Young master, it seems even stronger than this aura. Everyone nodded in agreement, and the hall fell into silence once more. For until now, Medusa's aura continued to shift in search of the heart of the blue lotus flame, never ceasing its pursuit. And we must wait for her to find the flame before we could act. Waiting is invariably a lengthy endeavor, especially when one is unaware of the duration, rendering the uncertainty even more vexing. I turned my gaze towards the courtyard, obstructed by the buildings within the city, unable to see the vast expanse of the Tagore Desert. All I perceived was the brilliant blue sky above. Yet, amidst the swirling sands, there must be an alluring figure relentlessly searching for something, occasionally glancing disdainfully towards the indifferent gaze of Stone Desert City. Little did she anticipate that within this border town, devoid of even a single fighting spirit, lay 2 fighting emperors, a fighting king, and an army substantial enough to vanquish her. Chapter 57. Are you not coming up? Inside the hall, personnel continuously entered and exited, reporting various situations, while the old man and the elder guardian conveyed a series of commands. Though I was merely a fleeting presence in the city, the entirety of Stone Desert City vividly unfolded in my mind. At that moment, the elder suddenly turned to me, contemplating aloud. Little Leaf, I have made my decision. This operation shall be commanded by you. What? I was momentarily taken aback, nearly exclaiming in astonishment, not from joy, but from sheer terror. This was the encirclement of Medusa, a pivotal step in my grand strategy. A single misstep could lead to utter ruin. What audacity did I possess to accept such command? Furthermore, what madness had overtaken the elder? I hastily bowed and replied, Elder, I have no understanding of military affairs. How could I possibly lead this battle? I beseech you to reconsider. Nalan Ye cast a disdainful glance my way and retorted, You will merely hold the title. The battle will still be commanded by Nalan Ye. Your role is to observe and learn. Should this campaign proceed smoothly, culminating in the slaying of Medusa, the Serpent Queen, and a peak combat emperor, what monumental achievements those would be. Such a victory would echo throughout the entire Gamma Empire, perhaps even reverberating across neighboring nations, becoming a legendary tale for centuries to come. The commander of this undertaking would undoubtedly gain renown across these lands, becoming an illustrious general, immortalized in history. What immense honor this would bestow. And with honor would come substantial rewards, let alone the countless maidens within the Gamma Empire, each likely to revere me, perhaps even vying for my affection. Cough. I stifled a laugh, my expression a peculiar blend of mirth and solemnity. I bowed with gravity and stated, Elder, this battle is under the command of the Guardian Elder. How could I usurp his accolades? The Elder, nearing the end of his years, considered that mere fame would be a burden to him. Nalan Ye sat upright, his demeanor serious, yet casual, and spoke with a nonchalance that belied the significance of the achievement. His indifference to such glory filled me with profound admiration. After a moment of hesitation, I earnestly replied, Guardian Elder, I cannot agree to this. If it is recognition I seek, I shall earn it through my own valor, not by masquerading as the Guardian Elder. Suddenly, a loud thud reverberated through the room as Nalan Ye slammed his hand upon the armrest. He glared at me and scolded, Why all this nonsense? If I say you are to command, then command you shall. There is no room for your chatter. Instantly, I fell silent, overwhelmed with emotion. This was the essence of true kinship. These elders, sacrificing for the continuity and strength of the family, had done so much. They were clearly intent on bestowing accolades upon the younger generation, clearly wishing to elevate my standing. My eyes welled with tears, the fleeting pride I felt earlier vanishing into thin air. With utmost reverence, I performed a deep bow and proclaimed, I, Nalan Ye, am profoundly grateful to the 4 esteemed grandfathers. I shall not disappoint your high expectations. Nalan Ye regarded me with satisfaction, nodding in approval, and said nothing further, allowing the hall to return to its tranquil silence. As time passed, the atmosphere remained calm, the attendees displaying remarkable composure, unhurried in their demeanor. Though I am still young, an inexplicable impatience began to stir within me as I absent-mindedly touched my abdomen, feeling a pang of hunger. It was already noon. Perhaps it was time for a meal to calm my nerves? At that moment, Qinglin suddenly tugged at the hem of my garment. I turned to her, noticing her lips move slightly as she timidly uttered, What? Upon hearing this news, a wave of confusion washed over me, leaving my mind momentarily blank. After planning for so long, I found myself somewhat at a loss when the moment finally arrived. Little girl, where did that aura stop? Nalan Ye abruptly stood up. His gaze fixed on Qinglin as he asked in a deep voice. Qinglin, can you indicate to me where that aura is? Curiously peering at the map. Qinglin shook her head and softly replied, Young master, I cannot comprehend this. She cast a timid glance at me before suddenly pointing in a direction behind her. The aura I sensed should be in that direction, approximately 20 to 30 miles away. 20 to 30 miles. The range seemed rather extensive. I lowered my head and inquired. Qinglin, could you be more specific? How many miles exactly? Biting her lip, she shook her head. I sighed in resignation. For an ordinary person, gauging distance can indeed be quite challenging. I leaned down, using a charcoal pencil to lightly encircle a region on the map based on Qinglin's description, a northeastern area of Shimo City, an elliptical space lying 20 to 30 miles away. Master Yun, let us proceed. Nalan Ye inhaled deeply and addressed Yun Yun, who nodded gently. The two of them, along with Nalan Tai, exited the conference hall ahead of us. Instantly, only I, Qinglin, Nalan Jia, Nalan Dong, and Hai Buodong remained in the hall. Nalan Jia paid us no heed, focusing intently on the map, which marked various locations of guards and mercenary groups. Come in. Nalan Jia called out sharply, and soldiers entered the hall. He stroked the map thoughtfully, issuing military commands that sent soldiers off to relay his orders throughout the city. Once all the troops had been mobilized, he scrutinized the details, ensuring no discrepancies, before casting a glance at us and stating solemnly, we should also set off. Without waiting for our response, he rolled up the map and strode directly out of the conference hall. I opened my mouth, somewhat unaccustomed to Nalan Jia's decisive demeanor, and exchanged a glance with Nalan Dong, who shrugged, clearly used to it by now. I offered a wry smile and turned to Hai Buodong, asking, Old Senior, will you remain here or join us in this bustling affair? Hai Buodong chuckled heartily, rising to shake his head. How could I miss such a lively scene? With that, he too exited the conference hall. I felt a tinge of helplessness as I pulled Qinglin and Nalan Dong along with me. As we arrived at the entrance of the shops, I was astonished to find a formidable force of nearly 200 elite soldiers gathered there. Clad in crimson heavy armor, they wielded crossbows designed for slaying serpents, bore sharp swords at their waists, and carried heavy shields and bolts on their backs. Even more daunting was the realization that, according to my senses, the lowest cultivation level among this small battalion matched my own. Not a single fighter was present among them. Was this the true foundation of the Nalan family? Once again, I am utterly astonished by the grandeur of the Nalan family. Before this elite army stands a magnificent chariot, drawn by 4 impeccably pure, chestnut steeds, unmistakably possessing the bloodline of magical beasts. The chariot itself is forged from obsidian metal, adorned with simplistic yet elegant engravings, exuding an aura of solemnity and intimidation. Upon the chariot are 2 figures, the driver at the center, and to the right stands a figure clad in crimson armor, none other than Nalan Jia. The chariot, positioned to the left, signifies Nalan Jia's esteemed status as the elder guardian among the Nalan clan present. Who could possibly compel him to take a subordinate position to the right of the chariot? Perplexed, I glanced at Nalan Jia, whose stern visage revealed a hint of displeasure as he raised a hand, gesturing towards the left side of the chariot, commanding, Nalan Ye, why are you not coming up? Chapter 58, The Emergence of Medusa. In haste, I donned a suit of crimson armor and ascended the chariot, surrounded by elite guards. Even the family elders with their spirit cultivation could only serve as my right flank. In that moment, I felt a surge of confidence, momentarily forgetting the perils that lay ahead. Onward, I declared, clad in crimson armor, my gaze fixed forward. According to our strategy, the army of over 4,000 was divided into 3 divisions, 1,000 troops each to the north and south, advancing from their respective gates to encircle the target, while the central division of 2,000 would exit through the eastern gate and proceed directly. Naturally, I was part of the central division. The chariot gradually rolled out through the eastern city gate, revealing a scene beyond the walls where, amidst the yellow sands, over 2,000 men stood in formation. To my left, the 1,000 Nalan guards were impeccably arranged, maintaining an eerie silence even under the scorching sun, their ranks unyielding. To my right, however, the 1,000 mercenaries were a disorganized throng, roughly divided into 3 groups. Were they perhaps 3 different mercenary factions? Among them was the Mo Tai mercenary corps. Yet even they lacked any semblance of formation, their noise incessant. A motley crew indeed. I muttered under my breath, but that is of little consequence. This time we are hunting Medusa, not engaging the Serpent Men's army. A lack of discipline and formation is trivial as long as they are fearless. They are indeed brave souls. Would these bloodthirsty mercenaries be afraid of death? A faint smile graced my lips as I turned to Nalan Jia, inquiring, Elder, should we call the leaders of those mercenaries together for instructions, or shall we proceed directly? Nalan Jia surveyed the mercenaries with a gaze filled with indifference and shook his head, stating, It is wiser to advance first, lest any unforeseen incidents arise. With that, Nalan Ye began issuing military commands. Nearby, awaiting orders, the light cavalry sprang into action, relaying the commands, and soon, the over 2,000 men began to move forward. The 1,000 Nalan guards formed the vanguard, while I led a small contingent of 200 elite as the central force. Behind us was the chaotic assembly of the 3 mercenary groups, which I hesitated to even classify as a rear guard. I shook my head and turned my attention to the left side of the chariot. There, Qinglin sat atop a horse, her face a mask of anxiety as she struggled with riding, fearing she might fall. This scene was undeniably endearing. I smiled gently and asked, "Qinglin, how far away is that aura?" Qinglin gripped the reins tightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at me. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. "Young master, we still have quite a distance to cover." Very well. Her words were akin to uttering nothing at all. However, Qinglin proved to be of some utility. As we drew nearer, her senses sharpened, and Nalan Ye finally pinpointed the precise location of Medusa. I issued orders to the vanguard to halt and instructed the mercenaries to quicken their pace, urging them to surpass the front lines and take the lead. I sighed softly. The fate of these mercenary pawns seemed inescapable. Elder, the Motai mercenary corps behind us was established by my wife's family. Could you allow them to remain in the rear? Nalan Ye hesitated momentarily, but ultimately granted me this concession with a nod. The 2 other mercenary corps, known as the Black Wolf and the Great Snow Mercenary Corps, each comprised of 400 to 500 men, collectively formed a formidable force of nearly 1,000. Their disorganized ranks passed through the center, and many mercenaries pointed and whispered about me, completely oblivious to the peril that awaited them. After a brief disarray, the army continued its advance. We had traveled no more than 15 or 16 miles, far less than the 20 or 30 that Qinglin had mentioned. When we finally arrived at our destination, perhaps due to the proximity, Qinglin began to tremble, her voice quavering as she said, "Young master, it is here." I nodded, standing atop the war chariot, gazing ahead at an utterly mundane expanse of desert. Who could have anticipated that such a treasure as the heart of the Earth's blue lotus lay hidden beneath? The heart of the Earth's blue lotus resided deep within the earth. Medusa would not tunnel, and there must be a natural cave nearby that led directly to it. I commanded the Great Snow Mercenary Corps to disperse and search for any nearby caves, promising a generous reward to the first to find one. I issued the order in a deep voice, and immediately, over 400 men from the Great Snow Mercenary Corps erupted in cheers, scattering to seek the cave. I could only wonder if they would still be alive to claim their reward upon discovery. But that was not my concern. Boom. Alas, scarcely a moment had passed, and the Great Snow Mercenary Corps had not fully dispersed when a tremendous roar erupted from behind a distant hill, sending clouds of yellow dust swirling. Medusa. I turned sharply towards the hill, my gaze fixed intently. Such a commotion could only be attributed to her. I glanced around, cursing inwardly. The southern and northern armies were still en route and had yet to arrive. As for Yun Yun and Nalan Ye, their whereabouts were unknown, but they could fly and were undoubtedly swift, likely arriving momentarily. The swirling yellow dust gradually settled, revealing a graceful figure in midair, adorned with luminous wings, appearing and disappearing in the haze. I wondered who could be causing such a disturbance. I sensed it from far below, and it turned out to be the Nalan clan. Through the not yet settled dust, an alluring voice resonated softly in the ears of all, striking a chord within. Yet, I felt nothing of the sort. Instead, a chill coursed through me. Just moments ago, I had distinctly felt a cold, indifferent gaze upon me. I clutched my chest, which had nearly ceased its rhythmic beating, gasping for breath as I raised my head. At last, the yellow dust settled, allowing me to behold Medusa's true form, adorned with a golden crown. A pair of violet wings gently fluttered behind her, while beneath her flowing purple gown lay a serpent tail, approximately 10 feet in length, exuding a hint of wildness as it swayed freely in the air. Her visage, a blend of regal elegance and subtle allure, was framed by eyes that shimmered with a proud disdain. She regarded the 2,000 soldiers as if they were mere trifles, engaging in conversation with an air of nonchalance. Was this truly the grandeur of Queen Medusa? I struggled to quell the trepidation and unease within me, my gaze fixating on her right hand, which cradled a flickering azure flame, the heart of the azure lotus. A chuckle escaped my lips as a flicker of confidence ignited within me. It was fortuitous. Having acquired the heart of the azure lotus, she must have sustained injuries. Sir Nalan Ye, I have the honor of meeting Her Majesty the Queen. I managed to muster a faint smile, bowing respectfully. As a local lord, I cannot afford to be remiss in my duties upon your arrival, Your Majesty. Medusa, however, showed no inclination to share in my hospitality. She merely cast a cold glance my way, her gaze sweeping the area with meticulous scrutiny, leaving no corner unexamined. A voice, indifferent and resonant, rang out through the tumultuous energy, echoing across the plains. Nalan Ye, what intentions does your family harbor? Chapter 59, The Onset of War. Nalan Ye, what intentions does your family harbor? The frigid voice boomed like thunder from the heavens, reverberating through the surroundings. A tremendous pressure surged forth, akin to colossal waves crashing upon the shore, jolting the souls of our 2,000 men into a collective lament. I steadied my spirit, awestruck by that enchanting figure. The pinnacle of the battle emperor truly possessed earth-shattering power. Standing atop the war chariot, I scanned the horizon, yearning to catch a glimpse of that ethereal silhouette draped in moonlit white. Yet, all I found was a tempest of yellow sand swirling around me. Suddenly, a thunderous laughter erupted from afar, and a towering figure surged toward us from the distant horizon. With green wings unfurled and clad in crimson armor, his countenance was resolute, broad-shouldered and imposing. Who else could it be but Nalan Ye? As he approached within a mile of Medusa, he halted midair, maintaining a distant standoff. Nalan Ye's gaze fell upon the azure flame in Medusa's right hand, his pupils dilating as he burst into laughter, raising his hands in salutation. I am Nalan Ye, your majesty. Have you sought me? Medusa snorted disdainfully, her violet-hued triangular eyes fixed intently on Nalan Ye as she coldly inquired, Nalan Ye, your family has assembled forces to come to Midagore. What is your purpose? I arched an eyebrow. Had Medusa not yet deduced that we were here for the heart of the Azure Lotus? It was understandable. The matter of the heart was shrouded in secrecy, and she could hardly fathom that I had foreseen this development and laid an ambush. She likely believed this was merely a coincidence, that the Nalan family had gathered for an alternate purpose. This could explain why Medusa did not flee upon encountering our army. As the queen of the serpent people, she must first ascertain the intentions of the Nalan family before making any subsequent decisions. Your majesty, is this the heart of the Azure Lotus? Nalan Ye bellowed with laughter, pointing to the ground with conviction. This land is the territory of my Gama Empire. The treasures here, without a doubt, belong to my Gamadi Empire. This heart fire of the Azure Lotus has been nurtured within the borders of my Gamadi Empire, and thus rightfully belongs to us. Your majesty, I implore you to return this fire to the Gamadi Empire. Medusa's laughter was enchanting, her crimson lips curling into a delicate arc, her beauty exuding an alluring charm that made my heart race uncontrollably. You have come for the heart fire of the Azure Lotus, have you not? Yet, in the next moment, her smile remained radiant, but her voice turned as cold as ice. Though I found myself in the desert, I felt no warmth. My wildly beating heart suddenly ceased, and I felt as if I were plunging into an abyss of frost, a chilling sensation emanating from the depths of my soul. Medusa fixed her gaze upon Nalan Ye, her voice frigid as she inquired, how did you come to know of this? Naturally, it is I who knows. I summoned my formidable spiritual strength to fortify my resolve. Taking a deep breath and meeting Medusa's gaze, clenching my teeth, I channeled my energy and declared, in this world of chaos, all act for profit. In this bustling realm, all seek gain. As long as one can reap benefits, who in this world cannot relay such matters to us? Our eyes locked. An air of indifference radiated from her gaze. There was no trace of extraneous emotion, no intent to kill, no disdain. Only an endless void of apathy, reminiscent of the vast, desolate Tagore desert, engulfed in endless sands. If you wish to seize what belongs to me, then prepare to meet your demise. With a dismissive glance, it seemed to encapsulate the entirety of my interaction with Medusa. She turned her attention back to Nalan Ye, her aura swelling tenfold. A palpable killing intent mingling with an ancient ferocity that filled the air. In that moment, Medusa resembled an ancient beast, enraged and slowly awakening, ready to devour. With a mere flick of her left index finger, a surge of violet energy erupted forth, morphing into a colossal serpent that silently lunged towards Nalan Ye. Come forth. Nalan Ye, undeterred, responded with joy, laughing heartily as his verdant energy surged. A silver spear materialized in his hand, piercing through the air like a dragon emerging from the sea, aimed directly at the violet serpent. With a thunderous crash, a shockwave erupted, scattering in all directions. Yet his figure stood resolute as a rock. Attack! Nalan Ye commanded, and over 2,000 troops commenced their assault. The 20 dragon-hunting crossbows, already loaded, were unleashed with a thunderous pull of the trigger, sending forth 20 steel bolts as thick as a child's arm, slicing through the air towards Medusa. Medusa glanced indifferently at the incoming bolts, effortlessly evading them without sustaining a scratch. But there were still the killing serpent crossbows. 1,000 Nalan guards did not form a tight formation, but scattered like grains of sand, truly disorganized. They encircled Medusa on the ground, forming a vast, irregular circle around her. 1,000 bolts rained down like a tempest, continuously surging, one wave after another. As long as the drums of war resounded, as long as the bolts flew forth, and as long as life persisted, the assault would never cease. This scene was indeed magnificent. Nalan Yanran let out a chuckle as the green wings behind him fluttered, propelling him forward with the grace of a dragon. His spear ensnared Medusa with unwavering determination. A torrent of lethal crossbow bolts rained down, alongside formidable dragon-hunting arrows. Yet, they all intentionally circumvented Nalan Yanran's figure, aiming instead for Medusa. Even when a few bolts struck him, they bore no significant harm. Moreover, Medusa, already wounded from acquiring the heart fire of the Blue Lotus, found herself momentarily subdued by Nalan Yanran, who possessed the cultivation of a Douwan, a swarm of bothersome ants. Medusa had not anticipated an ambush. She wore no armor, only a simple silk purple gown. However, as a peak Douwan powerhouse, the aura of her Dou Qi armor enveloped her, a formidable presence that few armors in the entire Jiama Empire could rival, be it the lethal crossbow bolts or the dragon-hunting arrows. Even Nalan Yanran's assaults could not breach her Dou Qi armor at that moment. Yet, the toll on her Dou Qi was substantial. In contrast, the crimson heavy armor adorning Nalan Yanran was a treasured artifact of the Nalan family, far more resilient than Medusa's Dou Qi armor, requiring no expenditure of Dou Qi to maintain. With a reduction in her reserves and an increase in his, if this continued, her Dou Qi might deplete faster than Nalan Yanran's. And once her Dou Qi was exhausted, what difference would there be between a Douwan powerhouse and an ordinary person? With a low chant, Medusa formed seals with her fingers, and with a thunderous roar, 5 colossal purple Dou Qi serpents erupted from her palms, racing towards Nalan Yanran in a frenzy. Nalan Yanran's expression shifted, and he instinctively retreated, the spear in his hand pivoting swiftly from offense to defense, barely managing to fend off the 5 serpents. Medusa was advancing. Attention! Nalan Jia, seated to the right of the chariot, raised his eyebrows, his keen experience allowing him to instantly discern Medusa's intentions to capture the leader first. My heart raced, and I hurriedly looked over. Indeed, Medusa abandoned Nalan Yanran, her purple wings fluttering as her graceful form dove towards the war chariot. I couldn't help but curse inwardly, gripping the chariot's rail tightly, cold sweat pouring from my palms. For the first time, I found this chariot to be an eyesore. The situation had escalated far beyond my expectations. Chapter 60. Do you desire power? Halt! A low command rang out, as nearly 200 elite troops surged forward, surrounding the chariot, their lethal crossbows raised at the descending Medusa. The Black Wolf and the Snowstorm mercenaries formed 2 flanking lines in front of the chariot, although their formation remained somewhat chaotic. The crossbows were costly, and there were not many available for these mercenaries. The Nalan family could not equip them with such weaponry. What they possessed were merely inexpensive javelins. Standing atop the chariot, I could not disembark, watching the mercenaries. Pointing towards the descending Medusa, I passionately shouted, "Brothers of Black Wolf and Snowstorm, with the Imperial Lionheart Marshal here and over 2,000 comrades at our side, should we fear a single Medusa? After this battle, each of you shall receive 1,000 gold coins, and should anyone slay Medusa, an additional 1,000 coins will be awarded. The Nalan family shall never shortchange you." 2,000 gold coins were enough for an ordinary family of 5 to live for a century. This was undoubtedly a fortune for a common mercenary. These mercenaries, having embraced the perilous life of hired swords, were prepared to exchange their lives for riches. Upon hearing of the substantial reward, their breaths grew heavy, their eyes bloodshot, fixated upon that graceful figure. Indeed, with the illustrious Lionheart Marshal present, one could witness his formidable prowess, for he was among the Empire's 10 greatest warriors, renowned for his fierce clashes with Medusa. With over 2,000 brothers at his side, the spectacle was truly magnificent, a sea of dark figures converging together. What of Medusa? What of the Queen? Would she not ultimately fall to our blades, yielding the bounty? Dragon-hunting crossbows, strike, commanded Nalan Jia, raising his banner with a forceful gesture. Instantly, the sound of bowstrings resonated throughout the battlefield. The cacophony of dragon-hunting crossbows echoed harshly, while the killing crossbows emitted a continuous hiss. 20 dragon-hunting bolts and nearly 200 killing bolts were unleashed in unison. Medusa's violet wings suddenly flared, and she spiraled gracefully, evading most of the incoming projectiles with an uncanny trajectory. My heart raced with frustration, my gaze locked onto Medusa's figure, my breath caught in my throat. How could she evade this onslaught? As a prominent combat emperor, was she not meant to withstand such a barrage? Spears, throw. Nalan Jia issued another command, his voice piercing through the clamor of battle. The Black Wolf and nearly 1,000 mercenaries, responding to their captain's cries, hurled a multitude of spears, shrouding Medusa in a veritable storm of weaponry. With a mere utterance, she formed seals with her hands, summoning a fierce gale that scattered the spears as if they were mere leaves in the wind. Through the chaos, her icy gaze bore down upon the war chariot. And with a delicate flick of her index finger, a massive violet serpent surged forth. Sensing the overwhelming presence of the serpent, my countenance shifted abruptly. A technique that appeared casually executed was imbued with the devastating might of a combat king. This was utterly terrifying. Combat technique, unleash. Nalan Ye roared, channeling his fighting spirit. A powerful technique brewing within his palm, exuding an aura of dread. Around the war chariot, nearly 200 elite warriors also activated their fighting energies, coalescing various elemental techniques that resonated with the bolts of the killing crossbows, creating a palpable synergy. Thunder half-moon slash. Thunder began to coalesce upon the sword's blade, manifesting vividly. My fighting energy surged within me, fervently coursing towards the blade, striving to amass greater strength. Strike! Nalan Ye's voice thundered, and an inexplicable sense of relief washed over me as I pivoted the blade, launching a full-force strike towards the descending violet serpent. A pale purple lightning transformed into a beam of sword light, hurtling towards the gargantuan serpent. Yet, in comparison to the serpent's massive form, my strike seemed diminutive, almost trivial. However, that mattered little, for I was not alone. Beside me, Nalan Ye's technique erupted forth, and the nearly 200 killing bolts, enhanced with techniques, surged alongside my modest sword light. Though small, our unity was nothing short of magnificent. Boom! The violet serpent collided with the myriad techniques, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Amidst the deafening roar and blinding brilliance, a wave of shock reverberated outward, like a gust of wind sweeping through a field of wheat. A small contingent of elite soldiers was toppled to the ground, shattering the once orderly ranks, while a cloud of yellow dust rose, obscuring the sun. I cursed under my breath, my sword twisting in my grip as I aimed to plunge it into the earth beneath me. Yet, I had forgotten I stood atop a war chariot, and the dark metallic body was impervious to my blade. A sharp sound echoed, my sword slipped, and I lost my balance, being knocked backward by the wind. At that moment, the warhorses, startled, bolted forward, sending me crashing to the ground. Master! Came a distressed cry from Qinglin, who had been standing beside the chariot. She too was thrown off her horse, her light green dress now covered in sand, rendering her a pitiful sight. Stumbling and crawling, she made her way to me, kneeling by my side, her small hands clutching my arm as she desperately attempted to lift me. Master, are you all right? Her face was etched with fear. Perhaps for a humble maid from Stone Desert City, the chaos of today's battle was overwhelming. The girl looked at me with tearful eyes, and though she was inquiring about my well-being, I felt she herself was in greater need of comfort. Just as I opened my mouth to speak, a dull thud resonated nearby, as if a heavy object had fallen. A tall figure emerged through the swirling sands, enigmatic and alluring. Medusa? I swallowed hard. How had she descended to the ground? A formidable emperor-level fighter, so close to me. Death was imminent. I half sat in the dirt, trembling violently, devoid of the strength to rise, instinctively pulling Qinglin closer, desperate to distance myself from that figure, even if only by a fraction. The figure advanced, swaying as she approached, revealing herself to indeed be Medusa. Her violet wings remained unfurled, yet she glided on her serpentine tail across the sand, her curvaceous form undulating gracefully. In any other circumstance, she would have been a breathtaking sight, yet now, she was akin to a harbinger of death drawing near. Her lavender eyes, devoid of emotion, held no malice. Yet the looming threat of death was palpable. An overwhelming surge of anger welled within me, swiftly followed by a crushing despair and helplessness. When you crush an ant underfoot, do you harbor any intent to kill? As I watched Medusa slowly raise her right hand, purple energy coalescing at her fingertip, I realized how utterly impotent my so-called cunning intellect was in this moment. Feeling the meager trickle of energy within me, akin to a tiny stream, compared to the vast ocean of power radiating from Medusa, I had never yearned for strength as fiercely as I did now. Was I destined to die? No. Do not harm my master. Chapter 61, just a little more. No, do not harm my master. A sob escaped Qinglin as she threw herself onto me, clutching me tightly. Her voice laced with tears, her pale green eyes pleadingly fixed on Medusa. Feeling the frail tremors of Qinglin's body, anger surged within me. When did I, Nalan Ye, become so reliant on a woman, a mere girl who wasn't even a fighter, to plead for my life? In a tumult of anger tinged with despair, I cast a fierce glare at Medusa, only to witness a scene that astonished me. She stood frozen, her lavender eyes devoid of their usual brilliance. As the violet energy at the tip of her right index finger gradually dissipated, a sudden realization struck me as I glanced down at Qinglin. She possessed the three-colored eye of azure. A wave of indescribable joy surged within me. I had not anticipated that such a remarkable trait could influence even Medusa, a peak Do Emperor. An overwhelming sense of ambition ignited in my heart. What did it matter if she was a Do Emperor? I wielded a sword capable of vanquishing demons. Flash thrust, I exclaimed, channeling my energy and executing another combat technique. Though it was merely a mid-tier Xian technique, this skill excelled at piercing armor and was adept at breaching the defenses of Do Qi. With a determined step, I gripped my sword and lunged directly at Medusa's heart. The tip of my sword collided with her Do Qi armor, producing a sharp clang, followed by an immense resistance. It was hard, too hard. Despite my internal energy surging with all its might to propel the third-tier magic core sword, it barely penetrated her defenses. Yet, I refused to surrender. It was inconceivable that Medusa could be controlled by Qinglin, given the vast disparity in our powers. However, she was momentarily dazed, her control over her Do Qi faltering. At this moment, not only was the energy in her right hand dissipating, but even the armor enveloping her body was losing its potency, gradually breaking down into the most fundamental energies of the universe. This was my greatest opportunity. She must be vanquished. Flash thrust, flash thrust, flash thrust. Gritting my teeth, I swallowed several explosive pills and activated a secret method to temporarily boost my strength. A surge of warmth coursed through my body, accompanied by waves of pain in my meridians, yet my power soared from a 1-star Dome Master to a 7-star Dome Master in an instant. With a determined step, I executed 3 consecutive flash thrusts. Thanks to my diligent training, the points of impact from these 3 strikes aligned perfectly. With a soft pop, it was as if I had pierced a bubble or a deflating balloon. The uncontrollable Do Qi armor, even if it belonged to a Do Emperor, was no match for my combined assault. In an instant, it shattered, dissipating into the ether. A euphoric smile spread across my face as I beheld the defenseless and dazed Medusa. Was she not akin to a lamb stripped of its wool? Huh. I laughed heartily, raising my sword to pierce her heart. If I could drive this blade home, what did it matter if she were a Do Emperor? What could Medusa or the Azure Scales do? Ultimately, they could not escape the finality of death. With this thought, an inexplicable excitement surged within me, causing my sword-bearing hand to tremble slightly. Yet, in the next moment, my laughter abruptly ceased, and my grip trembled more violently. A gentle breath, imbued with a subtle fragrance, wafted across my face, lingering at the tip of my nose. Medusa's eyes gradually regained their luster, fixating on me intently. In her lavender gaze, emotions other than indifference began to emerge. Surprise, anger, and fear flickered within. "Aunt," she uttered softly, her red lips parting as her Do Qi surged dramatically. With an effortless motion, her left hand struck towards my sword. An overwhelming force erupted from her hand, and despite my desperate effort to brace against it, I found myself utterly unable to withstand the onslaught. The blade appeared as if it were fated to pierce Medusa's chest, veering off and drifting towards the upper left. My eyes widened with rage and regret. I was mere moments away from slaying her. "Ah!" I bellowed, my fighting spirit surging violently, causing excruciating pain to course through my veins due to the overwhelming strain. Undeterred, I summoned another technique, feeling a surge of strength ripple through my body. With unwavering focus, I directed the blade towards her alabaster neck. Medusa's eyes flickered with surprise as her serpentine tail coiled, allowing her to retreat just in time to evade the tip of my sword. I had exerted all my strength in this strike, and now there was no room to adjust my stance. I could only watch helplessly as the blade grazed the edge of her visage, colliding with the ornament dangling from her right ear. With a resounding thud, Medusa's right hand collided with my chest, sending shockwaves through my body and scattering my fighting spirit. I coughed up a mouthful of blood, the sword slipping from my grasp as I was propelled backward. Yet, the true horror lay in Medusa's relentless pursuit. She glided toward me on the sandy ground, her right hand outstretched, ominously poised to crush my throat. The suffocating aura of death enveloped me, and my once soaring bravado dissipated into the ether, replaced by a chilling fear. My body trembled as I gazed up at the vast sky, straining my eyes for a glimpse of a figure clad in moonlight, bearing azure wings, descending from the heavens to rescue me. "Medusa, do not be so arrogant." A powerful shout rang out from a distance, the voice belonging to the aged Nalan Ye. He unleashed a technique against Medusa, while simultaneously, 2 formidable attacks emerged from Nalan Dong and Haiba Dong. The trio of dueling warriors converged from 3 directions, their energies stirring a tempest of yellow sand. Medusa halted her pursuit, her expression unyielding as she defended with her hands and swept her serpentine tail, absorbing the 3 assaults. Yet, having just recovered from her daze, her fighting spirit was not at its peak. As she endured the 3 strikes, her crimson lips moved, a trickle of blood staining her mouth. "Ha ha ha, Medusa, I have awaited this day for over 20 years. Do you still remember me? Nalan Ye laughed heartily, his fist striking her chest with a speed that caught her off guard. Thus, Medusa endured the same fate I had moments earlier, sent flying by Haiba Dong's powerful blows. Crashing into the ranks of the Snow Mercenary Corps, Nalan Ye halted, coldly observing the spot where Medusa landed, refraining from further reckless attacks. He began to regroup the scattered elite fighters while signaling the Snow Mercenary Corps and the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps to advance. With a whoosh, a pale gray figure rushed towards me, hands spinning to absorb the impact as Nalan Dong caught me. Noticing my injuries, he channeled his fighting spirit into my body for examination, his expression shifting to one of alarm and concern. After a moment, he gently placed me on the ground and retrieved several pills from his storage ring, offering them to my lips with a grave demeanor. Your meridians are injured. Quickly consume these pills. Moreover, you must not use your fighting spirit until you have fully recovered. Chapter 62, Sacred Eye. Young Master, Qinglin staggered over. Her eyes reddened as she looked at me, reaching out to embrace my arm. I smiled at her. The pills given by Nalan Dong were quite effective. After consuming them, I felt a remarkable improvement. Struggling to stand, I leaned against Qinglin, managing to stabilize myself, and gazed ahead. Not far in the distance, a throng of heads surged forth. As nearly 1,000 mercenaries besieged Medusa. Due to their proximity, they feared inflicting harm upon one another and refrained from using javelins, instead wielding an array of weapons, executing a hodgepodge of techniques that, at best, reached the low tier of the profound rank as they launched their assault on Medusa. It was truly tragic. Most of these mercenaries were fighters, with few being masters, and even rarer were grand masters. How could they possibly contend against Medusa, who stood at the pinnacle of the emperor level? Although injured, Medusa's combat prowess remained formidable. Her purple serpent tail danced gracefully as she evaded most attacks, simultaneously channeling her fighting spirit and wreaking havoc among the mercenaries. Corpses fell, and blood flowed, staining the yellow sands crimson. What audacity! With a furious roar, Nalan Ye finally dispatched the 5 giant serpents. Upon witnessing Medusa's rampage on the ground, rage surged within him. His spear, akin to a dragon, plunged down from the heavens. Fierce and unyielding. Suddenly, Medusa halted, lifting her gaze with a hint of trepidation, no longer paying attention to the over 800 mercenaries surrounding her. With both hands forming seals, a massive purple serpent soared forth to meet the threat, while she ascended into the sky, following closely behind the serpent to confront Nalan Ye. Did Medusa forget about me? A familiar, weathered voice echoed, causing me to turn my head in surprise, nearly gasping aloud. To my astonishment, Haiba Dong showed no hesitation as he summoned ice-blue wings of light behind him and soared toward Medusa, standing upon the yellow sands, with her purple serpent tail gently swaying. She regarded Haiba Dong with a cold scoff, declaring, "Haiba Dong, I remember you. Over 20 years ago, you fell victim to my serpent sealing technique. I never expected you to still be alive. If you have not perished, how could I possibly die before you?" Haiba Dong, alongside Nalan Ye, soared through the sky, looking down upon Medusa, his eyes brimming with delight. Glancing around, he burst into laughter, proclaiming, "Medusa, our reinforcements have arrived. It seems you truly will meet your end here today." Realizing the gravity of the situation, I turned to the flanks, only to see clouds of sand billowing up from behind the dunes. Clearly, a large force was approaching. The Mo clan, Mo Chung, has also arrived. Nalan Yan was coming to report back. 2 resounding shouts echoed as 1,000 soldiers from the north and south finally reached the battlefield, the 3 forces successfully converging. I could not suppress my excitement. Truly, this was a splendid turn of events. The greatest advantage of the king and emperor of fighters against an army was undoubtedly their ability to fly. Yet now, Medusa was suppressed to the ground. Akin to a dragon in shallow waters, a tiger fallen in the plains. Nalan Ye issued commands continuously, as light cavalry dashed back and forth, while the 4,000-strong army gradually adjusted their formation, tightly encircling Medusa. Nalan and Maitel, 2 of the 3 esteemed families of the Gamma Empire, have joined forces. Medusa, her serpent tail writhing, raised her upper body to gaze down upon the 4,000-strong army without a trace of fear. Suddenly, she let out a light, enchanting laugh, her eyes glinting with a chilling brilliance as she declared, "Do you truly believe that you, an old relic afflicted by a seal, and your poisoned companion, along with this swarm of insignificant insects, can vanquish me?" With a deft motion, she removed her ring and swallowed it whole, then began to dance with an alluring grace, her waist swaying mesmerizingly. Alarmed, I felt a shift in my expression and shouted hoarsely, "She is channeling a high-level combat skill. We must attack and interrupt her." Yet, Nalan Ye's and Haiba Dong's extensive experience rendered my warning unnecessary. The two elders unleashed their most powerful techniques as they descended from the sky, while Nalan Ye commanded the troops on the ground to unleash their crossbows and spears. However, it was too late. Amidst the blinding, intense purple light, I vaguely heard the sound of silk tearing, and then a colossal purple serpent, measuring over 10 yards in length, surged skyward from the dazzling glow. This was no mere energy serpent. It was Medusa's true form. The piercing hiss of the serpent echoed, unsettling the hearts and minds of all present. The massive serpent rose with its head striking down and its tail sweeping across, effortlessly deflecting the attacks of the two elders. The arrows and spears raining down upon its scaly hide were utterly ineffective, falling impotently to the ground. Nalan Ye and Haibodong dared not remain aloft any longer. They descended to the lower ranks, gazing up in horror at the spiraling, dragon-like purple serpent. Form a defensive formation. Quickly, Nalan Ye shouted, disregarding Nalan Ye's command. The elite guards of the Nalan and Mo families swiftly reorganized, raising their heavy shields and positioning their long spears skyward, resembling a formidable porcupine. The atmosphere grew heavy as the colossal beast loomed above, transforming the tides of the battle in an instant. The hunters had become the hunted. I struggled to breathe under the oppressive weight of the moment, swallowing hard, fully aware that Medusa was now in earnest. In a fit of wrath, a battle emperor could bring forth thousands of corpses and rivers of blood. Without a sound, Medusa lunged downwards. Her maw opened wide, unleashing a myriad of energy-infused purple serpents, large and small, cascading down like a torrential storm. With anguished cries, countless arrows and spears met the onslaught in midair, creating brilliant flashes and continuous explosions. Then, a colossal figure emerged from behind the veil of light, Medusa herself. Fire the dragon-hunting crossbow, came the command, and nearly 50 bolts shot forth into the air. Yet, they proved futile. Medusa rolled gracefully, evading most of the projectiles, while her massive tail swept aside several others. Ultimately, only a scant few bolts struck her, dislodging a few of her scales. Nalan Ye and Haibodong bravely confronted her, but were sent reeling back, bloodied. Soon, the battlefield transformed into a slaughterhouse. The immense purple serpent wreaked havoc among the throngs of soldiers, leaving a trail of wails and rivers of blood in its wake. In my heart, despair swelled, and I could not help but yearn to flee with my elite companions, yet I found myself unable to relinquish the. Casting my gaze around, I noticed the anxious expression on Qinglin's face, and an idea flickered in my mind. I urged her in haste, Qinglin, quickly use your azure-eyed triflower pupil against her. Qinglin paused, bewildered, shaking her head in panic. Young master, what triflower? I do not possess such a thing. Overwhelmed with urgency, I swiftly elucidated my thoughts. And only then did Qinglin nod, albeit with uncertainty, as she steeled her gaze upon the enormous serpent, her pupils shimmering with 3 deep green spots. In the distance, Medusa was entangled in a fierce battle with Nalan Ye and others when she suddenly sensed a peculiar force infiltrating the depths of her mind. Her body halted, and she turned her head towards Qinglin. To her astonishment, the legends were true. There indeed existed individuals with sacred pupils. Perceiving that faint yet significant strange power, Medusa was not subdued. Rather, she remained vigilant, feeling no dizziness, though the shock within her was ineffable. Today posed considerable challenges, and within her possession. She resolved to evolve first and seek me out another day. Medusa cast a lingering glance at Qinglin, her fighting spirit surging, and with a single strike, she repelled Nalan Ye and Haibodong, soaring into the sky towards the depths of the Tagore Desert, leaving behind a trail of devastation. Chapter 63, Undercurrents Rising. The battlefield was strewn with corpses, blood flowing like rivers, and cries of anguish echoed incessantly. Medusa's final assault was terrifyingly effective, claiming at least 300 to 400 lives, with the injured far exceeding that number. The once formidable army of 4,000 was nearly decimated, their morale shattered, rendered incapable of pursuit. Observing Medusa's retreat from afar, Nalan Ye refrained from issuing a pursuit order, while Nalan Ye busied himself with regrouping and reassuring the troops. Nalan Ye and Haibodong folded their wings and landed beside me, their expressions grim, both having sustained injuries. Each consumed high-grade healing elixirs of the 5th and even 6th tier, while Haibodong gazed toward the direction Medusa had fled, murmuring, "Now, it rests upon the shoulders of the Cloud Sovereign. I sincerely hope he can slay Medusa." Qinglin cowered timidly behind me, too frightened to meet Nalan Ye's gaze. I shook my head, forcing a smile as I remarked, "Old master, I once read in an ancient tome that it is referred to as the azure-eyed triflower pupil, which manifests only in the offspring of serpentine beings and humans. It can control serpentine monsters, yet I never anticipated it would exert influence over the serpent people as well." Even the Queen Medusa could be momentarily dazed. Who would have thought such a talent existed in this world? Nalan Ye clicked his tongue in wonder, then sighed in regret as he lamented, alas, had we known of this ability sooner, we could have formulated our battle strategy around it. Striking down Medusa while she was incapacitated, I could not help but let out a bitter laugh. Although I was aware of Qing Lin's gift, who could have foreseen the extent of the azure-eyed Triflower pupil's power? Even Medusa could be rendered dizzy. Plans are often outpaced by the unpredictable nature of events. I sighed, oblivious to the fact that our conversation had been overheard by the approaching elder of the Mo family. His eyes flickered with a glimmer of avarice as he gazed at Qing Lin, but he quickly masked it and hastened to Nalan Ye, bowing respectfully. Elder Mo Chung of the Mo family, greetings to the venerable Nalan Patriarch. Further away, atop a sand dune, a dark silhouette loomed. Upon closer inspection, the shadow revealed itself to be a youth of approximately 16 or 17 years. Teacher, Medusa has fled, Xiao Yan, cloaked in a flowing black robe, exclaimed anxiously from atop the sand dune as he observed the retreating figure of Medusa. Why are you so flustered? A voice emerged, unexpectedly, from seemingly nowhere. The dune appeared to be devoid of another presence, so how could there be a second voice? Straining to listen, Xiao Yan realized that the voice emanated from the black ring adorning his right index finger. A wispy plume of pale smoke wafted upwards, and the elderly pharmacist emerged from the ring, squinting towards the distant horizon where the massive purple serpent form of Medusa was still visible. He smacked his lips in admiration, remarking, "The serpent people are indeed remarkable. They can transform flawlessly into a gigantic serpent. Quite fascinating." Xiao Yan, youthful and somewhat impatient, retorted, "Teacher, let go of the serpent people for now. Medusa is about to take the azure lotus heart fire. We must pursue her, or the extraordinary fire will surely be lost." The elderly pharmacist cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yan, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "You little rascal, I am not in a hurry, so why should you be?" He suddenly ceased his scolding, a hint of mischief curling at the corners of his mouth as he chuckled. "Little Yan, do you truly wish to act now?" Puzzled, Xiao Yan inquired, "If not now, then when?" The pharmacist shrugged with a grin, saying, "It is entirely up to you. I am rather indifferent. However, considering the ties between the Xiao and Nalan families, seizing the azure lotus heartfire may be concealed for a year or two, but not for 10 or 20. Just look at the casualties the Nalan family has endured in their quest for the azure lotus heartfire. What will you do when they come seeking answers?" He gestured towards the distant battlefield, where blood flowed freely and corpses lay strewn about. Unfazed, he continued with a smile, "I have no qualms. As I am not kin to the Nalan family, I bear no psychological burden in taking their possessions. But what about you, little Yan?" Xiao Yan was momentarily struck dumb. Falling into silence, he found little concern in appropriating the belongings of adversaries or strangers, yet the Nalan family was different. His grandfather was a close friend of Nalan Ye, creating a bond that spanned 3 generations. Furthermore, Xiao Mei was betrothed to Nalan Ye, intertwining their families even further. This connection complicated matters considerably. After a moment of internal conflict, Xiao Yan ruffled his hair in frustration and, with determination, declared, "Since Medusa has escaped, the Nalan family's endeavor must be deemed a failure. If that is the case, there is no reason the azure lotus heartfire should solely belong to them." With a peculiar chuckle, the pharmacist nodded in approval, then shook his head. "Who stated that the Nalan family has already failed? Have you not noticed that one individual has yet to reveal themselves?" Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Xiao Yan suddenly clapped his hands in realization, exclaiming, "Yun Yun." He focused intently on the battlefield, perplexed. I wondered why something felt amiss. Yun Yun is a Do Huang. Yet she has not made an appearance throughout this conflict. Where could she be? Xiao Yan's brow furrowed deeper as he murmured to himself, lost in thought. Glancing again at the horizon where Medusa had transformed into a mere speck, he finally struck the sand with a fist, excitement coursing through him as he spoke. "Teacher, I understand now. Yun Yun is lying in wait on Medusa's return path, intending to launch a surprise attack. Teacher, what are you looking at?" "It's nothing." A wisp of smoke? Xiao Yan gazed upon the battlefield, momentarily lost in thought. A Do Emperor, a Do King, and 3 Do spirits. Accompanied by an army of over 4,000, such formidable power could easily raise the entire Wu Tan city to the ground. Yet here it is merely a wisp of smoke? What is the matter, Xiao Yan? Are you intimidated by the Nalan family? Xiao Yan shook his head, clenching his right fist tightly, and declared, "Though the Nalan family is formidable, Team Medusa even more so. They must not only mobilize a great number of troops, but also employ countless strategies." He turned to Yao Lao, his face resolute, and said earnestly, "Teacher, I shall one day become a Do Emperor. A worthless ambition. As my disciple, a mere Do Emperor is hardly sufficient." Yao Lao laughed heartily, his form transforming into a wispy mist that enveloped Xiao Yan. Then, a pair of luminous wings manifested, and he silently ascended with Xiao Yan in pursuit of Medusa. Moreover, Xiao Yan, let me tell you, your intellect is lacking. Even if you truly become a Dou Emperor, if you're not careful, you might meet your demise. Nonsense. You are the one lacking intellect. I am a genius. Having become a fighter at the age of 11, how could I be foolish? The elder and the youth exchanged playful banter as they soared into the distance. Curiously, their voices failed to carry beyond an arm's length, absorbed by an invisible energy. On a distant sand dune, in the direction where Yao Lao had been gazing, stood another pair, an elder and a younger individual. The young one, clad in a purple gown, watched Xiao Yan's retreating figure with no hint of surprise at his ability to fly, merely murmuring, Xiao Yan, are you seeking the green lotus earth heart flame? Indeed. As a pharmacist now, how could you be without a unique fire? With this thought, the girl smiled gently, exuding grace and elegance. Much like a blue lotus blooming amidst a vast desert, standing apart from the world. Chapter 64, A Desperate End. Whoosh. The colossal purple serpent soared through the air, stirring up a tempest, and amidst the howling winds, droplets of blood scattered below. Medusa was injured, and quite severely at that. Upon closer inspection, the seemingly majestic purple serpent revealed numerous scales dislodged, with many areas dented and battered. After enduring a fierce battle, she could not possibly emerge unscathed. However, fortunately, she had managed to escape. Maintaining her speed, Medusa glanced backward. The sky remained a deep azure, and the earth a brilliant gold. Unchanged by the cataclysmic battle that had the potential to shake the entire Gamma Empire and the Serpent people, everything remained as it was. Yet, no enemies pursued her. A hint of human-like relief flickered in the giant serpent's enormous eyes. Surrounded by thousands of troops, her composure was far from the ease she projected. Even she, a being of considerable strength, could have fallen there. Nalan Mitter. The serpent opened its mouth, its scarlet tongue flicking about in the air as it rasped. This grudge shall not be forgotten. However, in this world, all is driven by profit. All the bustling activity is for gain. As long as there are benefits to be gained, who among the world would refrain from divulging such matters to us? A tender voice echoed in her mind, and her gaze gradually turned icy. She had come in search of the elusive heart of the blue lotus fire. How could the Nalan clan be aware of it and set an ambush with such precision? Had someone conspired with the Nalan family and leaked the information to them? Once the seed of suspicion is sown, it is arduous to eradicate. Medusa hissed, her speed abruptly increasing as she raced toward her sanctuary. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. In a whirlwind of motion, the dunes beneath her shifted rapidly, small oases fleeting by as she distanced herself from Stone Desert City, as if everything had returned to tranquility. Yet suddenly, Medusa's pace slowed once more. She sensed something amiss. What was it? Her large eyes scanned the surroundings, finding the sky eerily vacant, devoid of any presence. Her sensing powers swept across the ground, even penetrating the yellow sand, yet it revealed nothing. It seemed as though there was nothing wrong. Perhaps it was merely her illusion. Then, in an instant, an ethereal beam of sword light emerged from a cloud above and behind her, silently tracing a peculiar trajectory through the air before descending straight toward Medusa. The appearance of this sword light was so abrupt and silent, and it was alarmingly close, merely 7 zhong and 6 feet away. With a sharp sound, the sword light collided with Medusa's violet scales, which appeared sturdy yet were effortlessly sliced through as though they were mere tofu. The sword light did not cease its trajectory, penetrating 2 feet deeper before finally coming to a halt, gradually dissipating. Hiss! The blade had penetrated her body by 2 feet, and despite Medusa's colossal size, her spine had been severed. From the enormous wound, crimson blood surged forth like a torrent, cascading down to the ground in great splashes. The intense pain coursed through her, overwhelming even a sovereign like Medusa, causing her massive form to convulse and tumble in the air. In her disarray, she lost control of her energy and flight, plummeting down and crashing into the desert with a thunderous impact, stirring up a cloud of yellow sand. From that very cloud, a figure clad in moonlit white emerged, adorned with azure wings, her 3,000 silken tresses dancing in the breeze. Who else but the elusive Yun Yun? Had Yun Yun not concealed herself beside Medusa? Even in moments of relaxation, no one could infiltrate the vicinity of a peak sovereign without being detected, at least, not Yun Yun. She had concealed herself within that white cloud, suppressing her aura as if she too were part of the cloud, patiently biding her time. When Medusa passed by, she struck with lethal precision. As for why Medusa traversed this path, Yun Yun was well aware of the battleground and the location of her sanctuary. Flying in the air, she would not stray from a straight line, a route that could not be simpler. Amidst the swirling sands, a flash of blinding purple light flickered, and the great purple serpent gradually transformed, taking on a humanoid form. In that moment, Medusa was no longer the regal figure she once was. Her purple gown had torn during her transformation into a serpent. Now, as she resumed her serpentine form, she found herself devoid of clothing, reclining upon the coarse yellow sand. Her fair skin bore flecks of crimson blood, and a grievous wound on her back had severed her spine. The purple tail of a serpent writhed mindlessly. With a spurt of fresh blood, Medusa swayed, her hands weakly propping her against the sand. Her pale lavender eyes fixated intensely on the figure of Yun above, while veins protruded from her alabaster neck and face, reflecting a fierce defiance and unwillingness. Had this infamous and alluring queen of the serpent folk truly reached the end of her road? Medusa, at the behest of another, it seems you are destined to perish. Yun hovered high in the sky, looking down upon Medusa, who lay coiled on the ground like a dying serpent. There was no trace of triumph or arrogance upon her countenance, only the enduring chill of indifference. Even in the face of defeating the renowned queen of the serpent tribe, and poised to take her life, she remained composed and detached, devoid of any extraneous emotion. With a gesture of her hands, azure energy surged forth, the light of her sword intensifying. With no further words, she gracefully unfurled her wings and dove downwards. Ha! Medusa erupted into a maniacal laughter. For a severed spine was no trivial injury for anyone. The familiar heat washed over her, mingled with fine grains of sand in the breeze. Despite having lived here for centuries, having grown accustomed to its every aspect, she still found it utterly detestable. Medusa surveyed the desert, where rough sands sparkled under the sun, blindingly bright and arid, with scorching days and frigid nights. This place was unfit for the serpent folk to thrive. Tilting her head, she gazed southeast. A journey of several months in that direction would lead to the ancestral land of her tribe. Centuries ago, defeated in battle, the serpent folk abandoned their homeland and migrated northwest. After suffering grievous losses in their ancestral territory, they could not even conquer the small nations of the northwest, forced to retreat into this desolate desert to survive. Thus, 1,000 years passed. The serpent folk had fallen into complete decline, and apart from her, there was not a single warrior of the highest rank left. She had once believed she could lead her people to resurgence, nearly achieving this with the heart fire of the azure lotus. Everything had seemed so promising, yet today it was all shattered by a single sword strike. Ah! Medusa shrieked, her voice laced with madness, her eyes fraying at the corners as she gazed upward at the descending Yun, shouting, "If you wish to kill me, then let us perish together." With that, her entire being surged with potent energy, the flow of her spirit causing irreparable damage to her veins, accompanied by intense agony. Yet Medusa pressed on, relentlessly channeling her power. The purple wings upon her back reformed, shooting skyward to collide fiercely with Yun. Chapter 65, A New Surge of Turmoil. In midair, two beams of light, one azure and one violet, spiraled and danced, occasionally brushing against each other, only to part once more and resume their pursuit. Medusa was in hot pursuit of Yun. Severely injured, she could not endure for long. Her only option was to resolve the conflict swiftly. However, Yun remained unscathed. Her energy scarcely diminished, and thus had no desire to engage Medusa in a direct confrontation. More often than not, she merely lingered around Medusa, occasionally unleashing a blade of light from a distance to wear her down. With a swift motion, Yun evaded Medusa's attack once more. However, to her surprise, Medusa abruptly retreated deeper into the Tagore desert, eschewing further pursuit. Frowning slightly, Yun formed a hand seal, her luminous wings shining with a vibrant azure light, propelling her towards Medusa with newfound speed. She raised her hand and unleashed a cascade of ethereal sword light. Amidst the ensuing shockwaves, Medusa, far from retreating, lunged at Yun with a frenzied intensity. Sighing, Yun realized that if she wished to truly subdue Medusa, she would have to exert herself to the utmost. With an intense surge of fighting spirit, she channeled her energy, her aura swelling as her cultivation soared to the rank of a 5-star Do Emperor. She too charged at Medusa, her flowing white dress billowing behind her, as she unleashed 7 strikes of sword light. Medusa shrieked in rage, her violet energy surging forth. And suddenly, dozens of massive energy serpents erupted from her being, darting in all directions, only to converge upon Yun. The clash of their techniques echoed like thunder, dazzling bursts of light illuminating the sky. The two combatants soared from the midair to the heights above, then plummeted to the ground. As their energies collided, clouds scattered across the sky, and the ground was engulfed in a swirling storm of yellow sand. "Teacher, who do you think will prevail?" Yao Lao glanced towards the distant battlefield, lifting an eyelid slightly, his demeanor somewhat dismissive of this rare battle between Do emperors. Naturally, it will be Yun Yun, he remarked, stroking his beard. Medusa's combat strength has significantly waned after her previous skirmishes, and she was successfully ambushed by Yun Yun, rendering her nearly half incapacitated. What appears to be her might now is merely a desperate struggle. Though Yun Yun finds herself at a disadvantage, she is biding her time. Soon, either Medusa will exhaust her energy and be slain by Yun Yun, or her frail body will not withstand such exertion and collapse, leading to her untimely demise. Medusa will die? Xiao Yin exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that a peaked Do emperor could perish so easily. He turned his gaze towards the tumultuous battlefield where swirling winds and clouds of yellow sand obscured his view, leaving him with only the sight of two intertwining figures. One azure and the other violet. For a moment, Xiao Yin found himself ensnared in a web of conflicting thoughts, his youthful face contorted in concern. If Yun Yun triumphed, the blue lotus heartfire would undoubtedly belong to the Nalan family. Yet, should he seize it for himself, it would be akin to usurping the Nalan family's possession, which he found rather embarrassing. At that moment of indecision, Yao Lao suddenly raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile gracing his features as he chuckled. Interesting, very interesting. Today's events are indeed captivating. Xiao Yin was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he could discern nothing further, and inquired directly, "Teacher, what is it now?" To the south of the engagement between Yun Yun and Medusa, a large contingent was hastening towards the scene. Leading them was a pitch-black chariot drawn by four crimson steeds. Upon it sat three individuals, the charioteer in the center, Nalan Ye to the left, and naturally, myself to the right. "We are nearing. Prepare for battle." Nalan Ye gazed ahead at the imposing battlefield, his expression grave yet devoid of fear. I too felt a surge of confidence, after enduring numerous battles. Even with Medusa having been ambushed by Yun Yun, there remained a flicker of hope. Although our numbers were few, they were the elite of the Nalan family. Half of them were Dome Masters, while the other half consisted solely of fighters of 7 stars or above. Even if Medusa had a slim chance of survival, with us present, we could thwart her escape. Marshal Lionheart, a contingent of 3,000 snake warriors approaches from the north, likely hailing from the charming serpent tribe. I can sense the presence of a Do king. Please be cautious, Marshal. At that moment, a voice wafted from the distance, ethereal yet distinctly clear. I abruptly lifted my gaze towards the azure silhouette in the distance. It was Yun Yun. I was far too familiar with that voice. Who else could it belong to? 3,000 snake warriors? Charming serpent tribe? At this juncture, I truly felt the urge to curse. Today had indeed unfolded with unexpected twists. Could it not proceed smoothly for once? Would it not be better if I could simply eliminate Medusa and seize the azure lotus core fire without further ado? Yet, the events had transpired, and regardless of my reluctance, I had to confront them. Having reached this critical point, what else could I do? I certainly could not allow Yu Mei to rescue Medusa. Suppressing my frustration, I observed the advancing, ominous army before me, my expression contorting into a grimace as I lowered my voice, saying, "Elder, we must call for reinforcements. There are too many foes." Nalan Ye nodded, dispatching 5 riders to seek aid while commanding, "Everyone, abandon your horses and form a defensive formation ahead." These steeds were not battle-trained, rendering them unsuitable for combat. Nearly 400 men swiftly dismounted, advancing alongside the war chariots until they aligned with the combat zone. The elite force promptly arranged themselves into a defensive formation. Countless weapons emerged from the spatial rings. Dragon-hunting crossbows were drawn, heavy shields were raised, and long spears pointed skyward. The entire battalion was armed, bracing for the enemy's approach. The snake army drew nearer, and one among them, unable to contain himself, manifested a pair of azure wings and soared into the sky towards the fray, shouting fiercely, "Your Majesty, the Queen, you humans shall not escape Tagger. Nalan Ye, you will command here." Nalan Ye, observing Yu Mei's figure, issued his orders, then, with a powerful flap of his green wings, surged towards her, proclaiming, "I, Nalan Ye of the Gamma Empire, am here. Snakes, prepare to meet your demise." Chaos reigned supreme. The heavens divided into 2 battlefronts, one where Medusa clashed with Yun Yun, and the other where Yu Mei faced Nalan Ye. The 4 fought fiercely, techniques erupting in the sky, making it impossible to discern a victor in the short term. On the ground, we were also struggling against the onslaught of 3,000 snake warriors. The desolate Tagger desert lacked instruments as formidable as the killing crossbow. Yet the snake warriors were incredibly valiant. Especially with Queen Medusa present, they fought with a fervor that bordered on madness. Throw spears, throw spears, throw spears. In an instant, a multitude of javelins rained down, darkening the sky, accompanied by the piercing sound of their whistling descent, sending my heart into disarray. Such formidable might seemed capable of piercing through everything before me. I could not suppress a gulp, though I had encountered the spear formation numerous times. Today marked my inaugural experience being assaulted by it. In this moment, I truly grasped the power of the spear formation. Raise the shield. Fire the crossbows. Release the dragon-hunting bows. Nalan Ye was equally unyielding, his shouts resonating through the air. 200 warriors raised their heavy metal shields at an angle, steadfastly protecting the entire formation. The remaining 150 fighters, armed with crossbows, nestled behind the shield wall, relentlessly launching bolts at the opposing serpent men through the narrow gaps. The final 50 operated 10 dragon-hunting bows, whose range was so extensive that the serpent men's spears could not reach them. They required no shields for defense, merely drawing and firing continuously. In the air, spears clashed with bolts, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds as they deflected and disrupted other projectiles. Yet, many more found their mark within the enemy ranks. A chaotic clamor erupted, filled with cries of distress as both sides suffered injuries and fatalities. Blood flowed like a river, staining the desert crimson. The pungent scent of blood permeated the air, growing ever more intense, rendering my breaths labored. I stood atop the war chariot, gripping the edge tightly, while before me was the charioteer, a formidable warrior. He held his sword aloft, unperturbed by the hail of spears, occasionally sweeping it across to deflect any threatening projectiles aimed at me. I rubbed my nose, inhaling deeply as I surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, I exclaimed in alarm, "Elder!" A squad of serpent men is advancing towards the dragon-hunting bow position. Nalan Ye was taken aback, turning his gaze in the direction I pointed. Indeed, a contingent of approximately 300 serpent men was circumventing the shield formation, charging towards the rear where the dragon-hunting bows were stationed. The enemy's numbers dwarfed ours by a staggering sevenfold. Our ability to hold our ground depended entirely on the support from the 10 dragon-hunting bows behind us. Should we lose them, our army would be in dire peril. Yet, with our already inferior numbers, we had little strength to spare for defending the bow position. Nalan Ye's expression shifted multiple times as he glanced skyward, where two battlefronts engaged fiercely, yet neither side emerged victorious. Gritting his teeth, he struck the chariot's edge and commanded in a deep voice, "Signal to withdraw the dragon-hunting bows and gather all personnel." Abruptly, Nalan Ye bellowed, raising his fist and striking towards the left side. Though it appeared empty, as his fist connected, a faint figure materialized. Bang! The figure raised its hand and retaliated with a punch, the two fists colliding with a thunderous sound. Nalan Ye, unexpectedly overpowered, was forced to retreat repeatedly, crashing into me and sending us both tumbling from the chariot. I flipped over the edge and landed on the ground, fortunately cushioned by sand, mitigating the impact. Nalan Ye swiftly regained his footing, while I grimaced, rubbing my chest, and slowly rising to my feet. I beheld the figure that had suddenly appeared, an elderly man with a serpent's tail, clearly a serpent man. And as if revealing his presence, he ceased to conceal his aura, an overwhelming force emanating from him that sent a tremor through my entire being. This serpent elder was undeniably a warrior king. Here, astonishingly, there are 2 serpent kings engaged in combat. On our side, we possess merely 1 emperor and 1 king, accompanied by a mere 400 troops. Yet the serpent faction boasts 1 emperor, 2 kings, and a staggering 3,000 soldiers. My body begins to tremble. Our meticulously devised plans have been upended. How could circumstances have shifted so drastically? Plans invariably falter in the face of change. "Who are you?" Nalan Ye growled, his gaze fixed intently on the opposing serpent king, his voice devoid of fear. The serpent king chuckled sinisterly, an aura of black energy swirling around him. He was a dark element king. He leered at Nalan Ye and remarked, "You, a mere spirit fighter, managed to detect my presence? Quite intriguing. However, should you dare to assault Her Majesty the Queen, none of you shall escape Tagger." With that, he erupted into a cackling laugh, a grayish dagger materializing in his hand as he lunged toward Nalan Ye. In the face of a king, Nalan Ye did not flinch. He summoned his energy and, with a fierce shout, unsheathed his sword to strike. Regrettably, Nalan Dong was not adept at combat, and Mo Chung was an outsider, leaving only 2 spirit fighters to confront the threat. The 2 elders, though initially at a disadvantage and under pressure from the Serpent King, managed to hold their ground. Yet, how could the Serpent Army lack formidable spirit fighters? Accompanied by fierce shouts, the Serpent Warriors ceased their ranged attacks and initiated a charge. Over 2,000 serpents advanced in a loose formation, led by 3 formidable serpent spirit fighters. Dragon Hunt Crossbow, target the enemy spirit fighters, fire. I gasped, hastily issuing orders. Realizing that we lacked any spirit fighters capable of countering the enemy, our only recourse lay with the Dragon Hunt Crossbow. In my astonishment, I realized I had momentarily forgotten about the emergence of the second Serpent King due to the shock of the situation. I glanced around, noting our troop deficiency, which rendered us incapable of adequately protecting the crossbow positions. As the enemy charged, the likelihood of close-quarters combat rendered the crossbows less effective. Resolutely, I commanded, "Signal the dragon hunt crossbow positions to withdraw and integrate into the main formation." With that, I turned my attention forward, fixated on the dense wave of advancing serpent troops. Witnessing the 3 leading serpent spirit fighters, I could not contain my frustration and cursed aloud. Without our own spirit fighters and the dragon hunt crossbows, how were we to withstand these 3 foes? After much contemplation, it was evident that we had no means of defense. My agitation mounted, and I stamped my foot. Turning towards Mo Wang, who had been steadfastly by my side, and commanded, "Mo Wang, you shall direct our forces now." Chapter 66. Chu slays the serpents. Clad in silver armor, Mo Wang observed the battle unfolding above and below with a solemn expression, his lips pressed tightly together, momentarily silent. Today's battle was indeed monumental, involving 3 emperors, numerous kings, several spirit fighters, and nearly 10,000 troops. The entire situation remained enigmatic, fluctuating with each passing moment, and even now, the outcome remained uncertain. Mo Wang felt his blood begin to boil with fervor, commanding an army of 100,000, sweeping across the battlefield. Vying for supremacy against the world's strongest, such is the spirit of a true warrior. Dragon-slaying crossbows maintained fire. He let out a low growl, his gaze fixed on the approaching army of serpent men, his fighting spirit increasingly ignited. With a resounding clang, he drew his long sword and pointed it forward, shouting, "Steady your shields and long spears. We must withstand their initial assault. If we can merely delay them for a brief moment, Master Yin will be able to slay Medusa, and then victory will be ours." Fearing that the elite warriors of the Nalan clan might disregard Mo Wang's orders, I hastily reiterated his command. The assembled warriors echoed with a unified shout, all of them elite fighters, displaying no hint of despondency despite their disadvantage. Yet, the dire circumstances they faced were beyond what mere morale could mend. After retracting the dragon-hunting crossbow, only a little over 20 of the 50 operators managed to retreat into the formation, while the rest met their demise in battle. Simultaneously, the 300 serpent men advanced from behind. Nearly 200 dragon-slaying crossbows relentlessly fired forward and backward, but these bolts seemed sparse compared to the 3,000-strong army. The serpent men leading the charge were all elite fighters, their prowess formidable, rendering the dragon-slaying crossbows ineffective in inflicting substantial casualties. After several rounds of fire, fewer than 100 serpent men had been taken down, and the serpent army finally reached the front lines. At the forefront were 3 serpent men combatants, their aura of fighting spirit swirling around them as they unleashed powerful combat techniques against the shield formation. "Thrust!" an officer bellowed, and over a dozen silver-white long spears suddenly thrust forward, their tips gleaming coldly as they aimed at one of the serpent combatants. The serpent man cackled wickedly, his eyes filled with brutality as he wielded a massive blade, cleaving through the spears with apparent ease. Seizing the opportunity, he charged into the front of the shield formation, his greenish-brown serpent tail sweeping with a thunderous crack against several shields. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, nearly rendering the ears of those nearby deaf. A dozen combat masters staggered, and with a piercing cry, the serpent man lunged forward, delivering a lethal blow that sent a head flying and splattered blood 3 feet high. Shield! Yet across the entire battle line, the serpent men not only boasted combatants, but also more than 10 formidable masters, with over 2,000 combatants in total. They surged forth like a colossal wave, crashing into our defenses, causing our once orderly line to falter, becoming ragged and riddled with gaps. Shouts, cries of battle, and wails of the wounded mingled in a cacophony as casualties mounted on both sides. The carnage continued, fighting spirit surged, and blood flowed. Standing at the center of the formation, I cast my gaze around, a wave of despair beginning to spread within my heart. At this moment, our formation had taken on a circular shape, with heavy shields on the outside, long spears in the middle, and dragon-slaying crossbows at the core. Yet we were completely surrounded by the serpent men, who relentlessly assaulted us, their multicolored combat techniques erupting in waves. Shields shattered, spears were severed, and with each passing moment, more fell, our defenses shrinking and teetering on the brink of collapse. It felt as though, in the next instant, we would be overwhelmed, and the 3,000 serpent men would surge in, slaughtering us all. My body trembled uncontrollably as I looked up to see that the battle between Yun Yun and Medusa had yet to conclude, still raging on. 2 shimmering figures, one azure and one violet, spiraled through the sky as their combat techniques clashed and exploded, the intensity rivaling that of the ground below. I could not help but curse inwardly, exclaiming how resilient Medusa was. My meticulously crafted plan had unfolded flawlessly, so why was she still holding on? Why had she not perished yet? Was the vitality of a 9-star Dou Emperor truly so formidable, creating such a chasm between her and a 3-star Dou Emperor? My expression twisted into a grimace, as I even found myself pleading within. Medusa, for pity's sake, please die. It was as if my desperate entreaty resonated with someone. Or perhaps Medusa had finally reached her limit, for the dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically. Medusa was struck directly by a sword from Yun Yun, her battle armor shattered, and blood gushed forth as her form staggered. Ha! Witnessing this, I could not contain my laughter, tears streaming down my face. At last, Medusa, you are finally on the brink of death. Brothers, Medusa's defeat is apparent. If we can hold on just a little longer, Master Yun will slay Medusa, and we shall emerge victorious. Victory! 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 The chorus of over 200 voices resonated in unison, echoing through the heavens. In that moment, the battlefield was filled with this singular sound. The morale of the snake warriors plummeted as they retreated under relentless assault. Yume, observing the other side of the battlefield and witnessing Medusa's injuries, felt fury welling up within her, her enchanting visage contorting into a grimace. Yet, she was entangled with Nalan Ye, unable to rush to aid, and could only lower her head and shout in frustration. Inshur, you old fool. Unable to handle 2 Dou spirits, why do you not hasten to assist Her Majesty the Queen? Inshur was the snake warrior Dou king engaged in battle with Nalan Jia and Nalan Tai. He had thus far failed to subdue either of them, showcasing a degree of ineptitude. However, this was not entirely his fault, as his innate talent was lacking, and an injury to his essence in his early years had caused his cultivation to stagnate at 2-star Dou king for over a century. Nalan Jia and Nalan Tai, one an 8-star Dou spirit and the other a 7-star Dou spirit, were formidable opponents. They were not easily dealt with. Hearing Yume's rebuke, the old man's face shifted through shades of green and white, yet he dared not delay further. Forcing the 2 back with a single move, he summoned dark wings of light behind him and soared into the sky. Their initial plan was to first eliminate our 400, then gather their forces to besiege Nalan Jie and Yun Yun, intending to leave no one behind. Such audacity. Unfortunately, plans often falter amidst change. Mid-flight, Inshur suddenly halted, instinctively looking down. There, atop a nearby sand dune in the east, an arrow with a white feather and a red shaft shot forth, aimed directly at him. Sensing the familiar aura emanating from the arrow, Inshur's body trembled, and he hastily swerved to evade it, exclaiming, Chu Shashi, you have also arrived. Upon that dune stood an old man in a gray robe, wielding a great bow. From the formidable aura he exuded, it was evident he was also a Dou king. His face was etched with wrinkles, yet his eyes sparkled with life, disregarding Inshur entirely, as he fixated intently on Medusa. Observing her battered form, he erupted into laughter, proclaiming, Nalan Jia, you truly did not deceive me. Coming here has indeed allowed me to kill Medusa. Master Yun, strike fiercely, strike to slay her. Chapter 67, Medusa's Determination. Chushashi. Upon hearing the exclamations from the realm of shadows, my countenance brightened with joy as I turned my gaze towards the east. Though the distance was considerable, obscuring the details, I was certain that Chu Shashi had indeed arrived. The true name of Chu Shashi has long been forgotten. All that remains is the knowledge of his birth in a village on the periphery of the Tagore Desert. That village was subsequently annihilated by the Serpent Men, and he narrowly escaped due to his absence at the time, while his entire family fell victim to the massacre. Since then, a youth burdened with a great bow has joined the northern military of the Gamma Empire. This youth's greatest passion, as well as his deepest aversion, has always been the eradication of serpent men, hence he has named himself Chu Shashi. Throughout his life, he has undoubtedly slain countless serpent men and amassed numerous military accolades, having been appointed as the protector of the Anbei Prefecture many years ago. With Chu Shash's arrival, the elite forces of the Anbei Prefecture could not be far behind. Suddenly, a resonant horn echoed from the horizon, and a swarm of dark figures emerged on the skyline. Thousands of cavalry, clad in resplendent silver armor and wielding long spears. Their banners fluttered in the wind, trailing behind them a tempest of swirling yellow sands and billowing dust. The serpent men, too, noticed this formidable cavalry. Shouts erupted from their ranks, and in a bid to avoid being caught between foes, the assailing serpent men swiftly retreated. Yet, how could I allow them to escape so easily? I erupted into laughter, drawing my sword from my side and pointing it defiantly at the serpent horde, proclaiming, reinforcements from the Anbei Prefecture have arrived. Brothers, charge forward. However, just as I finished my rallying cry, a sudden kick from behind startled me. Steadying myself, I turned to discover it was that old curmudgeon, Nalan Tai. Do you not think we have lost enough lives already? He shot me an irritated glare and ordered, Let the forces of the Anbei prefecture handle the rest. Rubbing my sore backside, I fell silent. Nalan Ye had already taken command, directing the troops to fall back gradually and assume a defensive formation. The approaching Anbei cavalry did not charge directly, but halted 3 miles away, slowly regrouping from a single-file column into a horizontal line for attack. Opposite them, over 2,000 serpent men formed their own ranks. In that moment, the battle on the ground paused. Yet, uncertainty loomed. Would the ensuing conflict be even more brutal, or would it come to a swift conclusion? I looked skyward, where the battles continued unabated, with yet another clash unfolding between Chu Shashi and the shadows. The tide of battle for Medusa was increasingly evident. She was thoroughly on the defensive, pressed by Yun Yun, her figure swaying precariously as if she might fall at any moment. Just as I exhaled a sigh of relief, Medusa suddenly radiated an overwhelming purple energy, forcing Yun Yun back with a single strike, then launching herself towards Nalan Ye, delivering a powerful blow. Caught off guard, Nalan Ye was struck and sent tumbling far away. Medusa, in that moment, appeared utterly disheveled, her long hair in disarray and her visage marred with blood. Her upper body was obscured by a deep purple armor of energy, while her lower half, adorned with a serpent tail, writhed painfully. She gazed at Yume in front of her, uttering no further words as she handed over a spatial ring along with the heart fire of the Blue Lotus. Queen Medusa, please relinquish the heart fire of the Blue Lotus. But Yun Yun would not allow them a moment's respite, leaping forward with a sword poised to strike. A glint of madness flickered in Medusa's eyes as she forcefully pushed aside Yume. A surge of purple energy enveloped her, and with a fierce cry, she transformed once more into a colossal serpent. Ensure, remain here with me to obstruct them. Medusa's voice echoed across the vastness, momentarily stunning the serpents on the ground, only to be followed by a cacophony of anguished screams. The multitude of serpent folk struggled to accept this outcome. Their queen, renowned for centuries, was on the brink of demise. Ensure let out a mournful wail, his aura of fighting spirit swelling as he too employed the art of transformation, morphing into a slightly smaller black serpent. The 2 titanic serpents, one black and one purple, coiled and danced in the sky, while the ground below erupted into chaos, the serpent army descending into madness. I stood transfixed, never having dreamt that Medusa would bestow her throne upon Yume, along with the coveted heart of the Blue Lotus flame. My gaze fixated on the flame in Yume's grasp, a treasure I had meticulously schemed to obtain, now perilously close to being carried into the serpent folk holy city by her. But with Medusa and Ensure fighting fiercely, and the serpent army obstructing us, how could we possibly contend against the Do Wang? How could this happen? Momentarily stunned, my plans had shifted unpredictably. What should I do? What can be done? If Yume were to abscond with the flame, all my efforts would be in vain. Emma Wang, I need you to shout. After a brief silence, I conceived a strategy, yet my injuries rendered me unable to channel my fighting spirit, leaving me reliant on Emma Wang to relay my words. I gazed up at the sky, my voice low and somber. Medusa, do you wish for the annihilation of the entire serpent folk tribe? The heart of the flame is an extraordinary treasure. If you perish here today, the serpent folk will be left without a single Do Huang. And possessing the flame would be akin to a mere child parading with a fortune. In that eventuality, not just my Jarma Empire, but also the surrounding nations, such as the Yuyun Empire, the Milan Empire, the Daxia Empire, and the Beiji Empire, would mobilize to seize the flame. When the armies of 5 nations converge, with millions clad in armor, they would trample and obliterate the serpent folk. Mo Wang reiterated my words, his voice amplified by the aura of a Grand Dome Master, ensuring that Medusa would hear him clearly. Medusa hesitated, her enormous eyes fixated upon me. Yun Yun ceased her actions, her enchanting gaze directed at me, lost in thought. A flicker of hope ignited within me, for I realized my words had struck a chord with Medusa. I was not jesting. The rarity of the heart of the flame could be discerned from the events of today's battle alone. Should Medusa fall, the strength of the serpent folk would plummet, making it impossible to safeguard the flame. Queen Medusa, I understand that your pursuit of the flame is for evolution. With your prowess, there remains a chance for success. Yet with Yume's abilities, there is no hope whatsoever. To further persuade Medusa, I unveiled a weighty revelation regarding her ambition to seize the flame to ascend to Dozong. However, how could a Do Wang like Yume harness the flame's power to reach Dozong? Queen Medusa, your demise is inevitable today. The flame has become a burden to the serpent folk. Why not entrust it to my Nalan family? I pointed towards Ensure and then gestured at the over 2,000 serpent folk before me, standing tall and resolute. If Her Majesty the Queen could bestow upon me I would allow them to depart in peace. Chapter 68. The Curtain Falls. Medusa gazed down at me, falling silent for a moment before glancing at Yume. In a hoarse voice, she asked, Little one, Can you take charge of this matter? I nodded and turned my attention to Nalan Ye and Yun Yun. Yun Yun, whom I had invited, naturally would not oppose me. She gave a gentle nod. Nalan Ye hesitated briefly before also nodding. After all, the purpose of this endeavor was to seize not to attack the serpent clan. The serpents must perish. Chu Shashi, clad in a gray robe, appeared to be an ordinary old man, yet the luminous wings behind him revealed his might as a Do Wang, grasping a bough the length of his own body. He glared fiercely at Medusa and bellowed, "Not a single serpent shall leave here. They shall all perish." Chu Shashi had dedicated his life to exterminating serpents and would spare none. My expression shifted. I had not anticipated that Chu Shashi, previously an ally, would become an obstacle in the next moment. How unpredictable life truly is. Guardian, if it comes to blows, can you ensure the remains? I inhaled deeply, reluctant to fall out with Chu Shashi while simultaneously buying time. I spoke slowly. Guardian must have heard that my esteemed elder has been afflicted by the mark of poison, a condition even the Pill King cannot remedy. Only they can restore him to health. Such a rarity. If today this falls into the hands of the Serpent Clan, my elder shall surely succumb to the poison. I implore the Guardian, for the sake of past camaraderie, to save my elder's life. Having expressed my heartfelt plea, I adopted a solemn countenance and offered a respectful bow to Chu Shashi. However, he paid me no heed, instead turning to fix his gaze upon Nalan Ye, his grip on the bow tightening as he exclaimed, "Nalan Ye, the Gamma Empire and the Serpent Clan are eternal foes. If you desire I will seize it alongside you. How could one possibly negotiate with serpents?" Nalan Ye's face twitched. Indeed, Chu Shashi was one to speak without bearing the burden. Seize? The Nalan clan had been scheming for over a month, and today they had fought for a considerable duration. Yet what was the outcome? They had been ensnared by a pinnacle Do Huang, and the truth of the battle remained obscured. Countless lives had been lost, yet the still resided with the Serpent Clan. Faced with a guaranteed opportunity to obtain how could he possibly choose to seize it? That was tied to his survival, and the fear of death loomed large. With both sides now nearly evenly matched, it would be all too easy for unforeseen accidents and errors to arise should they attempt to capture all the serpents. Nalan Ye shook his head and proposed, rather than allowing the other serpents to escape, we should concentrate our forces against Queen Medusa to ensure her certain demise. How does that sound? Not at all. If Chu Shashi were to agree, he would no longer be Chu Shashi. He glared furiously at Nalan Ye and shouted, "No matter how much you say, it is all for your own selfish interests. The Anbe Guardian's manor is preparing to attack." I could not help but curse inwardly. Medusa already had intentions of negotiation. How could I allow Chu Shashi to disrupt that? Elder Guardian, we must move to intercept the Anbe cavalry. They must not be allowed to launch an attack. Nalan Ye pondered for a moment, glanced at the sky, and nodded. After issuing a few commands, our remaining 200 soldiers promptly moved, positioning themselves between the Anbe cavalry and the Serpent army, blocking the advance of the Anbe forces. Chu Shashi glared with fierce intensity, fixating on the over 200 of us, and bellowed, "Nalan Ye, what is your Nalan family attempting? Are you truly aiding the Serpent Clan in resisting the Imperial Army?" The pressing concern was that if Chu Shashi truly lost his sanity and unleashed the 3,000 Anbe cavalry upon us, the scant 200 by my side would be utterly insufficient. I tilted my head southeast, gazing longingly for what felt like an eternity, when suddenly a broad smile illuminated my face. A cluster of dark figures appeared on the horizon, advancing towards us. The reinforcements from my Nalan family had finally arrived. However, they were infantry, relying on their legs to march, thus arriving much later than the Anbe cavalry. Armed and ready, my confidence surged, allowing my voice to resonate with newfound authority. Ignoring Chu Shanshi's furious shouts, I lifted my gaze towards Medusa and, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "Your Majesty, the Anbe Protectorate forces are within our reach. My Nalan family is prepared to assist you in holding them back. Might I request that you entrust the heartfire of the Blue Lotus to us?" "Do not." Medusa's eyes glimmered with a hint of satisfaction, yet she refrained from elaborating. Alas, it was too late. She bore grave injuries, having forcibly unleashed her power multiple times, resulting in shattered meridians and exhausted essence, leaving her beyond the possibility of healing. With that, Medusa summoned her violet energy, sweeping the heartfire of the Blue Lotus from Yu Mei's grasp. Yu Mei, taken aback, stared at Medusa for a prolonged moment before unleashing a piercing shriek, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent as she scanned the assembly, then abruptly turned and commanded, "Retreat." A mournful wail resonated from the 2,000 serpents, their despair palpable. Yet, the hierarchical nature of the Serpent Clan was evident. They did not resist the order and began to withdraw gradually. The Anbe cavalry erupted into disarray, with urgent commands ringing out, flags waving, as they prepared to circumvent us and charge at the serpents. Naturally, Nalan Ye could not permit this assault. He shouted commands, prompting our troops to adopt an offensive posture against the Anbei cavalry. Meanwhile, in the distance, the 3,000 soldiers of my Nalan family beat their war drums, their thunderous cadence echoing as they formed an attacking formation, advancing towards the Anbei cavalry. This compelled the Anbei cavalry to halt their advance, while Chu Shanxi erupted in a barrage of curses, repeatedly questioning Nalan Ye. Fortunately, having known each other for decades, a full-blown conflict was averted. The scene had grown increasingly surreal. My Nalan family, who had previously been engaged in battle with the serpents, was now shielding them during their retreat. Chu Shanxi had been summoned by the Nalan family to slay, yet now he found himself obstructed from pursuing the serpents. Ultimately, amidst this bizarre and intricate web of circumstances, everything distilled to a singular pursuit of gain. Although Chu Shanxi vociferously berated Nalan Ye, he remained alongside him and Yun, encircling Medusa from 3 sides: 1 Dou Emperor, 2 Dou Kings, and an army of 6,000. Surely, Medusa, drained and depleted, could not conjure any further surprises, could she? I plunged my sword fiercely into the sandy ground, cursing silently that should any unforeseen event arise, I would swallow this sword whole. Chapter 69, The Last Gleam. In the far distance, the serpent army gradually sank below the horizon, leaving only the sight of Yume and Inshur soaring at low altitude. At the battlefield, the thunderous war drums erupted once more, accompanied by a chorus of fervent battle cries. The 3,000 Anbei cavalry and the over 3,000 Nalan allied forces slowly arrayed themselves, encircling Medusa from all sides. Crossbows were drawn, and the air was thick with tension as the atmosphere grew solemn and charged, signaling that battle was imminent. It felt eerily similar to previous encounters, yet there lingered an unmistakable difference. Medusa soared through the air, her gaze fixated on the depths of the Tagar Desert. With a piercing shriek, she relinquished the aura enveloping the heart of the Azure Lotus. The heart of the Azure Lotus surged to life, its flames billowing with intensity, akin to a genuine azure lotus blossoming in the heavens. The heat radiated outward, palpable even from the ground, causing a sudden warmth to envelop me. Beads of sweat trickling down my forehead. Furrowing my brow, I pondered Medusa's intentions. While the heart of the Azure Lotus possessed immense power, it required refinement and mastery before it could be wielded effectively. Otherwise, it was akin to a child wielding a colossal axe, more likely to harm themselves than their foes. In the next moment, clarity dawned upon me. Medusa enveloped the heart of the Azure Lotus in her violet aura and hurled it towards the Anbei cavalry positioned beneath Yun. My eyelids twitched violently. The unrefined heart of the Azure Lotus posed no threat to the Dou Emperor or Dou King, yet for an ordinary army, it could spell disaster. Scatter! Quickly disperse! Cries erupted from the Anbei cavalry, chaos ensued, and the 3,000 horsemen frantically rode in all directions, their formation in disarray. Yun's delicate brows knitted in concern as she descended before the heart of the Azure Lotus, her azure aura swirling around it with the intent to subdue it. Damn it, Medusa! Go perish! Chu Shanxi, witnessing the turmoil among his cavalry, felt a surge of anger. With a thunderous roar, he drew his bow and released an arrow, which tore through the sky like a dragon. Nalan Ye also let out a low growl, clad in crimson armor, lunging forward with his spear. With a piercing cry, Medusa soared downward, disregarding both elders, and aimed directly at our Nalan formation. Fire! Nalan Ye remained undaunted, raising his command flag as dozens of dragon-hunting crossbows and thousands of serpent-slaying crossbows unleashed a barrage of bolts upon Medusa. With Chu Shanxi and Nalan Ye pursuing closely behind, Medusa, undeterred, plummeted through the hail of crossbow bolts. My scalp tingled as my heart raced uncontrollably. Something was terribly amiss. Quickly disperse. Is Medusa intending to self-destruct? A cold voice rang out. Yun's brows furrowed as she abandoned her efforts to tame the heart of the Azure Lotus and lunged toward Medusa. Ha! Medusa laughed maniacally, her massive form adorned with scales that flared wildly, numerous heavy crossbow bolts embedded in her flesh, blood streaming profusely. Surely, it was agonizing. Yet, she continued to laugh hysterically, her violet aura rhythmically pulsing, as she declared, since becoming a Dou Emperor, I have roamed the Tagar Desert for 152 years, and none have been able to slay me. Scatter! Quickly disperse! My heart raced in a frenzy as I shouted desperately while sprinting away from Medusa's trajectory. Suddenly, I felt myself lifted, and upon turning, I discovered it was Nalan Tai who had hoisted me up. He truly lives up to the title of the 7 Stars Dou Spirit, with profound cultivation, executing movement techniques with a swiftness akin to flight. In an instant, he surpassed everyone, dashing away into the distance. However, he was still somewhat delayed, cradled in his arms. I turned my head back and beheld an eruption of boundless purple light from Medusa's form. Bang! A thunderous roar erupted as the colossal purple serpent suddenly detonated. There was no scattering of scales and flesh across the sky, only an overwhelming density of purple energy remained. It was as though every scale, every fragment of flesh, and every bone of Medusa's body had transformed, under the operation of a secret method, into the most primordial energy of the universe, and then, with a resounding bang, it exploded. In the desert, it seemed as if a purple sun had arisen. The swirling yellow sand engulfed the air, and countless panicked soldiers of the Nalan coalition were swept away like ragged sacks, scattered to the winds. Ultimately, this magnificent shockwave surged toward me. Despite my speed, the explosive power of the peak Do Emperor was too overwhelming, and I could not escape the blast radius. I gasped, also striving desperately, ignoring Nalan Dong's warnings. I directly channeled my Do Qi. The energy coursed through my injured meridians, akin to a searing iron, causing my veins to bulge painfully. I gritted my teeth and endured. With a whoosh, a pair of purple wings formed behind me. Indeed, the purple cloud wings. Grandfather, do not resist, I gritted out, tightly clutching Nalan Tai. And we soared into the sky. Yet, the shockwave approached too swiftly. I had barely ascended Tenjiang when the shockwave, mingled with swirling yellow sand and the bodies of unknown fates, rushed toward me. Whoosh! A powerful force surged, and I desperately flapped the purple cloud wings. But after a momentary resistance, I found myself utterly depleted, and the wings behind me abruptly vanished. Nalan Tai and I became like butterflies devoid of wings, spiraling and dancing within the shockwave, ultimately being scattered apart. However, fortune smiled upon us. We managed to ascend to a lower altitude, evading the most powerful impact of the shockwave at ground level. As I consoled myself, I tightly closed my eyes and clasped my head with my hands, curling up like driftwood in the rain, floating aimlessly. The magnitude of this self-detonation was unfathomable. I could not fathom how many lives it had claimed. Even Yun Yun was forced to soar into the heights, daring not to confront its might directly. Thus, she remained oblivious, as did I, to the fact that at the very epicenter of the explosion, where everything seemed to have transformed into purple energy, a small, pigeon egg-sized orb of essence still lingered, radiating a vibrant life force, shrouded in a faint mist. This essence and mist drifted alongside the shockwave, encircling me before suddenly darting toward my forehead, vanishing like a fish into the vast ocean, as if it had never existed. In a vague sense, I felt something, murmuring softly as I groggily opened my eyes to survey my surroundings. At that moment, had anyone been watching, or had there been a mirror, they would have noticed that my pupils were no longer black, but a delicate shade of purple. Alas, this fleeting hue was but a momentary flash, unnoticed by anyone. Gritting yellow sand blew into my eyes, causing discomfort, and I hurriedly shut them once more. I could not ascertain how long the shockwave had blown or how far it had carried me. I was suddenly enveloped in warmth, a gentle sensation washing over me, accompanied by a familiar, delicate fragrance dancing at the tip of my nose. What is this? My brow furrowed slightly as I slowly opened my eyes to behold a figure clad in moonlight, cradling me in her arms. Strands of hair fluttered in the breeze, brushing against my cheek, sending a tingling sensation through me. I couldn't help but smile, though a mouthful of blood spewed forth, which I chose to ignore, exclaiming in delight. Senior. Yun Yun's expression shifted as she glanced down at the blood oozing from the corner of my mouth, droplets staining her dress. The vivid crimson against her moon-white garment was strikingly pronounced. Little one, are you all right? Chapter 70. The Acquisition of the Exotic Flame. I'm fine, I chuckled heartily, only to feel a sharp pain in my chest, causing more blood to spill, staining my mouth, chin, and robes. Yun Yun appeared increasingly anxious, gently brushing her fingers against my mouth and chin. Encased in her fighting spirit, she wiped away the blood, her hands remaining pristine. She then retrieved a pill from her storage ring, administering it to me while cautioning, "This is a 5th-grade pill. Do not attempt to consume it again." With a huff of irritation, she landed gracefully on the ground, setting me down. As I touched the earth, I tried to steady myself, but the intense pain from my severely injured meridians rendered me incapable of channeling my fighting spirit or even using my strength. My legs buckled, and I began to topple. But Yun Yun swiftly caught me. She surveyed me with a serious expression, saying, "You are gravely injured. Do not move recklessly." Nodding, I leaned against her, turning my gaze towards the distance, my demeanor growing somber. There lay a vast crater, the aftermath of Medusa's self-detonation. Surrounding the pit was a scene of utter devastation. Countless corpses littered the ground, their bodies largely unscathed, for the battlefield bore little blood. They had been obliterated by the shockwave of the explosion. Though their surfaces bore no wounds, their innards had been reduced to pulp. Taking a deep breath, I felt parched, This cataclysm had claimed no fewer than 500 lives. We had fought fiercely before, battling Medusa and her serpent army, and had only lost 600 or 700. Yet now, one final strike from Medusa had wrought similar carnage? The might of a Do Huang is insurmountable. With a heavy sigh, I reflected that it was fortunate our formation was arranged in slender rectangles, sparing the ends from the devastation. Had we formed a dense square, the entire 6,000 troops would likely have perished in this explosion. As others began to clear the aftermath and tend to the remaining soldiers, Yun lifted me into the air, heading toward the location of the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire. At this moment, the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire blazed upon the desert, its azure flames fiercely consuming the yellow sands, transforming them into an ever-expanding pool of molten rock. Surrounding it were 3,000 Anbei cavalry, who had sustained minimal casualties, with only a handful lost to the explosion shockwave. Within, Nalan Ye and Chu Shashi stood side by side, surveying the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire. Chu Shashi cast a glance at the heavily wounded Nalan coalition, the casualties largely comprising Nalan family's guards due to the location of the self-detonation. Nalan Ye, is this the extraordinary flame you covet? He chuckled mockingly. For this flame, your Nalan family has indeed suffered considerable losses today. Nalan Ye's expression twitched in anger, yet he found himself at a loss for words. The Nalan family had indeed endured significant losses, but fortunately, the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Flame was finally within their grasp. This extraordinary flame was a treasure of immense value. The sacrifice of a few lives seemed worthwhile for its acquisition. With it, not only would his poison be neutralized, but Nalan Dong might also have the opportunity to break through to the Do Wang level, ascending to a 6th-grade alchemist, thus heralding a period of great prosperity for the Nalan family. Nalan Jie's demeanor began to brighten, and he turned his gaze towards Yun. Taking a deep breath as he implored, the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Flame burns fiercely. I kindly ask for your assistance, Master Yun. Yun nodded gently, forming a hand seal, and directed a surge of her majestic Do Qi towards the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Flame, momentarily stifling its fiery intensity. Nalan Jie let out a hearty laugh as he too unleashed his verdant Do Qi, further diminishing the flame's ferocity. What ensued was a protracted struggle. The Blue Lotus Earth Heart Flame raged defiantly, yet was met with an unending torrent of Do Qi pressing down upon it, gradually suppressing its might. After watching for a while, Chu Shashi finally joined the fray with a resounding roar, unleashing a wave of radiant white light, Do Qi. The combined efforts of the three rendered the originless flame defenseless. In no time, the ferocity of the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Flame dwindled, ultimately suppressed into a small orb, encased within a solid, verdant Do Qi. Nalan Jie gestured with his hand, and the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Flame slowly floated above his palm. He let out a long sigh. After over a month of scheming and heavy casualties, the extraordinary flame was finally secured. However, his brow furrowed as he inquired, surely, we cannot continuously suppress the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Flame with Do Qi. This would not only deplete our energy constantly, but also pose significant risks. Its power is evident. Should it slip from our control, it could easily incinerate an entire city. I pondered for a moment and suggested, esteemed elder, the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Flame is accompanied by a Blue Lotus pod during its genesis, which would be perfect for housing it. This Blue Lotus pod should still be nearby. Untouched by Medusa, we can retrieve it. Meanwhile, atop a distant sand dune, Xiaoyan lay with a troubled expression, lamenting, Master, the extraordinary flame has been seized by the Nalan family. The medicinal elder nodded nonchalantly, responding with a simple, Xiaoyan, filled with frustration, retorted, Master, what should we do now? Steal it back? After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head. Perhaps that would be unwise. The Nalan family's possessions are somewhat sensitive. He continued, there are 23 types of extraordinary flames in the world, each distinct, and none existing in singularity, rising and stretching. A hint of a lazy smile crossed his face as he declared, we shall surely find other extraordinary flames. Unfortunately, he remained oblivious to the elder's barely restrained laughter, his face brimming with mirth before he finally regained composure. Transforming into a wisp of pale mist, the elder floated towards Xiaoyan, his ghostly white wings coalescing as they ascended together into the sky. As they flew at a low altitude, the elder Yao suddenly remarked, Xiaoyanzi, there is something I have just recalled. The Blue Lotus Heart Fire is always accompanied by a blue lotus, which contains blue lotus seeds, an exquisite medicinal herb of the fire attribute. Consuming it can significantly expedite the cultivation of fire attribute fighters. What? Xiaoyan exclaimed, his face contorted with dissatisfaction. Master, why do you mention such an important matter only now? Where can we find that blue lotus? Surely, it must be at the place where the Blue Lotus Heart Fire emerges. Master, let us hasten there to retrieve it before the Nalan family gets to it first. Chapter 71. The Worthless Ones. Ling Ying, who stood by, dared not interject, maintaining a vigilant stance with sharp, eagle-like eyes scanning the surroundings. After a moment of contemplation, Sun suddenly broke into a smile, clapping her hands, and said, "Brother Xiao Yan must have refrained from seizing the Nalan family's belongings out of goodwill. Such a kind-hearted person he is, though he desires thee, he would never stoop to taking from others." Sun beamed, her eyes brimming with affection for Xiao Yan. Ling Ying pretended not to have noticed anything, bowing respectfully and inquiring, "Miss, shall I retrieve the blue lotus heartfire for you?" Sun's smile instantly faded as she cast a glance at the 9-star Do Huang beside her, coldly responding, "If we were to take something from the Nalan family, Brother Xiao Yan would surely be displeased." Ling Ying's eyelids twitched, realizing he had misspoken. He hastily knelt and said, "This old servant acknowledges his error. I beg for your forgiveness." Mississippi Sun ignored him, gazing into the distance at Xiao Yan's retreating figure, her voice low as she asked, "Have we determined the origins of that soul entity accompanying Brother Xiao Yan? It is now certain that it is a pharmacist of considerable skill, with no ill intentions towards him, even teaching him the art of alchemy." Draped in her flowing purple gown, Sun's expression turned icy as she murmured, "It would be best if they do not harbor any designs on Brother Xiao Yan. Otherwise, I shall ensnare them and burn their soul lamp for a millennium without respite." Ling Ying hesitated for a moment, then looked up at Sun's silhouette, bowing his head as he murmured, "Miss, our whereabouts have been discovered by that soul entity." "What?" Upon hearing this news, the ever-composed Sun was finally taken aback. She spun around, glaring at Ling Ying in frustration. "Does Brother Xiao Yan know that I have been following him? What should we do? He detests such matters." Observing the youthful anxieties displayed by Sun, Ling Ying couldn't help but grimace. What is so remarkable about this Xiao Yan? Though his talent is commendable, he is merely of ordinary lineage within our clan. Why does the miss react so dramatically, so disturbingly, and with such infatuation? Cursing inwardly, he continued, "Miss, that soul entity likely has not informed young Master Xiao Yan of this matter. He should still be unaware." Sun paused, momentarily taken aback, before regaining her composure. She lifted her hand to adjust her disheveled attire, brushing her hair back from her forehead, returning to her previous state of calm. Though a faint blush lingered on her cheeks. This soul entity is rather pitiable, since it has assisted Brother Xiao Yan and taught him alchemy. I shall help it find a suitable body. Sun turned and made her way back towards Shimo City, valiantly suppressing the blush on her face as she spoke earnestly. Ling Ying, who followed closely behind her, nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan and Yao Lao soared directly towards the location where the blue lotus earth heart fire was said to emerge. Xiao Yan descended from the low sky, and behind the initial sand dune, a dust-filled cavern became faintly visible. Was this the passage leading to the birthplace of the blue lotus earth heart fire? Xiao Yan sighed, lamenting, "What a pity that the blue lotus earth heart fire was first discovered by Queen Medusa." Yao Lao scoffed, remarking, "This is the Tagore Desert. Queen Medusa is the sovereign of these lands. It is only natural that she would be the first to discover it on her territory. Moreover, the nurturing of the blue lotus earth heart fire takes thousands of years, creating considerable disturbances along the way. Perhaps the serpent people had already discovered it centuries ago, but waited until now for it to mature before attempting to harvest it." Xiao Yan chuckled. If that is truly the case, how tragic it would be, after plotting for hundreds of years, only to have the blue lotus earth heart fire snatched away, and even Queen Medusa herself perished. The serpent people and the Gamma Empire were sworn enemies, having engaged in countless wars. And his grandfather had participated in battles against the serpent people. Even the mercenary corps established by his two elder brothers often faced attacks from the serpent people, leaving Xiao Yan with little fondness for them. Thus, no matter how high one's cultivation, one must remain cautious. A moment's carelessness could lead to one's demise by the hands of others. Yao Lao's face reflected a sense of profound weariness, as if he recalled something, and he let out a long sigh, feeling a tinge of sorrow for Queen Medusa's death. Regaining his composure, he swiftly enveloped Xiao Yan and flew into the cavern. Grumbling, "Hurry inside. The Nalan clan will be arriving shortly." The cavern was not a singular passage, but rather a convoluted labyrinth with over a dozen intertwining paths. Ordinary individuals would surely become lost within. However, who was Yao Lao? With his immense spiritual power sweeping through the area, he discerned the lingering traces in the air and easily identified the direction, navigating through the twists and turns, following the remnants left by Medusa as he descended deeper. As they progressed, Xiao Yan felt the heat intensifying, and the concentration of fire attribute energy in the air grew increasingly abundant and vibrant. This place truly lives up to its reputation for nurturing extraordinary fires. Even though the extraordinary fire has been taken, fire attribute cultivators can still enhance their training speed here, he remarked in awe. Yao Lao grumbled in response, "You useless thing. What we seek is the extraordinary fire. Yet here you are, rejoicing over mere remnants of what has been lost." Xiaoyan chuckled awkwardly, secretly cursing. "Isn't this my first venture into a cavern? Am I not allowed to be curious? Besides, you constantly speak of how magnificent extraordinary fires are, and I haven't even experienced one." As they swiftly traversed the dark passageway and rounded the final bend, they were met with a breathtaking sight. Xiaoyan gazed in stunned silence at the vast subterranean cavern before him, immense beyond measure, perhaps not smaller than Shimo City itself. It was nothing short of an underground realm. The cavern was filled with boundless streams of lava, the fiery red molten rocks surging forth, occasionally erupting with bubbles, while a pungent sulfuric aroma wafted through the air. However, due to the geographical conditions, the thick fumes could not disperse and became increasingly dense within the subterranean world, now swirling around his nostrils, making him feel nauseous. Chapter 72. Seeking the Natives. Xiaoyan covered his nose with one hand and gazed around. The magma glowed a fiery red, illuminating the entire cavern in crimson light, allowing visibility, yet he could not spot the blue lotus. "Master, why can't I see the blue lotus? Where is it?" The blue lotus, nurtured by the core fire of the magma, must naturally dwell deep within it. The elder looked at the vast expanse of the magma lake, his facial muscles twitching. In the magma, his spiritual power could not permeate beyond his body. He could only rely on his eyesight to search, with no idea how long it would take. "Xiaoyan, do not waste time. Hasten down to search." The elder enveloped Xiaoyan with the bone spirit's cold fire, shielding them both, then leaped into the magma, submerging into the depths in search of the blue lotus amidst the endless magma. Above ground, Xiaoyan had already commenced his search for the blue lotus, while I remained oblivious, slowly awaiting our departure. The army's march was not as simple as Xiaoyan's solitary journey. They could not simply set off at will. The previous battle had caused numerous casualties. The deceased were easier to manage, merely requiring the bodies to be collected and stored in spatial rings, simple, convenient, and space-efficient. The more troublesome aspect was the injured, especially those severely wounded, who needed urgent treatment. Otherwise, they might not survive the journey to Stone Desert City, perishing on the way. Much like myself, I lay on a dark war chariot. The 4 chestnut horses that had originally drawn it had been slain by the serpent men, replaced by 4 mounts provided by the Anbei cavalry. Though they were not horses, they appeared to be camels. Perhaps, for they differed somewhat from what I remembered, likely mixed with the bloodline of magical beasts, yet their humps were unmistakable. I let out a groan, turning my head to see Nalan Jia lying beside me. Nalan Tai had suffered little from my pulling, while Nalan Dong was far enough not to be affected at all. It was Nalan Jia who was the most unfortunate, bearing the gravest injuries. Yet, why did I feel an urge to laugh? Nalan Jia, typically serious and seldom smiling, could not help but chuckle alongside me at that moment. "You too, do you still want to live? Laughing with such serious injuries, you must not laugh." Nalan Jia and I exchanged glances, then tilted our heads to gaze at Nalan Dong, bursting into laughter together. The old and the young lying side by side on the war chariot laughed like 2 foolish children, infuriating Nalan Dong, whose goatee twitched in irritation. Our Nalan family had one group scouting ahead, another in the middle to protect the injured, while the strongest Anbei cavalry remained at the back, vigilant for any potential pursuit from the serpent men. The injured slowed the army's progress considerably, yet for me, this was a blessing, as the chariot beneath me was considerably steadier. I ceased my laughter, glanced at the swaying azure sky, closed my eyes, and held in my mouth the 5th-grade pill given by Yun Yun, not daring to swallow, merely savoring it. Streams of pure medicinal energy coursed through my body, bringing a wave of warmth and comfort wherever it flowed, a delightful sensation that was utterly indulgent. Eventually, amidst the swaying of the war chariot and the melodious sound of camel bells, I succumbed to a deep slumber. When I was awakened again, the chariot had halted beneath a sand dune, not far from a cavern where yellow sand was flying about. Was this the entrance to the underground passage? In the distance, numerous corpses littered the ground, all belonging to mercenaries. The precious storage rings were beyond the means of the mercenary group to use for transporting the bodies. They could only rely on manual labor. I noticed some mercenaries in the distance dealing with the remains. Was the efficacy of the 5th-grade elixir that Yun Yun provided truly this remarkable? I murmured to myself, not thinking too much, and leaned over the edge of the vehicle to observe. Yun Yun, Nalan Jia, Chu Sha Shi, and Nalan Tai were present, engaged in what appeared to be a serious discussion. Upon noticing my awakening, Nalan Jia turned to me and inquired, "Year, what is the situation with the Qinglian Pingzhua, and how might we attain it?" I scratched my head, furrowing my brow in contemplation before slowly responding. The Qinglian earth fire is nurtured deep within the magma, and the Qinglian Pingzhua is also situated there. The temperature of the magma is exceedingly high, making it inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Only Senior Yun possesses the ability to withstand it. Yun gently shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further. I smiled and glanced around, noticing Qing Lin huddled in a corner. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I slapped the edge of the vehicle, exclaiming, "Old sir. Qing Lin and I shall accompany Senior Yun down. You need only remain on guard above." "You intend to go down too?" Nalan Dong interjected hastily, shaking his head and admonishing, "You have sustained severe injuries. How can you recklessly move about? If assistance is needed for the leader of the Yun clan, there are plenty of people here." "Elder Alchemist, I am perfectly fine now," I replied with a grin, disregarding his concerns. I awkwardly climbed down from the war chariot, beckoning to Qing Lin in the corner with a grand gesture, saying, "Qing Lin, come here and accompany the young master for a brief excursion." Qing Lin tugged at her light green dress, nervously glancing around at everyone before she gritted her teeth and hastily approached, clutching the hem of my garment and hiding behind me, which made me chuckle. Nalan Dong continued to oppose, yet Nalan Jie consented to my request. I flashed a triumphant smile at Nalan Dong, taking Qing Lin to Yun, and stated, "Senior, let us descend." Yun cast a glance at Qing Lin, asked no further questions, and with a slight nod, conjured azure wings of light from her back, lifting both Qing Lin and me into the depths of the underground cavern. After a winding flight, we arrived at the realm of magma. The wonders I had only read about in books paled in comparison to the spectacle before my eyes, leaving both Qing Lin and me in awe of nature's magnificent craftsmanship. Yun, too, appeared astonished. Only such grand vistas could nurture the extraordinary fires of the world. She gazed intently at the seemingly bottomless lake of magma, softly voicing her concern. "I have a limited amount of fighting spirit within me and cannot remain in the magma for long. How shall we locate the Qinglian Pingsua?" I laughed heartily, shaking my head and replying, "While we may not know, the indigenous inhabitants of this place surely do. We need only inquire." Yun's delicate brows knitted together as she hesitated, saying, "How could there possibly be anyone dwelling in such a place?" I cleared my throat, standing with my hands clasped behind my back, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. With a gesture towards the vast expanse of magma, I replied, "Senior, have you forgotten that within this world exists a magical beast known as the fire spirit serpent, which thrives in magma? Initially, it is a first-tier magical beast, but given the right circumstances, it can evolve to the 6th tier. Moreover, Qing Lin's Bai Yin Sanhua Tong is particularly adept at controlling serpentine magical beasts." I gently patted Qing Lin on the head, prompting her to emit a soft whimper, cradling her head and casting a timid glance in my direction. Unfazed, I continued my discourse. "First, let Qing Lin command a fire spirit snake, and let it guide us. How delightful that would be." Yun lightly nodded, her gaze sweeping across the surface of the lava lake. Suddenly, her attention sharpened, and with a single hand forming a seal, a streak of azure sword light shot through the air, striking the lava. With a resounding boom, the lava erupted, revealing a fire spirit snake that flickered in and out of visibility. Chapter 73. Qing Lin, accelerate the journey. "Hurry, Qing Lin, use your azure eye triflower pupil to control it," I exclaimed, a laugh escaping my lips as I observed the fire spirit snake with a hint of urgency. Qing Lin nodded, having practiced her azure eye triflower pupil twice before. She now possessed a modicum of experience and could consciously harness it. Taking a deep breath, the young girl focused her mind, her eyes fixed intently on the fire spirit snake. Gradually, 3 dark green dots emerged from the depths of her pupils. The fire spirit snake, restrained by Yun, was writhing restlessly against the sword light until, abruptly, it faltered and was struck down by Yun's blade. Fortunately, Yun had not exerted her full strength, and the snake's scales remained largely intact. As she halted, she turned her head to glance at me, her beautiful eyes filled with inquiry. Qing Lin furrowed her brow for a moment, tilting her head in my direction, and hesitantly said, "Young master, it seems I can." I feel as though a new thought has suddenly entered my mind. "Is it from that great serpent?" I nodded, my hands excitedly resting on her arms as I replied. "Precisely, that is the sensation. Try it. You should be able to command that serpent now." With a soft murmur, Qing Lin cradled her head, gazing at the surface of the lava, her delicate brow furrowed as she pondered how to command the great snake. After a moment's reflection, she cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted tentatively, "Come forth." No sooner had she spoken than the tranquil surface of the lava lake was shattered, and a fire spirit snake, measuring 4 to 5 zhang in length, erupted from beneath the lava, sending molten rocks splashing in every direction. "Ah!" Qing Lin squeaked softly, suddenly retreating behind me, clutching my garment tightly, her small head pressed firmly against my back. A wave of alarm washed over me. Could it be that Qing Lin had been frightened by the fire spirit snake? Judging by its formidable presence, It likely possessed the cultivation of a spirit fighter, which was indeed a possibility. I spun around, embracing the young girl, my face etched with worry as I asked, Qinglin, are you all right? Qinglin emitted a low whimper, looking up at me with timid eyes that glimmered with unshed tears as she said, young master, that great snake is so frightening. Is she truly frightened? My body stiffened, and my lips twitched in disbelief. It is understandable. Girls tend to be apprehensive of such slippery, limbless creatures. However, I jested. Isn't it amusing that the master of the Azurite Triflower pupil is afraid of snakes? Ha ha ha. I chuckled awkwardly, reaching out to gently pat her head, offering soft words of comfort until she was calmed. Qinglin peeked out from behind me and cautiously called to the fire spirit snake, come here. The fire spirit snake complied, slowly making its way to the shore, the lava cascading from its body as it cooled and solidified. Once the lava had cooled sufficiently, we prepared to mount it. However, Qinglin was apprehensive and stubbornly refused to ascend. In the end, I scooped her up in my arms and placed her atop the serpent. Qinglin straddled the neck of the fire spirit snake, while I too settled down beside her, our legs intertwined as we embarked on our journey. I extended my hands, passing through the slender arms of the azure-scaled creature, tightly embracing her, feeling her frail body shivering in my grasp. Yun, with her extraordinary skills, would never resort to such an ungraceful posture. Instead, she sat cross-legged behind me. A rich swirl of azure energy enveloped the three of us. I tightened my hold on the azure-scaled being and, clearing my throat, said, Qinglin, let us commence our journey. Her laughter erupted, dispelling her fear. She raised her small hand and gently patted the fire spirit serpent on its head, saying, come on, my friend, hasten to lead us to the Qinglian lotus seat, and I shall release you once we arrive. A smirk tugged at my lips. After all, this was a being of formidable combat prowess. How could I simply let it go? Nevertheless, our immediate priority was to locate the Qinglian lotus seat. I would discuss the release with Qinglin later. Perhaps this was the marvel of the tri-flowered azurite, establishing an inexplicable connection between the host and the serpentine beast, a bond unseen, yet palpably real. As we approached the molten depths, the sight of the bubbling magma made me involuntarily swallow. The temperature of magma exceeds 700 degrees Celsius, while its standard atmospheric pressure, boiling water, reaches only 100. I glanced around. The azure energy surrounding us was not only pure, but also dense and substantial, instilling a profound sense of safety. Yet, a flicker of fear lingered in my heart, for deep down, I knew that magma was perilous, an absolute danger not to be trifled with. Now, I was to immerse myself in its depths. How could I not feel anxious? With a splash, the fire spirit serpent's head plunged into the magma, followed by its neck, Qinglin, and myself. My legs were the first to submerge, and I stared down nervously, terrified of being scorched. To my relief, as my feet, calves, thighs, and finally my entire being submerged in the magma, I felt no significant change in temperature. The intense heat was entirely shielded by the azure energy. I sighed in relief, realizing the prowess of a Dou Emperor was indeed remarkable. Yet, I heard Yun's gentle voice. While submerged in magma, my energy depletes rapidly. I fear I can sustain this for only an hour. Considering the round trip, we may only remain here for half an hour. My heart, which had just relaxed, tightened again. My expression grew solemn as I said, Qinglin, urge this creature to swim faster. If we do not find it within half an hour, we shall eliminate it. After all, in such a vast lake of magma, it cannot be the sole fire spirit serpent. If it cannot find our destination, we shall seek another that can. Qinglin nodded, repeating my words, and the serpent beneath us trembled, clearly displaying its fear. It let out a mournful cry. Its body surged with newfound vigor, darting deeper into the magma with urgency. The rapid pace, combined with the swirling currents beneath, caused the serpent to sway unsteadily. Qinglin let out a frightened gasp, and I too braced myself, pressing my chest against her back, ensuring our bodies were as close as possible to the serpent's spine, minimizing the impact and resistance. One arm tightly embraced Qinglin while the other clutched the serpent's scales, striving to maintain our stability. Behold, the surrounding magma has taken on a pale azure hue. We must be nearing the birthplace of the celestial lotus's core fire. The celestial lotus pod is not far off. A surge of excitement coursed through me, and Yun gently nodded, her expression easing in relief. It seems that even for her, a Dou Huang, enduring the magma was no simple task. However, in the next moment, without any warning, a powerful surge of magma rushed towards us with tremendous force, capable of severely injuring a Grand Dome Master. The fire spirit serpent hissed, its body twisted and contorted from the impact. Both Qinglin and I cried out in alarm, nearly being thrown off by the serpent. Qinglin clung to the serpent's back, while I held on to Qinglin, cold sweat pouring down my forehead. We had truly escaped a near-fatal encounter. Had we been flung away, without Yun Yun's protective Do Qi, the scalding magma would have boiled us alive in an instant. With a hint of lingering fear, I expressed my gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder. Yun Yun shook her head, her gaze fixed on the azure magma around us, and solemnly advised, this place is perilous. Let the fire spirit serpent slow down. I nodded in agreement, tightening my grip around Qing Lin, and said, Qing Lin, take it slow. Chapter 74, The Old Man. The Rock Owl. The fire spirit serpent reduced its speed, navigating through the depths of the magma at a more measured pace, skillfully avoiding most dangers. It was only natural. As the fire spirit serpent was a native of this place, intimately familiar with its currents, we had been hastening too swiftly, caught unawares. As we journeyed onward, the color of the magma deepened from a light azure to a rich, profound blue. Suddenly, we passed through a shimmering veil of verdant light. I gazed ahead, realizing that this luminescent barrier was emanating from the celestial lotus pod, neither too long nor too short, with a diameter precisely 9 feet and 9 inches. Within this barrier, not a single drop of magma could enter, nor could the oppressive heat permeate. The entire expanse was refreshingly cool. I was somewhat awestruck and turned my head to behold the celestial lotus at the center. This lotus, roughly the size of a basin, could comfortably accommodate a seated figure. There were no roots or leaves beneath. Only a solitary flower stood in isolation. The lotus had 23 petals, each resembling azure jade, crystal clear and breathtakingly exquisite. Gently floating within the barrier, exuding an enigmatic and mysterious aura, it felt as though no artisan, no matter how skilled, could surpass the beauty of a single petal crafted from the finest jade. Beneath the lotus lay the lotus platform, its color deeper than the petals, a rich, indelible deep azure, sprinkled with twinkling flecks of light. These small points were likely the celestial lotus pod's condensed essence of the purest fire attribute energy. A true treasure of heaven and earth, profoundly captivating. Yun Yun gently nodded, preparing to advance. Yet, suddenly, a figure abruptly burst through the veil. This figure was enveloped in a ghostly white flame, rendering it indistinct, yet the aura it exuded was overwhelmingly formidable. A Do Huang? Yun Yun's expression changed, and she refrained from approaching the celestial lotus pod. She swiftly positioned herself in front of me and Qing Lin, her gaze fixed warily on the figure opposite us. I peered cautiously from behind Yun Yun, my mind racing with doubt. A Do Huang? In the realm of the Gamma Empire, where only a handful of Do emperors reside, a new figure has unexpectedly emerged. Suddenly, a realization struck me. The pale flames before us bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary bone spirit, Cold Fire. Thus, this shadowy figure must indeed be Xiao Yin and the revered Yao Lao. Xiao Yin, equally startled, was enveloped in the bone spirit, Cold Fire. Unperturbed by the potential for our voices to carry, he murmured, Master, it is Nalan Ye and his companions. We have arrived too late once again. Yao Lao grunted in acknowledgement, inquiring, what are your intentions now? Will you not contest with them for the prize, but instead take your leave? Xiao Yin clenched his jaw, responding resolutely, we cannot simply depart empty-handed after all we have endured. The Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire may be dismissed, for I sacrificed little, merely an observer. However, I labored alongside you for nearly 2 hours in the magma for the Blue Lotus Pavilion. During that time, I endured countless trials and faced the assaults of the fire spirit serpent, all while fearing for my safety under your watch. After overcoming numerous hardships to reach this place, how could he leave without claiming any reward? He muttered under his breath, Master, it is your tardiness that has led us to this predicament. Had we found the Blue Lotus sooner and taken our leave, we would not have encountered them. With a dismissive chuckle, Yao Lao retorted. Finding it within 10 days or half a month would not have been a certainty. Yao Lao's gaze shifted to us, and as he observed the obedient fire spirit serpent curled at our side, his seasoned mind quickly unraveled our intentions. Unable to suppress a curse, he muttered, this is clearly cheating. Though I could not overhear the conversation between the two, a sigh of relief washed over me as I realized they were not unfamiliar Do emperors. Understanding both friend and foe, while not guaranteeing victory, I found myself somewhat prepared with a strategy in mind. Clearing my throat, I stepped forward from behind Yun Yun, gesturing towards her with a flourish. This esteemed individual is the master of the Yunlan sect of the Gamma Empire. Might I inquire your identity? As you do not appear to be of our realm? Enveloped in bone spirit Cold Fire, Xiao Yin assumed I was unaware of his true identity. Upon my inquiry, a mischievous glint flickered in his eyes. Clearing his throat, he adopted a pose of an elder, deliberately affecting a hoarse voice as he proclaimed, I am known as Yin Xiao, hailing from beyond the Gamma Empire. Young one, you have seized the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire. Surely this flower rightfully belongs to me? One must not be overly greedy. With a dismissive wave of his hand, as if swatting away an insect, Xiaoyan impatiently declared, "You should depart swiftly, otherwise, should a conflict arise and harm befall you, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." His demeanor and tone echoed Yao Lao's, almost convincingly so. A casual observer might easily mistake him for a seasoned Dou emperor, deceived by his faade. Yet, I found it difficult to suppress a smile. Yin Xiao? Is that not simply a reversal of Xiaoyan? The creativity in his naming leaves much to be desired. His theatrical display resembled that of a clumsy jester, attempting to impress with a lackluster performance. I stifled a laugh, my face trembling slightly, yet my heart was already in a fit of mirth, accompanied by a profound sense of superiority. It felt as though everything lay within my grasp, akin to the sensation of being the sole sober one amidst a sea of inebriated souls, a delightful feeling that left me somewhat lightheaded. Such a sensation, however, is perilous. The little fighting emperor should not be mocked. It turned out to be Senior Yan. "I truly beg your pardon." With a serious expression, I bowed respectfully and remarked, "Senior, you must be a fire elemental fighter seeking the strange fire. And I presume you are also an alchemist?" Xiaoyan paused, nodding as he replied, "Indeed, I am an alchemist. Since you discovered the azure lotus heartfire first, I shall not contend with you for it. However, you must surely relinquish the azure lotus pod. It is unreasonable for your faction to monopolize all the benefits." I grinned widely, thinking, why do you not mention that the azure lotus pod was also discovered by us? Why are you not equally disinclined to compete with us? Yet, some words must remain unspoken. I ought to preserve the dignity of the little fighting emperor. With a chuckle, I pointed to the azure lotus and stated, as the saying goes, guests are to be honored. Senior, your journey across thousands of miles to our Jiama Empire is a great honor for us. Since you are an alchemist, why not accept some of these azure lotus seeds for your elixirs? It would foster a good relationship. I turned my head towards Xiaoyan, smilingly inquiring, "What does Senior Yan think?" Chapter 75, 1100 Years. "Master, what is the use of the azure lotus pod?" Xiaoyan fell into silence, secretly consulting with Yao Lao. The azure lotus seeds were within reach, yet the azure lotus pod appeared to be a valuable treasure as well. Yao Lao chuckled and said, "Little Yin, this lotus pod is indeed a remarkable item. It coexists with the azure lotus heartfire, taking a millennium to form. Sitting upon it enables one to calm their mind and focus, preventing errors in cultivation and the risk of going astray. For fire element fighters, it can potentially increase their cultivation speed by 3 to 4 times, if not tenfold. Anything associated with is undoubtedly precious. 3 to 4 times? That implies that a decade of his cultivation would be equivalent to 3 or 4 decades for others." Xiaoyan could not help but glance at the azure lotus pod. An increase in cultivation speed like that is no ordinary treasure. "Master, which is more precious, the azure lotus seeds or the azure lotus pod? Which should we choose?" Yao Lao replied gruffly, "Little child, making choices is for the inexperienced. If it were up to me, I would seize them all." Xiaoyan's lips twitched. He too desired both, but the formidable Yun across from them was no mere facade of a Dou emperor. Furthermore, now that we had arrived, the ground beneath us might soon be swarmed with troops. If conflict arose, how could he and Yao Lao possibly escape? Such a grand scene. Even Medusa at the pinnacle of the Dou emperor realm met her demise on the spot. 1 Dou emperor, 2 Dou kings, and an army of 6,000. Previously, he might have disregarded them, but now he had to take them seriously. He sighed deeply and said, "Let us choose the azure lotus seeds. They are an exceptional fire elemental spirit herb that can swiftly enhance your cultivation. As for the azure lotus pod, it is only beneficial to the younger generation. Once you break through to the Dou emperor realm, it will no longer accelerate your cultivation speed." Xiaoyan nodded, cleared his throat, and spoke to me in a raspy voice. "Young one, your intentions are appreciated. I shall accept this Qinglian seed." With that, Xiaoyan raised his hand, and a wisp of ethereal Dou Qi swept towards the Qinglian pod. Yun Yun's gaze sharpened, her right hand subtly resting on the hilt of her sword, fixated on the Qinglian pod's seat. Should anyone dare to seize the opportunity to snatch it away, she would act immediately to thwart them. Naturally, Xiaoyan did not act recklessly. His Dou Qi delicately gathered all the Qinglian seeds within, counting them meticulously, 11 in total. A single Qinglian seed takes a century to form. This blossom had quietly matured for 1100 years within the hidden world of lava beneath the Tagore Desert, unbeknownst to the outside world. The migration of the Serpent Clan, the founding of the Yunlan sect, the rise and fall of countless powerful figures, the birth and demise of many empires, amidst the clamor of the outside world. This Qinglian had remained in the depths of the earth, waiting for the day of its emergence. And when it finally surfaced, it would undoubtedly unleash a cataclysm. How many intricate plots and calculations lay beneath its existence? How much blood has been shed? How many lives buried in the vast desert? Even Medusa, the sovereign who reigned over Tagore for 152 years, perished. Yet, all of this was merely a prologue. Not to mention the impending war between the Serpent Clan and the Gama Empire in the future, as the heart fire of the Qinglian accompanies the young Do Emperor. How many formidable adversaries will it encounter, what storms will it weather, and what vistas will it behold? I lament the brevity of human life, yet envy the endlessness of the Yangtze. To ride the winds of immortality, to embrace the bright moon eternally. I couldn't help but sigh. In comparison to these celestial beings, the human lifespan is indeed fleeting, merely a hurried century. Yun Yun, with her keen senses, turned her head to glance at me, her beautiful eyes shimmering, pondering who knows what. Can one truly attain the unattainable? No. In this world, if anything can be achieved, it is through cultivation. As long as one's prowess is sufficient, one can live for thousands of years, soaring through the skies and traversing the earth. Should one cultivate even further, it may not be impossible to share longevity with the heavens and embrace the moon. I set a modest goal for myself and turned to Yun Yun, saying, Senior, I shall become a dozong. Yun Yun seemed puzzled by my sudden declaration. After a moment of silence, she beckoned to retrieve the Qinglian pod, while remarking, The path of cultivation is long and arduous. One must be cautious. I smiled gently. While the journey of cultivation is fraught with difficulties, one should approach minor obstacles with caution, yet confront major challenges head-on. Yun Yun is admirable in many aspects, but her demeanor is often too placid, seemingly indifferent to everything. She showed little concern for martial arts techniques or valuable resources, and even her interest in cultivation was minimal. The only two things she truly cared about were the Yunlan sect and Xiaoyan. But now, I glanced over to see Xiaoyan had already tucked the 11 Qinglian seeds into his bosom, although the bone spirit cold fire posed a barrier. He must be feeling quite pleased at this moment. Presently, the only thing that occupies Yun Yun's thoughts is the Yunlan sect. I looked at Xiaoyan and asked with a smile, Senior, now that the treasures here have been claimed, would you honor us by visiting the city? Naturally, Xiaoyan would not accept. If he did, his true intentions would be revealed. He assumed an air of aloofness, turning his body and soaring toward the verdant light curtain while declaring, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Observing Xiaoyan's somewhat hasty retreat, I erupted into hearty laughter. Once my mirth subsided, I remarked, Senior, let us depart from this place. It appears to be on the verge of collapse. Perhaps due to the relocation of the Qinglian lotus seat, its connection with the vast lava lake had been severed, causing the entire green light curtain to tremble precariously, threatening to shatter into oblivion at any moment. Yun Yun nodded gently, and the three of us once again mounted the fire spirit serpent. As Yun Yun needed to channel her energy, I held the Qinglian lotus seat securely in my hands. With a whoosh, we passed through the green light curtain. Initially, it felt unremarkable as we entered the lava. Yet, in the next instant, a thunderous explosion occurred as the 9-zhong-long green light curtain suddenly shattered, unleashing torrents of lava from all directions toward the breach, stirring a whirlpool of dark currents. Fortunately, Yun Yun was prepared. With a fierce shout, her energy surged forth, repelling the encroaching currents and alleviating the force of impact. Nonetheless, the fire spirit serpent swayed erratically like a reed caught in a tempest, thrashing wildly while emitting distressing hissing sounds. I dared not continue holding the Qinglian lotus seat. I hastily stowed it away in my spatial ring, clutching the azure-scaled serpent with one hand while gripping the scales of the fire spirit serpent with the other. The aura of Yun Yun's energy pressed upon us like a tangible force, binding us tightly to the serpent's body, preventing any erratic movements. The fire spirit serpent ascended steadily, with Yun Yun's energy clearing the path. It maintained a commendable speed. After what felt like an eternity, we finally emerged from the turbulent currents, and the surrounding lava calmed, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 76, The Qinglian Lotus Seat. On the surface of the earth, we were merely a dozen miles from Shimo City, free from the fear of an attack by the serpent people. Near the cave's exit, several individuals sat upon the ground. A strong wind blew, scattering yellow sand about. Nalan Ye brushed the sand off his garments, cursing. This wretched place is just as it always was, perpetually filled with sand. Sand is plentiful, everywhere you look. It prevents the serpent people from thriving, he added. Chu Shashi shook his head, gazing into the depths of the Tagore desert with a grave expression. The serpent people indeed migrated from that direction. Their foundation far exceeds our own. He continued, if they had not suffered significant losses in the past, and if we had not united the strength of over a dozen nations, how could we have contained the serpent people within this barren expanse of the Tagore desert? Nalan Ye's countenance grew solemn. As the Lionheart Marshal of the Jaimar Empire, he was well aware of the serpent people's strength and heritage. After a moment of silence, he suddenly burst into laughter, saying, Old Chu, you worry too much. No matter how formidable the serpent people were, that is all a thing of the past. After being confined to the Tagore Desert for over 1,000 years, they have already declined significantly. They can no longer rival our 17 nations as they once did a millennium ago. Even our Jayamar Empire can contend with them now. With the death of Queen Medusa today, they have lost the protection of a peak Do Emperor. Even if Yumei ascends to become the new Queen Medusa, attaining the status of a one-star Do Emperor, the strength of the serpent people has greatly diminished and is no longer a cause for concern. Chu Shashi remained silent, rising to dust off his simple gray linen military robe, gazing into the depths of the Tagore Desert. A millennium had passed since the 17 nations forged a pact to resist the serpent men, yet how many empires still honored and valued that commitment? Those empires that did not border the Tagore Desert had long forgotten the ferocity and might of the serpent men. Even the 5 great empires bordering Tagore, Gama, Xinyun, Milan, Daxia, and Beiji, could they truly unite to confront the serpent men? Chu Shashi stared at the endless undulating sand dunes before him, remaining silent for a long while before speaking gravely. I shall remain in Shimo City for a few days. If the serpent men do not launch a massive attack, it indicates they intend to wait until Yumei completes her ceremony and ascends as the Medusa Queen before striking. The serpent men are notoriously vengeful. The death of the previous Medusa Queen will not be forgotten by the new one. Nalan Ye nodded solemnly, then suddenly turned his head toward the cave's exit, where a figure surged forth. Is it not us? Nalan Ye swiftly rolled to his feet and approached, inquiring, Master Yun, have you obtained the Qinglian lotus seat? Yun gently descended, retracting her azure wings while setting me and Qinglin down, nodding without further elaboration. Upon landing, I beamed with a radiant smile, retrieving a blue lotus seat from my spatial ring, exclaiming, Old man, we have secured the Qinglian lotus seat. Nalan Ye, with discerning eyes, immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the item I held, breaking into hearty laughter as he remarked, Master Yun is indeed formidable, able to traverse the depths of magma and retrieve such treasures. As he drew closer, he raised an eyebrow, observing a small indentation on the lotus seat, and inquired, Is this lotus seat perhaps missing something? I nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I offered a brief explanation, omitting Xiao Yan's identity, merely stating that he was a foreign Do Huang. This strange fire is truly a remarkable treasure, attracting even an outsider Do Huang, Nalan Ye mused, glancing at the pitch-black abyss of the cave. Is he still down there? I smiled triumphantly and declared, with our 4,000-strong army gathered, does he dare to show himself? Is he not afraid of meeting the same fate as Medusa? Nalan Ye burst into laughter. An outsider Do Huang was not worthy of much respect. After the laughter subsided, Nalan Ye reached out to take the Qinglian lotus seat. I chuckled, deftly avoiding his grasp, and shook the Qinglian lotus seat, saying, Old man, why not let you place the Qinglian heart fire within? I have only heard of this strange fire. I have never seen it. Why not let this treasure be entrusted to my care? Nalan Ye paused, staring at me thoughtfully for a long moment before nodding in agreement. He raised his right hand and placed the suppressed Qinglian heart fire into the center of the Qinglian lotus seat. Taking a deep breath, he activated his Do Qi, slowly withdrawing the tangible Do Qi that enveloped the Qinglian heart fire. Instantly, the Qinglian heart fire began to expand from the size of a fist, blazing fiercely. Could this Qinglian lotus seat truly contain the Qinglian heart fire? Nalan Ye turned his head slightly towards me, and I solemnly nodded, though inwardly I felt a twinge of uncertainty. Nevertheless, I asserted confidently, to untie the knot, one must have tied it. The blue lotus core fire is nurtured within the blue lotus seat, and is thus restrained by it. Nalan Ye nodded in agreement, yet cautiously withdrew the fighting spirit from the blue lotus core fire. Gradually, the blue lotus core fire surged, expanding in size. I pondered why this was happening. Could it be that the blue lotus core fire burned the very air? As Nalan Ye withdrew the last vestige of fighting spirit, a sudden burst occurred, causing the blue lotus core fire to rise dramatically. However, it was firmly contained by the blue lotus seat, with not a single flame escaping. And even the searing heat was trapped, giving the impression of an ordinary fire. The surrounding individuals breathed a sigh of relief, and Yun quietly calmed the tumultuous fighting spirit within her. A radiant smile blossomed on my cautious face as I gazed intently at the exotic fire in my hands, delight surging within me. After over a year of scheming, the exotic fire was finally in my grasp. My grand plan was coming to fruition. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts erupted, stirring the surrounding troops into a frenzy, with a medley of voices rising and falling. Startled, I nearly lost my grip on the exotic fire. But I steadied it hastily and turned towards the source of the commotion, nearly cursing aloud. What I beheld was the beast the troops spoke of, a belated fire spirit snake emerging from the cave's exit. What a blunder this was! The fire spirit snake. startled by the formation on the ground, raised its upper body high, its forked tongue flicking in and out as it hissed in alarm. "Fear not, great serpent. They will not harm you," reassured the nearby Qing Lin, who, after the earlier events, had lost her previous trepidation towards the snake. Her soothing words seemed effective, and gradually, the fire spirit snake calmed down. I shook my head and meticulously explained the situation to Nalan Ye and the others, causing several elders to display expressions of astonishment. In the Duki continent, there existed no secret arts to forcibly bind contracts. Acquiring a battle beast relied solely on personal fortune. The ability to command a battle beast of doling cultivation was akin to being a doling powerhouse oneself. Nalan Ye smacked his lips, gazing intently at Qing Lin, and exclaimed, "What remarkable talent! This girl should join our Nalan family." Chapter 77, Return to the City. Nalan Ye, riding a camel beside the war chariot, cast a glance at Qing Lin, who could only maintain her distance from the army due to the fire spirit snake. He chuckled, "Year, this little girl is quite impressive." Unsure of his intent, I merely echoed, "Indeed, Elder, Qing Lin is truly remarkable." Nalan Ye nodded, his expression turning serious as he remarked, "This girl possesses exceptional talent. Even as a mere fighter, she can control a beast of doling cultivation. One can only imagine the level of beast she could command if she were to become a Do Wang or even a Do Huang." With that, he chuckled heartily, resembling a weasel that had pilfered a hen, and looked at me, saying, "Year, I see this girl is quite fond of you. The task of recruiting her will be entrusted to you. You must ensure that she joins our Nalan family." I sat upon the war chariot. Beside me lay the gravely injured Nalan Jia. Glancing around, I noticed Nalan Tai and Nalan Dong riding camels alongside the chariot. Well, all four of the old fellows are present. I let out a hum, not rejecting their proposal. That girl Qing Lin. Anyone who has read a book would find it hard to turn down such an opportunity. Regardless of what the future holds, or how I should interact with Qing Lin, or how I should arrange her affairs, the priority is to secure her for ourselves. Qing Lin possesses extraordinary talent. Once word spreads, not only our Nalan family will seek her, but other families and factions will also vie for her attention. I surveyed the four old men, a genuine smile breaking across my face, and remarked, "If you wish for me to recruit Qing Lin, I cannot go empty-handed, can I?" I spoke with a hint of sarcasm, laughing at my own jest. Yet the four elders did not share in my amusement, gradually causing me to temper my smile. Nalan Jia cast a serious glance at the other three elders, his expression turning grave as he said, "Setting aside the girl's talent, her combat spirit beast alone qualifies her as a formidable combat spirit practitioner. If our Nalan family desires to recruit her, we ought not to be too stingy, lest we be looked down upon by others. I propose granting this young girl the status of a guest elder, with benefits equal to those of you three old fellows." This suggestion caused the three elders to hesitate and ponder. Their current standing and treatment within the Nalan family were not solely due to their cultivation reaching the level of combat spirit, but rather the numerous contributions they had made over the years. Now, to bestow equivalent status and treatment upon a young girl who has yet to contribute to the family seemed to stir feelings of imbalance and discontent within them. The atmosphere grew heavy, the rhythmic sounds of the chariot and the hoofbeats of the camels mingling clearly in our ears. After a prolonged silence, Nalan Jia, lying beside me, broke the tension. He cleared his throat and said, "I consent to this matter. Our Nalan family cannot solely rely on its own kin. Although the Nalan family is vast, there are but few capable descendants. To ensure the family's enduring prosperity, we must, like the Yunlan sect and the royal family, actively recruit and employ individuals from outside our lineage." Nalan Tai, riding his camel alongside, expressed his dissent with a cold snort, stating, "There have been countless empires and sects that have perished. When they fell, how many were willing to fight to the death for them? These outsiders are fundamentally unreliable. When a crisis looms, they will simply waver like reeds in the wind, aligning themselves with whichever side appears stronger or offers greater benefits. To genuinely withstand crises and ensure the family's continuation, we must rely on our own kin, those who have grown alongside the family and possess a sense of belonging, thus willing to fight for it." The opinions of Nalan Tai and Nalan Jia reflect two representative views regarding outsiders within the family's power structure. One favors acceptance and utilization, while the other advocates for conservatism and rejection. Both perspectives hold validity. Each has its own reasoning, and no one can persuade the other. Nalan Jia pondered for a moment, his gaze settling on the final elder, Nalan Dong, as he solemnly inquired, "Nalan Dong, what is your stance?" Nalan Dong appeared somewhat bewildered, blinking his eyes. His sole passion lay in alchemy, and he was rather indifferent to these matters. Glancing around, he finally turned to me and hesitantly remarked, "That young girl seems to be even younger than Yiling, doesn't she? Qing Lin is only 14 this year." I nodded vigorously, coming to a realization. My mind raced with thoughts, and I slowly spoke to the others. Qinglin is far too young and an orphan. She possesses no attachments to the outside world. If we were to bring her into the Nalan family and treat her kindly, it would be easy for her to develop a sense of belonging. Her talent is extraordinarily formidable, and abandoning her for these reasons would be an egregious error. My expression turned grave, and I spoke with utmost seriousness, hoping these elders would agree to provide Qinglin with the finest treatment. The four elders exchanged glances, their eyes meeting in a silence laden with unspoken meanings. After a moment, Nalan Ye slapped his thigh and declared, "A genius deserves special treatment. Otherwise, why would she come to the Nalan family? If she is courted by other factions later, it will be too late for regrets." Nalan Tai, despite opening his mouth, glanced at the others and ultimately refrained from further comment, turning his gaze forward in silence. I chuckled softly, leaning against the war chariot and glancing over. Not far from the right flank of the army, Qinglin was advancing alongside the fire spirit serpent. Being a magical beast, the serpent, though under Qinglin's control, could pose problems if it approached the army too closely, so it had to maintain a distance. It was imperative to ensure she joined the Nalan family, even if I had to be insistent about it. A gentle smile adorned my face as I lay back, eyes closed, swaying gently with the chariot, pondering how to engage Qinglin in conversation. In Shimo City, order was relatively well maintained, with no disturbances reported. However, the local populace had closed their doors, hesitant to venture outside, giving the city a rather desolate feel. The most perplexed of all was undoubtedly the city lord, who, despite being the host, was but a minor lord and a grand fighter. He could hardly comprehend the tumultuous changes of recent days. Upon witnessing the sudden arrival of 3,000 elite cavalry from Anbei, accompanied by the Anbei protector, he was utterly at a loss, hastily bringing a few officials to greet them at the eastern city gate. Chapter 78. The heir of the Mo family comes of age. The army entered the city, and our Nalan family's guards had their arrangements in place. However, the 3,000 cavalry from Anbei faced challenges. Shimo City was small and could not accommodate such a multitude, necessitating their encampment outside the city. After entering, having slain Medusa and obtained such a monumental achievement warranted a grand celebration. Cattle and sheep were slaughtered, either roasted or made into soup, although a ban on alcohol was in place. The aroma of meat wafted through the air, filling the surroundings with a joyous atmosphere. In a tranquil courtyard of the Mo family's residence, the elderly Mo Chung sat at the head of the table, flanked by Mo Lin, the family head, and several elders. Mo Chung absent-mindedly caressed the armrest of his wooden chair, his gaze somewhat vacant, lost in thought as he asked dreamily, "Did you all see that just now?" The head of the Mo family, Mo Lin, cast a peculiar glance at Mo Chung, sensing that the great elder's demeanor was somewhat off. After a moment of hesitation, he rose and spoke. "Great elder, I have observed that the Nalan family truly lives up to its reputation as one of the three prominent families of the empire. Their guards are exceptionally well trained, executing commands with precision. Furthermore, they are equipped with top-tier gear, each warrior clad in steel armor, armed with a dragon-slaying crossbow, and carrying 60 bolts. For every 100 warriors, they possess 3 spatial rings, and they even have nearly 50 dragon-hunting crossbows at their disposal." As he spoke, Mo Lin could not help but tremble. The mere existence of dragon-hunting crossbows was a matter of grave concern. In the entire Jamma Empire, only 5 factions are permitted to produce such weapons: the Yunlan sect, the Jamma royal family, and the 3 illustrious families. Of course, while the Yunlan sect possesses the qualifications, they have never forged a single dragon-hunting crossbow. Any other faction that dares to forge such a weapon without permission would be immediately branded as traitors and face the combined wrath of the Jamma royal family and the 3 prominent families. Thus, although the Mo family is one of the 4 prominent families in the northern region of the Jamma Empire, they possess only a handful of dragon-hunting crossbows, which they have acquired through considerable expenditure and countless favors over generations, often having to plead earnestly with the royal family or the 3 illustrious families to procure them. Is it pitiable? Indeed. Is it infuriating? Certainly. Yet, what can they do? The royal family and the 3 prominent families are far too powerful, unwilling to face annihilation. The Mo family can only bide their time in subservience. Mo Lin sighed, a look of dejection crossing his face. As the head of the Mo family, he is a notable figure in the northern region, but when faced with the Nalan family, suddenly, a loud thud echoed as Mo Chung slammed his right hand down on the armrest, straightening in his seat and glaring at Mo Lin, harshly rebuking him. "Fool! Who asked you about this? My eyes are not blind. I can see these matters clearly." Mo Lin, taken aback by the scolding, dared not retort and lowered his head in embarrassment. After a moment, he hesitantly lifted his gaze and inquired, "What is it that the great elder wishes to know?" The little girl, the one who controlled a serpentine magical beast. Mo Cheng's eyes glazed over once more as he stroked the armrest, murmuring, "If I am not mistaken, that should be the azure-eyed three-flower pupil, a secret lineage passed down through generations in the Mo family." "What?" Mo Lin and the other elders exclaimed in unison, turning their heads to look at Mo Cheng, their faces reflecting disbelief. This revelation was something learned by an ancestor of the Mo family during the war against the Serpent People, later recorded in the family's secret texts and passed down through the generations. However, within those texts, the azure-eyed three-flower pupil was described as exceedingly mystical, with no one having seen it with their own eyes, leading to ongoing debate within the Mo family regarding its existence. Mo Lin swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked, "Great Elder, can this be confirmed? That little girl is not even a fighter, yet she can command a fighting spirit magical beast. What else could it be but the azure-eyed three-flower pupil?" Mo Cheng shot Mo Lin a displeased glare, smacking the armrest with his palm before abruptly standing up. Though slender in stature, his gaze was as fierce and greedy as a starving wolf. Scanning the room, he hissed, "The azure-eyed three-flower pupil. If I could transplant this power onto myself, my strength would undoubtedly increase exponentially, perhaps even." Mo Cheng's voice trembled as he spread his arms and gazed skyward, exclaiming, "Indeed, I could ascend to the status of a Do Huang and rival Yun Yun, no longer bound to the Yunlan sect. The Mo family shall rise." Imagine the grandeur if the Mo family were to produce a Do Huang. How many in the Jaimat Empire could stand against us? Their eyes glowed with fervor as they exchanged glances, collectively growling, "The Mo family shall rise." The atmosphere in the room surged, each breath suffused with the intoxicating aroma of ambition and aspiration, leaving their cheeks flushed and their spirits enraptured. After a long moment, an elder, possessing a steadier demeanor, finally broke the spell. He cleared his throat several times, awakening the others from their previous reverie. They exchanged awkward glances, a palpable sense of embarrassment enveloping the room. It was indeed unbecoming for individuals of their age to indulge in such fanciful daydreams. Consequently, a chorus of coughs arose as they attempted to mask their discomfort while taking their seats. The elder, known as Mo Li, stepped forward and addressed the assembly. "Elders, the young girl has tamed a Do Ling magical beast. This matter has undoubtedly drawn the attention of other factions, such as the Yun sect, the Nalan family, and the Anbei Protectorate. They may attempt to recruit her and will likely send people to keep an eye on her. How can our Mo family secure that girls by Yin Sanhua eyes without alerting them?" Silence enveloped the room. After a brief pause, Mo Lin rose and spoke, "Elders, I believe the Yun sect will not take action to recruit her. The Yunlan sect is quite aloof, aside from the annual Mountain Gate trials. They seldom recruit disciples externally. As for the Anbei Protectorate, they might intervene if she were a boy, but for a young girl, it seems our only contender is the Nalan family." Mo Cheng stroked his goatee, casting a somber glance around the room before chuckling darkly. "The Nalan family is one of the three great families of the empire. If conflict arises, our Mo family would naturally be at a disadvantage. However, when it comes to recruiting talent, surely the Nalan family must maintain some decorum. Moreover, I serve as an outer sect steward of the Yunlan sect. They cannot be too overbearing." With a sly grin, Mo Cheng added, "Mo Lin, summon Mo Li." As the family head and Mo Li's father, Mo Lin could not fetch him himself, so he gestured to an elder to do so. The young man entered the room, his striking features and elegant attire making quite the impression. With unwavering poise, he surveyed the assembly and greeted them formally. "Li heir pays respects to the Grand Elder, to my father, and to all esteemed elders." Seated at the head of the table, Mo Cheng regarded Mo Li thoughtfully before saying, "Mo Li, the family has entrusted you with a task. A remarkably gifted young girl has emerged in Shimo City. I do not care what methods you employ. You must bring her into our Mo family. If you succeed, you shall become the next head of the Mo family. If you fail, well." Chapter 79. No feast is without its flaws. As night fell, the Nalan family's establishment in Shimo City was ablaze with light. Inside, an ancient hall was adorned with 2 rows of heavy bronze lampstands, each illuminated by thick red candles of considerable girth, filling the air with an enchanting fragrance. I sat in the lower right corner near the entrance, tilting my head inward to gaze at the gathering. At the upper end sat Nalan Ye, with Chu Shashi occupying the chief seat on the right, while the left chief seat remained vacant, unclaimed by anyone. Below us, there were many attendees, a diverse mix. Among them were several old members of the Nalan family, some stalwarts, officers from the Anbei cavalry, members of the Mahis school, and, the Lord of Shimo City as well. Strangely, both Hebadong and Yun Yun were absent. One was gravely injured, while the other maintained a cold demeanor. I sighed in mild disappointment, realizing my hopes for Yun Yun's presence at such a banquet were perhaps unfounded. Adjusting my attire, I settled cross-legged to listen to the elder speak. Fortunately, the elder was devoid of any literary pretensions. He merely uttered a few casual remarks before lifting his wine bowl and exclaiming loudly, "Esteemed guests, the serpent folk have historically invaded our lands, slain our kin, and driven away our livestock. Their actions are truly detestable. Although we hail from various regions today, we stand united in battle, having slain the serpent queen together, which is indeed a joyous triumph. Let us raise a toast." Upon concluding his words, Nalan Ye gestured with his wine bowl towards the assembly below. We, in turn, promptly raised our own wine bowls in a gesture of respect before drinking in unison. The fine wine slid down smoothly, its flavor exquisite. I had deliberately arranged for the strong spirits to be replaced with a gentler osmanthus brew. After all, this banquet was hosted by my family. As the meat was consumed and the wine finished, the gathering began to disperse. I looked down at the dishes before me. They were rather unremarkable, hastily prepared, consisting primarily of large chunks of meat, beef, lamb, dog, and pork, boiled, roasted, fried, or stewed. Although the variety was plentiful, I found it quite challenging to eat with my hands, as the Anbei officers across from me were doing with abandon. Shaking my head, I picked up a small piece of meat to satisfy my hunger and poured myself another cup of wine, taking a delicate sip before turning my gaze toward the seated Qing Lin beside me. The banquet was arranged with individual tables, each 6 feet long and 4 feet wide, and the lacquered tables framed Qing Lin's cross-legged figure, making her appear somewhat diminutive. This led me to a humorous thought, as if the large platters of meat combined weighed more than Qing Lin herself. This notion made me chuckle aloud. Qing Lin glanced my way, her eyes wide with trepidation, and with a hint of a whimper, she asked, "Young master, can Qing Lin leave?" I stifled my laughter, clearing my throat to respond. "Qing Lin, isn't this delightful? The meat is delicious, and the wine is exquisite. Come, let us share a cup." With that, I lifted my wine bowl and waved it toward her. Qing Lin's eyes reddened as she gazed at the bowl, which was nearly larger than her palm, and she looked on the verge of tears. "Young master, I cannot drink wine. It is too strong." I do not want to drink," she protested, nearly in tears. Seeing her distress, I felt an inexplicable urge to laugh, though I managed to suppress it. It seemed the wine at her table was indeed strong. I shook my head, mentally chastising the banquet organizers for their carelessness in providing such potent spirits for a young girl. Setting down my wine bowl, I picked up the osmanthus wine jug from my table, leaning slightly toward Qing Lin to offer it to her, smiling as I said, "Qing Lin, my wine is not strong. It is quite pleasant. Would you like to try it?" Qing Lin hesitated slightly as she accepted the wine jug, her hands clasping it tightly. She glanced down at the bowl on the table, still filled to the brim with the strong liquor left over from earlier. I rubbed my head in exasperation and said, "Qing Lin, just pour out the wine in the bowl." "What?" Qing Lin exclaimed softly, "Young master, that wouldn't be right. It would be such a waste. If you don't pour it out, you won't be able to drink it anyway." Qing Lin tilted her head to look at me, her eyes momentarily brightening before dimming again. She lowered her gaze and quietly murmured, "If it's not too much trouble, could you help me finish the wine?" "What? You want me to drink the wine you've already had?" I was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the bowl beside her on the table, which still had a considerable amount of spilled liquor. It was evident that she had splashed it while drinking earlier, choking on the potent alcohol. I hesitated, intending to refuse. However, considering Qing Lin's difficult upbringing, I realized that insisting she pour it out would only lead her to view me as wasteful, which would undoubtedly tarnish her impression of me. After pondering for a moment, I finally nodded, taking the bowl of wine from in front of her. The strong aroma wafted up, and in truth, I wasn't particularly adept at consuming alcohol. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had someone switch it out for me. Yet now, I found myself compelled to drink. Rolling my eyes, I tilted my head back and gulped down the sharp liquor, which surged into my mouth and rushed down my throat, igniting a fiery sensation within. As I struggled to endure the burning, I slammed the bowl back onto the table with a resounding thud, letting out a yelp. This sensation was truly unbearable. Tears sprang to my eyes. "Young master, are you all right?" Qing Lin asked anxiously. I hastily waved my hand, forcing myself to steady my body and turn my head, managing to conjure a smile. "I'm fine." The words escaped me like a strained whisper from my throat, and then I slapped the table, pausing for effect. "What a fine wine. This is truly potent." Qing Lin immediately broke into laughter, her hands lifting the jug of strong liquor from the table. She joyfully offered, "Young master, if you enjoy it, I have another jug right here. You're quite impressive. I find this drink very difficult to handle. Drinking it is indeed challenging." I responded, my expression a peculiar mix of emotions, though I refrained from elaborating further. It seemed I was truly enduring humiliation for the sake of pride. Reaching out to take the jug of strong liquor, I lowered my gaze to my table, and suddenly, an idea struck me. Setting the jug down, I handed her a bowl filled with osmanthus wine, saying, "This bowl contains osmanthus wine. It's delightful. Do give it a try." Qinglin, without suspicion, carefully took a sip, her eyes narrowing in delight, resembling two small moons. "Young master, this wine is truly exquisite," she exclaimed, savoring its sweetness intertwined with a subtle fragrance. And she eagerly tilted her head back, drinking it heartily, her throat bobbing with each gulp. Once she finished, a smile crept onto my face as I leaned in closer. Adding a hint of mystery to my tone, "Qinglin, I have something to tell you." Qinglin tilted her head, a look of curiosity crossing her face as she still cradled the empty bowl in her hands. "Having drunk the wine you've sipped, and you having tasted the wine I've consumed, would you not say we have shared a cup of wine together?" Chapter 80, No Bullying Allowed. Qinglin let out a startled exclamation. Her small face suddenly flushed crimson, and she lowered her head. However, soon after, a mix of embarrassment and anger washed over her as she raised her gaze to glare at me. Her cheeks puffed as she said, "Young master, what nonsense are you spouting?" I chuckled heartily, playfully patting her head, and teased, "Little girl, it was merely a jest. Is it truly necessary to react this way?" Qinglin touched her head, her eyes timidly gazing at me, holding her breath as she muttered, "It was just a joke." I rolled my eyes, choosing not to engage further in that line of conversation. Casting a glance around, I adjusted my attire and leaned closer to say, "Qinglin, I genuinely have something significant to discuss with you. There are too many people here. Let us step outside." As a young maid, Qinglin had long endured bullying due to her mixed heritage. Suddenly thrust into such an esteemed gathering, surrounded by so many, she felt overwhelmed and out of place. Upon hearing the suggestion to leave, she eagerly nodded in agreement, her heart yearning to escape this unfamiliar environment. I smiled at her and took hold of her right wrist. The warmth of her skin met my palm, though I could feel the faint texture of her scales beneath. Qinglin shivered slightly, but did not resist, biting her lip as I led her away from the grand hall. Although our seats were near the entrance and the banquet was still in full swing, we inevitably attracted the attention of the others within. Fortunately, with my task at hand, Nalan Ye refrained from reprimanding us or throwing a fit, while the guards at the door surged in to restrain me. He sat at the head of the table, exchanging glances with several elder members of the Nalan family, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The members of the Mo family felt a jolt of apprehension, silently fearing that this young girl might be seized by the Nalan clan. The most exaggerated reactions came from several officers of the Anbei army, who seemed to be lost in their own thoughts, exchanging sly glances with the core members of the Nalan family before erupting into raucous laughter, the merriment echoing through the hall. I paid no heed to the myriad of thoughts swirling among the guests, firmly holding Qinglin's hand as we exited the grand hall. Outside, the moon hung high in the sky, its radiant light cascading down, accompanied by the glow of torches and lanterns. I guided her through a series of twists and turns until we reached the back entrance of a shop. Adjacent to this entrance once stood a stable, housing the shop's oxen and horse-drawn carts. However, at this moment, all had been cleared away, leaving only a formidable beast resting in the space, a fire spirit snake. This creature, colossal in size, measured an impressive 14 feet in length, coiled up in a manner that barely accommodated its form. Nearby, guards stood vigilant, fully armed, maintaining their distance while two dragon-hunting crossbows were aimed from afar. Sensing Qinglin's arrival, the fire spirit snake awoke from its slumber, lifting its head to gaze down at her with evident excitement. It flicked its forked tongue, scanning the nearby guards, hissing with a mix of vigilance and wariness. "Fear not, great serpent. No harm shall come to you from us." Qinglin hastily approached to soothe it, suppressing her own trepidation as she curiously reached out to pat its scaled armor. I casually observed the fire spirit snake, my gaze shifting back to Qinglin's eyes. Vast, radiant, and crystal clear, akin to a tranquil spring, it possesses an ethereal pale green hue. After a brief moment of mutual gaze, I adopted a serious demeanor and earnestly inquired, "Qinglin, do you have any idea how much meat this fire spirit serpent consumes in a single meal?" Qinglin felt a flush rise to her cheeks and, flustered, gestured with her hands in a large circle, replying, "It must be quite a lot. Such a large serpent surely requires an abundance of meat, unlike me, who only eats a little at each meal." I nodded in agreement, inhaled deeply, and posed another question. Then, "Qinglin, can you afford the sustenance for this fire spirit serpent?" Suddenly realizing something, her eyes widened like those of a startled rabbit as she stared at me, a flicker of anxiety and concern dancing in her gaze. She murmured, "Young master, Qinglin has no money. I rarely eat meat myself. Is it possible that the serpent may starve because of me?" As she spoke, her head drooped lower, and upon finishing her statement, it was completely bowed down, her fingers entwined in a display of guilt, resembling a child who has committed a misdeed. Although I had guided this situation, Its unfolding struck me as somewhat absurd and laughable. The illustrious bi-eyed three-flower pupil, what an extraordinary talent. What a splendid future awaited her. Yet here she was, a budding genius, fretting over the sustenance of a fourth-tier magical beast. Perhaps every prodigy must inevitably encounter moments of despair, much like Xiao Yin, who, after 3 years of silence, soared to greatness. I chuckled softly, thumping my chest with conviction, declaring, "Fear not, young girl. I shall cover the serpent's provisions henceforth." Qinglin abruptly lifted her head, astonished, and with an embarrassed wave of her hand, protested, "But that cannot be. The great serpent only listens to Qinglin. How could I allow you to finance its upkeep?" I stood frozen, staring at Qinglin in disbelief. A fighting spirit beast of such rarity, how precious it is. Countless factions and families yearn for such a creature, and even my own Nalan family lacks a fourth-tier battle beast. Yet Qinglin was willing to release it simply because she could not afford its food. "Qinglin, am I not your friend? If you consider me a friend, please do not refuse any longer." Before she could utter a word, I glanced down, casually kicked a fragment of a blue stone brick, and sent it hurtling toward the fire spirit serpent. Instantly, the serpent hissed angrily at me, drool dripping from its mouth. The nearby guards stirred, growing vigilant. Qinglin, too, displayed a hint of tension on her small face, turning to glare at the serpent, commanding loudly, "Great serpent, do not move. Lie down obediently." The fire spirit serpent emitted a low hiss, appearing somewhat aggrieved, yet it dared not stir, dutifully lowering its head to the ground. I burst into laughter, whistling at it, and said, "Qinglin, look how amusing this serpent is. From now on, I shall provide its food. You can take care of it and play with it when you have spare time. How delightful and entertaining. Young master, you are not to bully it." Qinglin shot me a disapproving glance, yet her face was alight with mirth. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, her fingers twisting together as she lowered her head and softly murmured, "Actually, both genders have an Adam's apple, though it is not prominent during childhood. However, upon reaching adolescence, the male throat becomes noticeably pronounced for various reasons, while that of females remains subtle. This leads to misconceptions, creating the impression that women lack an Adam's apple." Chapter 81, A Family. The moonlight was bright and the nights in the Tagore desert were somewhat chilly. A cool breeze swept by, prompting me to tighten my rope. Gazing at the bowed head of Qinglin, my heart nearly stopped, and my breath became heavy. With her face shrouded in shadow, I could not discern her features nor fathom her thoughts. A sense of urgency welled within me. Qinglin possessed the enchanting azure-eyed trichromatic pupils, a gift that could elevate her to sainthood. The previous incident with the little healer could be excused as inexperienced, but now, even if Qinglin was reluctant, I must take her to Gamma City. The circumstances surrounding the little healer's departure could not be allowed to recur. Young master, Qinglin, being a hybrid of human and serpent folk, has been bullied and looked down upon by others since childhood. A quivering, youthful voice emerged as Qinglin raised her head, her eyes swollen and watery. Biting her lip, she continued, "For years ago, Captain Xiao Ding and Captain Xiao Li arrived in Stone Desert City to establish the Iron Desert Mercenary Group, where I served as a maid. Both captains treated everyone kindly, and they were particularly gracious to me, never discriminating against me for my serpentine lineage." At this point, her voice cracked, and she fell silent, gazing up at me with tears of reluctance cascading down her cheeks. This was a testament to her fondness for Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. I felt a tremor in my expression, devoid of any semblance of sympathy, only a strong urge to curse aloud. With Xiao Suner also in Stone Desert City, the bond between Xiao Yin and Qinglin was far from intimate. I had assumed this matter would be easily resolved, but to my surprise, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li emerged unexpectedly. Qinglin, naturally, harbored no romantic feelings for them. Her sentiments were rooted in gratitude and a desire to repay kindness. Yet, this proved to be an obstacle, especially since she had known Xiao Ding and Xiao Li for over 4 years. She was merely 10 at that time. How well did I know Qinglin, having only recently acquainted myself with her? Would she truly forsake her benefactors of over 4 years to accompany me to Gamma City? Doubt clouded my confidence, and I scratched my head in frustration, pondering deeply. Suddenly, my hand paused as an idea struck me. Lowering my hand, a gentle smile graced my face as I spoke softly. "Qinglin, you must understand that I am kin to brother Xiao Ding. Xiao Mayer is my fiancée. I know you feel a strong attachment to them, but in truth, we are all family." "Yes, we are family." I nodded affirmatively, my smile blossoming as I continued. "Qinglin, accompanying me to Gamma City is not vastly different from staying with brother Xiao Ding. Furthermore, as a mercenary group, they will inevitably leave Stone Desert City to seek opportunities elsewhere. The world is vast, Qinglin. Do you not wish to see it with me?" Qinglin furrowed her delicate brows. At merely 14, she had never ventured beyond Stone Desert City. Her lowly status left her experiences far inferior to even that of Xiao Meier. The choices before her profoundly influenced the trajectory of her future, rendering them exceedingly significant. Within her youthful mind, she incessantly contemplates this dilemma. The difficulty of decision-making manifests on her face, which shifts through a myriad of expressions, revealing her deep distress. A gust of night wind sweeps through, causing her slender form to shiver slightly from the chill. She instinctively tightens her grip on the delicate green dress she wears. Yet, the garment is but a fragile layer, clearly inadequate for the frigid nights on the edge of the desert. I cannot help but smile inwardly, realizing an opportunity has arisen. With a flick of my right hand, a light gray cloak materializes. I step forward and drape it over her shoulders, gently inquiring, "Qinglin, are you still cold?" Qinglin's breath catches abruptly, and her small face flushes crimson. She stands momentarily stunned before darting away to distance herself from me, lowering her head and murmuring, "Thank you, young master. I'm no longer cold." Silence envelopes the scene once more, with the exceptionally bright moonlight cascading over the thatched rooftops and foliage, casting a breathtaking silvery hue. The fire spirit snake beside us has once again succumbed to slumber, perhaps unaccustomed to the terrestrial environment. The guards in the distance turn their backs, wary of indiscretion. And further afield, the banquet hall remains ablaze with light, where I can almost faintly hear the sounds of the Anbei army reveling. Qinglin tilts her head to gaze at me, and after a brief silence, she softly inquires, "Young master, what is the holy city of Gamma like?" I respond, "It is the capital of the empire." I often hear mercenary caravans speak of its towering and formidable walls, providing a secure haven from the threats of serpent men and magical beasts. The streets are pristine, paved with gold coins, glimmering in the sunlight. The inhabitants live in peace and prosperity, free from the struggle against serpent men, leading lives of affluence. Qinglin gazes at me, her eyes alight with curiosity and dreams. After all, being the capital, Gamma City is bound to have exaggerated yet delightful tales surrounding it. However, I am acutely aware that such rumors are utterly unfounded. Setting aside the notion of golden paved streets, I cannot help but recall the thief who pilfered Sister Yanran's ring. He must have met his demise over a year ago. Gamma City, the holy city of Gamma, is familiar territory for me, brimming with amusement. I take a deep breath and slowly articulate. Within the city, there are singers, storytellers, performers, and even cockfights and dogfights, alongside a myriad of delectable snacks, fine wines, and delightful experiences. Pausing, I discreetly observe Qinglin's expression. Seeing her attentively curious brings me relief, and I continue. Gamma City is most renowned for Chun Jinji's rouge powder, which is simply unparalleled. Every young lady and wife in the city adores it. I extend my hands and gently massage her cheeks, smiling as I say, "Just like this. If you apply the rouge, you will transform into a beauty." If my dear Qinglin could also don Chun Jinji's rouge powder, she would undoubtedly be a charming little beauty. Qinglin, roused from her curious reverie, blushes deeply and struggles to push my hands away, indignantly retorting, "Young master, you speak nonsense. Qinglin is so ugly. How could she possibly be beautiful?" I laugh heartily, choosing not to linger on the matter, and simply state, "Qinglin, come with me to Gamma City. I will take you to listen to music, watch performances, savor fine wine, and indulge in exquisite food, and I shall even buy you Chun Jinji's rouge powder." Qinglin, however, did not respond with a cheerful nod. After a moment of silence, she shyly murmured, "Young master, I must first inquire with Captain Xiaoding and Captain Xiaoli." I let out a dejected sigh, watching her figure gradually fade into the distance, cursing the protagonist's stubbornness. If it were any other mercenary group, the wisest course of action would undoubtedly be to send someone ahead to instruct the mercenaries on how to engage with Qinglin. Yet, with the Modi mercenary group, particularly with Xiaoding and Xiaoli involved, it was an entirely different matter. Chapter 82, An Invitation for Tea. Inside the room, the azure heart fire of the blue lotus flickered, casting an ethereal blue glow that illuminated the entire space, rendering it somewhat mysterious. I stretched lazily and settled into a chair beside the blue lotus heart fire. The azure flame appeared to be solitary and unguarded, yet the entire shop was fortified with layers of vigilant protection. And Yun Yun and Haibadon's quarters were not far from here, ensuring utmost safety. I refrained from lighting a lamp and, instead, extracted a tea set from my spatial ring, arranging it meticulously on the table. It was a futile endeavor, as this flame could not even boil water. I cast a glance at the blue lotus heart fire and muttered softly. The restraining force of the blue lotus prevented any heat from escaping, rendering this extraordinary flame incapable of even heating water. Shaking my head in resignation, I lowered my gaze to scan the table, pouring the water from my water pouch into a metallic kettle. Gripping the base of the kettle with my right hand, I channeled my fighting spirit. and silver lightning flickered to life in my palm. Amidst the crackling sounds, the lightning intertwined with the azure glow as the metallic kettle rapidly heated up. Before long, the water within began to bubble. After a brief period, the water settled, ceasing its vigorous boiling. It had finally reached the boiling point, ready for tea preparation. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I glanced at the tea leaves, which appeared to be of exquisite quality, worth more than an equivalent weight in gold. Unfortunately, I lacked knowledge on how to brew tea. I surmised it merely required pouring boiling water over the leaves. Since you have arrived, esteemed elder, why not come in and sample the tea brewed by your junior? I poured 2 bowls of freshly brewed, steaming tea, lifted my gaze toward the outside, and chuckled softly. The moon shone brightly, and lanterns hung high, casting clear visibility across the courtyard, revealing no figures save for the faint silhouettes of patrolling guards in the distance. I remained unhurried, gently blowing on the tea before me. The richly colored tea rippled within the porcelain cups, as delicate as paper and as white as jade, with several tea leaves floating atop. After a moment, the tea cooled to a palatable temperature, and I raised it to my lips, savoring a sip. The remnants of the leaves lingered in my mouth, which I chewed and swallowed. It's a bit strong, I remarked, noting the flavor before looking outside once more. Esteemed elder, won't you come in for a taste? In my humble opinion, the tea should be brewed stronger to enhance its flavor. As soon as my words faded, a figure unexpectedly materialized before me. Cloaked in a long black robe and wearing a wide hood, the individual embodied the archetypal mysterious stranger. Standing opposite me, he asked in a gravelly voice, "Child, do you know that I was coming? Esteemed elder, would you care to sit and enjoy a cup of tea?" I offered, but the cloaked figure remained noncommittal, choosing not to take a seat. He turned his head to glance at the azure lotus heart fire beside him, remaining silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "Little child, I wish to acquire this extraordinary flame. Name your price." Upon hearing this, the tension that had gripped my body finally dissipated. I was now nearly certain that this cloaked figure was likely Sun'er's protector, the dark attribute 9-star Do Huang. Ling Ying. After all, to have entered my chamber without alarming so many guards in Yun, this elder must indeed be a Do Huang of at least 6 stars. And for a Do Huang to refrain from harboring any thoughts of greed or violence towards a mere 1-star Do Shi like myself, instead opting to purchase the flame, suggested either that this black-robed individual was a rare paragon of virtue, or that he was indeed Sun'er's guardian. A good person? The Do Chi continent is vast, and surely there are benevolent souls who have attained the rank of Do Huang. Yet, I found it hard to believe that I would encounter such luck, especially in a place as dismal as the Gamma Empire. A radiant smile instantly graced my face as I cheerfully replied, "Senior, I believe you have witnessed today's battle. Our Nalan family has suffered considerable losses in our pursuit of this azure lotus heart fire." Ling Ying snorted coldly, his tone icy and devoid of any fluctuation in emotion as he retorted, "Little child, spare me the chatter. I desire this extraordinary flame. Simply state your price." "Senior, this tea is brewed by my own hand. Won't you indulge in a sip?" Instead of naming a price, I nudged the cup of tea toward him, persistently inviting him to partake. Ling Ying remained silent, peering down at me through the gap in his hood. His murky eyes were filled with a sense of profound weariness and endless indifference, as if he were gazing upon an insignificant insect. I maintained my cheerful demeanor, looking up at him, undeterred by the apathy reflected in his gaze. The atmosphere grew tense, with Ling Ying saying nothing, yet I could feel the anger simmering within him. However, I felt no fear. My smile only grew more radiant. Who was Ling Ying, after all? Merely a dog of the ancient clan. A Do Huang? What significance did a Do Huang protector hold for Sun'er? Even if 10 or 8 Do Huangs perished in an instant, she would likely forget their names in no time. Perhaps she had never remembered the names of these Do Huang guardians at all. As for me, Nalan Ye, my standing in Sun'er's heart, though not lofty, still held some weight. Even after a decade or two, she would still recall my name. Therefore, apart from a slight superiority in cultivation, what else could Ling Ying possibly compare to me? Why should I fear him? The eerie silence in the room persisted for quite some time, until Ling Ying could no longer endure it. After all, he had come bearing Sun'er's mission and dared not keep her waiting. At the same time, he was reluctant to resort to violence against me. So he plopped down in front of me, lifted the cup of tea, and drank it down in one gulp before setting it down with a thud. After a moment, perhaps feeling disgraced at being pressured by a younger generation, he added, "The tea has cooled. It is more palatable now." Ling Ying had given me face, and naturally, I reciprocated. "Indeed," I replied with a smile. I then retrieved a scroll from my spatial ring and respectfully handed it over, stating, "Esteemed senior, the preciousness of thee is undoubtedly something I need not elaborate upon. Here lies my offer. Please take a moment to consider it." Ling Ying reached out to accept the scroll, and as he unveiled the faint azure glow of the he scrutinized the contents meticulously. His entire visage was shrouded beneath his hood, obscuring any visible expression, yet I noticed his pupils constrict ever so slightly, perhaps in astonishment. Ling Ying observed in silence. Though the scroll was brief, he examined it with great care, pondering each line repeatedly. After an extended pause, he finally closed the scroll, lifted his gaze to meet mine, and rasped, "Child, your greed is rather excessive." Chapter 83, Celestial Stage Techniques. Child, your greed is rather excessive. In response to Ling Ying's unfounded reproach, I feigned innocence, cleared my throat lightly, and replied, "Senior, you must be aware of the extraordinary value of. This price is not exorbitant, is it?" I turned my head toward the resting nearby, letting out a soft sigh as I continued. This took a millennium and a century to mature. Such a lengthy span. In the mundane world, every 20 years constitutes a generation. Thus, 1,100 years equates to 55 generations. A treasure that can only be nurtured over the course of 55 generations. I glanced at Ling Ying, gently shaking my head, asserting, "It is not expensive, truly. This price is quite reasonable." Ling Ying remained silent for a considerable time, unfurling the scroll once more, pointing to a specific section, and with some ire, exclaimed, "3. Do you comprehend the rarity of? Just one can potentially elevate A2. And you, audaciously demand 3. Ling Ying glared at me, struggling to suppress the indignation rising within him, yet unable to contain it entirely. His fists trembled slightly as he suppressed a low growl. I shook my head, regarding Ling Ying with a hint of pity. Ling Ying had never utilized a single. He stood as merely a step away from. For over a decade, he had diligently safeguarded Suner, and in the many years prior, he must have accomplished numerous deeds for the ancient clan. Yet, he had never consumed never ascended to, remaining stagnantly at for countless years. How lamentable indeed. I shook my head once more, reaching for the scroll, lowering my gaze to search for a specific point, and pointed out, "Senior, please observe this section. As part of the transaction, you are required to dispatch to protect me for a duration of half a decade. Of these 3, one shall be bestowed as a reward to the who safeguards me." I raised my eyes to Ling Ying, a radiant smile illuminating my face. My eyes nearly squinting with delight as I cheerfully proposed, "I see that you too are a powerhouse. I can only assume you are not lacking among your peers. Would you be willing to protect me?" Ling Ying's fury momentarily faltered, astonishment flickering in his eyes, soon replaced by a semblance of tranquility as he bowed his head, delving into deep contemplation. I smirked slightly, observing Ling Ying, cloaked in his dark robe, with a sense of assurance. After all, it is unlikely that any Do Huang, especially one who has been trapped within the 9 stars for many years, could resist the allure of a broken Zongdan. I leisurely poured myself a cup of tea and filled Ling Ying's cup as well, before lifting my own to savor the fine brew. The water was not particularly fresh, having resided in the water pouch for several days, and the tea leaves had been steeped for too long, resulting in an overly strong and bitter infusion. At that moment, I found myself reminiscing about Miss Yi Xiang from the Nalan residence in Jiamar City. She was the tea mistress of the Nalan family, possessing a tea-making skill that had been passed down through generations. Despite the simplicity of her techniques, the tea she brewed was exceptionally delightful. At last, Ling Ying seemed to have made up his mind. He raised his head, his eyes slightly reddened, and growled, "Young one, if I am to protect you, when do you intend to present the broken Zongdan to me? My term of protection lasts for half a century. Surely you do not expect me to wait 30 years before receiving it?" Truly, Ling Ying was no ordinary elder. His years had not been spent in vain. And he promptly pinpointed the crux of the matter. The timing of the broken Zongdan's delivery was of utmost significance. When to present the broken Zongdan would naturally depend on the specific circumstances at that time. I pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled at Ling Ying and softly replied, "For instance, human hearts are not made of iron. If you, esteemed elder, were to protect me, we should be able to establish a bond of friendship. The deeper our friendship, the more inclined I would be to offer the broken Zongdan to you in advance. Moreover, once I ascend to the rank of Do Huang, the assistance from a Do Huang would be less significant. I would also be willing to present the broken Zongdan to you ahead of time, for even if you were to break through to Do Zone, you would still be responsible for my protection. The support a Do Zone can provide to a junior is far greater than that of a Do Huang." Ling Ying listened in silence, his extensive life experiences allowing him to grasp the deeper implications of my words. How to deepen our bond? Naturally, it would be through obediently following my guidance, doing as I instructed. In this way, our friendship would naturally flourish. And as for my ascension to Do Huang, this subtly suggested that he would be responsible for guiding and assisting my cultivation from now on. The elder comprehended my intent. After a moment of silence, he nodded with some difficulty. With that nod, he effectively committed himself to me for 30 years. Yet, whether he sold himself to me or anyone else was a moot point. After years of servitude to the ancient clan without receiving even a single broken zone dan, he now found himself in the position of a bodyguard for me, potentially earning a broken zone dan in return. Truly, fate plays its tricks. He picked up the scroll once more, gesturing towards another section while shaking his head, saying, "Young Master Nalan, you must understand that our ancient clan will not agree to provide a heavenly tier cultivation technique." "Why not?" I raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "Your power is immense. Surely a heavenly tier technique is of little consequence to you?" I currently practiced a low-grade earth tier technique, the Gung Xian Hao Lei Ju, which was considered decent within the Jiamar Empire, yet on the Duki continent, such an inferior grade was hardly noteworthy. Ling Ying shook his head, sighed, and replied, "Young master, do you know why the Jiamar Empire has never produced even a single Dozong powerhouse? Over the years, how many fighters must have accumulated? Could it be that among such a multitude of warriors, not a single one possesses the innate talent to ascend to the Dozong realm?" I raised an eyebrow, my heart racing, my gaze fixed intently on Ling Ying. I sensed that a monumental secret was on the verge of revelation before me. Taking a deep breath to steady my tumultuous heart, I inquired solemnly, "Esteemed elder, may I ask how one can elevate to the Dozong level?" "There are only two methods to achieve this elevation to Dozong. The first is to forcibly break through using external substances such as the breaking zone pill. The second requires exceptional innate talent combined with the cultivation of a heavenly tier technique." "What?" My brows furrowed deeply. Ascending to Dozong necessitates the cultivation of a heavenly tier technique. No wonder the Jiamar Empire has yet to produce a Dozong powerhouse. In such a desolate place as the Jiamar Empire, the existence of heavenly tier techniques is utterly implausible. Even the formidable Yunlan sect possesses only a superior earth tier technique. Heavenly tier techniques are far too distant for the Jiamar Empire to attain. Those rare Dozong powerhouses that appeared sporadically throughout history likely stumbled upon external substances like the breaking zone pill and forcibly ascended. Such a process of elevation cannot be replicated, which is why those Dozong powerhouses of the past shone like meteors across the sky, leaving no trace behind. 84th chapter, 9-flavored breaking zone pill. "Elder, do you possess a heavenly tier technique?" "Indeed, I have practiced a low-grade heavenly tier technique. Unfortunately, I lack the talent to rely on my own strength to break into the Dozong realm." Ling Ying shook his head, his voice low and filled with despair. "The elevation to Dozong is likely the greatest aspiration of every 9-star Do Huang, as they have endured a long and arduous journey, separated from this realm by just a final step. Alas, that final stride is as daunting as scaling the heavens. Countless extraordinary fighters, some displaying prowess from a young age while others blossoming later in life, find themselves stymied at this last hurdle. Take for instance Yunshan of the Yunlan sect, Jiamar royals Jia Xingtian, and the recently fallen Medusa of the Tarjur clan. Are they not formidable? None of them lacked great renown, yet they remained trapped at the pinnacle of 9-star Do Huang, unable to progress for many long years. Without entering Dozong, they remain mere ants." After a prolonged silence, Ling Ying let out a heavy sigh, his voice hoarse, tears streaming down his aged face. I could almost feel the tumult of emotions within him, anger, resentment, bitterness, and longing swirling in my mind. After cultivating for over a century, enduring countless hardships and injuries, reaching the peak of 9-star Do Huang only to be thwarted at the threshold. As the end draws near, yet the door remains closed, how agonizing. Tears welled in my eyes, and I could not help but shed a few drops, crying alongside him. In that small room, an old man and a young boy, having known each other for but a moment, wept in silence together. There were no words of comfort, no solace offered. The azure flame of the blue lotus flickered gently, casting a soft glow that illuminated both Ling Ying and me. After a long while, I raised my hand to wipe away the tears from my face and looked at Ling Ying earnestly, saying, "Elder, from now on, let us walk this path together. I am certain that we will both ascend to Dozong." Ling Ying wiped away his tears with a bitter smile and remarked, at my advanced age, "Why must I engage with a mere child like you?" Shaking his head, he regained his composure and continued, "The celestial level martial arts are crucial for ascending to the Dozong realm, which signifies whether a faction can rise to prominence. Dozong. It represents a formidable force that can alter the balance of power. A tome of celestial level martial arts, passed down through generations, can continuously cultivate Dozong masters. This knowledge shall remain within our ancient clan." I rested my right hand on my thigh, rubbing it vigorously, beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation. The celestial level martial arts in this world are akin to the manufacturing methods of certain formidable weapons, knowledge that is not easily divulged. Will you truly not share the celestial level martial arts with me? I assure you, I shall practice in solitude. never to disclose it nor pass it on to my kin or disciples. I looked up, harboring a flicker of hope, unable to restrain my pleading inquiry. Yet, Ling Ying merely shook his head gently without uttering a word. Despondency washed over me as I pressed on. What about the breakthrough pill? The breakthrough pill is a medicinal concoction, a one-time transaction, so it can certainly be provided to you. And its attributes? He shook his head, gazing at me with a hint of pity, explaining, the breakthrough pill can forcibly elevate a Do Huang to Do Zong. You do not believe it to be universally applicable, do you? There are 9 types of breakthrough pills, corresponding to the 9 attributes of fighters. 3 pills consist of 1 dark attribute, 1 lightning attribute. And what of the last? I was taken aback, discovering for the first time that the breakthrough pill is indeed categorized into 9 types. As for the final one, I chuckled. Senior, the last must also be of the lightning attribute. My talents are not remarkable. Perhaps 1 breakthrough pill may not suffice for a breakthrough. So it would be prudent to retain an extra. To my surprise, Ling Ying chuckled as well, a trace of pity resurfacing in his eyes as he shook his head, saying, you clever child, I am well aware of your schemes. To possess such cunning at a young age is commendable. Unfortunately, alas, you have remained in this small Jiama empire, too limited in your experiences and knowledge. Though I felt a flicker of indignation at Ling Ying's mockery, I refrained from expressing my anger, as an unsettling realization dawned upon me. My safety net seemed to be slipping away. Young one, the breakthrough pill forces a person to break through. Upon consuming one either ascends to Do Zone or suffers severe damage to their meridians, resulting in a significant decline in strength. You shall find it impossible to advance further in your life unless you discover a rare treasure that can nourish and refine your meridians, let alone break through to Do Zone. My brow furrowed tightly. The dangers of consuming the breakthrough pill were far more severe than I had anticipated. One either succeeds or suffers grave injuries to their meridians. This indeed is a genuine one-time transaction. After a prolonged silence, I fixed my gaze on Ling Ying and solemnly inquired, Senior, what is the probability of successfully breaking through to Do Zone with the breakthrough pill? The probability is considerable. Ling Ying took a deep breath, raising his wrinkled right hand, and emphasized with 3 fingers, 30%. What? 30%? Is that considered high? Subsequently, I realized, to my astonishment, that the extensive knowledge I had always prided myself on appeared rather paltry in his presence. I seemed to be perpetually in a state of shock. I took a deep breath, continually reminding myself that in the face of significant matters, one must maintain composure and grace. There is no need to be startled at every turn, for that would render me no different from Schaumeier. Senior, why is the success rate of the Breaking Clan pill so low? Those with sufficient innate talent do not require such a pill, Ling Ying murmured. Those who must resort to the Breaking Clan pill are individuals like myself, lacking in natural endowment. Thus, the likelihood of success is inherently diminished. Those with adequate aptitude can ascend to the Do Zone realm on their own merit, without resorting to a method that severely jeopardizes their foundation. I rubbed my cheeks, reluctantly acknowledging the soundness of Ling Ying's reasoning. The potential repercussions of failure when using the Breaking Clan pill are considerable, even if one succeeds. The aftermath could be equally detrimental. Why would those endowed with sufficient talent ever resort to the Breaking Clan pill? Alas, it seems I am indeed among those who lack such talent. With a resigned sigh, I slumped into my chair, closing my eyes in contemplation. Since I could only utilize 1 Breaking Clan pill, whom should I reserve the other for? Qinglin. She possesses the bi-eyed Sanhua pupil and has no need for the assistance of the Breaking Clan pill to attain a breakthrough. Yingyun. Her aptitude is also commendable. While she may not ascend to Do Shang, she is more than capable of reaching Do Zone, provided she acquires a celestial level technique. Perhaps I should procure one for her in the future? Schaumeier. She likely has no need either, when Xiao Yin eventually ascends to Do Di. This young girl will undoubtedly experience a meteoric rise in her cultivation, soaring to Do Shang, rendering the use of a precious Breaking Clan pill unnecessary. After much furrowing of my brow, I helplessly realized that I could not part with that final Breaking Clan pill. Chapter 85. The Storm Reawakens. Senior. For the last Breaking Clan pill, let it be of the wind attribute. After a long deliberation, I finally sat down and made my decision. This wind attribute Breaking Clan pill was not intended for Yun, but rather for Nalan Yanran. Is Nalan Yanran's innate talent truly commendable? Not particularly. Even within the Jiamai Empire, aside from figures like Xiao Yin and Sun Er, she cannot confidently claim the top spot among the younger generation. Her ascension as the young master of the Yunlan sect is primarily due to her backing from the Nalan family and the sect's foundational technique being a high-grade, earth-level wind attribute skill. Thus, generations of sect leaders from Yunlan have been wind attribute practitioners, enabling Nalan Yanran to rise to her current position. I shall reserve this wind attribute-breaking clan pill for her. Ling Ying nodded, refraining from further inquiries, merely pushing the scroll forward and stating, "Your other conditions are quite acceptable. We should all agree. You may alter this celestial-level technique to a high-grade Earth-level technique." Simply noting the attributes of the 3 breaking clan pills, I nodded, retrieving a new scroll from my spatial ring, along with ink and a brush, and began to transcribe anew. My other conditions were straightforward, merely seeking some supplementary cultivation elixirs sufficient to elevate me from a 1-star Do Shi to a 9-star Do Huang. With the addition of the breaking clan pill, Do Zone is within reach. Oh, and a few other minor additions, such as healing elixirs, detoxifying elixirs, soul-nourishing elixirs, calming elixirs, and those for dispelling evil and illusions, among others. Considering my current level of cultivation, I cannot withstand the potency of high-grade elixirs, so these will range from 3rd to 7th grade. In addition to 10 million gold coins, I seek 7 inferior Earth-level techniques of various attributes, excluding thunder and wood, along with their corresponding secret combat skills. This is hardly a significant request, is it? Not at all excessive, I presume. After all, the ancient clans possess immense power, and their annual yield is unfathomable, sufficient to support numerous Do Huangs, many Do Zongs, and quite a few Do Shangs within their ranks. In comparison to the vast resources of the ancient clans, my demands are but a mere drop in the ocean, truly insignificant. I trust that Suner, as the daughter of the clan leader, with her noble bearing and unparalleled grace, would not refuse such a trivial request from me. Suddenly, Ling Ying produced 2 jade vials from the spatial ring and placed them before me. I looked up in confusion and inquired, "Senior, what is this?" The vial on the left contains a 7th grade elixir, the Xuanlu detoxification pill, which can alleviate the poison afflicting your clan leader. The one on the right is a 6th grade breaking seal pill, capable of unbinding the seal on that Do Huang, Ling Ying explained. I was taken aback, unable to resist setting down my pen and eagerly grasping the left jade vial, which I promptly opened. Instantly, a refreshing fragrance enveloped the air, invigorating my senses. An ordinary physician presumes to call himself a pill king? Ling Ying scoffed, a hint of pride in his tone. Why would one need to employ extraordinary flames to counter the venom of a mere 5th-tier magical beast? Were it not for the depth of your clan leader's affliction, which has seeped into his very bones, a 7th grade elixir would be unnecessary. A 6th grade one suffices for healing. I nodded in understanding, fully agreeing with his assessment. If the poison of a 5th-tier magical beast truly necessitated the use of extraordinary flames, it would indeed be a tremendous farce. Diligently transcribing the scroll, I handed it to Ling Ying and, with a hint of concern, asked, "Senior, your profound cultivation allows you to enter my chamber unnoticed, which is understandable. However, the Qinglian earth fire cannot be placed within a spatial ring. Should you attempt to leave with it, you will be discovered in an instant. How will you manage to extricate yourself then?" Ling Ying shook his head, replying, "Little one, who told you that I am alone?" "Not alone." I pondered. Indeed, given Suner's noble status, it was unlikely she would have only Ling Ying, a single Do Huang, for protection. Surely, she would have a small squad of Do Huangs, along with 1 or 2 Do Zongs overseeing her safety. I tucked away the 6th grade breaking seal pill and took up the 7th grade Xuanlu detoxification pill, presenting it to Ling Ying with a smile. "Since you are confident in your escape, please deliver this item to my esteemed elder. Inform them that they may exchange this 7th grade elixir for the Qinglian earth fire." Ling Ying nodded in agreement. For the sake of the breaking seal pill still in my possession, he was already beginning to heed my words. He stowed the jade vials and turned towards the Qinglian earth fire, cradling the foot basin-sized lotus seat as he made his way outside. "Senior, wait," I said, making no further remarks. I surveyed the room, climbed onto a corner of the bed, quickly shedding my shoes and outer garments. I lay down, covering myself with a blanket, adjusting my position for comfort, and then turned to Ling Ying with a smile, saying, "Senior, I am ready now. Please proceed, so I may report to my family." Ling Ying shook his head in resignation, lifting the Qinglian lotus seat with one hand while gesturing lightly towards me with the other. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy pierced through the air and struck me. My vision darkened, and I fell into a deep unconsciousness. Ling Ying turned around, opened the door, and gazed outside. It had not been long since his entrance. The moon remained bright and luminous, lanterns hung high, and he could distinctly perceive everything within the shop. The sounds of the banquet in the hall, the footsteps of each guard, even the rustling of leaves in the wind. Facing the heavily guarded establishment, he displayed no hint of trepidation. Silently, black wings of light began to coalesce behind him, with a powerful flap. He lifted the azure lotus pedestal with his right hand and soared into the sky. The overwhelming aura of the Do Emperor could no longer be concealed, nor did he wish to hide it, as it was sensed by all in an instant. A light reprimand echoed from a nearby courtyard, as a figure clad in moonlit white burst forth from the dwelling, surrounded by a swirling blue energy, exclaiming, "Who are you, sir? Do not lower the—" Ling Ying cast a dispassionate glance at Yun Yun without uttering a word, and continued to ascend above the banquet hall. Yun Yun furrowed her brows slightly, and wings of light materialized behind her as she surged skyward. However, suddenly, another unfamiliar aura of a Dou Emperor emerged. A figure, similarly cloaked in dark robes, soared up to intercept her. Yun Yun's frown deepened as she fixed her gaze on this second black-robed individual, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The presence of these two Dou Emperors, who had infiltrated the shop without her detection, clearly indicated either their adeptness in stealth or that their cultivation surpassed her own. Her brow relaxed slightly, and she inquired softly, "From where do you hail? The Azure Lotus Fire has only just emerged today. How did you come by this information?" Suddenly, a thought struck her as she assessed the black robe adorning the figure before her. "The Dou Emperor I encountered this afternoon in the lava cavern must be with you, correct?"